Summon the Gods by Melinda Kucsera, Book 2 of the Rogue Gods Trilogy, Chapter 1, Demons and Arrows. Rosalie lifted the spear and braced herself as the demon covered head to toe in hardened blood charged toward her from the other end of the hallway. "You've got this. Mom taught you how to fight with a stick." Since an enchanted forest that hated edged metal covered Shiari, sticks were the preferred weapon to carry, and they doubled as walking sticks on long hikes. Spears weren't as common because of the forest's hatred of metal weapons, but many villages lay in valleys where the forest didn't grow, and spears were really handy when you needed to shove the bandits back into the forest for the trees to deal with. Why am I thinking about that now? Maybe it was homesickness. The village of Larkspur nestled in a pretty valley with cold, clear streams and bramble patches full of berries. She could picture the tidy stone homes standing proudly along the winding trails through the valley. The wind liked to whip through the valley in the winter, freezing her legs. Maybe that's why her thoughts turned toward home. Cold crept up her legs, and her breath misted in the air in front of her. Why am I so cold? If the blood demon felt it, she gave no sign. She just kept running toward Rosalie with her bloody claws extended like 10 skinny, sharp daggers all pointed at her prey. Blood dripped from the demon's lengthening fangs onto the hardened blood, armoring the creature, and it added a row of spikes along her chest. Blood dripped from the demon's lengthening fangs onto the hardened blood, armoring the creature, and it added a row of spikes along her chest. Rosalie cursed inside her head since her lips were numb, and no sound emerged when she tried to curse aloud. The ice crept higher as the demon neared. Rosalie swung the spear like a staff to fend the creature off since her feet stuck to the floor. Hopefully they weren't frozen to it, because that could make things like escape rather awkward. How can I fight when I can't move my feet? Fighting required some footwork, but Rosalie couldn't lift either foot, no matter how hard she tried. Thank God this spear gives me reach, or it did until it cracked into 2 pieces when it struck the demoness's blood armor, leaving Rosalie holding the short end of the stick, of course. Just once I'd like to end up on the winning side. Since she was stuck on the defensive, she swung the shortened haft like a club, but the cold raced up her body, immobilizing her arms. God damn it. Why am I so cold? Was this Rand's doing? He could wish for anything, but why would he wish for her to freeze in place? That didn't make sense, as the ground dropped out from under her feet, and she fell into a chasm of white light. Rosalie tumbled head over heels through the snow, swirling around her. But that was the worst way to fall. She didn't need her mom's voice yelling in her ear to always protect her head.
You can get a peg leg if you lose a foot, and a hook if you lose a hand, but you're dead if you lose your head.
Mom liked to say, but it was sound advice right now. Rosalie dropped what remained of the spear and threw her arms over her head. I hope I don't land on my head. How did I even fall? There was a solid stone floor under me, but Rand could wish it away if he wanted. Did he do that? Why would he do that? If he did it, then wouldn't I have hit the floor on the level below the one I was standing on? The ceilings are high, but they can't be more than 30 or 40 feet above my head on every floor. So why was she still falling? The only reason that came to mind made her smile. Perhaps I'm not under Mount Arendran anymore. Well, she thought he wrapped an arm around her ankles at one point, but maybe she imagined that since she was staring down the blood demon charging toward her. Maybe he used his magic to take us back in time. She tried to remember both times he used his power to do that before. Was there a white light then? Or did he just disappear? Rosalie struck something hard. Well, her arms did, since she wrapped them protectively over her head. Then her shoulders struck a hard, cold mass, followed by her back, butt, and legs, laying her out on the ground. For a moment she lay there and gathered her wits as she blinked the white light away so she could see where she was. When her vision cleared, Rosalie stared up at a stormy sky, and a snowflake landed in her eye. She blinked and checked for any lingering pain. There was none. That was a good sign. So she wiggled her toes and dug her fingers into the snow under her. All good there.
What did you do?
A man demanded. Who was he talking to? Rosalie finished checking that nothing was broken and then sat up. She didn't black out and nothing pained her. Maybe I got lucky, and that fall didn't break my foolish neck. Where are we? What is this place? Rosalie glanced around as she rose, her brow wrinkling as she took in the giant thing towering over them. It was insanely long, and taller than the tallest house in her village. The glowing thing extended into the distance in both directions, but only one end widened into something angular.
You must take her back,
a guy said while she gaped at the glowing thing dominating this freezing, snowy place. What in the world is that thing? Rosalie rose and headed for it to get a better look at the flared end, until a guy who looked like an older version of Avarian ran in front of her.
This is somewhere you shouldn't be,
said the Avarian lookalike. Oh, really? Then why am I here? Rosalie picked up the remains of the spear. For some reason, it landed nearer to the big glowing thing than to where she landed. Probably because it was lighter than her. The wind may have knocked it over there, since it blew toward the angular, flared end of the giant glowing thing. A line of tall, dark, pointed things stood in front of the tip of the glowing thing. Was it a giant spear?
I brought you here.
Avarian tried to rise and just landed on his backside again. Rosalie stalked over and extended her hand to him. Here, let me help you. It looks like you need me to be your pack mule again. She was too cold to smile at her joke, and he looked too out of it to notice since his gray eyes struggled to focus on her, so that was all right.
You're prettier than any pack mule.
Avarian flushed, probably with embarrassment as he took her hand, since he never once commented on her appearance that she recalled. Rosalie laughed as she dropped the spear butt and pulled him up. I'm glad for that. So what is this place?
Somewhere you shouldn't ever go. Avarian, you can't let her wander around here. You should take her back to wherever she came from.
Avarian's double waved to her. Rosalie wrapped an arm around his waist to hold him up and hoped this wouldn't end in a fight. If it does, then I'll drop Avarian and charge. The snow wasn't frozen so hard that hitting it would hurt him, but he would hamper her in a fight if she didn't let go of him. If I hit the look-a-leg low, I could probably flip him over my head, but I'd need to slam my shoulder into his thighs. Who are you? And what gives you the right to order him around? Rosalie glanced from the look-alike to the stick she dropped when she helped Avarian up. Should I grab it when I drop Avarian? Nah. I'll probably only get one shot to drop his double. She'd knock him down, then maybe grab the stick. That would give her an advantage.
He claims he's my cousin, but I don't have any proof that he is.
Avarian glanced at the stick too. Maybe he knew what she was thinking.
Does she know who you are?
His cousin pointed at him as the giant arrow/spear thing glowed brighter.
We should go.
Avarian stumbled away from his cousin, forcing Rosalie to come with him. Where are we going? Rosalie pulled him closer and took more of his weight on her shoulders to stop him from swaying and wrecking her balance. He was warm, and the cold seeped through her long-sleeved tunic and the trousers under her dress. Hopefully, they headed somewhere warmer.
Back in time. I told you I could time walk. Well, that thing over there is the arrow of time. We just need to walk over and pick a moment in time to go back to, and I can take us there.
Avarian nodded to the glowing thing dominating the snowy landscape. So that's what that thing was.
I won't let you take her with you.
His cousin ran past them and stopped in front of a line carved into the side of the arrow of time. I wonder what the lines are for. Lines carved into the arrow's glowing shaft striped it from just behind its arrow-shaped head for as far as Rosalie could see. No one asked you what you think. Rosalie pulled Avarian toward another line on the arrow of time so she could get a better look at it. Avarian touched the line on the icy side of the arrow of time, and an ice shelf slid out, presenting a ton of ice crystals. What were they for? Avarian touched the nearest one before she could ask, and the world whited out. Rosalie fell again, but this time, she held tightly to Avarian and trusted his magic to take them to where they needed to go, to right the future, where they belonged. Chapter 2. Fading Away. Rosalie groaned and checked again for any broken bones. She wiggled her toes and dug her hands into the dead leaves. Under them, roots snaked through the earth. Some roots went under her, and that explained why her back ached like she slept on a pile of rocks. Where am I? Rosalie opened her eyes and branches tangled high above her. In her peripheral vision, trees stood, and they probably stared at her since she felt like someone watched her every move. But there was no one else here. Well, that answers that question. We're back in Shayari. But when and where were they? Rosalie sat up and rubbed her back. Avarian lay unconscious nearby. Unfortunately, he was the only one who could tell her what she needed to know. Damn it. Rosalie crawled over and sat beside him. Hey, are you okay? She shook his shoulder, but he didn't open his eyes or answer her. Ivarian, please answer me. Rosalie shook him harder, but he didn't stir so much as an eyelash. Damn, he was really out cold, but he was still breathing, so he must not be too badly off. I'd feel better if a healer confirmed that. Unfortunately, no healer wandered out of the woods to help. She'd have to find one herself. Rosalie heaved a tired sigh. Well, sitting here cursing my luck won't fix anything. We need shelter, food, water, and then answers. The forest had 3 rules: start no fires, carry no weapons, and do no harm. But there was a 4th one: don't cut down any trees. Well, I don't have anything to cut anything with, and even if I had something, I wouldn't risk using it. Somehow, she needed to get Ivarian some help, too. I don't think I could carry him far. He outweighed her by at least 30 pounds, and he was maybe a half-foot taller than her. So, carrying him was out. What did that leave? Rosalie glanced around and made a list of anything that might help her. Dead branches lay beneath the trees, so she could use them. The enchanted trees allowed that. They just reacted badly when someone tried to hack off a living bough. What else do I have? Rosalie emptied her pockets, but all she had was a pile of glowing strings she braided together earlier, and a summoning spell. But she didn't need to summon a god right now, nor did she have any children to sacrifice for the spell, so that wouldn't help her. Rosalie stuffed the summoning spell back into her pocket for safekeeping. Maybe I don't need anything but magical strings and deadfall. That would be convenient, actually. Rosalie gathered longer branches to serve as the sides of a crude sled and shorter ones to use for the backrest. When she had a good-sized pile next to Ivarian, she gathered the glowing green strings littering the ground. More fell from the enchanted trees towering over her, and that was great, since she didn't know how many she'd need. I might not know where or when I am, but I know how to weave magical strings into a spell, and right now, she had just the one in mind. Rosalie grabbed 2 branches and a glowing green string and tied them together. Unlike non-magical strings, these wouldn't break until their magic was spent. Since she wasn't using that magic, just using its string-like appearance to bind something, it should hold for as long as she needed it to. I hope a village is nearby, otherwise she'd run into other problems unless she found some clean water soon. Just take things one step at a time and don't worry. Worry was the enemy now. She needed to get this sled built, then pick a direction and hike until she found help. But first, she needed a sled. Once she had the frame assembled, Rosalie checked the fit. It should work, but she lashed more branches together with more magical strings to enlarge the frame, just in case her estimate was wrong. The litter was crude, but it must work because she couldn't carry Ivarian. Would it bear his weight without collapsing? Rosalie didn't know, so she added more branches for support. I hope I can drag this thing when I'm done, she thought. Well, there was only one way to find out if her crazy idea would work. Rosalie rolled Ivarian onto the litter and lashed him to it with more glowing strings. He looked rather cute, all tied up like that. His dark lashes rested on his pale cheeks, and his white hair shimmered in the green glow of the strings. Now for the hard part. Rosalie picked up the glowing strings as she wove them into a harness and then settled it across her chest and shoulders. All right, strings, you're full of earth magic, so help me drag the sled. Make it slide across the leaf mold as if it were as smooth and slippery as ice. Rosalie crossed her fingers and stepped forward, and the sled slid behind her. Yes, I did it. Now I just need a direction. Rosalie glared at the enchanted tree in front of her. She should climb it and look for a village, but she didn't know if the spell she wove to help her move the sled would hold if she entangled herself from it. Well, the forest is enchanted. Maybe I should try asking it to point me toward help. Besides, it couldn't hurt to ask. The forest could just ignore her if it didn't want to help. Hey, trees, can you point me toward water, food, and shelter? I'd love to find the nearest village, too, if you're in the mood to help. Rosalie waited for a reaction to her question. If there was a proper way to address the forest, she'd never heard it. Maybe she should try a more formal address, since not a single branch twitched. What even counted as a formal mode of address for a bunch of enchanted trees? Maybe something like, "Oh, high and mighty bark-covered ones?" That just sounded ridiculous. I don't think I could say that without laughing, and if she broke up laughing, that might hurt the tree's feelings. Rosalie rubbed her face, Her throat was dry and she needed water soon, but trees surrounded her and nothing else. What about your enchanted highnesses? I think I could say that without laughing, but it sounded just as ridiculous as the other forms of address she thought of. Oh, well, I need to say something. I can't just stand here all day. She shouldn't waste time when she didn't know how much she had to get her timeline back on track and save her family. And Ran was in the future, with the demons bearing down on him. I can help him by stopping those demons before they invade. I don't know how to address you properly, but I need your help. I came back here to set things right and save the future, but I can't do anything if we die of thirst out here. Please help me find water, food, shelter, and someone to look at, Avarian. Rosalie turned as much as the sled would allow and glanced at each tree as she pleaded with them. A ripple went through the trees around her and branches shifted against the wind, stirring their leaves. It was working. They would help her. Just point me in the right direction, I can do the rest. And she would. Rosalie wouldn't leave this time until she did what she came to do. Two trees slid apart, creating a trail where none had been a moment before. All the trees pointed at that trail. I guess this leads to water, food, or civilization. She'd take any of them right now. Thank you. Rosalie bowed as deeply as the harness attaching her to the sled would allow. Then she marched toward that trail. She'd follow wherever it led. Rosalie strained under the unaccustomed weight of pulling a full-grown man over uneven terrain when her spell failed. It couldn't last forever, but there were plenty of magical threads underfoot. I could stop long enough to gather some more threads and use their power to cast another spell to lighten the load. As Rosalie stared at the glowing green strings, she heard Rand's voice in her head when she suggested he do the same a while ago.
I'll do no such thing since I don't know what that would do to him. He's already in shock from too much magic use.
Maybe Ran was right. Rosalie bent to check on her charge. Ivarian's chest rose and fell, so he was still breathing, but that was all he was doing. I guess I shouldn't use magic to lighten him. I got away with it once, I'd better not chance it again. I don't want to harm him since he's my only way back to our time. That meant she had a long, hard slog ahead of her. The thought depressed her, since she didn't know how far away the next village was. It could be 100 miles, or just around that next bend, since most villages were in the branches of the enchanted forest. Focus on what you can change, and let the future take care of itself. And right now, she needed water and food, in that order. Her shoulders and back ached, and her legs shook from exertion. I need food and water before I pass out from hunger and thirst. Her throat burned for water. Excuse me, Rosalie waved to get the enchanted tree's attention. Can you point me toward clean water and something to eat? Should she try a more formal mode of address? Her tired mind couldn't think of any as she leaned against a boulder. Maybe the trees were thinking about her request. She hoped so, because they were her only hope right now, since they limited visibility to a few feet in every direction. Finally, branches pointed at two enchanted trees that looked the same as all the others surrounding her, and they slid apart, creating a new pathway. Behind them, more trees shifted over, lengthening the trail. Thank you, I really appreciate this. Rosalie mopped her brow with her sleeve and set off. Her mouth watered for the cold, clear water of a stream. Twigs snapped underfoot, but that was the only sound. The forest was eerily silent. Not even a bird called or an insect hummed, and that was weird, since the enchanted forest was a noisy place in the summer. As she rounded a bend, vines hung from the lowest branches of a tree, like a leafy green garland, laden with large, red, super-sized apples. They were all fruits, of course. The vines grew all over the understory of the forest. Rosalie jogged toward them, too hungry to care if that jostled Avarian. Maybe he'd wake up and make this trek easier. That didn't happen, so she plucked a ripe all-fruit off the vine and bit into it. When the honey-cinnamon apple flavor hit her tongue, she moaned in pleasure. Nothing had ever tasted so good. Rosalie ate two, then picked a half dozen and tucked them under Varian's arms to secure them. Thank you for the snack. Now I really need water. Could you please lead me to a stream? Rosalie wiped the juice from her lips onto her sleeve. When she reached civilization again, she'd get another dress and wash this one. Until then, her sleeves would have to serve as her napkin and sweat rag. All the branches around her pointed at the same trail she followed to the all-fruit. Okay, so the water is that way. I get the point. Rosalie disentangled a few twigs and other debris that got caught in the litter before marching on and finding some water. The giant trees surrounding her blotted out the sky with their branches and leaves, but the sun was definitely setting since it wasn't shining through the trees above her anymore. I'll have to make camp if I don't find a village soon, and she might not. Since Shiari was a big country, I'd better look for a place to stop before nightfall. But she had nothing to set up camp with, since she came here with just the clothes on her back and a useless summoning spell in her pocket. Ahead, an ancient stone circle appeared between the trees. Perhaps she ought to camp there. I might hurt myself if I dragged the litter around after dark. The enchanted forest could get pitch dark, but that only happened in winter when the trees hibernated. It was high summer now, judging by the heat baking her in her clothes. Water burbled somewhere nearby. Rosalie searched for it until she realized it flowed right past the stone circle, and its shadow hid it on her first scan. She slid out of the harness she'd made from glowing strings and cupped her hands in the stream. Fresh water slid down her throat, cooling it. It was so good after so long without it. Rosalie drank until her stomach sloshed when she sat on the soft green moss next to the stone circle. Ancient markings, carved in an unreadable script, flowed along the top of the stones. She traced the letters as the sun set behind the trees surrounding her. Was time passing in her time? Or did it stop when she left? Rosalie imagined Ran and Myron, frozen in Mount Eredrin, then laughed at the absurdity of that. Time won't stop for me. I'm no one special. But she felt time was running out, since she wasn't focused on survival anymore. How long do I have to fix things before the changes that swept over the world in my time become permanent? That was the one question she still didn't have an answer for until her hand faded. Rosalie stared through her fingers at the branches above her. When she sat up, she could see through her legs, too. I can't be out of time already. This wasn't how she was supposed to end. Was happening to me. Avarian, wake up!
He can't help you, but I can.
A woman said as a shadow fell over Rosalie.
Chapter 3. Warring Books. Pain punched Garen in the chest, and that shocked him awake. Where am I? Garen opened his eyes and regretted it when the sky tried to blind him. Maybe the sky felt bad about that, because it turned black and plunged him into the darkest night ever, before changing its mind again and fading back into eye-searing orange daylight. What the hell was happening to the sky?
You're still in hell.
Antali said, and it sounded like the Versati rolled their eyes in annoyance. But perhaps he imagined that since he'd just regained consciousness, and he regretted that too. Then why is the sky flipping back and forth between day and night? Can't the Prince of Darkness decide what he wants? Goran shaded his eyes with his hand and hoped the biggest devil of them all picked a time of day before the rapid changes to the sky gave him a headache.
I don't think that's his doing.
Antali sat on a rock and fanned himself. At least they weren't dragging him by his ankles anymore. That was an improvement, and his situation could only get better from here. When did the sky start doing that? Garen waved with a hand that wasn't protecting his eyes from the glare.
It happened around the time that the gateway opened.
Where's the gateway? Garen glanced around while shielding his eyes, but rocks and stone ruins surrounded him, and they weren't helpful. The gateway was nowhere in sight. That didn't mean it was gone, just temporarily out of reach.
Don't even try to go near it, or I'll drain you again.
Antali crooked their gloved hands like claws.
You promised to take me to the sleeping angel, and I'm making sure you do.
Damn. Well, there was more than one way to reach his goal. He just needed to be smart about this. Once he put Antali at ease, they'd turn their back. Then he'd run toward the gateway, but not until he figured out where the gateway was. I need to convince them to give me my energy back. Since he had no energy to move, Garen lay there and groaned when pain shot through his chest again. What caused that throbbing pain? I wasn't hurt that badly in the arena. At least he didn't think the demon got in a chest shot, but maybe he was misremembering. Or maybe the pain was Nantali's doing to keep him docile. Garen rubbed his chest as pain punched him again. It felt like something was trying to pound its way out of his chest, but it wasn't his heart, because his heart wasn't pounding all that hard, since he was just lying on the ground, doing absolutely nothing to exert himself.
What's wrong? Don't just lie there groaning. Talk to me.
Tali prodded his foot with the tip of their slippered foot. I don't know. It feels like something is trying to tear itself out of my chest. Garen rubbed the area where the pain was the worst, but there wasn't anything in there besides the usual organs, and they were totally useless in hell. So why was the center of his chest so hot?
Let me see.
Tali knelt by his side and pulled up his tunic to expose his chest and the black mark of a winged book.
What is that?
Tali pointed at the mark. Maybe the tattoo didn't like someone pointing at it because it tried to peel itself off his chest, and pain tore through him again. Garen bit back a howl. He still had some pride left, and it wouldn't let him admit how much he hurt. He was being silly, and he knew it. Even ex-gods felt pain, and there was no shame in admitting it. But he just didn't want to sink Tali's opinion of him any lower, not when he would need their flesh-mending power again soon, if that damned book of names didn't knock it off. It's that damn book the sleeping angel asked me to fetch. Garen shoved the damn thing back into his chest, or he tried to anyway. He couldn't tell if he actually affected it in any way. Why was it trying to tear itself away from him?
Oh, you lied to me. You told me you had to get the book from somewhere close by, but the whole time you had it on you.
Tali rose and stalked away. That was fair. He didn't deserve their help. Technically, I wasn't lying. It was close by, and I could lay my hands on it easily. He just neglected to mention that it was on his person. Garen groaned as the book-shaped mark ripped its black wings free from his chest. He gripped the corner of the book, extruding from his chest as the damn thing pumped its wings. Where the hell is this thing trying to go?
It probably wants to return to its maker.
Tali stopped in his peripheral vision. Maybe the book heard that, because it writhed in his grip like a friggin' snake, but Garen couldn't let go. Not when possessing it granted him everyone's true names. That knowledge was too valuable, and he wouldn't part with it, or the advantage it gave him.
Do you know who wrote it?
Tali glared at him with glowing pink eyes as they spun to face him. Did he want to take part in that plan? If that plan gave him a shot at the lying devil who led him to hell, down a path of pride and unwinnable battles against the toughest angels the Creator could muster, then hell yeah, he wanted in. No, I don't know who made it. I'd curse them if I did, Garen said, and then he froze as a name popped into his mind.
Ajinil,
Said the book of names, but only Garen heard it, because it spoke in his mind, not anyone else's. But the book settled back into a black-winged, book-shaped mark on his chest, and the pain vanished when it said that damned angel's name. Why did it have to be him? Garen banged the back of his head on the rocky ground, but that didn't change things.
Why does it have to be who wrote the book of names?
Tali crouched by him, grasped his head, and stopped him from banging it. Yeah, I know who made it. The damn thing just told me. Garen glared at the sky as it faded to black again.
Why don't you sound happy about that? Shouldn't that information please you?
Tali scowled at him, but they didn't let go. It would, if the angel who created this damn thing didn't drop me off of the spire in the first place. Sometimes I have the worst luck. Garen closed his eyes to block out the sky as the black brightened to a blinding orange again, so he could think. What angle could I play? There was the obvious one. He could walk up to the gates of the Library of Forbidden Knowledge and tell the guards he wanted to return the Book of Names. That should get Arjaniel's attention. What do I do after that?
Oh really? And who's the lucky demon? Maybe I can help you find them.
Tali let go and sat on their heels. No need. I know exactly where to find him. The Book of Names told me all I need to know. Garen just didn't know what to do with that information. His old plan ghosted back to the fore of his mind. But he'd have to forget about the gateway and his cousin in favor of getting revenge on someone who deserved it far more. What if I strode into the rebels' headquarters with the Book of Names and the angel who wrote it? They'd have to name him their leader on the spot.
I see that sly smile. What are you plotting?
Tali slapped his shoulder. A coup. Did you know it's one of my specialties? Garen sat up and ignored the sky. Its random changes couldn't dim his enthusiasm.
No, I didn't. But you're changing the subject. Who wrote the Book of Names? And what are you plotting?
Tali folded their arms. A fallen angel called Argeniel wrote the Book of Names, and I'm not planning anything yet. I'm still checking all the angles. Gwyn rose and scanned the barren plain for the library, or the city, or the spire, or anything really that might tell him where he needed to go.
Or what? Oh, forget it. As long as you deliver on your promise to take me to the sleeping angel, I don't care what you do.
Tali waved their hands as they rose, as if they were trying to keep that nascent plan away from them. Relax. My plan will get us in good with the rebels, but it lacks a lot of details right now. That's what you want, right? Gwyn glanced at them. He might need the Versatis' help to grab Argeniel, so he must stay on their good side.
Yeah.
Tali turned away. Why did they want to join the rebels? Gwyn could ask, but he doubted he'd get the truth right now.
So what's the plan so far?
When Tali faced him, they smoothed away all trace of whatever they were just thinking or feeling, and the facade the Versatis used to keep the world at bay was back in place. Well, first off, I need to find the Library of Forbidden Knowledge, because that's where Argeniel is, but I don't see anything I recognize. Gwyn didn't want to hike for miles unless he headed to a battle, but he should probably try diplomacy first. After all, he needed a compliant fallen angel, because Argeniel still had all his power down here, so kidnapping him was out.
It's over there.
Tali waved, and the illusion of a barren plain vanished. The gateway glowed in between buildings in the city, and the fortress-like Library of Forbidden Knowledge loomed over its other side. The gateway tempted him as he stared at it, but the Book of Names wrenched one wing free, and the pain shocked him out of his half-formed thoughts of running to it. No, I have a new plan, and I'm sticking with it. Hithalier can wait. I'll pay him back for ruining my heist later. I have all eternity to wait. His cousin would slip up eventually, and there would be a reckoning. Gwyn tucked that away for later. He had a weapon to grab, a rebel army to lead, and a war to start.
You're not thinking of crossing through that gateway, are you?
Tali grasped his arm, and his energy flowed into their hand. No, I have a fallen angel to find. Gwyn set off for the city limits, and hoped it was closer than it appeared. Distances were deceptive in hell, and they changed depending on which demons were around. Some demons could extend a trek or shorten it with their auras, and that was damned inconvenient. As Tali followed him, they reversed the drain, restoring his energy, but they didn't let go. Their gloved hand encircled his wrist like a manacle.
I've never been to the library.
Well, I have, and I hope that was a one-time event. Apparently it wasn't. Gwyn tried not to recall how twisted reality got inside that place.
What are you really planning? I see that crease in your brow you get when you're scheming.
Tali squeezed his wrist, but they had small hands, so it didn't hurt. Not like that damned Book of Names trying to break free from his chest. That was the worst pain he'd felt in a long time. I'm always scheming. Gwyn waggled his eyebrows suggestively, even though he wasn't thinking anything of the sort. But he was definitely scheming. And thoughts of the rebels kept him from thinking about the gateway between them and the library. The Book of Names was powerful. If he had its maker in his thrall too, that would make him one of the most powerful beings in hell. And that was something he needed to consider further. Maybe he was thinking too small earlier. Why lead a bunch of rebels when he could lead all the armies of hell?
The rebellion needs you.
The sleeping angel whispered, and she sounded like she stood right by his ear. When he turned his head, she wasn't there. But his thoughts turned back to the library. I'll probably have to sneak in again. Then his plan fell apart, because he didn't know what he would find when he reached the library. Would Argeniel come with him? Probably not. I'll have to knock him out somehow, and drag him with me. How the hell do you subdue a fallen angel? Well, that was a question for later. First things first, he needed a boost. His steps already dragged, but that meant another deal with Tali. Could you give me a boost? This time, I give you my word as a war god that I will do what I promised. I'll take you to the sleeping angel when I find her. Gwyn rested a hand on his heart, but not the one she held captive.
All right, but I'm watching you. I can take away what I give just as easily.
The Versatis snapped their fingers in front of his face. I know that. This time, you won't have to. I've got a war to plan. Now, let's go capture a fallen angel. Garen pulled Natalie's arm through his, breaking their hold on his wrist as he sauntered toward the city. He hadn't felt this powerful in a long time. Was he powerful enough to take on a fallen angel? Only time would tell.
Chapter 4. Protect the Library. Arginel staggered through the doorway the instant it appeared. The secret chamber was still in shambles thanks to that ex-god what's-his-name. Broken pieces of a stone steel littered the floor, and books and scrolls too, since that jerk knocked over a shelving unit. What a messy thief. The mess bothered Arginel, but he didn't have time to pick up the pieces of the steely or reshelve the books and scrolls. He grimaced at the mess as he stepped around it to reach the iron chest by the wall. Light spilled out when he lifted the lid and placed the shoestone inside. For a long moment, the violet light of the old scrying stone entranced him with images of the angels he knew. There was Thaniel, scowling as she listened to Azrael talk about something. Oz spread his arms to show something, but Arginel closed the lid, and that cut off the images in his mind. It was too painful to see his friends in heaven. They've all forgotten about me since I've been gone a long time. It was hard to tell how long since there wasn't any time in hell, but time existed outside it. Stop thinking about that. You must protect this library and everything in it. After that pep talk, Arginel rose and swayed as exhaustion threatened to flatten him again. But he couldn't let that happen. I must protect the library, and if I've got any power left, I'll take down the gateway somehow. Arginel staggered past the debris and out of the secret chamber. Behind him, the bookcase swung closed, hiding the door. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it would make that chamber harder for anyone to find, since anyone searching for it wouldn't look for a mechanical barrier. The lead lining of the chamber should keep any of the magic from the relics in the trunk from leaking out. But all those precautions may not be enough if one of his kind came looking. Any angel, fallen or otherwise, could sense magic without even trying. He needed a magical solution for that problem, and he had a spell in mind that should blanket the library with enough magic to confuse even his kind. I hope I have enough power left to cast it. That was his only concern right now, as he wove through the narrow aisles between shelving units.
Besetting the traps while necessary doesn't seem like enough. Is there anything else we can do?
Antares asked from another aisle. Send the demons in the caves below the library out to defend it. Put them in between us and the city. Arginel reached the side door finally and staggered up the spiral staircase to his eyrie.
What if they turn on us?
Antares asked from the bottom of the staircase. Then we fight them too. But this was all conjecture right now. No one had attacked the library in a long time. Maybe no one would know either. But Arginel doubted it as he struggled up the last steps. He had just enough energy left to stagger to a desk in front of a shuttered window. He shoved the metal shutter aside and gazed out at the city, across the plain of stones and ruins. No army marched toward the library yet, but there was only a mile or two between the library's high walls and the edge of the city, so that didn't mean anything. An army could reach them quickly if it were motivated. The eye-shaped gateway still sat in the middle of an intersection, surrounded by buildings damaged by its violent opening. As happened before, the gateway split into 3 gateways, all in a line. Then they merged together. He could only see the top of the gateway from this vantage, but surely some enterprising demons already ran through it. I'll deal with you next. Arginel closed the metal shutters to block out the sky when it brightened to a blinding orange. But the sky was just a symptom of the wrongness introduced by that damned gateway. Arginel fell onto the stool before a desk facing the metal shutters and pulled out some paper, a quill, and an ink pot from the drawer. Then he stopped. Would this ink be powerful enough? He examined the inkwell and tried to remember what the ink was made of before setting it aside. It probably wasn't. Well, there was one fluid that would guarantee this spell would be potent. He grimaced at the thought of using it, but he didn't have anything left to give. I might as well put all of myself into this working. He didn't like blood magic, but it was more powerful in hell than anywhere else, and the most powerful blood to use just so happened to be angel's blood. Arginel laughed at the irony, then pressed a long nail into the underside of his wrist, and lavender blood welled up from the cut. moment. He dipped the tip of the quill into the blood and drew the first sigil of many to set the spell. Here, take this to the room at the pinnacle of the West Tower. Arginil held the sheet of paper out for Antares. The demon lurking in the stairwell hurried to grab it.
Are you all right? You're bleeding, and you look close to collapse.
Don't worry about me. Take that to the West Tower and send someone to get the next one. Arginil dipped the quill's tip into his blood and scrawled the next sigil. His hands shook as he wrote, "Will this be enough?" The question plagued him as shadows edged his vision and the room dimmed. But he kept writing because the spell might be all that saved the library, and that was his only concern now. He must finish the spell, even if that destroyed him. An image swam in and out of view, something he glimpsed once from the deck of Ezaria's ship. In that memory, sunlight sparkled on the water as the waves rolled ashore. When the end comes, I want to be that light, so close to the shores of heaven but never touching it. When he handed off the last sigil, a bright light blinded him. He hoped that was the spell completing and the shield it created settling into place over the library. But he didn't have the energy to throw back the metal shutters to check. Arginil slipped off the stool and lay on the stone floor as darkness took him.
Chapter 5. Talking to Snakes. Who said that? Rosalie glanced around until a snake slithered out of the shadows beneath the nearest enchanted tree.
I did. I know why you're fading,
said the snake. Oh no, I remember a story about a woman and a snake, and it didn't end well for the woman. That was all she remembered about it, but that was enough to warn her off snakes. Rosalie scooted away from it, using her transparent hands.
This isn't that kind of story, and I'm not here to offer you an apple, just some advice.
The snake slithered closer. It was silver from its diamond-shaped head to its rattle-shaped tail, with gold eyes, and that just made it look sinister. No, thank you. Encounters between your kind and mine never end well. It's better if we go our separate ways and pretend this never happened. Rosalie signed up for time travel and demon fighting, but this was way beyond anything she thought she'd ever have to deal with on this trip.
Have it your way, but you'll disappear if you don't do something soon, and you'll probably end up in the gray between. That's where everyone goes when the universe doesn't know what to do with them. Who knows if you'll ever get out?
The snake slithered back into the shadows after delivering that ominous statement. How do you know that? Rosalie regretted asking that the moment the question popped out of her mouth, but it was too late and she needed the answer. This gray between place didn't sound like somewhere she wanted to go.
Look, let's get a few things straight. I'm not actually a snake. I'm not even on this plane of existence, so the only way I can talk to you is through this snake.
The snake poked its head out of the shadows to regard her with narrowed eyes, but it didn't return. I figured that much out on my own. Snakes don't talk, not even in an enchanted forest. Rosalie folded her arms, but they faded until they were transparent too.
That's debatable, but I didn't come here to talk about the magical creatures that share your world. You can find out about them on your own.
Then why did you come?
To point out the obvious. You're fading away because you're not born yet. I don't know how you got here, but you don't belong in this time and place.
That made a lot of sense, actually. Rosalie shifted her feet. They were still opaque, but for how long? I would have thought of it on my own. I didn't need a snake to tell me that.
Maybe you didn't. Maybe you would have thought of it, but now that you know, what are you going to do about it?
The snake slithered out of the shadows, but it stayed well away from her. I need to wake Avarian, and he needs to take me to another time when I'm actually born so I don't fade away. Rosalie couldn't think of anything else to do, so she tried to shake him, but her hands went right through him. Damn it. She called his name, but he still didn't wake.
That won't work. He's too drained to do anything, and you'll only make matters worse if you wake him up. Let him rest.
The snake bared its fangs. Then what do? I don't want to fade away and go to this gray place you just mentioned. Rosalie let her hands drop back to her sides.
I wouldn't have come and told you any of this if there wasn't another way. Give me some credit here. I might talk through a snake, but I'm a heck of a lot wiser than it'll ever be.
The snake shook its head. You still haven't told me what to do to fix this. Rosalie gestured to herself with her transparent hands.
I'm getting to that. Since you're a witch who's trying to walk both paths, you have two options, and both come with risks.
The snake lashed the ground with its tail. Since everything worth doing came with risks, that wasn't a surprise. What are my options? Tell me quickly before I fade so much I can't do anything. Rosalie glared at the snake. Why was it dragging things out?
Option 1. You can use blood magic to tie yourself to your time-walking friend.
The snake pointed at Avarian with its tail. Wait, why isn't he affected by this? We're close to the same age. If I'm not born yet, then he isn't either. Rosalie pointed at him.
No, he isn't, but his time travel magic protects him, and that rule really only applies to people who don't have that gift, like you.
The snake slithered closer. Oh, that also made sense. Why didn't I think of that? Rosalie hadn't thought about the risks of time travel, although she hadn't really cared what they were before those risks became an issue. You said there were two options? What's the other one? Because she didn't like the blood magic one. It might harm Ivarian, and she didn't know if she could save the future without him. Failure was unacceptable and a little frightening if she was being honest with herself. Who are you? And how do you know I'm a witch?
Obviously I know because I'm one too. In fact, some consider me the first witch, but let's not argue semantics right now. You don't have the time. Your second option is trickier.
As the snake slithered closer, it undulated and bobbed its head, rhythmically, threatening to spellbind her. Rosalie blinked to break her fascination with the snake. I'll be the judge of that. What's the other option?
You need to gather the magical residue that his time travel spell left behind. You might see them as strings or glowing sigils or something else. It varies, depending on the witch. Once you have some, use it to bind yourself to his magic, so you stick around until you're born, or he takes you to another time, whichever comes first.
The snake coiled itself around a rock. The second option wouldn't work, because they were at least a mile, maybe more, from where they landed in this time, and she didn't see a single thread that was anything other than green in that spot. But Ivarian didn't have earth magic, so those green strings didn't come from him. Whatever residue his time travel magic left behind was buried under the glowing strings dropped by the enchanted trees. So option 2 was out. That just left the more distasteful option. Will it harm him if I use blood magic on him? Rosalie reached under her sleeve for her dagger and relaxed when her hand closed around its reassuringly solid hilt. Either it faded with her, or the fading thing was inconsistent. I hoped it's not consistent because that would give me an opening, and that's what she needed right now.
Does it matter? You're running out of time, and it sounds like this is your only option. I recommend you take it.
The snake rested its head on its coils. What about my mother? Is she alive in this time? Rosalie released the dagger. Could Mom help me? A lump formed in her throat just thinking about her mother. Where even was her mother? Rosalie didn't know what her mother did between leaving home at 17 and returning there almost 4 years later with a baby.
I don't know. I can try to find out, but you'd have to tell me about her. Even then, I'm not sure if I can locate her, but I'm willing to try, if you are.
The snake lifted its head. Why had she asked that question? Was there something she could do with that info? Rosalie couldn't think of anything. Her mom wasn't here, and technically, she wasn't her mom yet. I don't know where to find her, and even if I did know, I probably shouldn't go near her for fear of stopping the events that led to my birth. That left only one choice. Rosalie squared her shoulders and pulled a dagger from under her sleeve. How do I use blood magic to bind us so I stop fading?
First, you must slice your palm, then his. Then you hold his hand, palm to palm, and repeat after me. The circle binds us, witches to magic users, for we're both bled through life until we're dead. With my blood, I bind us until we're nothing more than magic threads.
It was a variation of the spell the witch under Mount Erdrin used to show her the magical disturbance. Mom would be angry if she saw me now, but she's not here. I am, and I'll see this through no matter what. Rosalie slashed her palm open, and pain welled up along with the blood. Before she could change her mind, she slashed Ivarian's palm open and tried to grasp his hand. The dagger had no problem touching him, but her hand kept going through his. I hope this works. She was out of options if it didn't. How do I know if this is working? Her vision grayed at the edges. Rosalie didn't feel any different, but the world grayed out around her, and a gray fog rolled over Ivarian and the litter. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. What's happening? Rosalie heard the dagger thud on the ground after it slid out of her hand, but the snake didn't answer. It didn't need to because the fog subsumed everything around her. I think the spell failed. That meant she was in the gray place the snake mentioned. I'll bet that was its plan all along. Rosalie surveyed the gray between and headed for the white glow somewhere to her left, since there was nowhere else to go. Maybe if she got lucky, that light would turn out to be the exit back to the mortal world. The old catechism ghosted back, along with bits and pieces she heard about the gray between, life and death. If that's where I am, it probably was because this foggy place looked like purgatory to her. Well, I'd better go see what that light is. Maybe it's something that can help me. Rosalie hiked toward it after one more glance at her non-existent surroundings. No one was anywhere in sight, so why did she feel like someone was watching her? It's your imagination. You always had an especially vivid one. Rosalie stormed off toward that light, and it grew larger larger with every step she took and became strangely eye-shaped, with thick, glowing threads extending from its top and bottom. What is that thing? Chapter 6. In Angels We Trust. Rosalie slowed when a man in stained robes that were once white appeared in front of the giant eye-shaped light. Antennae sprouted from his head and green chitinous armor peeked through the burnt holes in his robe. Fiery wings arched out of his back in between the chitin. What is he? He didn't look like any creature Rosalie ever encountered, but nothing came to mind to identify him. The litany of allies, enemies, and other folk had nothing on this creepy guy. Since his back was to her, he didn't notice she stood perhaps 100 feet away, staring at him, and that was a good thing. Insect Guy raised his hands like he was casting a spell, and a second eye-shaped light appeared across from the first one. It extended glowing ropey things above and below it, like it was trying to anchor itself in place. What the hell am I looking at? A hand grasped her arm and turned her to face a tall, muscular woman in spotless white robes who also had wings, but her wings were pure white and made of feathers, not fire. The woman narrowed violet glowing eyes as she scanned her from head to toe.
What are you doing here?
Who are you? Rosalie tried to pull her arm free, but the woman had a firm grip.
I'm someone who's supposed to be here. I'll only ask you one more time, and then I'll toss you out on your rear if I don't like your answer. What are you doing here?
The woman shook her, and a lock of black hair escaped the high ponytail, keeping the rest of her black hair out of her angular face. Are you an angel? That would explain the wings and the gold circlet floating above the woman's head. At least the litany had a mention of this woman, and that put Rosalie on firmer ground, mentally speaking.
Of course I'm an angel. Why else would I be here if I wasn't? The gray between isn't a vacation spot.
The angel rolled her eyes heavenward. I don't know anything about this gray place other than that. I don't want to be here, but that's not important right now. I want to know what that is. Rosalie pointed at the man and the two giant eye-shaved lights as they faded. Where did they go?
I don't know. Maybe I should ask you that. Did you send them away?
The angel glared at her. No, I just saw them and wondered what they were. I didn't do anything. Rosalie tugged her arm, but she still couldn't break the angel's grip. Why did this angel think she had anything to do with whatever just happened?
Are you sure about that? You smell like a meddling human with magic.
The angel inhaled deeply, and it was disturbing to be sniffed that way. Magic users had a specific smell? That was new to Rosalie, but maybe that was something only an angel could sniff out. This angel certainly had a long nose, but it fit her features perfectly. Why are you here? That was the one question Rosalie needed answered more than the others.
I'm supposed to be here. The council ordered me to figure out what's distorting the gray between and map the distortions.
The angel shrugged like she received such orders all the time. What distortions? Rosalie glanced around. How could anyone tell what was supposed to be here and what wasn't when a thick gray fog covered everything?
That tableau that just disappeared is part of the distortions. Those eye-shaped lights with the squiggly glowing lines keep appearing and disappearing. Sometimes people hack away at the squiggly things, but they're just shadows, and they fade away before I can ask them any questions. It's damned annoying.
The angel folded her arms and scowled at the spot where the lights and the insectoid man were, but she let go of Rosalie, so she rubbed her arm. Damn, that angel had a tight grip. Do you have any theories about what's causing these distortions? Have they ever happened before?
Obviously, I don't, or I wouldn't still be here.
The angel threw her hands in the air.
But this is off topic. Who are you? Why are you here? And where do you belong? Because you don't belong here.
Maybe if she told the angel her name, then the angel would give hers. It was worth a try. Rosalie couldn't remember any stories where someone gave their name to an angel and it ended badly, so she was pretty certain there wasn't any risk to giving that information out. Besides, it might gain her some information in return, and she needed that badly. I'm Rosalie, and for what it's worth, I ended up here by accident. Rosalie extended her hand to be polite. The angel grasped it.
I'm Thaniel, and I suppose I could cut you some slack, but that all depends on how you ended up here by accident. People don't normally do that, so you'll forgive my skepticism. Why don't you tell me what happened?
The angel held on to her hand. How could she explain without sounding like she was insane? Would the angel know if she lied? Probably, and that would just get her in even more hot water than she was in now. Perhaps Perhaps honesty was the best policy. Rosalie took a deep breath, counted to 10, and let it out. Then she told the angel everything.
That's a strange story.
Daniel paced as she considered all Rosalie told her. That's all you have to say? Rosalie tapped her foot, but it made no sound. Perhaps the fog muffled it.
I'm still thinking about what you said. It's unbelievable. You know that, right?
Daniel glanced at her over her shoulder. Yeah, I know how it sounds, but I'm not crazy. Everything I told you is exactly what I experienced. Rosalie hoped Daniel would believe her.
I never said you were. Although I'm having some doubts about your sanity since you talked to a snake, and you know how that turned out for humans the last time someone trusted its advice.
Yes, I know that, but the snake was right. I took too long to take their advice and I ended up in the gray between. Rosalie hunched her shoulders. Fear clawed at her. What if she couldn't go back? Was Avarian okay? She left him tied to a litter in the middle of the enchanted forest. At least no one could hurt him. The trees would attack anyone who tried. But there were a lot of things that could happen that the trees wouldn't do anything about. What if that snake bit him? What about Ran and Mirren? She left them in the middle of an invasion. I wonder what Ran's doing right now. I hope he and Mirren are safe. Rosalie wrung her hands like her grandmother used to do when she was worried.
Just because the snake was right doesn't mean it doesn't have an agenda. I'd be careful if I were you.
Daniel said darkly. It's hard to do that when I'm stuck here. Rosalie suppressed a sigh.
You're not stuck here. I'm about to throw you out. You should land back in the mortal world, roughly where you left it, I think. But I'm not actually sure because I don't really understand the time difference between the mortal world and this place. I just know it exists. But you'll find out all about that. If we ever run into each other again, you can tell me. I can't promise I'll listen, though.
Daniel grabbed her arm again and dragged her through the fog toward nothing, because there was nothing except an endless plain covered in fog. What are you talking about? What time difference? Rosalie dug her heels in, but that didn't stop the angel. How could there even be a time difference? Rosalie wished something would make sense, but nothing did, since Avarian took her to that giant glowing arrow.
I already said I don't understand it, so obviously I can't explain it to you. I just know that time exists here, but it moves slower here than it does in the mortal world. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. I never cared to find out because I'm immortal and time doesn't actually mean anything to me. I'm not sure I would have understood the explanation anyway.
Daniel strode onward as if Rosalie's struggles weren't affecting her one bit. You're awfully talkative. Are all angels this talkative? Rosalie gave up and followed the angel. Daniel had a grip like an iron vice, and she probably wouldn't let go until they reached their destination. But Rosalie still saw only fog for miles in all directions. Did Daniel see something else? She must, because she turned left and marched in a straight line toward more fog.
Some are and some aren't. We're not all that different from you humans in that regard. But we live in heaven, and you don't. Of course, there's more to it than that. We have more rules than you do and more power, but that's it, really.
Daniel shrugged, then turned a sharp right, as if she were going around something other than the ankle-deep fog bank they trekked through. Are all angels as rude as you? Rosalie had to ask that, since Daniel was rather abrupt, and the angels in the religious stories weren't. But they never seemed real, and Daniel definitely was.
I'm not rude. I'm direct. There's a difference. Would you rather I talk in circles and confuse you? Because I can do that. But I've always preferred plain speech over pretty words. If you want pretty words and empty platitudes, then you should have talked to that guy with flaming wings. He reminds me of a guardian angel I knew, but he doesn't appear long enough for me to confront him and find out if he is actually that angel.
Daniel swung another hard left into more featureless fog. So you couldn't talk to him at all? That wasn't good news. How could they find out what he was doing if they couldn't talk to him? Rosalie stumbled up an incline as the fog parted.
Exactly. I've shouted questions at him, but he either ignores me or he can't hear me.
Daniel hiked like the incline was flat, not pitched at a steep angle with slippery sand underfoot and a few sprigs of grass here and there for color. Did you try grabbing him for a chat? Rosalie slipped, but Daniel hauled her up until she could dig her toes into the sandy hillside again.
Loads of times, but my hand goes right through him like he's a ghost or a shadow of things to come.
Daniel shrugged that that off like it wasn't important when it clearly was. You don't have any idea what those eye-shaped lights are? Surely Thaniel could ask another angel, she mentioned to counsel. Rosalie slid backward, but Thaniel rested her fall again and set her feet back on the steep hill.
I don't know, but they're definitely something magical. I can feel their magical aura. I just don't know what they're doing or why they keep appearing in the gray between. Magical things aren't supposed to happen here.
Thaniel summited the hill and surveyed whatever was on the other side. Where are they supposed to happen? Rosalie stumbled up the last few feet onto the summit, and she gasped as a white sandy beach spread out below. Waves rolled ashore, and a ship sailed on the hammered metal sea. She couldn't remember any tales about this part of the gray between.
Magical things are supposed to only happen on Earth, of course, but this is the end of the line for you.
Thaniel shoved Rosalie toward a vertical rainbow, and she fell toward God knew what. But deep down, she was sure she'd just found an important piece of the puzzle. She just didn't know where to fit it in with the other pieces. But I'll figure that out, and I'll restore the correct version of the future. Then you and I, Mom, are having a long talk about everything. That was the last thing she thought before the rainbow brightened to white and blinded her.
Chapter 7. Mind-Altering Things. Garen whistled as he strode through the outskirts of the city like a conquering hero. Of course, he ignored the sky since it still couldn't decide if it was day or night, but that was a small matter he could order someone to rectify once he ousted the current Prince of Hell. Garen breathed in the sulfur-tinctured air as he glanced around for the throngs of admirers who should be cheering his triumphant return from battle, till he remembered he didn't conquer anything in hell yet. That was a disappointing revelation, but one he'd rectify soon. No army followed where he led, not yet anyway, but he'd claim the rebel army and lead them to conquer this city. It was only a matter of time, and that was an encouraging thought. Garen strolled past shuttered shops and tried to tone down his imagination so he'd stop confusing this trek through the city with other ones. It was hard, but he could do hard things. After all, he snuck into the Library of Forbidden Knowledge and stole a valuable artifact from it, right under the nose of a fallen angel. If he could do that, then he could do anything, despite not having his powers. That was just a small inconvenience, now that he had the Book of Names and its knowledge of every creature's true name. He just needed to speak, and the creatures who crossed his path would fall at his feet. They might even worship him, if he played his cards right. Too bad no one shared the street with them. Wait a minute, that's not what I'm here for.
What are you doing? You're strutting around like you just won something, but you didn't win anything.
Antali elbowed him in the side to get his attention. In a way, I won something. Garen smiled. When he stole the Book of Names, he didn't know how powerful it was, but he knew now, and he'd fetch its creator to keep it happy.
Why are you whistling? You're drawing attention to us, but we're trying to keep a low profile, remember?
Natali glared up at him as their gray robes and veil billowed in the breeze. That was true. He momentarily forgot himself and his mission. But did they really need to keep a low profile? Nobody in the city would warn anybody at the library, and no one knew that was their destination, or what they planned.
I broke you out of the spire, remember? They must have noticed by now and may have sent guards to look for you. After all, it wouldn't be hard to guess where we went or who helped you.
Natali was probably right. I remember that, but I won't creep around either. That would make us even more suspicious than we already are. Memories of their escape and his dumb decision to double-cross the Versailles smacked him upside the head and knocked some sense into him. I need to get my head out of the past and focus on the future. Garen rubbed his face. He still needed a plan to kidnap a fallen angel of unknown power, but it was hard to concentrate on that when memories of other marches through other cities kept pulling him back to the triumphant victories of the past. Maybe that lack would have bothered him if he were any other man, but he had enough of a plan to get started, and that's all he'd ever had. I've won battles on less. Besides, plans are overrated. I'll just make things up as I go along. The buildings on both sides of the street grew taller as the streets widened. Were they nearing the center of the city? He didn't see a palace, and he was pretty sure the adversary had one. After all, the Prince of Fallen Angels needed somewhere to park his ego. Where were the city's inhabitants? Were they all hunkered down somewhere? Or did the city empty when the gateway opened because all the demons left through it? Was there a battle between them and the inhabitants of wherever they went in progress right now? Could he join it? Garen stopped in the middle of the street as that question seized him and ran away with his imagination. A certain part of him grew hard just thinking about that battle, and he wiped drool from the corners of his mouth. He could almost smell the coppery scent of blood, hear the crash of metal on metal, and taste the ashes on the wind. I could lead the defenders in battle against the demons, and it would be glorious. As he imagined cutting down demons with flaming swords, his hands opened and closed reflexively at his sides. That distant battle called to him. The rebels didn't need him, but the people living on the other side of that gateway did. Where's the gateway? Garen scanned the street for it. He didn't need to claim a rebel army in hell when there were people fighting demons for their lives and livelihoods elsewhere. Unfortunately, that gateway was the only way to reach them, since he couldn't teleport anymore.
Oh no, we're not going anywhere near that thing. The temptation was too much for you when we were more than a mile away from it. I won't let you get any closer to it than that.
Until he shook their fist at him. But you know where it is, right? Garen still didn't see so much as a stray light beam from that damned gateway. But it must be here somewhere. He felt the conflict on its other side.
I might know that, but even if I did, I won't tell you until after you keep your promise. Now come along and stop making a scene.
And Tali strode on, forcing him to follow, since they knew where the gateway was. Shouldn't we pass by and see what's happening at the gateway? We could use that information. Garen pulled the Versati to a stop near a cart full of prickly vegetables.
How would we use that information? If you can give me one good reason why we need to see what's happening with the gateway, then maybe I'll change my mind.
And Tali folded their arms. Garen lowered his voice so no one would overhear his reason, even though no one was around. But not all demons chose to have corporeal bodies. Some preferred to float about as disembodied spirits, either to collect information or to steal energy, emotions, dreams, or thoughts from the unwary. And he had a damned good reason for going to the gateway too. But if anyone outside of them found out, his fledgling plan would fail, and that was unacceptable. We could tell the fallen angel who runs the library what we find out about it. Maybe that information will convince him to come out where we can grab him. Logic abandoned all who entered the library of forbidden knowledge. The damned place twisted reality to suit itself in ways that grated on his nerves during his first visit, and he wanted that to be his only one. Besides, that place was a maze. Finding one fallen angel within it would be difficult, time-consuming, and just plain annoying, and Garen would love to skip that entirely. Battle called to him, and it didn't involve going anywhere near that blasted library or its keeper, but he kept that to himself, because Natali would try to stop him if they knew what he was plotting. It's not my fault. Really, I'm an ex-war god. I'm supposed to fight wars, not sneaking into libraries. All that sneaking around he did for the sleeping angel was demeaning. Let someone else roust Ardenil from his library. The Book of Names fluttered its wings. It must have heard him thinking about its maker. Damn, what would the book do when he approached the gateway? Would it tear itself free and fly back to its maker? Or worse, would it find a new flunky to carry it?
That's not a bad idea, actually.
And Tali looked at him with respect. That was unexpected, and would make the rest of their journey easier but less entertaining if they weren't constantly at odds. Did he want that? He liked matching wits with the Versati, so no, he didn't want things to be easier. I could tell them what I'm thinking right now. That would make things harder in a hurry. Nah, he'd find something else to fight with them over, just to keep things interesting. But Garen didn't say that aloud. He'd let Tali think they were on friendlier terms, for now. Then, lead the way. Garen gestured for the Versati to precede him.
If I'm not mistaken, the gateway is this way.
And Tali turned down a narrow alley, then another, and another. Garen was thoroughly lost by the fourth turn. Thankfully, he never needed to come back this way, so he didn't need to know how they found the gateway. Since the sky was changing back and forth between darkness and burning daylight at regular intervals, it took them 60 such changes before they turned a bend into a four-way intersection. There stood the gateway all right, but it looked weird. Before he could figure out what was different about it, Nantali pulled him behind a pile of rubble created by the gateway's violent opening.
Get down, you fool.
Nantali yanked him down into a crouch beside them. Why do we need to hide? It went against the grain for him, and Girin fought the urge to stand up and see what startled the petite Versati. Hiding was for tricksters. He preferred to bash in the brains of his opponents in plain sight.
You fool, don't you see 3 fallen angels over there?
Where do you see that? Girin peered over the broken masonry and shards of furniture, and his mouth dropped open in shock. The gateway shuddered, then split into 3 gateways that were all the same size. The 2 new gateways stacked up behind the original one, so they stood in a line like glowing, eye-shaped dominoes. What the hell am I looking at? Girin didn't know anything else about gateways except what everyone knew. They were magical tunnels that bored through every realm between their terminuses, but they were usually more stable than this. He cursed himself for missing his one shot at crossing through the gateway unharmed. No way would he risk it now, with the gateway splitting into 3 copies of itself, then collapsing back into 1 copy again. Nope, he valued his hide too much to risk it on an unstable gateway, even if it offered a way out of hell, and a one-way ticket to a war against demons. What are they doing? Girin asked, to cover the fact that he still didn't see the fallen angels anywhere. But he also couldn't take his eyes off the gateway, and they weren't standing in front of it.
They're right there.
And Tali pointed again.
Don't you see them? I think they're discussing something.
They're probably talking about the best way to invade whatever is on the other side of that gateway. That was just a guess, but that's what he would talk about if he stood with them, and he wasn't ashamed of that. But he was a general without an army to command. Girin stared at the gateway as it split into 3 again. Why does it keep doing that? There was a war in progress on the other side of those gateways, but which one led to that war?
What are you doing?
And Tali grabbed his hand, and all his energy drained away. Girin collapsed into a heap of elbows and knees beside the scowling Versati. Hell couldn't take the war out of him, but the Versati could drain him to the point where he couldn't fight anything.
What do we do now? We can't get any closer, or they'll see us.
And Tali never even glanced at him. They kept their eyes on the fallen angels. Why is that a problem? Maybe it was the energy loss, but Girin couldn't understand that. Part of him wanted to tangle with one of the fallen angels, just to see if he could best them, but there was probably a good reason not to do that. He just couldn't think of one right now.
They're fallen angels, you fool. That makes them the most powerful beings in this realm.
And Tali shook their head at his confusion. So what? Girin was tired of hiding and running and not being the one in charge. He rose and would have strolled over to find out what those fallen angels were doing and maybe thrown a punch at them, but Naphtali tackled him to the ground. Why did you do that?
Because something is screwing with your head. You can't take on a fallen angel, not without your powers. Even then, who knows if you'd be enough?
That was true. With Naphtali pressing him into the ground, some of the madness left his mind, and all thoughts of testing his strength against the fallen angels cleared away. What was I just thinking? I can't fight a fallen angel. Not in this condition. The last time he fought an angel, he lost badly. Hence for stopping me. I don't know what I was thinking. Girin tried to escape Naphtali's hold.
It's that damn gateway. It's putting weird thoughts in your head again. I told you we shouldn't have gone near it.
And Tali slid off him and shook their head. Maybe the Versati was right. If so, they should get away from the gateway as quickly as possible before he did something he regretted that landed him either in the spire or in pieces. Maybe Tali should make the decisions until they put some distance between them and the gateway. You're right. Can we get away from here without them seeing us? I don't dare look at the gateway or at them for fear that it'll mess with my head again. Girin closed his eyes as he sat up, just to be on the safe side. He didn't like anything that messed with his head.
Don't worry, I'll be your eyes. Maybe you ought to keep yours closed, just in case.
And Tali must have risen because rocks crunched under their feet. Hopefully they were scanning the area. It wasn't a bad idea. Girin shifted into a crouch and squeezed his eyes closed. That gateway wouldn't mess with his head anymore. I hate mind magic. That was the one type of magic that he had difficulty countering even before he lost most of his magic.
There's a damned army coming this way. We need to get out of here now.
Chapter 8. Deceived and Glamored. Light filled Arginil. Maybe his wish would be granted, and he'd become the light he saw sparkling on the waves so long ago. Maybe, but he doubted hell would let him leave. A blinding light shined down on him, and every part of him warmed and tingled. But he didn't feel like he was disintegrating or splitting apart, or whatever happened when angels ended their existence. What's happening to me? Even as he thought that he knew, he hadn't experienced this in so long that it took him a moment to recognize it. Someone was healing him. But that isn't possible. Only another angel could do that, but not one in hell, unless they still had some divine light left in them, because that's what filled him now, the light of the Creator, and it restored everything it touched. Who healed me? When the light faded, Arginil opened his eyes and stared straight into the glowing violet eyes of another angel. That wasn't a shock, though, because he expected that. He just didn't expect the angel grinning down at him like a loon.
Well, hello there. Welcome back,
said the last angel he expected to see.
You look confused.
Daniel patted his cheek.
Don't worry, I've almost got things sorted. You just lie there and let me fix things.
She winked at him. You fix things? You're not the most patient angel in heaven unless things have changed. Arginil closed his eyes. He must be seeing things. Thaniel couldn't possibly be in hell healing him. That just wasn't possible.
Some things have changed because that's what happens over time. Nothing stays exactly the same. Everything changes eventually, even if it's only a little.
So you're telling me that you became patient during all that time? He didn't believe it. The Thaniel he knew couldn't have changed that much.
For my friends, I have all the patience in the world, but not so much for other beings. Thankfully, my job doesn't require patience.
Daniel might have finished healing him, but she left her aura on full blast, and the light threatened to blind him. Arginil shielded his eyes as he laughed at her self-deception. It felt good to laugh. It warmed his cold, dead heart in a way that nothing had in a long time. How can you be here? I'm in hell! Or he was before he passed out, but who knew where he was right now? He couldn't see anything until Thaniel toned down her aura. She was blindingly bright, but she wasn't an archangel.
I go where I want.
Daniel's silhouette shrugged. Az said the same thing. Are you an archangel now? Arginil squinted at her.
Of course. So are you, and Azariah, and a bunch of other angels you once knew. But maybe you forgot how all angels start out at the lowest level, and over time, we become more powerful as we climb up the ranks.
She patted his cheek again like he was a child who forgot his lessons. I knew that, and he knew he was an archangel. He had the power level of 1 before he spent it all, and now he felt that power inside him again. You refilled my power?
Yeah, that's part of healing. You sure you're feeling okay? You're sure are asking a lot of questions you should already know the answer to.
Daniel's silhouette played with the ends of her hair. At least he hoped that's what she was doing, but it was hard to tell while surrounded by white, gold, and violet light. I don't know. Why are you here? Arginil glanced away to save his sight, since he might need to see something that wasn't as blinding as the sun sometime soon.
You could thank me. That's usually what happens after I help someone.
Daniel sounded like she was pouting, but he didn't risk his eyesight to check. Thank you for healing me. But why did you come here at all? Hell wasn't anyone's idea of a vacation spot. Although Thaniel was rather unorthodox for an angel, he still couldn't think of a reason for her to visit. But something must have drawn her here. Maybe it was that gateway he failed to take down.
I overheard Azrael talking about you, and he said something about a library and some demons. Since my last assignment ended rather strangely, and the council didn't particularly like what I had to say, I thought I'd take a break from heaven and check out his story. Aren't you glad I did?
Of course I am, but it warmed his heart that she came and helped him, even if it was out of boredom. What was your last assignment?
Oh, you know, they wanted to get me out of their hair, so they sent me to the gray between to map out some distortions and, if possible, find the source. I brought them my findings and they didn't like them.
She spoke like that was no big deal, but it sounded like a big deal to him. What did you find? Arginil risked a glance at her, but she didn't turn down her aura, so his eyes teared until he covered them with his hands. Azrael said the gateway went to the gray between. Could that have something to do with the disturbances that the council sent Thaniel to investigate? In his mind, the two must be related.
That's the interesting bit. Do you mind if I sit?
No, go ahead. But could you turn down your aura? You're blinding me. Arginil parted his fingers and suppressed a sigh when he wasn't blinded. The bed dipped as Thaniel sat on the edge.
Well, it went something like this.
She launched into the most unbelievable story he'd ever heard, but he believed it. It was too wild not to be true. Arginil sat up. We must close that gateway. Maybe he could now. He had his full power back. Thaniel had hers, and she was searching for something to do. That was the real reason she came down here. She was bored.
We could do that, but I was hoping we could fight some demons, or better yet, some fallen angels. Do you have some you need me to clobber? Because I brought my hammer.
Thaniel extended her hand, and a war hammer appeared. Thaniel plucked it out of the air and gave it an experimental swing. Arginil leaned away from the hammer. Don't you want to clobber me? I'm a fallen angel.
Are you, though?
As Thaniel studied him, her extra-large hammer disappeared from her hands so she could toy with the ponytail holding her dark hair out of her face. Arginil tried not to show his relief when the hammer disappeared. Azrael asked the same thing. Why was everybody questioning his status? Arginil swung his legs over the opposite side of the bed from where Thaniel sat. Gold light still fell in his eyes as he rose to investigate where it came from. Where's it coming from? He looked up, but there was no light fixture on the ceiling. Not in his tower room, because he didn't need it. His eyes glowed all the time, providing all the light he needed to see. So what if it was violet? Where's that gold light coming from?
That's your halo, dummy. It's supposed to float over your head. It only drops down and it encircles your neck like a golden collar if you're a fallen angel.
Daniel pantomimed that even though he knew what she meant, every fallen angel he'd run into had a halo around his neck like a golden choker, because that's how they saw their angelic nature. To them, it was a prison. Why is mine floating above my head? I fell a long time ago. Arginil reached up and touched the halo. Thaniel was right. It floated above his head like it had before he fell, but it shouldn't do that.
Because you're not fallen. I thought that would have been obvious, but you were under a really strong glamour, so maybe you forgot.
Thaniel shrugged. What glamour? Arginil glanced down at himself. His robes were white, not the ashy gray he was used to seeing, and his toenails were short, not long, and curving like talons. He almost didn't recognize his feet.
Didn't you create it?
Daniel waved her hands, and an image floated in front of him of a fallen angel with long gray talon-like nails on his hands and feet. Dark hair that was an unkept, knotted, and tangled mess tumbled down his back. Sooty wings arched over him, and a golden collar wrapped around his neck. That was the version of himself he was used to seeing.
You really believed it, didn't you? You thought you looked like that.
Daniel grasped his shoulders and turned him to face a mirror on his wall. The angel that stared back at him still had dark hair, but someone had combed it, and a luminous halo floated over his head. His wings were as snowy white as Thaniel's, and the scars left by molten tears running down his face over the years were gone, leaving unblemished tan skin behind. This can't be real. Arginil touched the mirror, and his reflection reached out to touch him. I can't possibly look exactly as I did before I fell. This is some trick or illusion, and it was a cruel one at that.
No, it's not. This is me. Do you think I could put together such an elaborate illusion? That takes finesse, and I'm more of a hammer girl. Get me something you need hammered, and I'm your angel. But I don't do illusions.
Danielle threw back her head and laughed at the very idea. It was pretty preposterous. Even he must admit that. She wasn't patient enough to piece together such an elaborate illusion, but someone had. Who did this to me? How did they convince me to believe it? But I fell. Arginil sank onto the bed in shock. For a moment, he was back in heaven, looking down that dark tunnel to hell. Then he fell. But no one pushed him. He jumped, because down there was where he thought he belonged. Was I wrong? Was I not damned at all? Daniel sat beside him and wrapped an arm around his shaking shoulders.
It was a confusing time.
She squeezed his shoulders. Why did you really come? You couldn't have known any of this before you came. He couldn't say it. It was just too big, and he'd never been good at handling emotions. I always ran from them in the past.
Like I said, I overheard Azrael talking about you, and I want to see what.
Does Azariah know? Darjanil couldn't finish that question either. Lots of emotions welled up besides shock. Some he didn't even have names for, and he wanted to run away and hide from them, but he didn't know if his legs would hold him up.
I don't think so. He wasn't there when Az told his story, but Az likes to boast about his exploits, so word will reach him eventually.
She squeezed his shoulders again. That's really why you came. Arjanel closed his eyes. He wanted Azariah to come, but he wanted him to stay away too. He was so torn and confused right now.
That's part of it. I also wanted to see you again. You were my friend. I wanted to see if you still are.
Daniel let go, and he was like a piece of driftwood lost in a sea of emotions. Perhaps he could cling to that friendship, and that might be the rock he needed right now. Arjanel nodded. I'll always be your friend.
Great. So how about we clobber some demons now? That always cheers me up.
Daniel bounced to her feet and summoned her hammer again. Please don't harm any of the demons that work for me. He couldn't believe he'd just said that, but it was true. He'd taken in a growing number of demons over his long stay here, and they kept the library protected and organized.
Of course not. Friends don't go around clobbering their friends' employees.
Daniel flounced to the windows overlooking the walls of the library and the rocky plain between it and the city.
I don't think we'll need to go looking for demons to clobber. You've got a nice collection of them on your doorstep.
What do you see? Darjanil tried to rise, but he sat back down again because the shock hadn't worn off yet, and he was still shaken to his core.
A large group headed this way. At least I think that's what I'm looking at. I can just see the dust cloud they're kicking up, but it's the right size to hide the kind of trouble I came here to find.
Daniel glanced at him over her muscular shoulder and grinned.
Shall we go down to meet it?
Chapter 9. A Tricky Dilemma. Rosalie opened her eyes and stared up at a glowing green string as it dropped onto her face. Above her, darkness covered the sky and everything in between. She hoped enchanted trees surrounded her, but she couldn't tell in the dark. Evarian? She called his name a few more times as she sat up.
Oh good, you're back. Are you back for good, or is this just a temporary thing?
Asked the snake. Rosalie remembered what the angel Thaniel said, but she didn't have too many other options right now, and that snake might know what happened to Evarian. Do you know where Evarian is? Because he wasn't responding, and she couldn't see a damn thing that was more than a few inches above the ground since it was covered by glowing green strings. But somehow they didn't glow enough to light anything else. That was weird, but she could worry about that later after she found Evarian.
I don't know what became of him. When you disappeared, I left this plane to get some rest until I sensed your return. I found another snake to talk to you through, so don't freak out if I slither closer and don't look the same.
I can't promise that. Indeed, Rosalie flinched as a coppery snake slithered out of the shadows and over the glowing green threads surrounding her.
Look, if the snake thing bothers you, then let me in. I don't have to use a snake as my familiar. You're a witch, and I am too. I can use you instead. Then you don't have to talk to a snake, since that obviously bothers you.
Now the snake sounded cross, but its reptilian face didn't show any emotion at all as it flicked its tongue. Maybe it was tasting the air? Rosalie froze at that suggestion. That would certainly solve the talking to the snake problem, but should she let the stranger into her mind? What will that do to me?
Nothing. I have no designs on you whatsoever. I just want you to fix things. Hopefully, when you do, that will give me the answer to solve my problem. I have no other goals but that. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to prove that to you either.
That sounded good to Rosalie, but the angel's warning gave her pause. Can I think this over?
Of course. Find your friend, then we'll talk.
The snake slithered back into the shadows. She couldn't tell if she angered it from its tone. Okay, now she needed to find Evarian, but that shouldn't be too difficult. Rosalie sat up and gathered up the glowing threads near her. Thank God, tons of them surrounded her, and they were the residue of earth magic, which was exactly what she needed right now. Earth magic was the absolute best base to use for a finding spell, and she needed the most powerful finding spell she could weave. As Rosalie wove the threads into a glowing rope, she fixed her goal in her mind. Find Evarian. I bind you to that one task. Find my friend Evarian. Wherever he went, whether it's near or far, show me his tracks. Lead me to him. It took a long while to weave the spell because her mind kept drifting to other questions. Where am I? Did I return to the same place in time, or did I end up somewhere else? Thaniel didn't care about any of that, so she could have sent her anywhere. I could be back in my time. Rosalie remembered the angel asking where she belonged. I never answered her. Each time her mind wandered, Rosalie had to start over, weaving the spell again. After the third try, she gave up. Am I still in the same time period? Rosalie waited for the snake to answer her, but only silence came. Did that snake abandon me? I guess I'm on my own. Rosalie suppressed a sigh. That didn't bother her as much as it probably should have. As much as she hated to admit it, she and her mother had a lot in common. They were both loners at heart. Rosalie unbraided the magical strings and started the spell again. This time, she kept her mind firmly on her goal. Find Ivarian. I bind you to that one task. Find my friend Ivarian. Wherever he went, whether it's near or far, show me his tracks. Lead me to him. When the spell completed, the braid twisted to the right, signaling that Ivarian was somewhere over there. In the dark, she couldn't tell whether that was east or west or something else, and she didn't care. Rosalie hoped he was okay as she strode away from here. Only time would tell, and it was her enemy right now. How long do I have to find him before I fade away again? That question gnawed at her as she hiked onward. Rosalie had no way to answer that question because she didn't know where or when she was. I suppose if I fade away again, then that would answer the question. It would also mean she was still in a time before she was born.
Ivarian opened his eyes and a blurry room took shape around him, branches tied together to form a sloping roof over his head, and for a moment he thought he was home again, in the treehouse he grew up in.
Here, drink this. You need to replenish yourself,
said a woman, but she wasn't Rosalie. Where's Rosalie? Ivarian pushed the cup away and glanced around for her. More branches formed the walls around the bed he lay on. Didn't she come with me?
There was no one with you when we found you.
The woman tried to hand him the cup again. She had a kind face and eyes, but she wasn't Rosalie. Was Rosalie still in that frozen tundra by the arrow of time? He couldn't remember if she fell with him. He just remembered wrapping his arms around her and tugging her with him. What if she couldn't come? She wasn't a demigod like him, nor did she have any time magic. What if only he could go back in time? I have to go back for her. Ivarian grabbed a handful of the sheet covering him and tried to pull it back, but he had no strength in his arms. Why am I so weak?
You're weak because you're sick and worn down from using too much magic. You need to drink this broth and rest.
The woman pressed the bowl into his hands again. He can't rest. I have to find Rosalie. But his cold fingers closed around the cup and soaked in its warmth. Maybe he should sip it. He'd need all his strength to find Rosalie. Ivarian brought the cup to his lips and tipped it back, emptying its warm, salty contents into his mouth. He swallowed it down, and the broth slid like a warm weight into his belly. Can you send someone out to look for her? She's shorter than me, but she has long hair, and she's so lovely and strong. Ivarian tried to recall some other details about her, as the woman took the cup and refilled it from a pitcher on a table behind her. He couldn't remember what Rosalie wore the last time he saw her, other than it was a dress. What color was it?
There were footprints near where you were found, but we didn't find anyone with you.
The woman handed him the cup again. Then someone must have grabbed her. You have to look for her.
If she's out there, then she'll run into the scouts or the hunters. Don't worry, we'll find her.
The woman patted his shoulder, but the woman didn't sound like she believed it. She was just saying that to calm him down. Where could Rosalie be? Where am I? Ivarian handed the empty cup back to her. He was so full, and his eyes sagged from exhaustion.
Don't worry about that right now. You need to rest. I'll be back with some more broth in a few hours. Please, get some sleep.
The woman took the cup and walked out before he could ask anything else, leaving him alone with his thoughts and his worries. Where are you, Rosalie? Why didn't they find you with me? His mind went in 100 different directions, inventing this or that foe or calamity that could have befallen her until weariness finally pulled him down into sleep. Maybe she'd be there when he woke up.
Rosalie followed where the spell of intertwined threads led, but by morning she still hadn't found Ivarian. Some threads had winked out and fallen to the ground as gray and lifeless as last year's leaves to become dirt under her feet, because all things returned to the earth in the end. Rosalie sat beneath a tree and braided more glowing green threads into the spell to renew it and its purpose. Where are you, Ivarian? She walked all night, and now exhaustion weighed her down and hunger cramped her belly. A stream burbled nearby. When she finished with the spell, she located the stream and knelt beside it so she could scoop up handfuls of water to cool her burning throat. How much further until I find you? There was no answer. The spell she wove couldn't talk back, so it couldn't tell her anything. It could just point toward Ivarian, leaving her to follow where it led. And that was frustrating, because searching for him took her away from her goal. Leaves rustled nearby. Are you there, Snake? Rosalie didn't glance away from the stream and the water dripping off her hands.
That's not my name,
said the snake, and it sounded cross. I know that, but you still haven't told me your name, so I don't know what to call you. Rosalie splashed water on her face, but that didn't wake her up. Instead, she yawned so wide her jaw cracked. Ugh, I need to sleep. But she didn't have time for that now.
I've had a lot of names over the centuries, but the one I like best is the one I'll give you, but not right now, because I don't like the way it sounds coming from a snake's mouth.
A matte black snake slithered out of the shadows. Can you help me find my friend? Rosalie splashed more water on her face. That still didn't help, but the water felt cool on her skin.
I don't know. You don't have any ties to him that I could use, but I could help you in other ways if you let me in.
Rosalie probably shouldn't consider that offer, but she was tired of hiking around and not finding what she sought. Worse still, she didn't know how much time she had to find Ivarian and figure out where and when they were, and hunt for clues to what broke the timeline. I can't lose sight of my goal, but she was starting to, and that must stop, or she'd never fix anything. Rosalie blinked as her hand faded until she could see right through it. Oh no, not again.
I can stop that.
The snake slithered closer. How? Ivarian's not here. I can't bind myself to his time magic if he's not here to bind myself to. Rosalie stared at her hand and willed it to become opaque and solid again, but the fade traveled up her arms instead.
I thought of another way.
What is it? Rosalie glanced away from her fading hand. Dare she hope this was a better way? Because she didn't like any of the options the snake offered before. Thaniel's warning about not trusting snakes ghosted back to her, but she ignored it. She didn't have the luxury of time. Sometimes necessity made strange bedfellows.
You're not born yet, but if your mother is alive at this time, then we could use her to keep you here. The bond between a mother and her daughter is very strong, and it's even stronger when both are witches.
The snake stopped barely an inch from her booted foot. Rosalie could have kicked it if she wanted to, but that was a promising idea. If she could connect with her mother in some way, then she could maybe find out what year they ended up in. How would that work?
You need to let me in, and you must become my new focus. I'd see and experience the world through you instead of the snake, and through you, I could work some magic.
The snake reared up so its round eyes were level with hers. That didn't sound like a bad thing. Will that change me in any way? Rosalie couldn't look away from the snake's black eyes.
No, I don't have any sort of mind magic. I weave magic threads just like you do, and occasionally work some blood magic when that's not enough to do the job.
The snake swayed, and her eyes followed it. If you don't have any mind magic, then how are you speaking to me through a snake? Thaniel's warning repeated in her head again, but Rosalie ignored it. She couldn't fix the future if she didn't take some risk, and this sounded like a risk worth taking.
I'm not using my magic to do that. I was never human. I was something else, and as part of that, I can speak through other beings and use them as my focus, but I'm limited in what I can use for that. Unfortunately for you, snakes are one creature I can use, but your country doesn't have a lot of snakes, so I'm running out of creatures to use to communicate with you.
I need to rest. I can't decide right now. Rosalie rubbed her face and yawned. When I wake up, we'll talk. She shoved some leaves into a pile and collapsed on it.
You'll fade away and go back to the gray between if you wait until then to decide, and I shouldn't have to remind you that you can only go to the gray between 3 times before it keeps your soul. You can't come back after that 3rd trip.
Rosalie vaguely remembered something about that from her religious instruction. Ugh, what are you saying? She asked around another yawn.
You already went there once. Someone must call you back if you go there a 2nd or 3rd time. Then that's it. You get 3 strikes, then you're dead. And I think you should save those other 2 times for something important, like a serious illness or a catastrophic wound, not for something you already have a solution for. Let me anchor you.
The snake slithered onto her bed of leaves. I don't have a choice, do I? Rosalie watched her hand vanish, followed by her arms and both her feet. Her body disappeared faster this time. Was that because it was the 2nd time the gray between came to claim her? I'm being a fool. The snake is right. I need to stay here. Rosalie willed the fade to stop, but it didn't. If she didn't act fast, she'd be nothing but a floating head in a moment. All right, what do I need to do?
You agree to host me temporarily?
The snake slithered closer until they were snout to nose. Rosalie nodded. Yes, on my word as a witch, I agree. Just hurry up already before I disappear completely.
Then repeat after me. The circle binds us, sisters, witches, weavers of old magic, bled through life until we're dead and nothing more than magic threads. Take my body and through my eyes see what lies between the magical and the mundane.
The snake flicked its rough tongue over her face. Rosalie repeated her words. I hope this works, and I don't regret this.
So mote it be, by the witch's decree.
The snake vibrated, and light blinded Rosalie. She knew nothing more for a while. Chapter 10. The Threads We Weave. Rosalie opened her eyes, and the world wasn't gray or covered in the low, dense fog. That was an improvement, especially since too many trips to that benighted place could be fatal. A black-haired woman leaned over her and extended her hand, but it wasn't her supernaturally beautiful face that caught her eye. Your eyes are violet, just like that angel's, and she wore white robes too. Rosalie didn't know what to make of that. The woman smiled.
Yes, they are. It's a common color among my kind. Here, take my hand.
Rosalie clasped it, and the woman pulled her to her feet. Are you an angel? The woman sighed.
That's a long story, but you don't have time to hear it right now.
Right. I need to find a Varian, but she also needed a name for this woman. Would she get in trouble if she asked that? Rosalie didn't think so, since she'd already asked and the woman refused to say once already. What do I call you?
I suppose you can call me Layla. When you've existed as long as I have, you pick up a lot of names, but I actually like that one, so let's go with Layla.
Her smile didn't waver, so perhaps she did like the name. Either that or she was an excellent liar. All right, Layla, how do we stop this fading thing so I can find my friend? Rosalie waved to her hand as it flickered in and out of view in a disconcerting manner. She could still feel her hand, just not see it all the time, and that was strange.
We'll get to that, but we need to find your mother first.
Layla cupped her hands together and a glowing stone appeared.
Will you look into the shoe stone?
What's a shoe stone? Rosalie peered at the stone, but it didn't look all that impressive.
Sorry, that's the old name for it. I think you'd call it a scrying stone, a seeing stone, or a far viewer. Actually, I'm not sure what witches in your time call it. I've been out of touch for a long time.
Layla offered the crystal to her again. What will I see? Rosalie clasped her hands together to keep from taking the crystal ball.
Someone who needs your help more urgently than your boyfriend.
Layla grimaced. He's not my boyfriend. Rosalie kicked a stone, and it ricocheted off an enchanted tree. Branches moved, but she backed away. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. I was just taking my frustration out on a rock, and you got in the way. Lesson learned, though. No kicking stones in the forest, not where it could hit an enchanted tree anyway.
He will be. Mark my words.
Layla dropped the crystal. Rosalie caught it on impulse. One didn't let magical objects break if one could help it. That was a lesson every fledgling magic user learned, and she didn't want years of bad luck if that magical thing broke. All because she didn't catch it. Inside the crystal, a heavily pregnant woman picked herself up off the muddy ground, and she stared back at Rosalie with murder in her determined brown eyes as she wiped mud from her cheek. Rosalie almost dropped the crystal. Why does she look like me with shorter hair? There was the obvious answer, of course, but Rosalie shied away from it because it was just too unbelievable, even though she'd seen that determined look so many times before. Mom had an iron will, and the world would break before she did.
She's your mother, so you should look something like her.
Layla shoved her hands into the pockets of her robe. Where is she? Rosalie glanced around like the woman in the crystal might pop out from behind an enchanted tree and greet her with open arms.
She's not too far away, actually.
Will that affect the future if I find her and help her? After all, her mom was tough enough to walk out of an abusive relationship while pregnant. Rosalie clutched the crystal to her chest. It was like a small pumpkin in size and weight, and she didn't want to drop it.
Not if you already helped her.
Layla shrugged. Mom never mentioned anyone helping her. Then again, Mom never talked about the time between leaving home at 17 and my birth, so that wasn't proof either. Rosalie gripped the seeing stone as indecision gripped her. Is what I saw happening now?
Yes, that's how seeing stones work.
Layla leaned against an enchanted tree. Well, that answered one question anyway. We ended up almost 4 years before we wanted to arrive. That was better than arriving too late, but it put her in an awkward situation. She should find a Varian and nurse him back to health so they could move up the timeline to sometime closer to when everything went wrong. But her gaze drifted back to the crystal and the fierce woman who brought her into this world. Mom upended baskets and chests as she rooted around for things, then stuffed them into a familiar rucksack. What if I can't find the event that changed my life? I can't leave without seeing you. I miss you, Mom. Rosalie brushed away a tear. How do I find her?
You weave a finding spell.
Layla towed the glowing threads littering the ground. How do I explain why I look just like her? She's probably the same age as me, but she was an only child, so I can't claim I'm her long-lost sister. Mom would never believe that anyway. Rosalie bit her lip.
Leave that to me. I can keep her from noticing that.
Where do I take her? She needs a village, with a midwife, preferably one that's close by. She looks about ready to give birth to me. Rosalie stared into the shoe stone.
Take her to where your boyfriend is, then you can keep an eye on both of them.
She won't stay long. Mom's a wanderer at heart, and I think I might be just like her. Rosalie suppressed a sigh at that thought.
That's not your concern. She'll be on her own when you leave anyway.
Right. Mom's an adult. Rosalie crouched while still cradling the shoe stone in one arm and gathered the glowing strings for another finding spell since the previous one had winked out.
Here, I'll take that. You need to weave that spell since I'm not really here on this plane and you are.
Layla extended her hand to take the shoe stone. Rosalie clutched it to her chest. She couldn't part with it, not yet, but she couldn't weave the finding spell while holding it either. She needed 2 hands for that. I'm coming, Mom. You won't know it's me, but I'll know. You just try not to murder anyone until I find you, okay? Rosalie had no hope that her mom would comply with that wish, since Ran wasn't around to make it come true. But she glanced into the crystal ball at her mom one more time. She balled up items and chucked them into bags. So maybe she'd stay put for a while. Rosalie held the shoe stone out to Layla with shaking hands, and she took it with one hand.
I'll hold on to this. You can look at it again whenever you want. It'll be right here in my pocket.
Layla slid the shoe stone into her pocket, but her pocket didn't bulge or sag or do anything to betray a pumpkin-sized crystal resting in it. Rosalie glanced away and busied her hands and her mind with the spell. She wove those threads and beat their magic into a finding spell her mom would be proud of. Soon it was twice as long as the one she made to find a Varian, and the braid yanked her out of her crouch and into a run as it flew toward her mother as directed. Time seemed to stop as she ran under the enchanted trees. Maybe they felt the urgency of her errand, because the trees shifted their roots out of the way and bushes stepped aside, so she ran on level ground.
There's a faster way, you know.
Layla appeared beside her, but she wasn't running. She floated like a cloud, probably because she didn't have a corporeal body. After all, she was sharing her mind. Tell me, Rosalie felt that urgency too. She needed to find her mom now.
The witches of old didn't run around like a child playing with magic strings. They rode in style.
Layla made a sweeping gesture with her arms, but that didn't enlighten Rosalie. What are you saying? Rosalie wished she could get a straight answer out of just one person. Glowing green threads wove into the ends of the braid, extending it until it was as long as a broom handle and just as wide. The ground disappeared under her feet, and she held on as the braid angled upward, dragging her with it.
The old tales were mistaken. Witches didn't ride brooms. They rode the spells they wove. Ride the braid, girl, and off you go.
Layla laughed, and her laughter was like the tinkling of bells. This is all well and good to get me there quickly, but how do I get down when I find my mother? Rosalie glanced at the ground, then wished she didn't. The tops of enchanted trees sailed past beneath her.
Just let go. An enchanted tree will catch you. After all, one of their 3 rules prevents harm.
Layla shrugged like that was no big deal. Maybe not for her, but she was immortal. Rosalie felt all too mortal and fragile as she clung to a braid as thick as her wrist. What about you?
I'm still with you, but I'll be a bodiless voice in your ear for a long while. It's too draining to manifest even a ghost of myself for long.
Layla faded as she spoke. Thank you. Rosalie just realized she didn't thank the immortal for helping her. No matter what ulterior motives Layla had, and she had some, they didn't conflict with Rosalie's goals. Not yet anyway, and she hoped that would continue.
No thanks are necessary. I look after my own. Now focus on your goal. The more you concentrate, the faster the spell will fly, and the sooner you can get back to your man.
Layla disappeared. You know, there's no way Mom will let me fly her around like this. Rosalie laughed at the thought, then whooped with joy at the wind in her hair and the sheer joy of flying.
I won't tell her if you don't.
Are you saying you can make her think we're walking? Rosalie gaped at the implications. How powerful was Layla?
Well, no, I can't do that since that would require mind magic, and I don't have any. But she could rest a while, and you could carry her while she does that. Then she wouldn't know anything other than what you tell her.
Well, that was one idea, but Rosalie didn't like it. Mom didn't nap, and she doubted even something like pregnancy could change that. Mom was a force to be reckoned with, but Rosalie kept quiet about that because her accomplice would soon find out how stubborn Robin of Larkspur could be.
Chapter 11. Chasing an Army. Which way is the army going? It was probably headed to the gateway. That was the only destination that made sense, but this was hell, and the unexpected ruled here. Garen waited for a reply and tried not to badger the Versati when impatience sawed at his last nerve.
I can't tell, but it's definitely headed this way.
Natali grabbed his arm, and energy flowed back into him. Maybe I can tell. After all, I led plenty of armies in my day. Garen opened his eyes and risked losing his mind to the gateway's manipulative magic again when he peered over the rubble pile. Rank upon rank of demons marched down a street perpendicular to the street they were on.
Come on, we need to go.
Natali pulled him along when the Versati crouched and walked behind the rocks to the ruins of a building on the other side of the street. Wait, we need to get to the roof of a building so I can get my bearings and check which road leads to the library. Garen couldn't see its tall walls or its towers behind all the buildings surrounding them, not with the sky constantly changing between darkness and light, confusing his eyes.
Come on, if we go now and we're quick and quiet and we stay in the shadows, we can creep from one pile of rocks and things to another, then into that building over there.
Natali pointed at a building that stood perhaps 4 stories tall. All its windows blew out, and something ripped off the facade on the side facing the gateway, leaving apartments on this side of the building open to hell. A stairway at the other end of the building wound between floors, and it looked like it was still intact. Since that's what they needed, Garen nodded. That building would do. Then, let's go. Garen crawled to keep his head below the rubble littering the street. I hope that army isn't headed to the library. That would only make what he intended to do much more difficult than it needed to be. But everything was hard since he agreed to sneak into that library and steal the Book of Names. Just thinking about that thing made the tattoo of the book flutter its wings against his skin, and that was enough to get him moving. He didn't want to fight with that darn thing again, but he might need to before this was over. Garen surveyed the city from the roof, or he tried to anyway. That damned gateway kept grabbing his attention and pulling his gaze to it. The gateway split into 3 copies, then merged back into one at regular intervals, and that meant something, but he couldn't figure out what. Too bad the gateway couldn't tell him either. Those fallen angels hadn't moved. Maybe they waited for the army to arrive, or perhaps they were also trying to figure out why the gateway kept acting so strangely. He'd never seen a gateway split or 2 gateways merge before. Natali tapped his shoulder.
The army is over there.
She pointed at a dust cloud. A fiery streak flew above the army.
What is that?
It could be a fire demon or a fallen angel on fire, or anything, really. This is hell after all. Fire is more common than dirt here. Garen tried to keep his eyes fixed on the army, but his gaze slid toward the gateway again. Damn it, I need to focus on that army. Garen turned his back on the gateway, and it felt like a large creature stared at his back. I must be imagining that. The gateway isn't alive. It can't glare at me just because I looked away. The gateway might look like a giant eye, but it wasn't one. No creature looked through it at him. Why am I thinking about the gateway like it's a living thing? I must be losing my mind. While he did that, the army marched closer. 7 fallen angels with gold halos around their necks broke free from the army's main body, and they ran toward the gateway at 3 or 4 times the speed of the demons behind them. They'd reach it soon if the rubble in their path didn't stop them. As they neared it, they unsheathed their smoking swords. 3 fallen angels jumped over the large chunks of masonry flung by the shockwave generated by the gateway opening, while 4 others hurried to remove the debris from the army's path. But some chunks were too large for them to move, even with help from the forerunners. The army split and turned down a side street to try another avenue. Since this part of the city was a grid, it wouldn't take them long to reach the gateway. Half had gone left around the debris blocking the road, and half had gone right. Natali tapped on his shoulder again.
Did you figure out which way we need to go to reach the library?
No, he didn't. But he'd do that now before the gateway grabbed his wandering attention again. He didn't bother saying so as he turned to take in the skyline, because that was obvious. Thankfully, the library's 4 towers were easy to spot from this vantage point. It's right there. It was Garen's turn to point at something. If we took the road where the gateway stands straight out of the city and across the plain, we'll reach the library. Arjanil could probably see the gateway from his tower. That wasn't a comforting thought, not when he could still still feel that fallen angel's talons wrapped around his ankle. Garen shifted his weight from foot to foot. Natalie healed that wound, but a phantom pain made his ankle ache.
We'd better go now before that army arrives.
Natalie reached for his arm, but he dodged. Hold on. Shouldn't we wait and see what happens when the army reaches the gateway? The fallen angel who runs the library might want to know. He probably didn't, but Garen kept his doubts to himself, since he wanted the information. Argeniel didn't care about anything beyond the walls of his library. He made that quite clear on Garen's last visit.
I think you're stalling because you want to look at that gateway some more.
Natalie folded their arms and glared at him. They were right, but he didn't want to admit it as he stared at the gateway for a few moments before the first ranks of demons reached it. Of course, they marched on through the gateway like it was nothing more than another street, when it was actually a magical tunnel that punched through all the realms in between its two endpoints. The fiery streak resolved into a fallen angel with fiery wings, and he hovered over the gateway like he owned it. But the other half of the army didn't turn the corner and join the rest of its legions. Instead, it marched right past that turn and headed toward the edge of the city. Where the hell is it going? There was only one logical destination it could have, but that army couldn't possibly be headed toward the library too. Garen glared at it, willing the army to turn around and head back to the gateway, but it didn't.
We need to go now.
Natalie grabbed his arm and towed him toward the stairwell leading back down to the ground floor. It's no use. We waited too long. Garen tried to pull his arm free as he passed the Versati.
And whose fault is that?
Natalie shoved him when he stopped in the stairwell. It's mine, okay? I made us wait too long because I couldn't stop looking at the gateway. Are you happy now that I've admitted it? Garen glared at Natalie over his shoulder. The Versati glared right back.
I'm not happy. I want to go to the library to fetch the creator of the Book of Names, so we can go to the sleeping angel like you promised.
How can we possibly do that when there's an army between us and the library?
Well, you were a war god once. I'm sure you'll think of something.
Natalie patted his shoulder and then shoved him to get him moving. But he didn't want to find a way past the army. He wanted to go to the gateway. It called to him, and he stared through the blown-out windows at the other end of the floor. What waited on its other side? Might there be a world waiting for him to conquer it? Garen couldn't get that question out of his mind. He must go to the gateway and find out. Without realizing what he was doing, he stumbled over the collapsed stones and broken furniture toward the gaping hole in the outer wall and the gateway glowing in the center of the intersection until a hand landed on his shoulder, and all his energy drained into it. The ground rose to meet him, and Natalie towered over him. The Versati leaned close and whispered in his ear,
I won't let you go to the gateway. You'll keep your promise even if you must fight your way through an army to do it. Do you hear me? Answer me.
Natalie shook him. I hear you. Garen glanced away from it. The gateway wasn't so attractive anymore. Not since the Versati challenged him. Could I fight my way through an army of demons, led by fallen angels of unknown power? The question fired him up like nothing else in hell had. He didn't need the Versati to return his energy. Curiosity mingled with excitement and vibrated through him as he sat up. Could I take on an army and win?
See that gleam in your eyes. What are you thinking?
Natalie touched his forehead in between his eyes with a gloved finger. His plan had a large hole in it. Natalie probably couldn't fight their way through an army. After all, they weren't a war god once upon a time, and he couldn't win this challenge unless he brought them to the library. Can you fly? Or can you sprout wings? After all, you're a shapeshifter, and he certainly wasn't anything of the sort. Garen didn't see any wings on the Versati, but who knew what hid under their shapeless robes?
No, can you?
Natalie folded their arms. No, but I could teleport before I lost most of my power. I just can't anymore. But that was then, and this was now. They could fall in behind the army. No one would notice them. But they wouldn't reach the library before the army if they did that, because it was a straight shot from here to the library. Could I fight my way through an army before he lost his powers? Hell yes. What about now? Could I do it without most of my powers? Garen didn't know, but he damn well would find out. Once thought, that question buzzed around his head like a fly. It wouldn't go away until he answered it. Garen ran down the remaining steps to the first floor without a backward glance.
Where are you going?
Natalie hurried after him. To fight an army. Garen grinned as he shot out of the building and ran after the army.
Are you crazy? You can't fight an army. They'll tear you to pieces.
Natalie chased him, but they were shorter than he was, with correspondingly shorter legs that kept them from catching up. Yes, I can, and I might even win. Garen felt as light light as the air above him as he ran. The idea possessed him as he charged down the street after the army. If I defend the library, then its protector will have to come out and talk to me.
You're insane.
Then Telly shouted from behind him, but they didn't stop.
Chapter 12. To Battle.
Well, shall we go meet the demons headed this way?
Thaniel turned to face him and smiled. We should, but Argineel didn't rise. He just sat there staring at the angel reflected in the mirror across from him. That can't be me. But the angel in the reflection touched his halo when Argineel did. And he tugged on it too, but the halo refused to budge. It floated 6 inches above his head, like it did before the fall. How's that even possible? Argineel let go and his hands slid down his dark hair to rest in his lap again. Nathaniel might be right about a glamour, but who cast it? Did I do it and then forget? Argineel stared at his reflection, but it couldn't answer that question, and neither could he. He just didn't know. His memories of the time right before he jumped into that dark tunnel that led to hell were a jumbled mess, but he needed to sort them out, and he dreaded that. What if someone else cast that glamour on me? That was a chilling thought. Argineel shivered at the implications. Was I just a pawn in a larger game?
Why don't I go down and deal with them while you come to terms with everything?
Daniel squeezed his shoulder. No, I'm coming with you. I was a warrior-class angel like you. Argineel rose, and his legs held him up despite the shock still working its way through his system.
Maybe you were, but your heart was never in it. And there's no shame in that. We can't all enjoy the same things. It's too bad the council formed after you left. There are more jobs than angels to fill them now. At least it seems that way sometimes.
Danielle patted his shoulder, then headed for the door. I'm still coming with you. I cast a shield before you arrived, and it'll help, but I don't know if it'll keep out an army. Argineel followed her.
And that's why I think they misclassified you.
Danielle walked down the stairs. She was as light as a feather on the stone steps and barely made a sound.
I couldn't cast a shield, even if the creator himself ordered me to do it. That's just not in my skill set.
Argineel nearly tripped over his own feet. What are you saying?
What you've always known. Yes, you can fight, but that's not what lights you up.
Daniel said from somewhere below. No, it's not. Argineel glanced at the ink pot and the quill on his desk. They called him. If he could just write for a while, he could make sense of everything. But now wasn't the time, so he followed Thaniel down the spiral stone staircase.
How do I get outside? I don't think you want me to make a hole in the wall and jump through it.
No, I'll show you. Argineel hurried to catch up to her. Thaniel waited on the next landing and gestured for him to precede her.
Lead the way.
It's this way. Follow me. As Argineel passed her on the landing, he squared his shoulders and felt more in control. This was his sanctuary, and he wouldn't let it fall, no matter what happened. And I won't fall either. Not this time. Later, he'd revisit the events that led to his arrival here and figure out what really happened. Argineel exited the staircase and almost ran into the demons gathered there. He threw an arm out to stop Thaniel, but she pushed his arm aside.
I know they're your staff. Don't worry, I won't hurt them. I'll just hurt the demons that want to break in here. You don't care about them, right?
Thaniel glanced at him as she passed by. No, I don't. He only gave the demons gathered in front of him sanctuary, and he regretted that since they all stared at him like they'd never seen him before. Well, to be honest, they hadn't, not looking like this. Angels were beautiful and bright, and now, so was he again. The demons stepped back and shielded their eyes until he remembered how to dim his halo and glowing eyes. There was a mental switch for that, and it took some fumbling before he located it. Sorry, I didn't mean to blind you. I forgot how bright we can get. He gestured to Thaniel. That broke the silence, and everyone talked at once about his transformation. What do I say about it? All that sprang to mind was the truth, but he couldn't get the words out. They felt like a lie. How could I not have fallen? But the mirror didn't lie. Argineel touched his halo again. It still floated over his head just like the last 5 times he checked it, and it wouldn't do that if he didn't still have every ounce of grace he had before the fall. Antares stepped forward and quieted everyone by patting the air in front of him. Somehow that worked to stop the questions a dozen demons had.
You look different. You'll certainly give a fallen angel pause.
Antares wanted to ask the question on all their minds, but he was too polite.
This isn't a glamour. This is real. What you saw before was the glamour. He really looks like that.
Thaniel caught Argineel's hand and tried to spin him around to show off the transformation, but he pulled his hand free. It shocked me too. Argineel couldn't say this didn't change anything because it changed everything. I could go back to heaven. Would its gates open for him? I can't think about that now. I need to save the library. And then he didn't know what he'd do. But right now, he had a job to do, and he would do it, so he didn't need to think about anything else for a while. You always knew you differed from other fallen angels. That's why you built the library, said a small voice in the back of his mind. It was true, but he couldn't think about that now, or he'd go mad. We need to go. There's an army coming toward the library. Argeniel stepped forward, and the demons parted. There was respect, awe, and a little fear in their eyes, and he almost tripped over his feet. Why are they afraid of me? And Terry's raised a clawed hand.
There's an army outside, yes, but they're there because you told me to send them out there.
Oh, right, I forgot about them. What did you tell them? Argeniel didn't need to see Thaniel's face. He felt her glare burning through his shoulder. She probably wasn't doing that, but it felt like it.
You have a demon army?
Daniel grabbed his arm and turned him to face her. No! Argeniel yanked his arm free.
They're not an army. They're more like a ragtag group who came here expecting a reward if they did something for us, but our plans changed.
And Terry stopped talking when Argeniel glared at him. But he might as well confess. They came because I sent word out for them to come. It doesn't matter why, because the reason never came to pass. But now they're here. I don't want to send them to the city because they might go through the gateway, but I don't want them here either. Argeniel rubbed his face. He didn't know what to do with them, to be honest.
Well, they're here now, so we might as well put them to work, right?
Daniel squeezed his shoulder. What do you want them to do? Why was she so understanding about this? Argeniel let his hand fall back to his side so he could see her face. Thaniel furrowed her brow in thought. What was she plotting?
They could fight for the library. I could lead them. That would be fun, actually. I've never led a demon army before. I wonder what that'll be like.
Daniel stared off like she was trying to imagine it. Why wasn't she appalled?
Let's go. This is sounding more and more like it'll be a great time.
Thaniel shoved him toward a narrow aisle in between two shelving units of books. You have strange ideas about what's fun. Argeniel shook his head, but he led the way.
Maybe to you I do, but you've been down here for over 4,000 years and I just arrived, so it's all shiny and new for me.
4,000 years? Has it really been that long? Argeniel staggered at the thought.
Yes, outside of hell. About 4,000 years have passed since the last war in heaven in the fall.
Daniel sighed, but she propelled him forward.
And it's been boring ever since then, so let's go end my boredom.
What about us?
And Terry's called from behind them, man the traps. If anyone gets past us, you're our last line of defense. Argeniel didn't want any of his charges outside where Thaniel could confuse them with an invader. It would be safer for his people if they stayed inside the library. He hoped Antares intuited that from his response because he couldn't spell that out while Thaniel was listening. He didn't want to hurt her feelings, not after she saved him in more ways than one.
Will do. We won't let anyone through. You can depend on us.
Antares said, and the others echoed it. I know. Argeniel glanced over his shoulder at his people before turning a bend. They weren't demons to him, not anymore. They were the lost souls he'd collected along with the powerful artifacts, and he wouldn't lose a single one.
Chapter 13. The Fall of Order. Earlier, the agent of order extended its wings after it dived through the eye of the gateway. A tube of light surrounded it, forming the tunnel portion of the gateway. Where do you lead? The magical tunnel couldn't tell him, not in words, but there were other ways to tell. Since the tunnel that connected the gateway's two terminuses bored through all the realms in between them, the agent of order could count the realm. Or it could flap its metal wings to speed its flight and find out when it exited. Since the agents of chaos were likely at the other end, speed won out. The agent of order angled its body so it was as arrow-shaped as possible to cut down on wind resistance until a weight landed on its back. It forgot about the demons and the fallen angels.
What are you?
Asked a woman as her fist crushed into its back in between its wings. I'm not your concern. The agent of order rolled, but the creature on its back shoved its fist in deeper and ripped out its inner gears.
What are you?
She asked as the tunnel glowed red. Did they pass into the realm of fire yet? I'm an agent of order. It rolled again and slammed her into the glowing wall.
What's that?
She plunged her claws into its side and held on as her other hand felt around the hole in its back for the jewel that powered it. You know what I am and what I carry. The agent of order twisted its ball shoulder joint 180 degrees and punched her in the side.
All I know is that you're an abomination.
She grunted, but she didn't retract her hand. Her claws grazed the metal covering the gem that powered the Agent of Order. It couldn't let her steal its heartstone. "So are you. I thought you wanted a bigger prize." The Agent of Order finally recognized her voice. It was the woman he spoke to before he entered the gateway.
I do, and you'll help me.
She dug her claws into the metal and tore apart the case.
I know what's inside you. You won't believe me if I tell you. I'll put it to better use than you ever could. But that's the truth.
She retracted her claws and seized the crystal in its chest. One twist, and the gem fell out of its housing and into her hand.
I'm sorry it came to this.
Was she really? The Agent of Order couldn't tell since she still clung to its back. The glow died from its eyes, and its gears seized up as she withdrew her hand from its back. The Agent of Order landed on the floor of the glowing tunnel in a heap of metal limbs, and a woman climbed off it and stood looking down at it with glowing violet eyes. She slid the fist-sized crystal into a pocket that appeared on the skirt of her white robe.
I'm truly sorry about this, but I need that rock more than you do.
She turned on her heel and strode back to the gateway she entered by, and the city in hell. The Agent of Order watched her go as its sight dimmed. Then it dug its hands into the tunnel's glowing floor and pulled itself toward the hell side of the tunnel. It needed to warn someone about this before it ran out of power and became nothing more than a hunk of metal sculpted to look like a bald, sexless angel. Demons ran past, and some ran over the Agent of Order as its consciousness faded. One stopped and turned it over. The demon's hands turned silver where they rested on its chest. Then her scales flipped over and turned silver as she absorbed its essence. Bat wings sprouted from her back and turned silver too as the mimic tried to take his form for her own. No, the Agent of Order tried to escape, but its limbs wouldn't listen. Then darkness took it as her face changed to look like a replica of its face.
Thanks for the armor.
The demoness blew the Agent of Order a kiss before flying away with its likeness. The spark of awareness snuffed out, leaving the Agent of Order a lifeless metal husk lying on the tunnel floor. Its mission ended in failure, and that was unacceptable. The agents of chaos were still out there, but someone else would need to destroy them. This Agent of Order could no longer do that, and its spirit rallied against that as it sailed away from its lifeless body toward the crystal the sleeping angel stole. I will haunt you until the end of time for what you did.
Chapter 14, Take Refuge in the Library. Hurry up! Rand waved to the people running toward him. I hope they make it. He could wish that were so, but Nerul shook his head, like he knew what Rand was thinking. Nerul ran behind the last group of people, shepherding them toward the really tall, double-leafed doors of the library where Rand stood. That put his friend in the most danger from the demons following them, but his dark face showed nothing but determination as Nerul aimed a crossbow behind him and fired. But it was a half-sized crossbow that hunters carried, so it wasn't as powerful as a full-size one, and it probably wouldn't hurt the demons much unless he got lucky and struck an eye. That won't do much damage to a demon, Rand had to point out. Someone needed to call attention to the obvious. Since no one else wanted to, that was his job. After all, he needed something to do while he held the doors open.
I know, but this was all I could grab.
Nerul spanned the crossbow by pulling back a lever that drew the bowstring back while running and trying not to trip over the scared people in front of him. He was 4 years older than Rand, so that put his age around 26, and he looked a lot like his mother and father. Rand pushed aside memories of their demise and conflicting memories of talking to Nerul's mom last week as he stepped aside to let the men, women, and children rush inside the library. Head to the back of the library. There's some comfy overstuffed chairs you can sit on. He waved at the area in question, but he didn't leave the threshold. He needed a line of sight on the demons for his next wish, so he could time it right. Is that all of them?
They're all I could find. What are you going to do?
Nerul skidded to a halt in front of him. He still kept his kinky curls cut short, making him look like an adult version of the kid Rand met around 16 years ago when his family moved in with Nerul's family. I haven't decided yet. Rand pulled his friend inside and closed the double doors. Something thudded against them, but the doors were metal, so they didn't bend or break.
There's too many for you to wish push them away.
Nerul also liked to point out the obvious. That's what made them such good friends. I know that. Help me bar the doors. Rand held them closed by brute strength alone, but that wouldn't work in the long term.
Do you really?
Nerul felt along the doors for a latch and found the bolt. He drove it through the brackets of both doors. Yes, Uncle Myron already made me promise that I wouldn't wish away more demons than I could handle. I don't think that bolt will be enough. Help me pile up some books in front of the door. Rand hurried to the first shelving unit at the edge of the atrium.
What about a table? We could lay it on its side with the top side against the door. Then we can pile up books.
Nerul glanced over his shoulder like he was thinking about fighting the demon pounding on the door as another loud thud rattled them in their hinges. The double-leaf doors were like 40 feet tall or something, and so was the atrium's ceiling. Would a table help shore them up? Rand sized them up. I guess it couldn't hurt to stack some furniture in front of the doors.
Great. You stand here and make sure they don't break the bolt. I'll go to the classrooms in the library's wings and bring some tables over.
Nerul clapped Rand on the back, then hurried off on his assigned task. You should calm everyone down too, Rand called after him.
Is that what my father would do?
Nerul glanced back at him, and his brown eyes raked him for clues. Yes, as Jurlo's second in command, that's exactly what your father would do. That was one job Rand didn't want to handle himself right now. People didn't react well to mages, and that's what he was.
Is it? Somehow I don't think so.
Nerul shook his head and turned back to watch where he was going, and it was a good thing he did because the atrium ended at shelves of books with narrow aisles in between them. Yes, he would have, because Jurlo wasn't a people person. Your dad wouldn't have wanted Jurlo to talk to anyone because he would have made things worse, or he might have caused a stampede. Rand was certain about that, and it only took one meeting to convince him that no one should ever allow Jurlo to address a crowd.
People don't stampede. Only animals do that.
Nerul said before he darted through a narrow aisle between shelves of books. Are you sure? Because Jurlo could make anyone stampede. I'm sure of it. Rand pulled out a white rock from his pocket and wished the doors would hold no matter what the demons threw at it. Then he tossed the rock at the door. It bounced off, but the rock glowed white and stayed where it fell a few inches from the main doors.
Will that hold?
Uncle Mirren asked from behind him as Rand admired his handiwork. The doors didn't shake anymore. Yes, for a while at least. If Rand found something else to power that spell than his own energy reserves, then it would hold longer, but his uncle didn't need to know that.
Then you can help me.
Nerul grunted as he pushed the table through the aisle. It lay on its side, but its legs were almost as long as the aisle was wide. Actually, I'm busy holding the spell that's keeping the demons out, Rand pointed at the glowing rock.
I'll help with that.
Uncle Mirren limped across the atrium, and his footsteps echoed on the stone floor. On second thought, I don't actually need to stand here to hold the spell. I can hold it while I help you. Rand sprinted past his uncle. Long legs had their benefits, and he was taller than his beloved uncle by a precious few inches, lending him longer legs and a wider stride. Rand grabbed the end of the table and pulled as Nerul pushed. It took a few more minutes of manhandling to get the table through the aisle. Then they slid it across the atrium and put its flat side against the doors. Now we should pile up some books behind the table. Rand rushed to the first shelving unit.
You should push that whole shelving unit against the table. I think we can manage it between the three of us.
Uncle Mirren gestured to them. Are you sure? Rand didn't doubt his uncle was strong enough to help. He just didn't want his beloved uncle to hurt himself.
Yes, I'm not that fragile. I can help you two move some furniture.
Uncle Mirren squared up to the shelving unit like he meant that, so Rand took him at his word and followed. But the shelving unit held at least 100 books, and it was too heavy for them to move while stuffed full of books. So they piled the books on the floor, and finally, when it was half full and a lot lighter, they moved it to the growing pile of furniture in front of the library's entrance.
I think we've done all we can for now.
Uncle Mirren nodded, satisfied with their combined efforts, and the line of full shelving units pushed against the doors.
What do we do now?
Nerul picked up his crossbow from where he set it down before they started moving furniture and books around to barricade the doors. We wait, Rand shrugged like that should be obvious.
But you're not good at waiting.
I can be patient, Rand folded his arms. They ached from lifting and toting books and furniture for the better part of an hour. But if no one else would admit they were sore from that, then he wouldn't either.
No, you can't. You wished Mount Erdrin glowed in the dark because you were too impatient to wait for morning.
Nerul rubbed his shoulder when he thought no one was looking. It was an accident. I meant to wish for something else, but that doesn't matter right now because I won't do that again. Rand learned his lesson the hard way that time.
I thought your dad was going to stroke over that weight. He wasn't around for that. He died before that happened, but I remember his reaction. How can I remember that if he died before it happened?
Nerul gripped his head and staggered as if someone hit him hard on the head, or a lifetime of memories just sprouted in his mind.
I think you'd better go sit down.
Uncle Mirren took Nerul's arm, but he glanced at Rand.
You know what you'll do now?
I already wish they couldn't get in. That's all I can do for now. Rand took Nerul's other arm.
We can't hold up here forever. There's no food.
Uncle Mirren just had to to point out as they escorted Neril through the atrium toward the library proper. But there's water here. Rand never understood why the library needed a fountain in it, but it had one, and fresh water gushed out of it, so that was a win in his book. Are you sure there's no food in the library? Did you check all its rooms?
No, I didn't check all its rooms. When did I have time for that?
Uncle Miriam glared at him as they left the atrium and wound through the aisles between bookshelves. Since some bookshelves became part of the barricade, some aisles were now twice as wide. I could wish for some food, Rand whispered. He didn't want to say that too loudly in case someone overheard them aside from Nerul. His friend had that glassy-eyed look Ivarian and Rosalie had when he found them in the woods, and he staggered like a drunk, probably because two versions of his life flashed before his eyes.
That's not a long-term solution, and you know it.
Uncle Mirren whispered back. Rand lowered his voice even more. No, it's not, but we just need a temporary solution while Rosalie and Ivarian do whatever they need to do in the past to fix things.
Do you really think they'll succeed?
Uncle Miran tried to catch his eyes. Well, no, he didn't, because Ivarian didn't do anything to inspire confidence. But Rosalie was tough and determined. She wouldn't rest until she fixed things, and Rand had faith in her, so he nodded. I think they'll succeed, but I won't wish for that because I don't know what that would do to me, or anyone else for that matter. So rest assured, I won't hurt anyone.
Well, maybe you could hurt those demons a little, or let me do it.
Nerul said as he stirred.
Who are Rosalie and Ivarian? You might as well tell me.
It's a weird story. Are you sure you're up to hearing it? Rand steered his friend away from the area behind the stacks where the scared people crammed onto the comfy chairs.
I think I'd better hear it.
Nero pressed his lips into a bloodless line, and his dark eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. That was good enough for Rand. He launched into his tale as they headed away from the scared people taking refuge there. Well, it started when I found Rosalie passed out in the forest.
Chapter 15, When Futures Collide. A red glow sailed past Rosalie, waking her from a light doze. Her hands ached from holding on to the braided magical threads. Their glow was almost gone, and she bit off a scream as she hurtled toward the ground, fast enough to break her foolish neck. I never should have let Layla talk me into this. Rosalie struggled to throw off the last vestiges of sleep, until she remembered she wasn't alone in her body. Help me, Layla. I'm falling. But Layla didn't answer. Another red glow sailed past, and this time it turned and dived after her. As the red light sped toward her, it split into a dozen red threads that wrapped around her, restraining her. Hey! Rosalie struggled, but the threads pulled taut, binding her arms to her sides, and she fell until a glowing red thread caught on a branch. The enchanted tree shifted on its roots, but it didn't shake the magical thread off its limb. So she hung there, upside down, suspended from red threads. What kind of magic left red threads behind?
Hello, I'm down here.
A woman with red braids called from below. Who are you? Rosalie studied the black woman standing below her.
I'm Faye Drassen, or Faye to my friends, plus a few other titles besides that, like the Final Fate. But that's not the title you should worry about. I'm the illuminator of the future, too, and the future is where you belong. Give me one reason why I shouldn't blast you back to your rightful place on the timeline.
Faye glared at her with glowing red eyes that seemed to swirl in time to her tapping foot. That wasn't what Rosalie thought she'd say. For a moment, she just stared, mouth open in shock, until her mind started working again. I'm sorry, who did you say you are?
Never mind, it's not important.
Faye waved her question away. She wore a long white sheath dress, and that seemed like an odd choice for a hike through the forest.
Tell me why you're here and how you got here. I thought I bound all the time walkers so they couldn't mess with the timeline, but here you are, so I obviously missed one. Who brought you here?
How do you know I didn't bring myself here? Rosalie tried to move her arms, but the red threads pressed them to her sides. Faye laughed.
You didn't. You don't have the power for that.
How do you know that? Rosalie quit struggling. It was just making her head pound as more blood rushed to it.
That's not important either. You have until I count to 10 to answer my questions, and then I'll blast you back to where you belong, regardless of whether you want to go or not.
Faye held up 10 fingers, then lowered one. Fine, I'll tell you. It's not like it's a secret. Rosalie paused because the truth still sounded insane to her. Who knew how it would sound to Faye? I'm here to fix the future.
Which one?
Faye curled another finger. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? There's only one future. Wasn't there? Faye's reaction might indicate there was more than that. But how could there be more than one future? Rosalie couldn't wrap her mind around that. Faye Drassen laughed again.
You wish there was only one, but there's actually a multitude of futures that could come true.
Faye bent another finger, only 7 to go before she made good on her threat. How is that possible? Rosalie hoped she wasn't forfeiting her chance to convince Faye to help her, but she must know the answer. It boggled her mind to think about other futures than the one she wanted to avert and the one she wanted to restore.
The future is more like a branching tree than a straight line. Every action someone takes creates a new future because there's an equal possibility that they didn't take that action and that creates a future too. Do you see how complicated it can get when you multiply that by millions of people?
Faye made a fist, 5 fingers to go. She was counting faster now, probably out of impatience. Are you saying my quest is doomed to fail because it's not possible to save any futures since they proliferate? Rosalie hoped that wasn't the case, as her heart beat in her ears and her head throbbed in time with it.
Yes and no. I can steer the future towards a more likely event, but it's not easy because it takes the combined actions of many people to bring about a future that affects lots of people. But that has nothing to do with why you're here. Which future are you trying to fix? One with demons or without them?
Faye lowered her hands to her sides. Did that mean she was out of time? Rosalie stared at her until a light bloomed behind Faye. Look out! Faye spun and slashed her glowing red hands through the ball of light bobbing around as it grew, and the thing winked out. What was that?
Oh, that was just a portal from another timeline.
Faye waved off the question. Do they pop up often?
It depends. I just destroy them every time I find them.
Faye shrugged.
Now, where were we?
What if you miss one? The question made Rosalie shudder. She didn't want to know.
Then the portal might complete and someone who doesn't belong here might cross over. I'm not omnipotent or omnipresent or any of the words that start with omni. I can only do something about an event if I know it is happening.
You said before there are futures with demons and without them. Which future did that portal come from? Rosalie didn't dare hope it came from the correct future where she belonged.
Oh, I think you know.
Faye folded her arms, but she didn't blast Rosalie back to the future, so that was a win. It came from a future with demons, Rosalie guessed.
Of course.
Another light bloomed off to the side and Faye slashed her glowing hands through it too. But a third one appeared further away and she didn't reach it before it widened into a glowing ring. A creature with horns on its head and mandibles like an insect peered through it at them. Rosalie clamped her mouth shut so she didn't scream at the ugly creature as its face melted into a copy of hers. Faye blasted the doppelganger with fire, and the creature fell backward through the glowing circle as it winked out. What in God's name was that? Rosalie struggled to free her hands. She needed to get down from the tree now, before another portal opened.
It was a shape-changing mimic. I don't know what they call themselves in their own language, and I don't really care. They're trying to get in, and I'm trying to keep them out. That's all I need to know about them.
Rosalie stared at the spot where that creature was before Faye got rid of it. Was she staring at the reason her future had gone so terribly wrong? Could the demons have come much earlier than she thought?
And it's time I brought you back to where you belong. Where's the person who brought you here? Don't lie to me again and claim you time walked on your own, because I know you didn't.
Faye raised her glowing red hands as if to blast her too. It was time for the truth. Rosalie was out of options. I don't know. I lost him.
Well, that sucks, but you're a witch, so you'd better find him so I can take you both back to where you belong and fix things so he can't take you back here again.
Faye gestured and the red threads untangled, freeing her. Rosalie fell until a branch wrapped around her waist. Please don't do that. I came back here to fix things. The tree lowered her until her feet touched the ground. Then it let go, and she staggered as all the blood rushed back to her feet, leaving her lightheaded and dizzy for a moment.
I need you to go back to where you belong and stay there. You could screw up the future far worse than whatever future you're living in if you continue to try to bring about whatever future you think you deserve.
Faye stalked over, and her red eyes blazed with anger. Is there no way you'll let me stay? Rosalie stared down at the diminutive goddess of time. Faye was a lot shorter than her, and it took a moment for Rosalie to get over that incongruity. The goddess had such a large presence. She thought the woman would tower over her, but she didn't. Instead, Rosalie towered over her, but Faye didn't even notice. She was probably used to being the shortest person in a group.
No, because you'll do more harm than good, and I can't allow that. Things are too precarious right now. I can't have anyone mucking up things until I figure out why. A lot of really bad futures hinge on events that happen in the next couple months. So let's go find your friend and get you both back to where you belong. My future self can sort you out.
Faye grabbed her hand and towed Rosalie into the forest as a flame bobbed on her other hand. Layla, help me. I can't go back until I fix things here. Rosalie hoped she would hear her this time.
Give me control of your body, and I can help you.
Layla said in her mind at last. So you didn't abandon me. Relief washed over Rosalie. She wasn't alone against Faye. What will you do if I give you control? Never mind that Rosalie didn't know how to give anyone control. Just the idea made the skin on her back prickle, like someone trained an arrow on her.
I'll make her leave you alone,
Layla said, and she sounded eager to do it. But Faye wanted to save the future, too. At least that was what the goddess said. Rosalie bit her lip. How will you do that?
Leave that to me.
Layla was just as mysterious as ever. Rosalie didn't have any other options, so she nodded. How do I let you take control? And how do I get control back when you're done?
Just relax. Don't fight me,
Layla said softly, like she was whispering to a scared child. Rosalie forced herself to take a deep breath and relax her tense shoulders. Hopefully, that was enough to let Layla take over. It must have been because darkness fell over her, and she heard someone speaking in a guttural language. That's my voice, but I'm not saying those things.
This one is mine, Firewalker,
Layla said in her voice.
You don't scare me, Fallen One. Now let's find the future, where you find your friend,
Faye said, and Rosalie realized that last part was meant for her, not Layla. A hand squeezed her arm. The darkness lifted and fire surrounded Rosalie, but she wasn't alone in the fire. Faye stood next to her, holding a flame on her palm, but there was no sign of Layla. Layla? Rosalie waited, but the woman didn't answer.
Well, now there's a face I didn't expect to see.
Faye shook her head, then crushed the flame dancing on her palm, and it extinguished in a puff of smoke as the world disappeared in a bright flash. Chapter 16, Dragonfire. When Rosalie could see again, she stood in a room formed by tree branches. Well, you don't see that every day. This must be a home in a brancher village. They were the only people crazy enough to build their homes in the branches of the enchanted trees.
Rosalie, is that you?
Avarian asked from somewhere behind her. Yes, it's me. It's good to see you again. Rosalie spun to face the other side of the room.
I'm glad you're okay.
As Avarian struggled to sit up, his gray eyes scanned her from head to toe. He looked wan, but that might be normal since he was pale to begin with, and his white hair didn't help matters. It just made him look even more washed out as he waved at the other occupant of the room.
Hello, Aunt Faye.
Wait a minute, she's your aunt? How's that even possible? Rosalie faced the petite goddess, examining a flame bobbing on her upturned palm like it held the secrets of the universe. She didn't answer her question, so Rosalie glared at Avarian. He looked sheepish as he twisted the edge of the sheet covering him.
It's a long story.
It's not really that long of a story,
Faye said finally, but she didn't look away from that flame. What did she see in it? Will you tell me it? Or do I need to guess? Rosalie folded her arms and didn't care if she was acting like a brat. She was way out of her element, and the fate of her quest hung in the balance. If she could just convince Faye to help her, she could restore the correct future. She just knew it.
Sure, why not? He's the son of my older sister, Istiana. And yes, that makes his mom an ex-goddess of time too. But Junior here is a demigod since his father was human.
Faye crushed the flame on her palm and pointed at him as smoke curled from her long red nails.
And he's much too young to get involved with girls, in my humble opinion, but no one asked me, so I'll just take you both back to your rightful place in the timeline now.
Faye snapped her fingers, and flames surrounded them. Wait! You can't do this! We need to stay here! Rosalie rushed toward the ex-goddess, although she seemed way too powerful to be an ex-anything. If she could just grab the woman, then maybe she could stop her. It was a vain hope, but it was all she had.
It's already done.
Faye dodged her easily as the flames receded, revealing giant trees that abhorred violence. Rosalie skidded to a stop and raised her hands. I wouldn't have harmed her. I just wanted to stop her. She hoped that mollified the trees until she remembered their enchantments were broken. All the trees surrounding them were gray and lifeless, and disintegrating into dust. When they didn't strike her down, she leaned against the nearest tree and indulged in a relieved sigh. Hopefully, that would calm her racing heart before it beat out of her chest. So it's over? Had she failed her quest before it even began? Rosalie slid down the tree trunk and sat on the ground amid the dusty remains of the once enchanted tree behind her. Disappointment bogged her shoulders as she tried not to cough on the cloud of dust kicked up by her fall.
You never had much chance anyway. The future is hard to change. Ask me how I know, but only if you're prepared to hear the answer, because it won't make you feel any better.
Faye patted her head like she was a child, and she supposed she was to an immortal goddess who lived for thousands of years. What was one human life to someone like Faye?
It's not over yet. I'll get stronger and we'll go back.
Avarian staggered over to join her. He slid down the same tree and sat beside her, catching her hands in his. Rosalie looked into his gray eyes and smiled when she saw the same determination in him that drove her to get up and find another way.
Oh, hell no. There will be no more running around the timeline for you two.
Faye shook her index finger at them.
How will you stop me? You can't go to the past, but I can. I'm not that good at it yet, but I'll get better.
Avarian glared up at his aunt.
Have you forgotten who I am? I see you have. Let me give you a quick reminder.
Faye raised both hands to the sky, and flames burned where her glowing red eyes were a moment before.
I am the illuminator of the future and the final fate, and I can change your fate to whatever I want.
Please don't.
Avarian raised a hand to shield his eyes from her intense glow. Faye let go of her power, and the red light vanished along with the flames.
Fine, I won't, but you must promise you won't mess with the future. It's really fragile right now, and one little thing could set off an apocalypse, and I'd really like to avoid that.
A grunt from somewhere nearby signaled they weren't alone anymore. Rosalie dug her fingers into the dying tree's bark and pulled herself to her feet.
What was that?
As Faye spun to look for the source of that sound, her long red braids swung outward. It was probably a demon. Rosalie felt along her wrists for her hidden sheath. One was empty, but she found a dagger in the other one. At least she wasn't unarmed. Another grunt preceded a dozen demons. They crashed through the dying foliage, breaking the desiccated husks into a spreading cloud of dust. Rosalie threw her arm over her nose and mouth to keep from inhaling it as the demons charged toward them.
I should leave you to your fate, but I don't like when fights aren't fair. Plus, my sister would be angry if I let her son die. So here I go, breaking my own rules.
Faye glowed red all over as she ran toward the demons. Her body expanded as a red dragon replaced the petite goddess, and it spat fire at the demons. Stay here. Rosalie slashed her palm open and let her blood coat her dagger. Now wasn't the time to worry about what using blood magic might do to her. She'd worry about that later. Right now, she needed every advantage it could give her. Could I generate armor from my blood? Probably, but did she want to use that much blood? Rosalie put that thought out of mind and instead willed her blood to lengthen her dagger into a sword and harden it until it formed a killing edge. She swung the blood blade as a demon ran toward her from the side, and her blade sliced through its shoulder, severing its arm. Rosalie spun and slashed across to behead another demon. A third one froze in its tracks as a blast of cold air passed her. Rosalie turned and Avarian nodded to her.
I'm okay, and I guess I can do more than time walk.
He shrugged as an icicle grew out of his palm, but he still looked shaky as he leaned against a tree, like it alone could hold him up. He couldn't use his time magic again anytime soon, and that was a problem, but not one she could solve right now. Rosalie dodged as a one-armed, pig-faced demon swung an axe at her. She ducked his next swing too and stabbed upward into his abdomen as a fireball slammed into his chest. A dragon roared, and hot air buffeted her as she whirled to face the majestic red dragon that Faye either summoned or became. Rosalie wasn't sure which was the case, and now wasn't the time to ask. All the demons were either piles of ashes, thanks to Faye and her dragon, or fleeing. Rosalie hoped some were afraid of her too, but the dragon was pretty terrifying. She stood at least 100 feet tall at a guess until the dragon shrank. Flames wrapped around it, and the dragon vanished into them. When the flames receded, Faye stood there. Her white silk dress was as pristine as it was when Rosalie first ran into Faye, and not a single red hair dared to slip out of place. She looked immaculate, like a goddess should. Even her long red nails were perfect. The dust kicked up by her sandals shied away from her like it knew its place, and that place wasn't anywhere near her.
Well, that was invigorating. Thanks for the workout.
Faye stopped in front of them, folded her arms, and nodded at what she saw. Rosalie probably looked awful, with blood running down her hand and dripping on her skirt and probably her boots too. I should do something about that. Are there any more demons around? Of course there were. She wanted to smack herself for asking when she recalled the demons attacking Mount Eredrin. I should go back there and help Rand. We made an effective team when he actually used his magic for something. Could he wish away this dystopian future and restore the right one? Rosalie lowered her blade, and it dripped blood on the dust at her feet as she turned toward Mount Eredrin. She could just see its snowy peak from here.
What is it?
Avarian touched her shoulder. In his other hand, an icicle melted, dripping cold water on the dust between them. I was just thinking about Ran and Mirren and wondering how long they can hold the demons off. Rosalie shivered as the wind gusted past, carrying smoke and ashes with it. Was Mount Eredrin burning?
I don't know. If anyone can do it, Ran can. He's pretty powerful in his own way. I'm sure they'll be fine.
Avarian squeezed her shoulder with the hand not holding a melting icicle. But it didn't help. They should go help them. But Rosalie spun to face Faye instead. Something the ex-goddess said earlier rattled around in her head, and with it, the glimmer of an idea that might save them all. You don't want us traipsing around the timeline, disturbing the work you're doing to stop the apocalypse, right?
That's right.
Faye narrowed her glowing red eyes, hopefully not in suspicion. Then let us help you. We've got magic, and it sounds like you'll need it. Besides, if Faye was trying to prevent a worse future than this one, then Rosalie needed to help her stop it. Doing so might fix everything, and it just felt right to help Faye. Like a really large piece of the puzzle just snapped into place.
Will you let us help you?
Avarian echoed her request. Maybe he could get through to her since he was a relative?
I'm going to regret this. I just know it, but I think you need to see what I'm up against.
Faye gestured, and flames surrounded them in an unbroken ring that expanded outwards. It must have burned some more demons because screams shattered the silence between the crackling flames.
Chapter 17. Marching into Trouble. Garen ran, but not as fast as the wind. Unfortunately, speed never was one of his skills. But endurance, yes. Strength, yes. Prowess with any weapon, also yes. But as a god of war, he never needed to run to a battle. He could just flash himself there. So, he never needed to run anywhere, and he felt that lack keenly as his legs burned and a stitch dug hot needles into his side. But he couldn't stop. The battle didn't begin yet, so he could still reach it before it did if he kept running.
Stop, I've got an idea.
Natalie shouted from behind him. Garen didn't stop. He didn't know if he could, when his imagination raced ahead of him to the battle he craved. He already imagined the opening moves, and he didn't want to banish those pictures from his mind, since they were distracting him from the fiery feeling in his chest that every gasping breath just seemed to inflame. What's your idea?
I need you to stop so I can put another illusion on you.
Natalie said, but the Versati didn't sound like they were out of breath. Maybe they had better conditioning, but an illusion was a great idea. So Garen skidded to a halt. With an illusion making me look like a combatant, I could cut through the army like a sharp knife through a warm cake. His mouth watered for a piece of the moist cake. His mind conjured to accompany that thought. Hell did strange things to one's desires. Natalie slapped his chest.
Stop fidgeting. I can't create the illusion if you don't stop moving around.
Sorry, I didn't realize the process was so delicate. Garen sucked in a deep breath to still his racing heart. Unlike most of the denizens of hell, he wasn't dead. Azrael and his archangel buddies sent Garen and all the rebel gods straight to hell without any of that inconvenient dying thing. So he still breathed, and his organs did whatever organs did. At least he assumed his long sojourn here hadn't killed him yet. But he shied away from thinking about that, in favor of amping himself up for battle. What will you do after you put the illusion on us? Garen had a few ideas, of course, but they all involved running straight toward the army's back in the most visible way possible. He didn't like stealth, but he understood the necessity of it, and right now, they didn't have any way to be stealthy. I should take control of that army. The thought popped into his head from out of nowhere, but he nodded, liking it more and more, as he examined the plan for flaws. Yes, I should lead that army, not the fallen angels. Who was leading this army? Garen didn't recall if he'd even seen the leader. I'll just have to find out. Maybe he could use that information to his benefit. Perhaps another coup might be in order. Yes, a battlefield coup would be quite an achievement.
Now what are you scheming?
Natalie slapped his rump. I'm just thinking about ways that we could get through that army to the library. None of the ways rattling around in his mind would please the Versati one bit, but that was their problem, not his. After all, he was the ex-war god. If Natalie wanted some stealthy way of reaching the library, they'd need to come up with that on their own.
And how do you plan on doing that?
Natalie rounded him and stopped in front of Garen. The Versati's gray hooded veil and robes were gone, replaced by an illusion of a demoness with red skin, red short spiky hair, red horns, and burning coals for eyes. Are you done yet so I can show you? Garen glanced down at them. He probably looked the same since his hands were red now.
It's not perfect, but it'll do.
Natalie folded their arms.
So what's your plan?
Follow my lead. Garen strode toward the back rank of the army, and he didn't bother to hide a smug smile or check what illusion Antali placed on him. He now looked like a demon, just like they did. If he was lucky, this army was structured like any other one, with the veterans in the rear. The front ranks should be filled with lesser demons. The leaders could throw at defenders until they wore them down. Thank fate the army slowed its march. Garen caught up without running too hard and fell into step with two demons at the end of the last row. He hoped they were veterans, but it was hard to tell because neither wore any insignia or anything that might denote their rank or affiliation. But they marched like this wasn't their first campaign. Excuse me, can either of you fine demons tell me who's leading this rabble? Garen waved to the ranks in front of them and tried not to react to his red, scaly hands. They were just an illusion.
Well, there's actually 3 leaders, Kazazel, Ramiel, and Leonestra.
The blue-skinned demon gestured with his spiked war club as he talked. shocked. Other than a loincloth, he wore nothing else. Perhaps his skin was all the protection he needed. The names he rattled off meant nothing to Guerin, but he glanced at Natalie to see if they had heard of these creatures. Natalie shook their head, so they didn't recognize them either. Well, that sucked. Guerin wondered if the demon he spoke to knew anything about them. Well, it couldn't hurt to ask. I don't know them. What kind of creatures are they?
Leonestra and Ramiel are demons like us, but they're powerful, unlike us.
The demon scratched his stubbled jaw. His hair wasn't blue like his skin. It was black instead, and so were his horns.
Kazazel is a devil now. He was once a fallen angel. I'd stay far away from him if you value your hide,
said a green-skinned demoness, marching beside the blue-skinned demon.
That's true. But Leonestra and Ramiel are all right. They remember they were once like us, before they grew so powerful.
So they're less likely to stab me in the back? This was interesting. If these demons were right, then there was tension at the top of this army's command structure. I can use that to my advantage. Guerin rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Do you know what their plans are?
No, we're not special enough to be told that. We just follow orders.
The green-skinned demoness spat on the rocky ground.
But we're special enough to be tasked with the mopping up and keeping the lesser demons in line.
The blue demon elbowed the demoness, and she nodded.
That's true. Somebody's got to keep this rabble in line, and we at least have some experience.
The green demoness gave Guerin a sidelong glance.
Where are you from?
We're just travelers who chose the wrong time to visit the city, but I'm glad to have fallen in with my fellow veterans. Guerin winked at her. The demoness laughed at his clumsy pass at her. Thankfully, the devils and fallen angels warred with each other often enough that he could be a veteran of any number of wars.
You could call us that. Are you looking to get in good with one of them? If so, then I might have something for you, if you make it worth my while, of course.
The blue-skinned demon rubbed his thumb and forefinger together in the universal sign of a bribe. Guerin had no money on him or anything of value except the pendant the sleeping angel gave him. I wonder if she gave it to me for just this purpose. Of course, why else would I be marching along this dusty plain when I could have gone through a gateway to a nicer place? Just saying the word made him want to turn around and head back to the city so he could run through the gateway too. It called to Guerin and whispered promises of glory and desperate fighters waiting for him to lend a winning hand. Both demons shuddered.
You wouldn't catch us going through one of those gateways for all the gold in hell.
Why not? Don't you want to leave this hellish place and head to a greener clime? Guerin watched them intently. They knew something about the gateway, and he needed whatever information they had.
Hey, if you think there's anything green and growing left in the place where that gateway leads, then you're a dumber demon than I thought.
The demoness shook her head like he was being a fool, and maybe he was. That gateway had infected his mind and turned all his thoughts back to it.
Yeah, only the stupid are headed through that gateway to be fodder in a war against the defenders of those worlds. That's not the life for me.
Blue Demon also shook his head. It was interesting hearing them phrase it that way. Guerin hadn't considered that.
Turn your thoughts away from that gateway. It's not a portal to endless wealth or whatever takes your fancy. Mark my words, going through that thing is a death sentence. You're better off climbing the ranks here.
The demoness waved to the army. You've convinced me. Clearly, I made the right choice to follow you. Now, how about that advice? All I have to pay for it is this. Guerin pulled out the pendant, and the runes along its outer edge glowed with an eerie violet light.
That's angel-made.
The blue demon shielded his eyes against the glow, but the purple light didn't fade. It grew brighter until Guerin had to look away from it too, lest it blind him.
Put that away before you draw attention to yourself.
Guerin tried to let go, but his fingers locked around the leather thing the pendant hung on. I'm trying, but I can't. The violet light increased, forcing Guerin to close his eyes and then cover them with his other arm.
What are you doing? Are you trying to get us caught?
Natalie whispered from close by, but he couldn't open his eyes to check. No, I can't move my arm. In fact, Guerin couldn't feel that arm or the hand holding the leather thong. Many feet stomped on the ground. Then a wave of pure force slammed into Guerin, but he stayed standing because his legs stopped obeying him too. Had that damned pendant cursed him? I knew I shouldn't have trusted her, but it was too late for regrets.
Chapter 18, Melee at the Library. Are you humming? Arginil glanced over his shoulder at Thaniel. She glanced away, but there was an amused glint in her violet eyes.
Well, yeah. How else will we get appropriate music for a fight? Do you see any heralds around to trumpet our arrival?
Daniel swept her ponytail off her shoulder so it swung like a dark pendulum behind her. No, there aren't any musicians in the library. It's a quiet place meant for study, not a concert hall. Arginil shook his head as he strode through another narrow aisle lined with bookshelves. This is a ridiculous conversation to have right before a battle.
It's not ridiculous. Music is important, and I don't have any way to get any unless I make it myself.
Thaniel hummed a different jaunty tune. Arginil couldn't believe they were arguing about music at a time like this, but he couldn't recall what angels talked about before they went into battle either. Maybe it was music, but he didn't think so. I should have paid more attention. But he spent the time before those long-ago battles trying to reconcile the fighting to come with the fact that he was created to protect all life. Thaniel slapped his back.
Where's the door? I feel like we've been wandering around for hours.
We haven't been. The library isn't that big. At least he didn't think so, but time didn't exactly move in hell. Ahead, a stone wall loomed. This is the exit. Arginil hurried to the geometric patterns etched into the stone wall and touched the cubes in the correct sequence to unlock the door. Well, it was a side door anyway, not the main one, but it would do. The door swung open and Arginil exited into a yard. No grass grew here, so gravel crunched under his sandals. The high walls of the library rose before him, but there was a door right across from the one that swung closed behind them, and he hurried to touch the right stones to open that one too.
Nice. I like hidden doors. Where will this leave us?
Daniel peered over his shoulder as he touched the gray stones in the enclosing wall to open a second secret door and turn off the shield he cast earlier. This door will take us outside the library complex on the opposite side of the city. If the army hasn't encircled us, then we can sneak around the library's outer wall, and Arginil trailed off as the door opened because he didn't know what they would do then. So he stood there like a fool, staring at the rocky plain outside the library.
We fight.
Thaniel patted his shoulder as she went around him. Arginil followed her out, but he hung back to wait for the door to close and relock itself. It didn't need his supervision, but he just couldn't walk away from that secret entrance until he pushed on the door, and it didn't budge. There were drag marks in the dust, but he smoothed them away with his sandaled feet. Then he touched the invisible field surrounding the library and reignited it. To his eyes, a gold globe encased the library and its walls. When he blinked, the shield faded to invisibility again, but he felt its heat when he ran his hand over it. Protect the library in case I can't. The odds of them surviving this intact were low. Either Thaniel ignored that or she was deluded.
Are you coming?
Daniel asked from where she leaned against the enclosing wall and peered around the bend at the army. Yeah, I'm coming. I just needed to make sure the door was hidden again. It wasn't perfectly camouflaged. There were still signs in the dust covering the wall and the ground, but Arginil couldn't do anything more to fix that, so he crept over to Thaniel and glanced around her. At least 100 demons of all colors, sizes, and types milled around in front of the tall iron gates in front of the library's main entrance. They must be the demons that came at his call when he planned to send them through the gateway. What was I thinking? How could I have thought that was a good idea? It didn't matter now, but regret burned in his chest like heartburn. He rubbed the heel of his hand over the burning sensation, but that didn't soothe it. Nothing could until he could collapse the gateway. That was the only way to fix that mess. Across from the disorganized group of demons, 3 creatures stood, and behind them, rank upon rank of demons waited.
You have 2 choices. You can join us or run now. Make your choice,
said a blonde woman armored from her neck down as she stepped forward. She clutched a helm shaped into a lion's head under one arm, and that helped him identify her as Leonestra.
Do you recognize any of the leaders?
Thaniel whispered, as the demons milling around outside the gates fled, clearing the field so nothing but the gates and the shield stood between the army and the library. All hope of those demons fighting with them fled with the demons, but Arginil didn't blame them for leaving. This wasn't their fight. They came because of the promise of easy money, not an unwinnable fight. Yes, the one with a lion's head hammered into her breastplate is Leonestra. She's a powerful demon and a cunning one too. Arginil pointed at the woman with blonde hair blowing in the wind. A bronze-skinned fellow slouched next to her. The shirtless guy in the leather skirt is Ramio.
Who's the other blondie?
Daniel pointed at a dour fellow in black robes who crouched on a boulder. That's Kazazel. After he fell, he became a devil.
So that's why his mouth doesn't close right and his fangs are sticking out. Gotcha. What sort of powers does he have besides ugliness? Look at those brows. If they lower any more, they'll fuse with the hairs in his pug nose.
Daniel shuddered. I think he spits acid, so I would dodge anything he throws at you. Arginil leaned against the shield around the library. We can't take on thousands of demons.
Have you ever tried?
Daniel glanced at him. Was she seriously considering taking on that army herself? No, Arginil admitted. Not sure where this conversation was headed, but he was certain it wasn't leading anywhere good.
Then how do you know we can't take them on and win?
Thaniel grinned, and there was a mad gleam in her violet eyes as she squeezed his shoulder.
Do demons die when they are hurt badly?
They disintegrate like we do if we take too much damage, and no one's nearby to heal us. Arginil had seen that often enough in his early days in hell. Worse still, there was nothing he could do to stop it. He wasn't strong enough then to fight back, but he was now.
Good.
Thaniel rounded the bend and strode toward the gates. When she reached them, she faced the army and waved to get their attention. Thousands of demons quieted.
To those who are about to become ashes under my sandals, run while you can. I'll wait.
Daniel folded her arms and tapped her foot as she hummed that song again. What are you doing? Arginil ran over to join her. He couldn't let her stand alone in front of an army, not after she saved him.
I'm giving them a chance to regret coming here and to rectify that mistake before I start hacking off heads.
Daniel was unarmed right now, but she could summon her weapons and armor with a thought, or she could fight them barehanded in her angel robes if she wanted. Angels were durable. Archangels were even tougher. That's very generous of you. Arginil didn't expect that of her.
I just want to see if anyone runs away. I'm curious about how loyal they are.
Daniel raised her hands again.
You have until I count to 10 to make your choice. 1.
A violet light blazed from the back of the army. What's that light? Arginil pointed at it as he shielded his eyes from the intense glow.
It's an angel in trouble. Come on, we've got to help them.
Daniel grabbed his arm as she ran toward the army's front rank, but she leaped over them, and her wings snapped out. Why are they behind the army? Arginil jumped with her and sprang into flight.
We can ask them that when we reach them.
Daniel let go and summoned her armor as she dived toward the army. Gold, articulated metal clad her from head to toe, and her wings vanished as she wrapped her arms around her legs. Thaniel hummed that song again as she hit the army like a golden ball and bowled demons over, sending them flying to the right and left as she rolled toward that violet light. I guess I should follow her. Arginil summoned his blade as he dived, and its hilt appeared in his hand. But he didn't have any armor, so he dropped onto a rhino demon and smashed it into the dust. Arginil sprang off its back and slashed at the 4 demons running toward Thaniel's back. 2 dodges, and 2 demons backed off when his blade ignited with violet flames. A human-looking demon with pink skin swung a hammer at Arginil, but he slammed his blade into the haft, splitting the wood, and the hammerhead tumbled away. He had to dodge so it didn't land on his foot. I wish I had boots. But angels always wore sandals unless in battle, and he didn't fall in his battle gear, so all he had were his robes and sandals, and they weren't the right attire for a fight. But Arginil had no choice but to make them work. Arginil spun and slashed at another demon encroaching on his personal space from the right, then repeated that on the left, but it was no use. Unfortunately, every slash wasn't clearing away demons. More combatants crowded in. Some carried maces, others had hammers and axes. He couldn't parry them all. They kept pressing closer, surrounding them. But the demons couldn't cut off their escape, since he and Thaniel could fly. Arginil backed up and crouched low as 2 axes swung over his head. Blows came from all directions. Arginil ducked the ones he saw and groaned as something cut his arm, drawing lavender blood. He didn't even see the strike or the attacker.
Hey now, didn't your mothers teach you to play fair?
Danielle said as she leaned over him and struck back at the axe-wielders. Did you find the source of the light? Arginil rose and stood back to back with her.
Not yet, but I see it. Can you do something to give us some breathing space?
Daniel wasn't even breathing hard. What are you asking? Arginil groaned as a warhammer got past his guard and slammed into his chest. Thank God his bones didn't break, but he'd be bruised for a while.
You're a mage. Can't you cast a spell or something?
Thaniel stepped away from him, probably to strike someone, but his back felt naked without her there to protect it. I am? Arginil supposed he was as he dodged another blade. A demon thrust at him from behind another demon.
Yes, you are. Now, do something magical.
I could try. Arginil could already picture the rune he needed. He crouched and drew it in the dust with the tip of his blade and let a few drops of his blood fall onto it, igniting it. Get down. Thaniel dropped down beside him as an invisible force rose from the symbol and cascaded outward, knocking everything in its path down. When the spell struck the library, the shield flared up, but it didn't fall.
That's better. Thanks for that.
Thaniel clapped him on the back as he rose.
They won't stay down for long, so let's make this quick.
She grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the source of the violet light. A red-skinned snake demon lay on the ground, dazed from the wallop the spell delivered. In his hand, a pendant glowed with violet light. Arginil crouched to examine it.
Hello, beautiful.
The demon smiled like a drunkard and waved his clawed hand around. It took Arginil a moment to realize the demon on the ground meant him, not Thaniel, and he might not have noticed if the demon didn't pat his cheek, then let his hand slide through the long, dark hair Arginil forgot to tie back. Then he was confused because he still pictured the wretch that the glamour made him look like, not the perfect angel he saw in the mirror before coming down here, and there was no way anyone found that creature attractive. But Arginil no longer looked like that broken angel anymore.
You have such beautiful hair. It's so fine and silky. Did anyone ever tell you that?
Yes, angels are pretty. We know that. Where did you get that pendant?
Daniel stepped on the demon's chest and placed the tip of her blade on the pendant.
We came to help,
said the smaller demon next to the one with the pendant. The demoness shivered and became a gray-clad Versati, veiled as always. They reached over and touched the red-skinned demon, and he rippled until the demon melted away, revealing the thief from earlier. What the hell was going on here? Arginil laughed, and so what if his laughter was a tad hysterical? This was too much.
Why are you laughing?
Daniel scowled at him in concern over her shoulder. I'll explain later. All you need to know right now is that he's an ex-war god. Arginil tried to get a hold of himself as footsteps shook the ground. Daniel removed her boot from Garen's chest. She grinned as she turned to meet whoever was stomping toward them.
Chapter 19, And the Future's Fire. When the flames receded, Rosalie stood on a dark plain. Thin glowing orange lines branched out from under her feet. They ended where fires sprang up to light the darkness covering the ground. What is this place?
This is the future.
Faye waved to the glowing lines and the fire.
And yes, everything ends in flames and darkness. No, I don't know why. Yes, I'm sure. No, not even I can prevent the final end. Does that cover all your questions?
Rosalie stared at her for a moment. Do you always act like this?
Like what?
They swept a red braid behind her shoulder.
I guess I could be a little more patient. I'm just frustrated because I put safeguards in place so no one could mess with the timeline, but according to you, someone did mess with it. Now I have to deal with it, and I'm not happy about it.
Faye folded her arms.
I don't understand. Where is this place?
Ivarian turned in a slow circle, taking it all in.
Why are there no fires behind us? Only darkness.
Technically, you shouldn't even be here. So don't touch anything and definitely don't look at any fires.
Faye pointed at Ivarian.
You're not supposed to have any knowledge of future events.
Because my mom is the goddess of the past?
Ivarian shoved a lock of white hair out of his eyes.
Yes, you should close your eyes so you can't see anything you shouldn't know.
All right, that's a good idea. I don't want to damage the timeline any more than my uncle already did.
Ivarian closed his eyes, then covered them with his hands.
I'll deal with my brother when I find him. He shouldn't have been able to do anything to compromise the timeline, not after my sisters and I limited his power to meddle.
Faye said something in a musical language that sounded sort of like Old Shayaran, but it was probably an even older language. She was probably cursing her brother, and he deserved every ounce of her ire from the little Ivarian had said of him. If this is the future, then where's the present and the past? Rosalie glanced around, but she didn't see the icy plain or the glowing white arrow of time anywhere.
They're over there.
Faye waved to the featureless darkness behind them. Where? I don't see anything. Rosalie tried to peer through the darkness, but it was no use. Her eyes couldn't pierce that black veil.
That That darkness is the present moment. Behind it is the past, but that's closed off to me and has been since I was born.
Faye didn't sound unhappy about that. The darkness shoved Rosalie forward, and the glowing orange lines blurred as they branched in different directions. New fires sprang up where they crossed. She glanced back in time to grab Avarian's arm and yank him out of the darkness before he disappeared.
The present doesn't stop moving forward. Every time it does, it resets the immediate futures as final decisions are made and set in the hard ice of the past.
Faye strode away from that dark line toward a fire growing where many glowing lines crossed. "Why did you bring us here?" Rosalie had a feeling she wouldn't like the answer, but she needed to know. Faye could be a powerful ally if she could convince the ex-goddess to help them.
This place shows all the possible futures that branch off the present moment. Since that moment is a moving target, they constantly change. And that makes it difficult to prevent something I see here, especially if you multiply that by every decision every person alive is making right now. Figuring out which decision is the trigger is nearly impossible.
Faye gestured at the thousands of fires springing up all over. Each fire is a possible future event? Rosalie stared at the fires. Too many to count dotted the plain, lightening the gloom.
Yes.
Faye waved her hands over a nearby fire and images appeared in its depths, but they were cast in the red, orange, and yellow hues of the flames, making it hard to tell what they were.
Can you search for them to see what my uncle did to wreck our future?
Avarian asked. He still covered his eyes with both hands. Rosalie marveled at his control. He didn't even seem tempted to peek. She would have been hard-pressed to avoid looking, even if doing so destroyed the timeline. Curiosity was eating her alive, and she could see everything.
He couldn't have wrecked it. After the creator limited his powers, I saw quite a few futures where those limitations weren't enough, so I placed some extra safeguards on him. When that didn't remove those futures, I spoke to my sisters, and together we limited him even more.
Faye pulled a flame upwards, stretching it as if it were a cord, not a fire. The ex-goddess sighed and let go of the flames.
As much as I want to blame him, I can't. He couldn't have done it.
If not him, then who broke the timeline?
No one can break the timeline. Do you see a single line anywhere around here?
Faye waved to the glowing lines as they blurred and changed where they crossed again. The ground sucked in the fires everywhere, then released them, and new fires appeared at different crossings. Some were small, but others were as large as houses, where hundreds of lines crossed.
Everything branches. That's the nature of the future.
Faye lowered her arms to her sides. "I don't understand." Rosalie approached the nearest fire. Images flickered inside it, and she stopped when her mother's face appeared. Her skin was yellow in this fiery image, and dark red patches under her eyes showed her exhaustion as she cradled a fretting baby. "That's me." Rosalie extended a hand toward the image in the fire, but Faye caught her hand and pulled her away from it.
Every decision you make creates two futures, one where you did the thing and one where you didn't. And that happens for everyone on the planet. When many people decide to do the same thing, that changes the course of the future for everyone affected. Don't you see? The future changes all the time because people constantly make decisions, and each one changes the future. Do you see now why your quest is impossible?
I don't believe that. Nothing is impossible. Something happened, and we need to find out what. Rosalie tugged her hand free.
We tried everything we could.
Avarian bowed his head. Was he giving up?
I can't track my uncle through time.
Can you? Rosalie pointed at Faye.
I can only track him through the future. If he went backward even an hour past my point in the present, then I can't follow him. But I need to find his fire here first.
Faye faced the endless dark plain, dotted by fires, connected by glowing lines. Will you try? Rosalie crossed her fingers behind her back and tried to think of a prayer she could say. She'd do anything to convince Faye to use her powers to help them.
Yeah, now you got me curious about what my brother will do. But you can't stay here.
Faye swung round to face them. Can you take us back to that village in your time? You saw how unsafe our time is. We can wait there. It's safe and we won't do anything to change anything. We'll just wait for your return. Rosalie hoped Faye would agree to that. They needed to stay in the past. She felt that as keenly as the warmth radiating off the fiery ex-goddess. Faye shook her head.
Just you being there changes everything for them. But let me see if that'll cause any trouble.
Faye extended her hand, and a flame appeared on her palm. If it won't, could we stay there while Ivarian recuperates? Rosalie strode over to another fire, while Faye consulted whatever she saw in the fire dancing on her palm. But no matter how hard she stared into the fire, no images bloomed in its heart. Maybe it was broken, or maybe the images appeared in that other fire because Faye made them. I wish I had 1/10 of her power. Faye crushed the flame, extinguishing it.
All right. I don't see anything catastrophic happening if you stay there for a while. I'll take you back, but I better not regret this.
Faye shook her index finger at them like an irate parent scolding her children. Rosalie fought to hide a triumphant grin. Convincing Faye was easier than she thought it would be. You won't regret it.
I better not.
Faye snapped her fingers and flames encircled them. As they rose to engulf them, everything outside Faye's power turned red, but the fiery plane didn't disappear. Instead, it shrank as they rose above it. Rosalie felt odd, like her body no longer belonged to her as Layla called her name.
Rosalie?
I'm here. Actually, I don't know where I am.
Are you still with Faye?
Layla asked, and the urgency in her voice gave Rosalie pause. Yes, I am. Why? Do you need her? Rosalie felt every sinew and muscle go rigid in her body. What was happening to her?
Yes, give me control for a moment. I need to talk to Faye. It's important.
Layla sounded desperate. Rosalie pushed down the worry, shooting panic thoughts through her head, but that worry was a spiky ball inside her that refused to fade. What will you do if I give you control?
There's no time,
Layla said, as dark power rushed into Rosalie. Her sight darkened. Rosalie hugged Ivarian as waves of darkness washed through her.
Damn it, my power isn't working correctly. Give me a moment.
Faye snapped her fingers again and again, but they rose higher as if pulled upward into the dark vault of the sky by an unseen power. Rosalie glanced down as the power diminished, releasing her. She gasped. Look, Rosalie pointed. It looks like a tree. What are we looking at? Layla didn't answer. Layla, are you there? Still no answer. But they floated above the plains still, so Layla must still be with them in spirit if nothing else. The arrow of time glowed white in its icy plain, but its arrowhead pushed into a dark line of hills, and the glowing orange lines of the future extended from them.
Yes, that's the tree of life. I never thought I'd see it again after my powers were limited.
Why are we seeing it now?
Ivarian crouched and peered over the edge of whatever held them aloft. It felt solid under her feet, but Rosalie couldn't see what she stood on. It wasn't fire or rocks, and Faye didn't create it, that was for sure. I hope I'm not standing on solidified air, that would be too much. But Layla wasn't answering, so she couldn't ask about that. They had more pressing matters, like figuring out what Layla wanted them to see, but Rosalie just didn't know. Does it look the same as it did when you last saw it? Rosalie scanned the tree of life again and again, but if there was something wrong with it, she just couldn't tell.
I don't know, we're too high above it to see minute details like that.
Faye raised her head to look at the unfathomable darkness above them and nodded her head in thanks.
Well, we've seen enough for one trip.
Faye snapped her fingers and the world turned red as she teleported them away. Before the tree of life vanished in a bright flash, two helixes, one dark and one light, spiraled around the tree of life. Then it winked out as Faye's teleportation spell whisked them away.
Chapter 20, Divided Soul. She had many names and titles over the long years of her life. Why did I choose Layla? I could have told that girl any name, but she didn't. Black shackles chained her to the base of a throne, rising from an iron crown of thorns. Layla sat on the edge of the stone dais and stared at her bare feet. That was as far as she could get from the throne. She rose and smoothed her black skirt when a door at the other end of the shadowed throne room opened. Light spilled in, but it came from the gold torque around a fallen angel's neck that was once a halo. Before that angel rebelled, he wore black robes adorned with a gold star on his chest, and a black cloak trailed on the ground after him as he strode toward the throne of thorns. He also had many names: the adversary, Satan, but he came here as the morning star, the brightest angel to fall into darkness. How ironic.
You failed. The gateways are open, and my army marches through time now. Soon, there won't be heaven or earth, just hell, everywhere and every when.
He raised a glass and drank the red liquid down before tossing the glass. It shattered when it struck the stone wall. If he meant that as a threat, he shouldn't have bothered. She knew her place for now. Layla tried not to roll her eyes, but he was right. She didn't see the gateways coming. By the time she discovered them, there wasn't time to do more than reach past the spells trapping her here, to find an ally who could do something. But she wasn't out of options either. She had 4 pieces on the board, 2 in hell and 2 on earth. They just needed a push in the right direction. But that was the problem. She didn't know where to direct them. Since he was in the mood to gloat, she might as well ask about his plans. The Morning Star always did like to hear himself talk. Maybe he'd launch into a pompous monologue since he had a captive audience, and give her a clue about how he planned to invade Earth in every time period. Hell had no timeline of its own, so it was always now, no matter when someone arrived. Layla wasn't sure how time worked when one left Hell, but she doubted the Morning Star Morningstar was powerful enough to manipulate time itself, but he must have. Layla tried to shut out the image of the gateway splitting into 3 copies, then merging, before that clockwork angel raced across its glowing threshold and vanished. What did you do, my adversary? The question ran a razor edge against her sanity, scraping away a bit more of her the longer she remained his prisoner. Maybe she should ask, but that would betray she had access to some power despite her chains, and she didn't want him to know what until she plunged her black claws into his chest and cracked it open to see if his heart became as black as his robes when he turned. How can you send them to different points on the timeline? Layla glared at him. There was only one thing that sprang to mind that had the power to manipulate time, but time crystals didn't exist. They were just a myth. If they did exist, then what? How did a time crystal work? Could it warp time? Layla sat down hard on the edge of the dais, and she pictured the tree of life. The arrow of time glowed white against its dark trunk, and from its arrow-shaped head, which represented the present moment, glowing orange lines extended into the future. At each crossing, fires burned, marking possible events. I need someone to look at the tree of life and tell me what they see. That was the only way to know for sure if a time crystal was in play, or perhaps she could get that information from the smug fallen angel striding toward her like he was a king in his castle. His robes flared out dramatically behind him. You have a time crystal. Layla watched him, and that wasn't an unpleasant task. The morning star was inhumanly beautiful, with gold horns curving upward and a long mane of thick, dark hair hanging straight as a pin down his muscular back. His face was too chiseled, though, making him look like he was carved from bronze. When he grinned and mounted the steps to the throne, glowing violet eyes marked him as a former angel, but he was much taller than any angel she ever met.
Everyone knows time crystals don't exist.
But, he sneered, giving the lie to that statement. He always did protest too much. They do exist, and you have one. Layla knew it like she knew all her names, but she didn't need him to admit it. She could get confirmation another way. Where's that girl, Rosalie? She was with Faye when I lost touch, and Faye was a former time god. Faye could see the tree of life with a little help. Layla stretched out her senses. Come on, girl. Please, still be with Faye. The door to the throne room opened again, but it was just one of his fallen angel flunkies coming to gloat. They never discussed anything important. Not here where she could overhear every word. Layla couldn't physically leave the throne room until someone broke her chains, or the morning star sent her back to her cell. As she glared at the enemy of all life settling himself on his throne, she tried not to smile. Dark magic was dark because it had no visible counterpart for anyone but the user. It had nothing to do with morality. Intent determined whether magic was good or evil. Layla searched for the dark threads of the unseen world. When she first contacted Rosalie, she'd twisted those threads into a link between them. When she found the link, she threaded her mind on one end of the link and pushed. Her mind left her body. It was a shining bead on that braided black thread, shooting toward Rosalie.
I have news,
said the golden-haired fallen angel before he reached the dais.
Tell me how the invasion is going,
the morning star said, sounding bored with it all. But that was an act. Layla almost returned to her body to hear his report, but the threat of a time crystal spurred her on. If the myths were true, time crystals were pieces of the first creation, before there was a heaven or angels. She couldn't fathom what the morning star would do if he had one, and there was only one place she could think of to check for distortions. Rosalie. Layla called the girl's name as her mind slid across the dark braid of their link.
I'm here. Actually, I don't know where I am,
Rosalie said, loudly and clearly. Good. The girl didn't sever their tie. Are you still with Faye? Layla willed her mind to move faster. She needed to get into the girl's head.
Yes, I am. Why? Do you need her?
Rosalie asked, as Layla's mind collided with hers. Yes, give me control for a moment. I need to talk to Faye. It's important. Layla fumbled for the dark threads that connected mind and body, but the unseen was hard to work with since she could barely see the threads composing it.
What will you do if I give you control?
Rosalie asked, and she sounded scared. That wasn't like her. Where was the fearless girl who challenged her in the forest? There's no time, Layla said as she grabbed what she hoped were the right threads and pushed power into Rosalie.
Damn it, my power isn't working correctly. Give me a moment,
Faye said from nearby, proving that goddess was still around. Faye might sense her, or she might not, but Layla couldn't worry about that now. She wove every fiber of the unseen she could grab into a spell that created an invisible platform and raised it as high as she could push it, above the tree of life. Come on, Rosalie, look down. I need your eyes. But the girl kept looking up for some reason. Doesn't she hear me? Layla tried again to reach her, but she'd reached the limits of her power. With her ankles manacled in hell, draining her, exhaustion overcame her and she almost slid out of Rosalie's body. No, I must hold on. I just need a few minutes.
Take some of my power,
whispered Uriah, a god of the underworld and the unseen, as a braided thread grazed her foot. You would help me even though we used to make war on each other? Layla felt the fabric of the unseen warping. Unlike light magic, dark magic acted more like fabric than light.
We're both prisoners of the same enemy. That should make us allies, even if it's only temporary,
Uriah said, and it sounded like he shrugged. Perhaps the psychopomp was right. Bless that girl. Rosalie finally glanced down at the tree of life, formed by the arrow of time, the future's fires, and the ever-moving present. Layla tuned out the conversation. Faye could answer Rosalie's questions or ignore them. 2 helixes, one dark and one light, spiraled around the tree of life. He doesn't have just one time crystal. He has 2. Layla let go, and her mind slid back down the braided dark magic of her link to Rosalie until it collided with her body. Layla blinked and listened as she made sense of what she'd seen. When no voices disturbed the quiet, she turned her head to regard the empty throne. Does he know I can get around these chains? Layla rose slowly until muscles stiff from the cold chamber warmed up. The adversary had possibly 2 time crystals. How do I take them away from him and destroy them? As she paced around the throne room, she turned that problem over and over in her mind. She had a demigod time walker who wasn't very good at his craft, a witch who was better at hers, an archangel who never actually fell, and an ex-war god whose plans changed more frequently than the wind. What am I even doing? Not so long ago I was the villain. Why am I trying to fix everything? Layla paced to the other side of the dais before her chains stopped her. Across from her, mirrors lined the wall, reflecting the light from the clerestory windows. A black-hailed woman with black eyes set in a tanned face with razor-sharp features stared back at her. Then her black dress lightened to white. Her features softened, and her almond-shaped eyes turned a luminous violet as white wings extended to either side of the woman in the looking-glass.
"Wake me up,"
said the woman reflected in the mirror as she leaned forward, letting her black hair fall over her shoulders.
"I'm not bound by anything but your will. Release me."
No. Layla turned her back on the mirror.
"You'll never escape with your soul divided. Release me."
No, I'm someone else now. I'm not you. Layla stumbled away from the mirror, but she couldn't escape her past so easily. Once she was an angel of the underworld until she discovered the dark power of the unseen and left her halo and wings behind to embrace it and become a goddess and the most powerful witch ever to walk across the shifting sands of hell. I'm not an angel anymore, and she didn't want to be one ever again.
"But you need me. Together, we're strong. Lock me away, and you become so weak you can't break your chains."
"I don't need you. I'm doing pretty well on my own." Layla tripped over her chains, proving she wasn't doing as well as she pretended.
"You don't believe that? Release me. Together we can take on the morning star."
That was tempting, but letting that part of her out of its mental cage meant embracing who she was, and Layla couldn't do that and retain who she was now. If she let her angelic nature out, it would change her. She pushed down the fear of what that might do to her and sat on the edge of the dais to consider her options. Uriah offered an alliance. Perhaps she should find out if that was a legitimate offer when the guards took her back to her cell. The underworld gods might know about the time crystals, and she desperately needed information. If I can find out where he's keeping them, then I can motivate someone to steal them. And she knew just the right ex-god to undertake that mission. Layla stifled a laugh as the door opened, allowing light from the hallway beyond to spill in and chase away some shadows at the far end of the rectangular room. She rose like a compliant prisoner. "I'm ready to return to my cell." Layla extended her hands so the guard could clamp manacles around her wrists if he so chose.
Chapter 21, Run With Me. When the flames receded, Rosalie stood on a grassy slope dotted with bushes and a few trees. What did I see? Did I see anything? Or did I imagine those spiral things at the end? Rosalie stumbled for a step, then stopped. This wasn't the treetop brancher village 20 years in the past where she'd found Ivarian. Perhaps this was better. A gravel trail wound up the slope toward a snow-covered peak high above. Rosalie turned and stared down onto someone's balcony, cut right into the side of the mountain. Sarn lived under Mount Eredrin from before Ran was born until the demon-riddled present they left behind when they went to the pass. Rosalie crossed her fingers and hoped Faye brought them back in time to save him. "You brought us to Mount Eredrin? In what year?" Shouts from further away drew her to a cliff higher up the trail, and she hurried to the edge, hoping she was wrong about the source of the rhythmic thuds. But she wasn't wrong. Horns curved upward from the heads of the demons climbing over the railing onto someone's balcony. More demons marched out of the dying forest about a mile away. When they walked through through the 2 rings of standing stones, neither one stopped them. Their shields were gone, and their magic was broken. No! Rosalie backed away, knocking a few pebbles off the edge in her haste. They were back in the present, where everything was wrong. Where's Rand?
He's in the library, but I hate going under the mountain. So you'll need to descend on your own and link up with him while I try to figure out what the hell happened to the timeline.
Faye raised her hand, but Rosalie rushed her and caught the diminutive ex-goddess arm before she could snap her fingers and teleport away. You can't leave us here. We'll never make it inside. We're outnumbered and unarmed. Rosalie tried her best at a beseeching look, but her anger burned too hot in her heart, so she ended up glaring down her nose at the petite goddess as she lied. Faye didn't know she had a dagger up her sleeve, but it wouldn't be all that effective against a large group of demons all attacking at once.
She's right.
Avarian staggered over to them and touched her arm. Rosalie let go, but Faye glared at her with swirling red eyes that glowed menacingly. Hopefully she wasn't silently rewriting her fate to turn her into something nasty. Rosalie backed away just in case. I'm sorry I grabbed you. We're seriously outnumbered and your nephew can't run very fast. I can't either. Not on that rocky trail. Rosalie pointed at the trail winding around outcroppings and sheer drops toward the giant glowing doors of Mount Eredrin below them. But those doors were at least 2,000 feet away, maybe more. Rosalie wasn't great at guessing distances. Unfortunately, the demons bounding up the trail from the meadow would reach it first, since they had longer legs.
Can't you flash us to the library?
Avarian shivered as the wind blew past them. Rosalie hoped that was an act he put on to look more pitiful than he felt, but it might not be. He looked awful. His white hair was lank and dull, and his silver eyes lost their luster somewhere in the past and their glow. His clothes were clean, but they hung on him like he'd lost mass. Deep blue smudges under his eyes just made him even more haunted and lost. Rosalie wrapped an arm around him and pulled him against her side. He didn't need to be strong. She could do that for him. Avarian wrapped an arm around her and leaned on her. Too bad she couldn't share her strength with him. Faye blew a thinner braid away from her face.
Maybe I could do it, but it's hard for me, and there's no margin for error. If I'm off by the tiniest bit, you're both dead.
That gave Rosalie pause. Maybe they should take their chances with the demons running up the trail. The air shimmered behind Faye and to her right. Rosalie shouted a warning, but she was a moment too late. The shimmer expanded into a glowing ring, and a dagger thrust through it into Faye's back. The ex-goddess staggered forward and vanished in a tongue of flame.
Anshe!
Avarian staggered forward until Rosalie pulled him back. I'm sure she'll be all right. She's immortal and probably hard to kill, unlike them. Rosalie backed away as a creature with horns on its head and mandibles like an insect jumped through the portal. Its scaly skin flowed like wax as it reshaped itself into her face. Hell no, that's my face. I'll cut it off, you. Rosalie let go of Avarian and drew her dagger from its sheath under her sleeve.
Wait, Rosalie.
Avarian called after her as she charged, but she couldn't wait. She couldn't let some demonic creature steal her likeness. Rosalie ducked under the clawed hand that the demon swung at her and stabbed upward into its chest, piercing its heart. Green ichor flowed out of the wound and burned as it dripped onto her hand. She grimaced as she twisted her blade, then pulled it out. The demon fell backward into another demon, and something dropped from its hand. The object gleamed in the sunlight as it fell, and the air shimmered around it. What was that? Rosalie darted forward as the portal collapsed, taking the demons with it. Where is it? As she scoured the area, she wiped the ichor off her dagger onto the grass as she searched for that item. Come on, glow for me, or at least reflect the sunlight again so I can find you. Belatedly, Rosalie realized the sun struck her back and cast a long shadow over the ground. She stepped aside and scanned the grass until a telltale shine gave away the object's location. It had fallen behind a rock. As she bent to grab it, her hand struck solidified air. What the hell?
What's wrong?
Avarian asked from right behind her. It's nothing I can't handle. Rosalie channeled all her anger and frustration into her fist and tried to punch through the invisible barrier. By slow increments, her hand passed through the barrier until she could finally grab the shiny object. The resistance vanished so suddenly that she almost punched the ground. It took all her strength to divert her hand so she didn't break her fingers.
What did that creature drop?
Avarian asked as she turned and opened her hand. A crystal shard as long and as wide as her thumb lay on her palm. It's just a crystal. We can look at it later. Right now we need to run. Rosalie closed her hand around it, then slid it into her skirt pocket. She could examine it after she got a wash and a meal and maybe some rest. Her skin itched, and she probably stank by now since it was many days since she last bathed. But she couldn't worry about that right now. They needed a more defensible position before the other demons on the trail reached them. Rosalie slipped an arm around Avarian, Come on, we need to take cover.
We can't outrun them. They're taller and faster than we are.
Ivarian stared at the demons running up the trail, at least a dozen headed straight for them. I wish we had more time. As she said that, time stretched and the demons froze. What's happening?
Something's happened to time around here to slow it down, but that's impossible. Nothing can slow time.
Ivarian shook his head in disbelief, but he staggered along beside her at what seemed like a normal pace. Not even your aunt? Rosalie bet Faye could slow time if she wanted to. That goddess was very powerful. Could time have stopped just for the demons? No birds flew past, nor did any animals dart out of cover. So how could she tell? Rosalie stared at the demons. Were they stopped? Or were they moving so slowly she could just barely perceive their motion?
I don't know if she could. I just met her.
Ivarian kicked a pebble, sending it skittering down the trail until it struck an invisible line halfway between them and the demons. The pebble stopped midair and just hung there, waiting for time to resume. This is crazy, but if it was real, and if it lasted long enough for them to sprint down the trail, they could make it to the doors of Mount Airdren, and maybe even all the way to the library. It was on the same level and she knew the way, thanks to all those times she followed Ran. Rosalie glanced at Ivarian, as a smile spread across her face.
What are you thinking?
Ivarian scowled at her, as if he already knew what she was thinking and didn't like her plan. Well, that was too bad for him. Something Layla said ghosted back to her. Do you trust me? Rosalie let her arm drop away from him.
After all we've been through, you have to ask that?
He laughed, and maybe he was right.
Yes, I trust you.
Good. Rosalie slashed her palm open and then slashed his hand. Before he could protest, she pressed their bleeding palms together and pushed her strength and her blood into his palm. The circle binds us, witches to magic users, for we're both bled through life until we're dead. With my blood, I bind us until we're nothing more than magic threads.
What are you doing?
Ivarian stiffened, but he stood straighter than he had since they first met, and his silver eyes glowed softly again. I think I just gave you some of my strength. I don't know how long it'll last, so you'd better use it. Rosalie sealed both cuts with a thought. Everine stared at her like she'd become a stranger, or a monster.
Use it to do what? We can't take on that many demons by ourselves.
I'm not asking you to. Run with me. While time stopped for them, we can slip past them and get into Mount Airdren. As Rosalie strode past him, she hoped he'd follow her, but doubt gnawed at her. Did I do the right thing? Tears pricked her eyes, but she wouldn't look back. This was his decision. She followed him into the past. Would he follow her now that he knew what blood magic really meant? A sharp pain in her chest made her breath hitch. Why am I so upset? We barely know each other. But that wasn't true. They'd been through more in the months since they met than most couples experienced in a lifetime. Rosalie went to wipe her eyes on her sleeve, but she remembered what she'd used her sleeve for over the last few days, and she lowered her arm. I need a clean dress.
Wait, Rosalie, don't leave without me.
Ivarian caught up to her.
How long do you think time will stay stopped?
I don't know. She risked a glance at his face, but it gave nothing away. He stared straight ahead at the demons, frozen many turns below, and his lips were set in a firm line. Does he think I'm a monster? Blood magic was the most reviled of all the types of magic for a reason. We should run. Rosalie changed her grip on the dagger, so it pointed at the ground as she quickened her pace. No way would she sheathe their only weapon. Not when time could spring back to normal speed at any moment.
I trust you more than I probably should. If you think this will hold, then it will. But I still think we should hurry.
Ivarian caught her free hand and ran toward the first switchback of many between them and their goal, and Rosalie ran with him.
Chapter 22, Betrayed by a Book. As the female angel removed her boot from Garen's chest, she grinned, then turned to meet the person stomping toward them. A hammer appeared in her hand, and it glowed a fierce purple as she rushed to meet a woman wearing a metal helm shaped like a lion's head. Her cuirass also bore a stylized lion's head. In case her helm didn't make it clear, she loved lions above all other creatures. Garen knew that grin and her excitement for the fight infected him too, helping him throw off the lingering dizziness from the invisible force that walloped him. Well, that's not something you see every day. Garen sat up as the two women crashed into each other. The female angel, name still unknown, didn't even swing her hammer. She just charged into the woman in lion armor, and the demoness bounced off her and slammed into the 5 demons behind her. What's her name? Garen pointed at the female angel, swinging her hammer in in wide arcs to drive back the demons. What the hell is she humming? The tune tickled his memory. Was it an old battle hymn?
I don't know what that song is. Where did you get this?
The handsome angel grabbed the pendant from his hand. Giron cursed himself for letting it go. He should have paid more attention to what the angel was doing, but he was always a sucker for a pretty face, regardless of gender. A woman gave it to me. You'll have to ask her where she got it from, because I didn't think to ask that before she vanished.
Where's the book of names?
The angel stuffed the pendant into a pocket on his robe. Maybe that damned book waited for just this moment, because the mark it left on his chest quivered and peeled its inky wings off his skin. Garen slammed both his hands over the mark, but the damned thing mutated until the corner of a leather-bound book pressed into his palm. You get back in there, you stupid book. I said I'd take you back to your creator, and I will. But this pretty angel isn't him. No, the book's author was a wretched excuse for an angel, and it wasn't the dirt, the long nails, the unkempt hair, or the stained robes either. They were just the outward marks of his inner decrepitude.
Ajanil,
shouted the book of names right in his skull.
What are you doing?
The pretty angel narrowed his glowing violet eyes like he was trying to look through Garen.
Can we settle this later? There's a battle in progress, and it takes more than 2 people to hold back an army,
Natali said from somewhere behind him. Garen forgot about the Versati, and a pang of guilt shot through his heart when he remembered they accompanied him. He glanced around for them and found Natali standing before a giant demon. One gloved hand touched the creature's chest and somehow held it back. The Versati was probably draining its energy. Having been on the receiving end of that more than once, Garen winced in sympathy as the creature staggered backward, then collapsed so hard it shook the ground. But a moment's inattention was all the book of names needed. It tore out of his chest and slammed into his hands, shoving them away from his chest as the damned thing flew toward the angel. Pretty boy angel caught the book, and his eyes widened in surprise as the darn thing blackened and flowed like ink over his spotless white robes to the prim neckline and slid under it. Thankfully, the handsome angel ripped the 2 halves of his garment open, displaying a nicely muscled chest that now bore a single tattoo of a winged book. Well, that was unexpected. Giron rubbed his aching chest as he rose. He was missing a fight, and that was unlike him. The red energies released in battle swirled around the battlefield, and he pulled it all into himself, and that cleared his head finally.
Why did you steal it and then bring it back?
The Book of Names' new owner rose, and power crackled around him. Angels had auras, but not in the same way as other magic users. But Garen squinted at him, anyway. He wasn't disappointed when he just saw the usual violet glow that all angels had. Oh well, it was worth a try. Garen shut off his maid's sight, since he couldn't do much else with it besides gauge power levels. And that wasn't all that useful in a physical fight.
I could use a little help here.
Natali called from behind him. Pumped. And I could use a weapon. Anyone got one to spare? Garen scanned the ground, but either no one dropped any weapons or someone beat him to them. He shrugged and threw a punch at the demon that got past Natali, and pain plowed into his fist when he struck the pig-faced demon's face. But the pain faded as he absorbed the energy released by that blow. Garen laughed and laid into the next demon. That's right, boys. The god of war is back in business.
Arjuniel.
The female angel shouted. Garen turned at the sound of that name. He couldn't wait to see how Pretty Boy Angel would explain to that worthy that he had the Book of Names. Pretty Boy Angel turned to look for his angel friend instead of getting that confrontation over with. Damn it, now I have to follow him, so I don't miss that. It promised to be an epic conversation, the kind that could lead to a fight between angels. Garen got chills just thinking about it, and he forgot they were surrounded. A hammer slammed into his chest, sending him staggering as pain radiated through every nerve. Ouch!
You don't scare me, war god.
The lady in the lion armor twirled the war hammer like it was a baton.
But I didn't come for you.
She pointed her hammer at Pretty Boy Angel. What the hell was he doing? Now wasn't the time to take notes, but that's what the handsome angel with the Book of Names tattooed on his chest was doing. He crouched in the dust and traced a symbol with the lavender blood flowing from a cut on his wrist.
Hurry up with that spell. I'm good, but I can't hold off an army forever.
The female angel said as she tossed a demon at 5 charging demonesses. They went down like pins in that weird game a rival god created, but it never caught on. The ground shook as Garen reached for Natalie's arm and yanked her away from the fight.
What's happening?
Ask him that. Garen ran to the edge of the symbol, and the female angel backed up until the heels of her sandals touched it too.
You can't escape us. You're surrounded. It's only a matter of time before we destroy you,
said a fallen angel as the demons parted to let him pass. But he must have hit every ugly rock on the way down to hell. This creature looked like a caricature of an angel drawn by a madman. His body was thin and stretched, and his back was bowed so his long nails trailed on the ground. His mouth couldn't close properly because his teeth were too big and too numerous to fit properly, so drool dripped from his moist lips. A gold halo wrapped around his neck like a collar, and his violet eyes burned with madness. To test his powers, Magier experienced within herself.
I don't think so.
Pretty Boy Angel did something, and the mark lit up with a violet light that turned as blue as the ocean on a summer day. All around them, the ground rippled and flowed like muddy water, and the army sank into it. But the ground where Garen stood stayed solid. That was enough to send some combatants running back to the ruins on the outskirts of the city.
Stand your ground. This is a trick, nothing more.
It's not a trick. This plain used to be a lake. I invited the waters to return.
Pretty Boy Angel rose, and the wind chose that moment to whip past, blowing his black hair away from his face. That was enough to send the rest of the demons running, and they splashed their way through the deepening water. What about us? Garen tapped the handsome angel on the shoulder. I never learned how to swim. I left all the naval battles to another war god. Why hog all the battles? Am I right?
I don't know, but we can fly, so we're covered. We could fly you away from this watery mess if you give us a good reason to.
The female angel gave him a speculative look. The fallen angel with the drooling problem unhinged his jaws, and his gray tongue lolled out, but it was covered in spikes. He flicked his tongue and hurled the spikes at them.
I've got this.
The female angel moved so fast that she blurred. When she stilled, she held all the spikes in her hands, then dropped them into the muddy water.
Catch this.
The fallen angel spat, and the head-sized ball of phlegm sailed toward them.
No, thank you.
The female angel stepped aside, and the phlegm struck the glowing symbol and burned it away. The waters receded into the earth, but the army didn't turn around and run back to the interrupted battle. A human-looking male, wearing a leather skirt and not much else, also remained with the twisted fallen angel and the woman in lion armor. But it was 4 against 3 now, and those were much better odds.
Do you really want to fight me, Kazazel?
Pretty Boy Angel stepped forward. The fallen angel's name reverberated, and the hideous creature froze.
What about you, Ramiel? Or you, Leonestra?
The other 2 combatants froze too.
Go back to your master and tell him the library belongs to me, and so do all its treasures.
What did you do?
The female angel walked up to the guy wearing a leather skirt and tapped his shoulder, but he didn't move, not even his eyes.
It won't last long.
Pretty Boy Angel spun.
Why did you take the Book of Names, Garen?
The name slammed into Gurn and froze him too.
And tell us about that pendant.
The female angel folded her arms and glared at him too. Natalie waved to get their attention.
Could we discuss this somewhere else, like inside the library?
The Versati waved to that fortress-like structure and the golden shield over it.
Who are you? Why are you with him?
The female angel stalked over to the Versati and stopped a few feet away.
He promised to introduce me to someone if I helped him, so I need him until he fulfills his promise.
Natalie seized his arm and tried to budge him, but his true name on that angel's lips turned Garen into a fleshy statue, capable of thought, but nothing else.
They're right. We can't stay here unless you want to keep freezing them. While that might be fun for a while, it could also get tedious fast. And their subordinates might decide to come back.
The female angel scratched her nose like it itched.
All right, which one do you want to carry?
Pretty Boy Angel kicked some dirt over the remains of the sigil.
The war god. Never carried one of his kind before. Might be fun.
She grabbed Garen and threw him over her shoulder like he was a sack of frozen potatoes. Worst still, he couldn't even argue with her. Pretty Boy Angel glanced at Natalie warily, but the Versati raised their hands.
I won't drain you. We came to find the fallen angel who runs the library. Versati.
Vitali lowered their hands.
You're looking at him.
The female angel laughed at their expressions, then jumped and spread her wings. As she flew toward the library's towers, the paralysis wore off. But she must be mistaken. That handsome angel wasn't Arganiol. Garen didn't grab hold of her, even though he really wanted to. Flight wasn't one of his skills, and the ground was a long way down, too far for comfort. A fall from that height would probably break something. Thankfully, she descended before worry could gnaw away at his composure. After all, he had a reputation to uphold. War gods didn't show fear, even if their legs quaked from it.
Chapter 23. A tough decision. Could they steal his energy? Arganiel tried not to glare at the Versati clamped to his side as that question repeated in his mind. He needed to concentrate on flying and figuring out just how they could pass through the shield without him taking it down or punching a hole through it. He already passed through it once with Thaniel, and that hadn't weakened it, but a second time might, so he needed another option. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of another way to get inside.
I won't drain you, so you can stop looking at me like you're waiting for me to break my promise, because I won't.
The Versati glared back at him with pink eyes that blazed with either power or emotion or both as the wind whipped their veil and robe. I'm sorry, trust doesn't come easily for me. Arganiel glanced over his shoulder at the three combatants left on the muddy ground. Neither one moved yet, but they would when the binding wore off. What would they do then? They couldn't hope to break in, not with just the three of them, unless they were a lot more powerful than they'd shown. Just to be on the safe side, he should avoid showing them any weaknesses in the shield over the library and its 4 towers.
Hey, how are we getting in? There's this shield in the way, in case you haven't noticed.
Thaniel stomped her sandaled foot on the semi-concrete gold shield to grab his attention. Follow me. Arganiel flew over the shield to the opposite side of the library so it blocked them from view. Only when he was certain no one on the other side could see them did he land and set the Versati down so he could make a temporary hole in the shield for them to enter. But should he let that thief back in? Arganiel glanced at the ex-war god. Not yet. He needed answers first, and then he could decide. Arganiel stalked over to the thief as Thaniel set him down, but she held onto his arm just in case he decided to go somewhere he shouldn't. Why did you steal the Book of Names? That wasn't the question Arganiel really wanted answered, but he needed to know that too, and it seemed like the best place to start. Why did the ex-war god bring it back? That was the part that made no sense. But he'd find out before anyone went anywhere.
A woman who claimed to be the sleeping angel asked me to fetch it, and I did.
The ex-war god scratched his chin, and his name jumped into Arganiel's mind. Garen, that wasn't the answer Arganiel expected. Why did she want it?
I don't know. She wanted me to bring it to her people, and in exchange for doing that, I get to lead them. Since I'm currently without an army, you can understand why that appealed to me, being that I'm an ex-god of war and all that.
Garen glanced around like he hoped an army would show up and ask him to lead it, as if that would happen. When did you come back to the library? Arganiel glanced around too, but not for an army. A woman matching the rumors of the sleeping angel appeared to him several times now, but not once did she mention the Book of Names or that she put Garen up to stealing it, and that was telling. Her people aren't here. Or were they? Arganiel glanced at the golden shield over the library. How well did he really know the demons who worked for him? And where did the Versati figure in all this? They weren't tagging along for fun.
Well now, that's where things get interesting.
Garen paused like he was searching for a good explanation or crafting one. He didn't seem like a man with a strong relationship with the truth. The Versati elbowed him and then stepped forward.
I can explain that part. Genius over here ran toward the gateway, completely forgetting his promise to take me to the sleeping angel.
The Versati jerked her thumb at Garen in case anyone was confused about who she meant.
But I couldn't have that, so I stopped him. By the time he regained his senses, there was an army between us and the gateway, and that's when his plan changed.
Garen laughed like the Versati told a funny joke, but his laughter sounded forced.
What they're trying to say is that I realize the author of the Book of Names would be even more valuable than the book itself.
So you came back to return the book to me? Arganiel found that hard to believe. Thieves didn't usually return what they stole.
Look, I don't know who you are, but you're not the fallen angel I stole the book from.
Garen shook his index finger at him. Yes, I am. I don't care if you believe me. Your beliefs don't change the facts. Arginil turned away, but he still couldn't understand why they came back here. Garen spluttered until he finally put his confusion into words.
How is that even possible? You look so different from when I saw you last.
I can answer that.
Thaniel raised her hand like she was in school.
He was under a glamour that made him look like a ruined version of himself, but it was just an illusion, so I removed it.
That was another thing since he left the gateway that made no sense. Angels didn't like lies or deception unless they were fallen. But I'm not fallen, so why didn't I notice there was a glamour on me? No matter how Arginil looked at the situation, he couldn't figure that out. I didn't even feel it, and I should have.
And who are you?
Garen pointed at Thaniel.
I'm the angel Thaniel, and I came down here chasing a rumor about a dear friend I hadn't seen in a long time.
She clamped a hand on Arginil's shoulder and squeezed.
So, who are you?
I was a war god before I arrived here, and one of my names was Garen, and it kind of stuck, so you might as well call me that.
Garen shrugged like he didn't really care what they called him.
And you can call me Natalie.
The Versati rested a gloved hand on their chest and bowed.
So he's really the fallen angel known as Arginil?
Garen pointed at him, even though they'd already established that fact.
He's the angel known as Arginil, yes, but look at his halo. It's not a collar around his neck. It floats at the right height above his head for a proper angel, so he's not fallen.
Thaniel waved to illustrate her point.
Then why is he in hell?
Garen pointed at him again, and all the pointing was getting annoying. So was the fact that everyone was talking about him like he wasn't standing there listening to every word they said. But Garen asked the one question that Arginil had been avoiding. He didn't want to think back to the time before the fall right now. I still don't understand why you came back. What were you hoping to do? Take me to the rebels too?
That was the plan. So what do you say? Are you ready to come with us to the rebels?
Garen looked at him like he expected a resounding yes. No, that's a terrible plan. I can't leave the library unprotected. They were mad if they thought he would even consider that. Arginil turned his back on them again.
What he's not telling you is that we don't even know where the rebels are, so we can't link up with them even if we wanted to,
Natalie said, and the Versati sounded as frustrated as Arginil felt.
It sounds like we're at an impasse, and that sucks, because I'm curious about these rebels and this army you think you're going to lead.
Thaniel planted her fists on her hips as Arginil turned in time to catch Garen's reaction to that bold statement.
I don't think I'm going to lead them. I know it. I can feel their acceptance right here.
Garen pounded a fist on his chest.
Right, because a bunch of people who have never met you will just bow down and accept you as their leader with open arms.
Danielle extended both arms, then dropped them to her sides and laughed.
Yeah, that's not likely to happen. But I'd like to see you try to convince them. That might be entertaining.
You don't think I can win them over?
Garen squared up to her.
I'd like to see you try.
Daniel placed one hand on his chest and pushed him backward without using a tenth of her strength. This is getting us nowhere. I can't leave the library, and I don't know if I want to let you inside it. Arginil covered his face with both hands. This wasn't how he thought the fight would end.
Well, if you're sending us on our way, then at least give me back my pendant. The sleeping angel gave it to me, and I need it to find the rebels. I've got an army to lead.
Garen extended his hand for it. How do I know you didn't steal this too? Arginil removed the pendant from his pocket, and it glowed with violet light just like an angel's eyes.
I didn't steal that. It was a gift. But you steal just one thing, and then you're branded a thief for the rest of your existence.
Garen threw his hands in the air in defeat as the violet glow intensified. No one else seemed to notice, but Arginil couldn't look away from the pendant dangling from his hand.
What about the gateway?
Asked the same woman who had spoken to him when he tried to move the gateway. Are you the one they call the sleeping angel?
But if I am...
She appeared behind Garen and Natalie, but neither one glanced behind them. Didn't they hear her? Then again, Thaniel didn't react either. She went on teasing Garen just to get a rise out of him.
You wanted to take it down. Do you still want that?
The sleeping angel looked the same as before in her white robe. Her black hair hung loose as she fixed her glowing violet eyes on him. Is the gateway still there? Arginil asked to buy time. In truth, he'd stopped thinking about it when the army showed up. Gateways don't usually stick around for long since it takes a tremendous amount of power to sustain them.
You know that it's still there? Don't trifle with me. You feel its wrongness just like I do. It's a wound on this world and it must be closed.
The sleeping angel walked through Natalie and the Versati froze. How is that possible? impossible. Not even an angel mage could keep a gateway open this long. Hearing it was still there disturbed Arginil. Something must be powering the gateway still. What had enough power to do that for so long?
You see the problem now as clearly as I do. The adversary's cronies have done something to keep it open long past when it should have collapsed. Don't you want to know how they accomplished that?
The sleeping angel strode toward him until she was barely an inch away. You can't seduce me, so don't bother trying. I'm not interested. Arginil turned his back on her and rested a hand on the shield he created with what he thought were the last dregs of his power. Thanks to Thaniel, that wasn't the end of him.
I know, you love someone else. I hope that love is requited.
It was, but that was a long time ago on another world, and pain stabbed his chest just thinking about that as tears pricked his eyes. Angels aren't supposed to love anyone but their creator.
We both know that's not true.
The sleeping angel must have retreated because her voice didn't come from right behind him anymore. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Just tell me what you want, then go away and leave me alone. Arginil ran his hand down the smooth curve of the shield.
That's not really what you want, but all right, I'll go. I know when I'm not wanted.
Wait. Arginil turned, but she was gone. He wasn't sure if she was ever really there. You didn't tell me what you want. She appeared again behind Thaniel this time.
Yes, I did, but I'll tell you again since you didn't hear me the first time. I want you to go to the gateway and look at it as only you can. Through your gift, I think you could see why the gateway still stands. What powers it? I must know.
She pounded a fist into her palm. If I do that, then who will protect the library? Arginil glared at the pendant dangling from his clenched fist like it held all the answers to his questions. The shield would hold for a while, but he still needed to be here to refresh it. Besides, he'd confronted the gateway once, and the memory of that didn't make him want to try again. Arginil shuddered at the thought of going anywhere near that thing. But she was right. It was a blight on this place. I don't know how to dismantle a gateway. Do you know?
No, I don't. Gateways are beyond my ability to create.
Then we're at an impasse. Arginil dropped the pendant, and it landed in the dust with a dull thud. Garen didn't react to that either, so he must still be locked in whatever spell the sleeping angel wove so they could talk without anyone overhearing them.
Are we? If you can find someone's true name by looking at them, then can't you do the same with the gateway? Can't you see the truth of it and discover how to destroy it?
The sleeping angel cocked her head to one side and studied him. That was an interesting question, but he'd rather focus his gift on her instead. Who was she really? She crossed her arms over her chest protectively.
Don't look at me like that. You don't want to see the truth. I don't even want to see it, and I know it. Trust me, whatever you saw in me would destroy your mind. After all, it already destroyed mine.
She vanished, but the idea once planted wouldn't go away. Could he look at the gateway and see its truth? That question demanded an answer. Arginil scrubbed his hands over his face. What am I thinking? I can't leave the library. But he wanted to. I owe it to myself to see what the author of my misery is doing, and if there's a way to stop him, I must do it, even if that puts my beloved library at risk.
Are you okay? I dragged you back from the edge of fading not that long ago.
Thaniel wrapped an arm around his shoulders. She was a good friend. There's something I need to do. Arginil lowered his hands from his face.
Chapter 24, Divided but Not Conquered. Natalie almost cheered when Thaniel said what they'd thought since Garen brought up the rebels. She was right, and Natalie smiled behind their veil as Garen searched for words to defend his belief that the rebels would accept him as their leader without question. The ex-god had an oversized ego. Thaniel was definitely hiding something, and all her bluster, while amusing, couldn't hide the furtive glances she gave the sky. At least the sky no longer flipped back and forth between burning day and darkest night. It had settled on halfway between the two and left them in an orangey twilight. Was Thaniel waiting for someone? If she was, then it wasn't someone Arginil knew, because he never once glanced at the sky after they landed. He stuck to his interrogation and pushed Garen until the ex-god had to admit the truth. I hope that continues for a long while. It was nice to see that ex-god squirm.
How do I know you didn't steal this too?
Arginil removed the pendant from his pocket, and it glowed the same color as his eyes. Unlike other fallen angels, he had this earthy realness that other members of his race lacked. There was nothing ethereal about him.
Natalie,
a woman whispered, but she wasn't Thaniel. That angel still argued with Garen about this supposed rebel army the ex-war gods swore he could claim. They must be really hard up if they accept him as their savior. Natalie didn't say that aloud, though. Thaniel didn't need any help to roast the ex-god, and her violet eyes danced with amusement every time he protested. exhausted. At least someone else enjoys his discomfort as much as I do. If Thaniel didn't whisper their name, then who had? Thaniel was the only woman in their group.
Natali,
said that woman again. Natali glanced around until a woman in white robes like Arginil and Thaniel appeared behind them. She had long black hair that didn't stir in the breeze because she wasn't really there. This was some trick of the light.
It's not a trick.
The angel fixed her glowing violet eyes on Natali. Neither Arginil nor Thaniel reacted to her presence, and that was strange since they were both angels. Are you the sleeping angel? Natali hoped she was.
Some call me that. Come, walk with me.
The sleeping angel turned and strode away. I can't believe she appeared to me. How did she know I longed to meet her? How could they ask that? Natali hurried after her. Perhaps the sleeping angel had a special mission for them. It would be a relief to ditch the selfish ex-god. It was exhausting keeping him on track to fulfill a promise he never had any intention of keeping. Worse still, he doesn't think I know he doesn't plan to keep it.
You must find me and wake me up. I was wrong to ask Garen to do that, I see that now, but I trust you to do it.
The sleeping angel stopped and faced Natali before they went far. The library and its shield still blocked them from view from anyone on the other side, if anyone still remained over there. What about Garen? He promised to take me to you. Of course, he didn't know where she was, but neither did Natali. Maybe the sleeping angel could give them a clue.
We both know that won't happen. He's too capricious. His mind changes with his changing whims.
The sleeping angel rested her hands on her hips. What about the Book of Names and its author? Both are right here. But Natali didn't want to make Arginil do anything. His straightforward manner was refreshing after dealing with Garen for so long. I respect him too, and he was pleasing to look at, but that was a side effect of his angelic nature.
If you can bring them both, it would be a boon to our side, but if you can't, then you can't.
The sleeping angel shrugged, and her gaze unfocused, like she was looking at events happening far away.
The enemy is moving quicker than I realized, and we need to move quicker still.
What do you need me to do? Natali clenched their fists. They wouldn't let the sleeping angel down.
Find me and wake me up. My soul is divided. I can't fix anything until I'm whole, but you must be careful. The other half of me is dark and twisted. She fell under the adversary's sway a long time ago.
The sleeping angel faded as she paced.
Even now, she thinks she's undermining him, but she's playing into his hands instead. I've tried to warn her, but she won't listen to me because I'm the part of herself she locked away so long ago that we're practically two different people now.
I understand. My nature is divided too, but they were made that way because of a curse on their kind. No need to go into that right now, though. The sleeping angel probably knew all about that. Natali fought the urge to reach out to her.
And you know what it's like to yearn, to be whole.
The sleeping angel smiled, but it was a sad smile that didn't reach her eyes. Yes, I do. Natali caught the glowing violet eyes of Arginil. He knew what that felt like, too. If only I could convince him to come with me. He would be a constant ally, never wavering. Unlike a certain ex-war god, Natali glared at Garen, and he didn't react, even though they were glaring at his back hard enough to burn holes in it, if they had such power. For his sake, he should be glad they didn't.
Wake me up, and we can both be whole again.
The sleeping angel said as she faded away as if she were nothing more than a dream. Natali strode back to the group before they noticed their absence. Not that Garen would. His ego didn't leave any space to care for others, but the angels might notice. Natali glanced at Arginil. How can I convince him to help me? There were the obvious ways, like seduction. I don't want to seduce him, and I don't want to drain him or force him. I want him to agree of his own free will, but that would require them to come up with the right argument to change his mind about leaving the library, and Natali couldn't think of a single reason that would sway him. There must be something.
Are you okay? I did drag you back from the edge of fading not that long ago.
Thaniel walked over and put an arm around Arginil's shoulders as he stirred like someone waking from a trance. Did the sleeping angel speak to him too?
There's something I need to do.
Arginil lowered his hands from his face and he looked right at Natali, stopping them in their tracks.
You can either come with me or you can go with them.
Arginil waved to Garen, but he was talking to Thaniel. What about the library? I thought you couldn't leave it unattended. Natali had to ask. Did the sleeping angel change his mind about that? She must have, because I didn't even get the chance to say anything to him. That meant she wanted him to go do whatever he had in mind. If she wants that, then I must help him.
Perhaps I can leave it alone for a little while.
Arginil glanced over his shoulder at it.
Where are you going?
Daniel turned him to face her.
To dismantle a gateway. Do you want to help?
Arginil squeezed her hand on his shoulder, but that didn't reassure her, judging by the way she gripped him.
Dismantling things really isn't my thing since there's no army involved, but I could get behind some magical destruction,
Garen said as he rubbed his hands together, and that was a surprise. He didn't volunteer for anything in their short acquaintanceship. How will you reach the gateway? There are still thousands of demons in between here and there, and you're not exactly inconspicuous looking like you do. Natalie folded their arms. Just to do something. Would the angels let them cast an illusion over them? Can I cast one on an angel?
What are you asking?
Arginil slipped out of his fellow angel's grasp and approached them. I'm suggesting that I put an illusion on us all so we blend in, unless you can do it. But Natalie didn't think he could since his gift revealed the truth and illusions obscured it. He didn't object. Instead, a thoughtful look crossed Arginil's face, like he was actually considering their proposal.
And then what?
Natalie shrugged. We head toward the gateway like a group of demons on a mission, since that's what anyone will see when they look at us, and then make a plan when we reach it. You saw how good my illusions are earlier, but Natalie didn't know what gave them away. Arginil had come straight to them through an army, no less. Had he seen through the illusion? Perhaps it was his gift, or that damned pendant lying on the ground showed him the truth. Natalie stepped on the pendant while everyone looked at them. Garen thought it might lead him to the rebels. Supposedly the sleeping angel gave it to him, and she wouldn't have done that if he didn't need it for something. What if the pendant didn't lead to the rebels but directly to her? I will find her and wake her up. Nothing will stop me. But this gateway business was a necessary delay since it could earn Arginil's trust, and that was a worthy cause. Natalie waited as the two angels mulled over their request, but they didn't wait long.
All right, let's try your way.
Arginil tensed, though as if he expected it would hurt to layer an illusion over him. Natalie approached him slowly, eager to touch his aura, especially now that they had permission. You won't feel anything, and you won't see the illusion either. Only others will see it. His shoulders fell upon hearing that, but he held their gaze despite his obvious discomfort with the idea.
And it's just temporary?
Natalie summoned their power from within. Yes, but the illusion will just bend people's perception of you so they see what they expect to see, and that would be a fallen angel, corrupted and evil, not an angel unsullied by hell. Natalie gently grasped the edges of his aura and wove an illusion of the creature Garen described from his first meeting with Arginil. He would be their finest work. It had to stand up to scrutiny, so they took their time sculpting the image with feather-light touches. Thaniel would be next, and Garen would go last since he already went through this, and he could do with a little less energy, and give them a refill before they set off for the city.
Chapter 25, Twisted Time. Ivarian tried not to stare at the demons frozen on the trail, but he couldn't look away from them either. They were demons, after all, and they didn't come to shop at the markets under Mount Eridron, not armed with hammers and axes while partially armored, and were running straight toward them. I must be mad. Or Rosalie was, since it was her idea. She ran even with him too, despite the difference in height or the fact that he had longer legs. Her fraying braid kept most of her hair out of her determined face, and the very air itself seemed to curve around them like a shield. But it's not a shield. Nothing's protecting us if those demons unfreeze and attack us. Rosalie ran as if she didn't have a care in the world, and a smile played on her lips. Was she actually enjoying this? Ivarian slid on the gravel covering the trail when he slowed to round a sharp bend. But Rosalie just kept running like the gravel didn't roll out from under her boots. Maybe she ran on this stuff all the time. What do I really know about her? Not much, if he was being honest with himself. He could list the few facts he learned about her on one hand, and none explain just how or why that raiding party of demons froze in their tracks. I didn't stop them. I don't have that kind of power. Nor had Rosalie shown such power before either. No one can stop time. Not his aunt, his uncle, or even his mother. Time couldn't stop. It always moved forward, and it was moving for them, but not for the demons. How is that even possible? It wasn't, but it was happening and nothing about it made sense. Could Ran wish for time to stop? I don't know him well enough to know. I spent so much time chasing after clues about my uncle and his doings when I should have paid attention to my new friends. Well, they were back at Mount Eridron again, so he could rectify that problem. Ivarian slipped, but Rosalie yanked hard on his hand, righting him.
Are you okay?
She glanced at him for a moment, then back at the trail. What if the demons move? What will we do then? Ivarian nodded in answer to her question instead of asking. I promised to trust her in this strange magic, and damn him, he would do that, even if it got him killed. As the distance between them and the demons in the front rank shrank, Ivarian scanned them for any hint of movement. They must be faking it. Time can't stop. If the demons were faking it, they were doing an excellent job of balancing on one foot. If they attack us, we'll have to fight, obviously, but the odds of them surviving such an encounter were slim. There were 30 demons, maybe more, frozen into statue-like stillness on the trail below them, and they were getting closer with every step. His palms sweated, but Ivarian held tightly to Rosalie's hand. Gravel crunched under their feet, but that and the breath sawing out of him were the only sounds. Pebbles, kicked free by their hasty passage, ricocheted down the trail so fast they blurred until they reached the demons. Then the pebbles froze too, as if whatever stopped the demons paused them too. The demons were 100 paces away. Time warped around them just like in that abandoned city his uncle took him to before everything went wrong. But Ivarian couldn't explain why. It wasn't his magic warping it, and thus far, Rosalie had no magic that could affect time at all. But somehow, time sped up around them and slowed down for the demons. Ivarian couldn't tell by exactly how much, but any amount was bad. Did I break time when I took Rosalie to the past with me? Aunt Faye's warning repeated in his mind.
Promise you won't mess with the future. It's really fragile right now. One little thing could set off an apocalypse, and I really like to avoid that.
Worry consumed Ivarian for her. I hope you're okay, Aunt Faye. Maybe he could ask Rand to send a wish her way. The world needed someone to stop the apocalypse from happening. Was that what was happening now? Ivarian slowed as time twisted around them in barely visible ribbons. A clear bubble encased the demon raiding party, and Rosalie swerved to go around it. The demons weren't frozen. They moved in excruciatingly slow motion, and the air around them thickened until it was as hard as a solid wall. Ivarian brushed its outer edge with his hand. There was no way the demons could strike them now.
Come on.
She tugged his hand hard.
The doors are right there.
Rosalie pointed at the giant glowing doors thrown open to receive them. The mouth of a dark tunnel stood between the open doors, and it led under the mountain to the city where Rand and his uncle lived. She pulled him through the entrance after her. Ivarian glanced back, but the demons remained frozen, just steps from the same threshold they'd just crossed, surrounded by a mirrored ball that reflected their stillness. Our trip to the past must have affected the timeline in ways I didn't know were possible. We can't travel back in time anymore. We could destroy the timeline, and then no one will have a future. Every fiber of his being rejected that. No, I won't let that happen, Ivarian vowed in his heart. We have to accept that this is our future now and make the best of it. Rosalie wouldn't want to hear that. I'll help her come to terms with it. I won't cause the apocalypse my aunt is trying to stop. Ivarian clenched his hands into fists and blinked away the glow that edged his vision in white light.
It's this way. I remember Rand taking that turn.
Rosalie turned the bend in question and he followed her into the darkness. 2 hours later.
Let us in.
Rosalie pounded on a metal door that rose so high its top was lost in the deep shadows above. But the door had to stop somewhere since it was under a mountain and there was only so much space. Ivarian stopped trying to see it, since looking up for that long made his neck hurt.
Who's out there?
Rand asked through the metal door. At least it sounded like that was what he said, but it might not be him since the voice was muffled.
It's us, Rand. Please let us in.
Rosalie knocked again. Didn't that hurt her knuckles?
Who's this us you speak of? I'm not in a trusting mood, so if you can't clarify that, then I can't let you in.
That was definitely something Rand would say, so he must be talking through the door. Rosalie rolled her eyes and shook her head.
It's Rosalie and Ivarian, and we're alone out here for now. But that situation won't last forever.
Not judging by the echoes of footsteps headed this way, but Rosalie didn't mention that, and Ivarian didn't either. Rand was bright enough to interpret that correctly.
Can you prove that?
Will you stop being a joker and let us in?
Rosalie shouted at the door. Rand didn't answer in words. 1 second they stood outside, wondering if the footsteps would resolve into the demon raiding party, and the next second, shelves of books surrounded them. Rand stood in front of them with his arms crossed and nodded.
You were telling the truth.
I told you they were back.
Mirren shook his head at his nephew.
One can't be too careful. Welcome to the library. It's the last bastion of humanity.
Rand spread his arms to indicate the spacious atrium.
We don't know that.
Mirren elbowed his nephew in the ribs, making him chuckle.
You shouldn't say that where somebody could overhear it. It's a depressing thing to say, and we're trying to keep people's spirits up, remember?
Please tell me you have some water for washing and a clean dress for me. I've been wearing this for God knows how long, and I desperately need to get clean.
Rosalie pinched the bodice of her dress and pulled it away from her body while fanning away the smell of sweat.
Funnily enough, when the Litharians made this place, they put in a bathing room. It's all the way in the back, but you can use it right now if no one else is.
Rand waved at the shelves of books behind him.
Oh, thank God.
Rosalie jogged toward the nearest aisle between bookshelves and vanished into the library without a backward glance.
She must really need a bath.
Rand shook his head, then picked up a chair and walked it over to the pile of furniture stacked in front of the doors of the library as someone pounded on it. He dusted off his hands as he strode back over to them.
Well, I guess you didn't fix the timeline or whatever it is you went to do because we're still dealing with demons.
Ran fixed him with a knowing look. Evarian had forgotten how blunt Ran could be. No, we didn't fix anything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell him they couldn't try again. It was just too dangerous. So that was the last attempt. I should talk to Rosalie about it before letting Ran and his uncle know. Do you have any food?
Didn't they feed you in the past?
Ran glanced at the doors and they stopped shaking. No knock came again either. Did he wish the knocker away? Probably. Yes, they fed me, but that was a while ago, and I just ran for my life, then spent hours searching for you. Evarian folded his arms over his belly as it grumbled, adding its request to his.
Yes, we have food. I'll show you where it is since my nephew forgot how to be a good host. Follow me.
Mirren shook his head at his nephew's behavior, but he did that a lot. Ran frequently forgot his manners.
I've gotten really good at wishing for food.
Ran said from behind him. That's great. Evarian followed Mirren through a narrow aisle between shelves stuffed with books. At least if I'm eating, then I can avoid answering any more questions. Going to the past left him with more questions than answers anyway, since he spent most of the time unconscious or recovering. Evarian staggered as the brave front he kept up the entire way here dissolved, leaving him spent and weary.
You look like you could use some rest too. Come on, I'll lead you to somewhere you can lie down, and I'll bring you some food.
Ran caught his arm and pulled it over his shoulder. Evarian forgot how solicitous Ran could be. He was a generous host who deserved so much better than to spend his remaining days locked up in a library while demons had the run of his city. How long could they hold out here? Evarian didn't ask as Ran helped him cross a spacious area surrounded by more narrow aisles and bookshelves. Scared people slept or sat on the padded chairs there. I don't want to know when the end will come. But he wasn't foolish enough to think that Ran could hold off both starvation and the demons forever. No wish could do that.
Chapter 26, Raiders in Time. Well, if there was one thing the Lithirians were good at, it was making sure their creations had clean, running water. Rosalie wrung out her hair, then dried her hands on a clean dress, eerily similar to the one hanging over a chair to dry. They arrived yesterday by her count. All she did last night was get clean, eat something, and find somewhere to sleep so she could avoid Ran and all the questions he must be dying to ask. Now that she'd breakfasted and washed up, she was ready to deal with the world again. Rosalie stretched, then checked to make sure the summoning spell was still in her skirt pocket, and the crystal that might have stopped time was in there too. I'd better find Evarian and plan our next move. Unfortunately, the library was huge, with multiple sitting areas draped in blankets and sheets and whatever else Ran wished for to give the people staying here some privacy. And she wasn't rude enough to peek around them to check for Evarian. I'll just wait for him to rise. We're bound to run into each other anyway, since there are only so many places to go. Or so she thought until Ran walked by. But Ran stopped and walked back toward her like he had an idea. That mischievous twinkle was back in his green eyes. Why did that make her giddy with excitement?
Hey, if you're feeling up to it, I'm putting together a raiding party, and I could use another pair of hands to carry stuff if you're interested.
Ran shoved his hands into his pockets and tried to look like he wasn't hoping for her to say yes. Rosalie touched the sheath hidden under her sleeve. It was still there, since she buckled it in place after she bathed this morning, but touching it grounded her. I should find Evarian and head back to the past to change this future back to the one that should exist. But I left Ran here with the survivors for who knew how long already. Perhaps I could spend a few days here and help him resupply. Sure, what did you have in mind? Rosalie gestured for him to go on. Perhaps they could talk too on the way. Ran was sharp and more observant than most people. Maybe that was because he was the son of a powerful mage, or maybe that was just who he was, but not much got past him, and his father was an earth mage. Rosalie rested her hand in her pocket over the crystal shard. He might recognize it, or know how to identify it.
My plan is pretty simple as plans go. We sneak out, steal some food and anything else we find, then sneak back to the library.
Ran shrugged like that wasn't a dangerous mission. But damn her, it sounded a lot more fun than traveling back in time to unravel a mystery. I still don't know exactly where we need to go back to or what to do when we get there, but she was certain those shape-shifting demons that popped out of portals were a huge clue. I just wish I knew where to slot them into the puzzle. Rosalie suppressed a sigh. This would give her a headache if she let it. Perhaps it was time to put the puzzle down for a bit and do something to help someone else. Sometimes all one needed was a little time away from a problem to see the solution. And Ran was a mage himself. Perhaps he'd see something she missed. Can we go now? Rosalie couldn't think of anything she might need for this, except maybe trousers, so she didn't scratch up her knees if she ended up crawling for any length of time.
That was the plan. My uncle's still asleep, and I might have wished for him to sleep in this morning so we could go and return before he wakes up. Otherwise, he'll just worry himself sick about me.
Rand waved to a blanket draped over a chair. That worry went both ways, so Rosalie wasn't surprised that Rand wanted to leave his uncle behind where he was safe. Who else is coming?
I'm coming, obviously.
Neural said as he fell into step with them.
I couldn't leave you behind even if I tried.
Rand strode through an aisle between bookshelves without a backward glance.
Then it's a good thing you didn't try.
Is it just the three of us? Rosalie glanced behind her, but no one else had joined them.
Unless you want to bring your boyfriend.
Rand turned and walked backward just so he could wink at her. No, he should get some rest. Rosalie ignored the boyfriend comment. Rand liked to tease her about that, and she'd missed it. In this crazy situation, it was a little piece of normalcy. How are we getting out without disturbing the barricade in front of the door? Rosalie could think of one way. Would Rand do it? She braced herself for an argument.
I wish we were in the hallway outside the library.
Rand shrugged like that was no big deal. Are you feeling all right? Because the Rand I know would have argued that was too dangerous. Rosalie rested the back of her hand against his forehead when the aisle ended at the atrium, and she could stand beside him.
I'm fine, and I've had plenty of practice. No rule can vouch for that.
Rand sidestepped her as he removed a white rock from his pocket. It glowed as he bounced it on his palm like it was a ball. Did he really? Rosalie turned to Neril.
Yeah, and I only had to argue with him a little.
Neril held his thumb and forefinger an inch apart. The handle of some kind of weapon poked out of a sheath on his back. Rand was unarmed as usual and still wearing his father's green uniform. But he could just wish for what he wanted, so he didn't need to carry anything. Why are we really going out there? Rosalie rested a hand on his shoulder and turned him to face her. Can't you just wish for more food and poof? There it is? Rosalie snapped her fingers.
Yes, and I've done that already multiple times, but for a wish to come true, it needs to be possible. And I don't know what the situation is down at the farms.
Rand slipped from her grasp again and bounced the glowing rock on his hand. Are you saying you're having trouble believing there's still any food left under the mountain? Rosalie winced when her question echoed off the stone walls of the atrium.
Shh, we don't want anyone else to know.
Rand covered her mouth and glanced around to make sure no one else heard them. Since no one wandered out of an aisle, perhaps no one had heard. With all the blankets and sheets draped everywhere to carve out a little privacy for the survivors living here, that fabric may have absorbed the echoes. Rosalie hoped it had. She didn't come here to undermine Rand or anyone's faith in him. Sorry, I didn't mean to ask that so loudly. Rosalie lowered her voice and hoped their conversation didn't echo anymore.
It's okay.
Rand still didn't relax, though. His shoulders were so tense they bunched up, and he kept scanning the aisles that radiated off the atrium for listeners.
But to answer your question, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I've been wishing for food for months now, and it gets harder every day to make that wish come true, so it's time I went down to where the food grows and fetched it myself. I need to see the farms anyway to see if they're still growing stuff. The Lutherians built them to be self-sustaining, but I don't know if they'll keep producing if the demons trash them.
Where are these farms? I don't think I've ever seen them. Which meant they were probably on a lower level that required a long climb down narrow, twisting stairs. Rosalie clenched her fists. They'd be exposed the whole time, and one wrong move would echo and alert any demons close by.
The farms are on a lower level. If we can get to them, we can bring back some fresh fruit and vegetables and like a wish for more.
Rand bounced the rock higher, and it glowed brighter.
I hope you know where they are.
Neril stepped closer to Rand. Rosalie did too, right before a white flash blinded her. When she could see again, the doors of the library stood in front of her, but there was nothing piled in front of them. She turned, and a hallway led away from those closed doors. Above, the luminaire crystals still glowed, casting enough light to show no demons lurking there. That was probably Rand's doing, since he could clear away a small group of demons with a wish, but that was only temporary, since he didn't know where he sent them. They might just reappear at the foot of the mountain and come back inside to rejoin their brethren. What do demons eat? Rosalie never thought to ask that, but she wondered that now since they occupied most of the underground city. Did they eat anything at all since they came from hell? Were they even alive? Perhaps she should find out more about her enemy before she went back to the past. That might help.
I don't know, I never stopped to ask one. But in my defense, the only demons I met were trying to cleave my head in, so I couldn't question them.
Rand strode past her, still holding that glowing rock.
We should be quiet since we don't know where the demons are now, or what they're doing.
Neril glared at her as he passed her.
Unfortunately, I don't have my dad's gift for that. He could tell you their number, what weapons they have, and where they all are with staggering accuracy.
Rand slipped the rock into his pocket and hunched his shoulders.
I really miss him.
Doesn't he still appear every day? Rosalie rushed to his side and lowered her voice so only Rand would hear.
No, I haven't seen him since right after you disappeared.
Why don't I scout ahead so you two can catch up?
Neril glanced at a statue in the next section of the hallway. Sure, that's a great idea. Rosalie whispered as she waved him to go on ahead. She understood his caution, but she really needed to talk to Ran, and he needed someone to talk to as well.
We'll be quiet.
Ran crossed to the side of the wide hallway, so he wasn't standing in the middle of it in plain view. Rosalie followed him, even though she should have crossed to the other side, but that would have made conversation difficult.
If I signal for silence, though, you both have to shut up.
Nerul whispered louder than he needed to. We will. Go on ahead, we'll follow, and we'll be quiet. She could hold a quiet conversation if Ran cooperated. Nerul didn't wait for anything else. He crept around the statue and hurried to the next one, peered around it to make sure no one was there, then repeated the process.
It's all clear to the next intersection.
What did you find in the past? Everann wouldn't tell me, but you're bursting to talk about it, so tell me everything.
Ran darted out from behind the statue, and she followed him until Nerul signaled for them to take cover. I'd rather you look at this. Rosalie pulled him behind a statue of a rearing horse, then pulled the crystal shard out of her pocket. The air around them became charged and as thick as pea soup. Rosalie struggled to hold the crystal up. An invisible weight settled on her hand and pushed it down.
What are you two doing?
Sarn peered behind Ran and glanced at the crystal.
What is that?
He reached for it, and the invisible force pinning Rosalie to the wall released her.
Dad, you're back.
Ran turned and hugged him. Can you identify this? Rosalie pulled her hand back before Sarn could touch the crystal. Why don't I want him to hold it? The fear that gripped her in icy hands and squeezed was totally irrational and uncalled for. Sarn was a stone mage. He was exactly the right person to handle a crystal with magical properties, but she couldn't bring herself to give it to him. The crystal pressed into her palm like it wanted to get away from him too, but that made no sense. If Sarn noticed, he gave no sign, but he was too polite to say anything. Ran, on the other hand, had no such compunction.
He can't identify it if you don't hand it over. My dad's powerful, but even his power has limits.
Ran kept one arm around his father and clung to him, like he could anchor him to this timeline. It would be better for the survivors if he did. Sarn could use his magic to remodel the library to create real living spaces instead of what Ran and his uncle cobbled together.
It's not any type of Lumiere crystal I've ever seen.
As Sarn stared at the crystal pressing into her palm, his eyes glowed a brighter green. Is a Lumiere crystal? Rosalie stared at it too.
All magical crystals are, since they're the only crystals with the right structure to store magic, but it's not a type I recognize. This one doesn't store any kind of magic I can see or sense. I'm sorry I can't tell you anything more than that.
Sarn shook his head and rubbed his eyes. That's more than I knew before, thank you. Rosalie slipped the crystal shard back into her pocket. When she glanced at him again, Sarn was gone.
I wish he'd stay.
Ran stared at his boots as he wiped his eyes. Someday he will, because I will fix this. I just don't know how yet. Rosalie wrapped an arm around him.
Are you two coming or what? The way's all clear to the next staircase.
Nerul whispered as he poked his head out from behind another statue further down the hallway. We're coming. Lead the way. Rosalie waved for him to go on.
Will you tell me what happened when you disappeared?
Ran stepped out from behind the statue and crept toward where Nerul waited for them by a stone portal. That must lead to a staircase. Sure. Rosalie told him everything, except the part about a talking snake. She had some pride left. Maybe it was all the biblical stories she heard growing up that made her hesitate about talking about Layla. Nerul put a finger to his lips to signal for silence before he crept through the portal and scanned the landing and what he could see of the spiral staircase disappearing into the darkness below. Rosalie tapped his shoulder. Forget about the echoes for a moment. We need light to see. And there were no Lumiere crystals in the stairwell, just darkness beyond the glow from the ceiling in the hallway outside the stairwell.
She's right. They'll see the glow from our crystals before they hear us.
Ran pulled a glowing crystal from his pocket. What Sarn said before repeated in her mind. Why hadn't she noticed that Ran used Lumiere crystals for more than light?
What are you staring at?
Rand elbowed her in the side. Rosalie shoved her hand into her pocket and pulled out the crystal shard again. It pulsed with power, sending rings of barely visible magic out.
What's it doing?
Rand bent to look at it, and that just reminded her how much taller he was.
I don't think we should use Lumiere crystals. Their light will be too visible in the dark.
Nerul reached for the crystal in Rand's hand and froze.
Nerul?
Rand shook his friend, but Nerul didn't even bat an eye. I think this crystal can stop time, or slow it. I'm still not sure which. Rosalie clenched her fist around it. Rand whirled to face her.
What about Nerul? Can you unfreeze him?
I don't know how it froze him in the first place, so how can I undo it? Rosalie opened her hand and stared at the crystal. I don't know why we're not affected, but she had a guess. After all, she and Rand were both magic users.
We can't leave him here. What if a demon finds him?
Rand scrubbed a hand over his face. Can you wish this crystal had no effect on him? Rosalie held held it out to him.
I could try, but what if that hurts him? I don't want to hurt my friend.
Ran paced the landing. It was only about 6 feet long, though. Then I guess you'll need to wait here and protect him. Rosalie didn't know what else to tell him. Hopefully all the demons under Mount Airdren were affected by the crystal, but it was only a shard as long as her finger, so it might not be powerful enough to affect everyone.
That's an even worse idea. I'm not exactly a fighter. You met my dad, and he raised me to respect all life. I can fight if I need to, but I don't like to hurt people. That's why I wish the demons away.
Rand folded his arms and leaned against the wall next to the portal to the hallway. Then there was only one thing left to try. Rosalie touched the crystal to Nerul's outstretched hand, and he stirred.
What happened?
Nerul sagged, and she slipped an arm around him. My magical crystal malfunctioned. Unfortunately, you took the brunt of it. I'm sorry about that. I didn't know that would happen. But at least now we have a way to get to the farm without any demons stopping us. Rosalie grinned, and she had a perfect opportunity to test its range and ability.
What are you talking about?
Nerul rubbed his forehead as he staggered over to the wall. Rosalie redirected him toward the first step. Come on, I'll show you. Ran, you lead the way. I need to stay close to Nerul so my crystal doesn't affect him.
Yes, ma'am.
Ran saluted as he passed her, that cheeky mage. Rosalie rolled her eyes but didn't comment about that ma'am thing. Instead, she listened for footsteps. I hope there are lots of demons in the lower levels. The more there were, the better for her test. I need to know what it can do before Avarian takes us back in time. Perhaps the crystal could do more than stop time, and that was an encouraging thought. I've finally got an edge.
Chapter 27. Disguise Time. Garen rubbed his hands together and tried not to cheer. Now they were talking. Well, not about destroying the gateway, but he could get behind the go to the gateway part of the plan. Except, of course, he would do more than look at it. But Arginil and his angelic friend didn't need to know that. I'm coming for you, gateway, and you'd better still be standing when I get there. Images of that tunnel through space, and possibly time too, danced in his head as the others discussed the minutiae of their plan. Garen almost tripped over his feet when Natalie's quick fingers wove an illusion that changed Arginil from a handsome angel to a demon with horns, tusks, and jagged teeth that didn't fit in his oversized mouth. But the Versati must have run into trouble because his glowing violet eyes didn't darken or change color to something that would match his new persona. No one will believe he's a demon with eyes like that. They'll give him away, Garen pointed, just so he could graze the angel's face and confirm all the changes were illusory. His skin was still smooth, not scaly or green like the illusion made it look.
He's right.
Arginil tensed, like he expected a stab of pain to accompany the Versati's work.
Just wait, I've got another idea.
Natalie grasped the front of his robe and pulled the angel's head down so they could cover his glowing eyes with their gloved hand.
Don't move. It won't hurt. I just need to build extra layers to block out the glow. Your eyes are too bright for a demon.
They're also the wrong color. You're better off making him look like a fallen angel. Garen waved the halo floating above the angel's head. Don't forget to hide that too. Demons don't have halos. Natalie glared at him.
I know. I'll work on that next.
The Versati removed their hand from his eyes and flicked their fingers. Arginil's halo vanished.
There. What do you think now?
Natalie stepped back to view their work. Garen circled the angel and nodded. It's not bad. Not bad at all. How does it feel to look like a demon? Garen smacked the angel's backside. He couldn't help it. Arginil was too serious. He needed to lighten up a bit, and he had a nice hard backside perfect for smacking.
Must you do that?
Arginil slapped his hand away and glared at Garen with dull, greenish eyes that matched his new face. No, I only hit on the pretty ones who can knock me into next Tuesday. I would never hit on someone weaker than me, because that wouldn't be fair. But you're stronger than me, and you captured me and threw me into prison, so you're fair game. Garen shrugged. That was his general rule. Anyway, Arginil stared at him for a moment as he searched for something to say, but he must not have found anything, so he caught Natalie's attention with a wave.
How long do you need to disguise the rest of them?
Not long. You were the hardest because of your magic. It doesn't want to be hidden.
Natalie hurried over to Thaniel.
So that's why it was so easy to break the glamour over you. I wish I knew who put it on you in the first place. That must have been an impressive bit of magic to last so long it fooled you into thinking it was real.
Daniel stood with her arms folded, watching everything with disapproving violet eyes. Someone was unhappy about the illusions. Oh well, They were the best way to reach the gateway without a lot of bother. Garion tapped Arginil's arm. So you'll apologize for throwing me into prison?
No, you deserved it, and what would be the point? You escaped, didn't you?
Well, yes, I did. Garan stood there. What was the point? Did he really want an apology?
But you had help to escape.
Until he just had to point out. Perhaps he should drop this and think about something else, like the gateway, since that's where they headed after this. Can you really take down the gateway? Garan hoped not, as he wandered over to where Arginil paced. He needed the gateway to stay up long enough for him to run through it and reach the other end. Who knew how long the gateway tunnel was? The illusion didn't sit well with Arginil, but that was too bad. The angel kept rubbing his face like the illusion was something that he could wipe off if he rubbed hard enough.
Probably not, but I need to try. Why did you agree to come? I thought you wanted to find the rebels and turn them into your personal army.
Garan wanted that, but not as much as he wanted to find out what was on the other side of that gateway. Every thought swung back to it since Arginil mentioned it. That should have convinced Garan to have nothing to do with it, because it was messing with his mind, and he had rules about that. But the gateway was a giant glowing exit from this place, and he couldn't ignore that. It's worth any risk to get out of here. That's still the plan. Maybe I'm hoping if I help you, you'll help me. Garan tried for a hopeful look, but he probably just looked like excitement fizzed inside him. Let the angel make of that what he wished. Arginil turned away and said nothing in reply. That was fine, since the plan had changed anyway. Garan watched Natalie place an illusion over Thaniel that turned the angel into a red-skinned demoness, and then Natalie strode toward him. Is it my turn now? Garan rested a hand on his chest.
You're the only one left besides me.
Natalie patted him down again, just like earlier, and they weren't gentle about it. Why do I get beat up in the process? You were so gentle with him. Garan jerked his thumb in Arginil's general direction.
Because you don't have magic that would resist me if I cause the slightest amount of discomfort.
Natalie proved it by poking him in the gut. Are you saying discomfort triggers his magic? Garan whispered, so they weren't overheard. He needn't have worried, since the two angels stood some distance away talking in low voices. Hopefully they were putting together a better plan than the one Arginil volunteered earlier. But Garan doubted it. Arginil's shoulders were bunched up from tension, and that wasn't the illusion's doing. The angel was created to be a martyr, and he had the self-sacrificing personality to go with it, and that was reason enough to get as far away from that angel as possible. Garan wouldn't go down as a martyr too. No way in hell would he do that.
Yes, any negative emotion will do it, but pain above all will trigger it.
Natalie froze as if they realized they'd said too much. The Versati glanced at Arginil as if seeking his approval. Was there longing in those eyes? That makes sense, since he's been down here for thousands of years. I doubt his own kind treated him well. Guerin shook his head in pretend sympathy. All the more reason to stay as far away from him as possible. He's so bottled up, I don't want to be around when he explodes in case he destroys half of hell in the process. Guerin backed away as slowly as he could manage and hoped it wasn't obvious.
Probably not. You're done. We should go now.
Natalie shoved him toward the angels. What about you? Don't you need an illusion? Garan waved to their veil, robes, and hood. Aren't you conspicuous like that? Natalie shook their head as they pretended to fix their slipper to cover them, picking up something from the ground. A violet glow slid into their skirt pocket. So, Natalie had the pendant now. Let them have it. Garan didn't need it where he was going.
Stop that or you'll interfere with the illusion.
Natalie ran over to Arginil and pulled the illusion back in place to cover his long black hair. It was too fine and too untangled to belong to a demon.
Pretend you're escorting me. I'll have to stay close to you to keep the illusion intact.
Natalie slipped their arm through his, but they didn't sound unhappy about sticking close to the angel. He was gorgeous, as all angels were, but a little too morose for Garen's liking. The illusion masked Arginil's reaction if he had one. Natalie stuck to him like a burr, and that was good, actually. If they were busy maintaining the illusion over the brooding angel, then they wouldn't have time to do anything else. Good. Arginil can take Natalie to the sleeping angel, so I don't need to fulfill that promise. And that was for the best, since Garen didn't know how to find her. I'll bet he can find her since he's an angel too. They can probably sense each other or something. After all, Garen could sense his fellow ex-gods, and that gave him pause, because he sensed a bunch of them converging on the city, but he couldn't narrow that sensation down to get a read agreed on which ex-gods, or how many. It was just a general sense that they were near. Were they after the gateway too? I need to hurry this up. But what could he tell his companions to convince them to run toward the city like their butts were on fire? Garen ground his teeth as he tried different reasons out in his mind, and they all sounded suspicious. Damn it, he was trying to throw suspicion anywhere except at himself. Garen smiled behind the illusion over his face as Natalie batted Argeniel's hand away from his face so they could fix the illusion again. Natalie was sweet on the angel anyway, and it made sense, since Versailles were created to lie and Argeniel could see the truth. I guess opposites attract. Keep Natalie so busy hiding you, so they don't notice when I pop through the gateway to make my cousin pay until it's too late. Before anyone could notice he was scheming so hard smoke should pour out of his ears, Garon waved to get everyone's attention. If everyone's ready, let's get this show on the road. Since there was no road, just a flat plain dotted with ruins between the library and the city, they could have walked side by side, but that didn't suit Gueren's plans at all. So he hurried to put some distance between him and them. Not a lot of distance, because that would tip Natalie off to his plans, but enough that he rounded the shield first and stopped before he ran into the drooling Kazazel. Garen hoped the illusion Natalie created for him wasn't the same one as before. I should have asked what illusion I'm wearing. Well, it was too late now to worry about that.
You, yes, you. Take your mates and break that shield.
Kazazel pointed at the gold semi-transparent dome over the library.
Don't stop until it's down.
It'll take more than just the four of us. We could hack at it for years and not make a single dent in it. Garen shook his head as an idea grabbed him. He willed the angels to stay quiet and let him handle this. Garen wrapped an arm around Kazazel's thin shoulders and turned him toward the city. What you need are more demons. With an army hacking away at it, someone's bound to find a weakness. Imagine a million axes biting into that shield. It'll crack like an egg and rain shards on the ground as your army marches past. Let us gather that army for you. Garen waved to the city. Was his spiel enough to convince the fallen angel?
He's right,
said the guy wearing a skirt made of leather strips whose name Garen never got. It was certainly a bold fashion choice for a battlefield, since the guy didn't pair it with any armor. He must be a demon, though. No one would march toward a battlefield so underdressed, except perhaps an ex-god. But this guy wasn't one.
Of course you'd agree with him. You'd do anything to get out of doing any real work,
said a woman in armor. A blacksmith hammered a lion's head into her breastplate and also into the helm hanging from her belt. She radiated power, and her cool gaze assessed Garen. I like her. I hope we cross swords someday, either in battle or in bed. Garen fanned himself. It was so hot under the illusion, and his pants felt 2 sizes too tight. But Garen didn't chime in, even though he wanted to flirt with her in the worst way possible. A bunch of inappropriate comments crowded his mind, but none would diffuse the situation. The skirt-wearing warrior laughed at her insinuation.
What can 2 swords do against that?
He pointed at the shield.
Nothing. I don't know who built it, but they knew what they were doing.
Unfortunately, the maker of that shield stood behind Garen. Only Natalie's power kept him hidden, and the Versailles must be working overtime on that, because no one remarked on it.
I know the caster. This can't be as strong as you say. He doesn't have that kind of power. He's broken, and so is his magic.
Kazazel made a rude gesture at the library. Interesting. But Kazazel's opinion wasn't important, or even true. Argeniel was neither weak nor broken now. Garen pictured the disheveled angel that captured, questioned, and carried him to the spire. There was nothing weak or soft about Argeniel then, but he wasn't cruel either. Kazazel definitely was cruel. Perhaps the fallen angel saw Argeniel's lack of cruelty as weakness. That's something for someone else to ponder, though, because I'm getting out of hell as soon as we reach the gateway, so he'd better hurry this along. A shadow appeared in front of him, and it threw its arms back, sending its black cloak flying in the wind as the shadow resolved into an impossibly gorgeous man with glowing violet eyes and flowing blonde hair. A gold halo wrapped around his throat, marking him as a fallen angel. He also decided today was a good day to wander around half naked. Not that Garen minded, since the fellow striding around in his underwear left all his muscles on display, but they were as fake as his pretty face. This fallen angel didn't do anything that could be considered work, and musculature like that required constant attention. Garen knew all too well what it took to keep that kind of muscle tone, and it didn't include prancing about in a dark cloak looking impressive. But it was a nice show, and Garen would have enjoyed it if he didn't have somewhere to be.
Why haven't you destroyed the library and brought its creator to our lord yet? What are you waiting for? It's unguarded.
Sir Prancelot waved his hand around and dramatically flourished his cape. Come on, we have our orders. Garen signaled to his group to move out. As Kazazel searched for a reason, he hoped they followed him. Now was the time to make haste. Who knew if fallen angels could sense their brethren? Now wasn't the time to find out. The sooner they got to the city, the better. But the buildings on the outskirts were about a mile away. Can we pick up the pace without straining the illusions? Because we need to put some distance between them and us as soon as possible. Garen whispered and hoped Natalie heard him.
I think we can, but you should drop back so you're behind Arginil. This way if his illusion breaks, you'll shield him from view since you're taller than him.
Garen hadn't realized that until Natalie pointed it out. Angels were usually very tall, but Arginil wasn't. He wasn't short either, not by anyone's standards, but he didn't have that towering presence Daniel had.
Did you hear me?
Natalie patted his back. Yes, but he didn't want the Versati ahead of him. He didn't see a way around that, though. A glance behind them showed another fallen angel appeared since they fled, and she looked as formidable as the prancing one. There was no reason to believe more weren't inbound. Damn it. Garen slowed to let them pass him. I'll just overtake them in the city. There would be plenty of opportunities then. I'll make one of them work. No one will stop me this time.
Chapter 28. Throw It Away. Arginel glanced at the library over his shoulder. The shield silhouetted 13 people. I should go back.
Keep going.
Garen slammed his hands into his back and pushed him forward.
We should probably run to maintain our cover. The demons you three are pretending to be would run after receiving the orders we got.
Natalie pulled on his arm. Arginel didn't have a choice, so he turned his head and fixed his gaze on the buildings at the edge of the city. The cobbled street ended so abruptly that it was probably cut away in the event that created the remains of the structures they passed. Long ago they collapsed, and time wore them away to nubs that were easily stepped over or ran around. He glanced back once before the buildings at the edge of the city blocked his view of the library. I hope the shield holds. That was all he could do right now. The metal shutters were down over the windows, the doors were barred, and the traps were set. The library must stand or fall without him.
The gateway is more important,
whispered that woman, who might be the sleeping angel, or she might be someone else, but either way, she was right. The denizens in hell weren't supposed to leave it, and he couldn't turn his back on that and ignore it. It was his damned nature to do something about it.
Can they break through?
Natalie swayed and gripped his arm harder than necessary. They must be tiring from casting 3 full-body illusions and the constant tweaking it took to keep the one he was wearing intact. Maybe they could drop them when they entered the city. The buildings were closer now. They'd reach them soon. I don't know. Arginel resisted the urge to tug at the illusion. It wasn't choking him. It just felt like it was. But it wasn't actually constricting his neck. At least, that's what he kept telling himself. The dry air made his throat tight, but it felt like hands squeezed his neck to cut off his breath. Arginel pulled at the illusion around his neck to relieve the pressure, and the tightness eased. But Natalie didn't slap his hand away as they'd done the whole march to the city. The Versati stumbled on the broken cobbles as the dusty plain ended, and they would have fallen if he didn't catch them. Only their eyes showed in the space between their hood and veil, and they were as gray as their clothes. But their eyes were a pretty shade of bright pink not long ago. Their lids drooped, probably from exhaustion. Let the illusion go, you can't keep it up. Arginel slipped an arm under the Versati's legs and picked up the shape changer. They weighed almost nothing at all, and that probably wasn't good.
If I do that, then everyone will see who you really are. That will draw too much attention since you don't look like you did before, according to Thaniel.
Natalie rested their head against his chest and closed their eyes. Thaniel leaned in and whispered,
Then let everything else go except the illusion covering his halo. If you rest your hand here, no one can tell he doesn't have a collar.
His friend moved Natalie's hand to rest right on the spot where the illusion choked him again. Arginel glared at her, but Thaniel paid no attention to him. He couldn't pull the illusion illusion away from his neck because he was carrying Natalie. Was this just a ploy to get him to stop touching the illusion? Because it had done its job. With his hands full, he couldn't mess with it anymore. Thaniel nodded at her suggestion.
That should work, since I doubt anyone we'll run into remembers what he looked like before the fall, and we just saw a fallen angel who doesn't look god-awful. In fact, you can do the same for me. I can pretend to be an evil bitch, and that'll give me a reason to stick close to you both, so I don't wander off and get into trouble.
Daniel grinned, but nothing she said was funny. Maybe it was the illusory red eyes making her look mischievous, or maybe she was actually thinking about ditching them to go off on her own. What would she do if she split off from them? Why did you really come to hell? Arjanil paused at an intersection as he recalled what she told him in the library. Was that the real reason? He could picture Azrael boasting about his trip to hell, but was that really enough to motivate Thaniel to go to hell? Was she that bored in heaven? Arjanil didn't remember heaven being that boring, but the last time he was there, the place was rent asunder by a civil war between angels. It was a confusing and tumultuous time. He couldn't recall what heaven was like before that, but he was the last generation of angels to be created before that schism.
That won't work because you both have wings and the fallen angels don't have them.
Natalie shook their head and their hands slid up his chest, probably to adjust the illusion.
We can hide them ourselves. They're like feathered cloaks we can put on or take off whenever we want.
Thaniel mimed throwing them away. Arjanil shuddered at the thought as he glanced at the intersection and tried to remember which road led to the gateway. He wouldn't give up his wings for anything.
Not even for a chance to return to heaven?
Asked the sleeping angel, but no one else reacted, so she hadn't spoken to anyone except him, and that was worrisome. Am I imagining her voice? He had no proof that she was real. The other time she appeared to him could have been a hallucination for all he knew. Kazazel's harsh words echoed in his mind. Maybe I am broken. I'm in hell when I shouldn't be. Arjanil picked a street and turned left just to do something. Hopefully it led to the gateway. If he didn't find it soon, he'd just fly to the damn thing and deal with anybody that challenged him later. If he did that, it would make it harder to dismantle the gateway.
How can you take off your wings? Aren't they attached? Wouldn't that hurt?
Natalie slid an arm around his neck. Even though that wasn't necessary, he wouldn't drop them, and carrying the Versati wouldn't tire him anyway. He wasn't human. He was an angel, and it was his duty to carry those who couldn't carry on.
Oh, it's easy.
Thaniel waved the question away.
I just imagine they're in my pocket with my hammer, my sword, and my armor, and poof, they're in storage until I recall them.
Natalie narrowed their eyes and gave him a speculative look that probably didn't bode well.
Can you put your halos away too?
I don't know, but I never thought to try.
Daniel looked like she was considering it. Don't even try that. Arjanil turned right at the next intersection, taking the road where buildings bore some damage, possibly from the shockwave generated by the gateway when it opened.
Why not?
Daniel hopped over a pile of bricks in the middle of the cobbled street that may have come from the missing corner of a roof. What if he can't get it back? Arjanil avoided another pile of rocks. He didn't want to send his wings away. They pressed against his back, and their warm weight reassured him. They were still there. He could take to the sky whenever he wanted.
Why not? My wings come back when I want them. Why wouldn't my halo do that too?
Daniel glanced at the closed shops on either side of the street. No one moved within them or on the street they followed. Where was everyone? I don't know. I'm not sending my wings away, but you can do whatever you want. Arjanil wished they'd dropped the subject already.
Why not? You sent your blade away. It comes back when you call it. Why wouldn't your wings do the same thing?
Daniel kicked a pebble and it ricocheted off the building across the street. I don't care if my sword never comes back, but he couldn't continue existing without his wings and the freedom they gave him. The thought of losing his wings forever and never getting to fly again froze him with fear, and he shivered until Natalie rubbed the back of his neck. I can't lose my wings, he said so softly he might have been talking to himself.
You won't.
Daniel patted his shoulder, and the fear eased its grip on him.
It's okay. You don't have to send them away. I can modify the illusion on you both, but I need energy for that and I'm tapped out right now.
Natalie closed their eyes and let their head loll as if they lacked the strength to hold it up anymore.
How do you refuel? Do we need to stop and get food? Do they have food in hell?
Daniel wandered over to the shop across the street and glanced in the window. I don't think that would help, nor would he ask what would help, because he couldn't volunteer for what the Versati was dancing around. No, thank you. The illusion was failing on its own, judging by how little it itched or pinched anymore. Did it matter if anyone saw them now?
Well, then how do you power up?
Daniel caught up easily. Why couldn't she drop this subject? There was only one way Natalie could could refill their reserves, and it didn't bear thinking about.
A kiss would help,
Natalie said, and he almost tripped in surprise. That wasn't what he thought they would say, but he was quite sure the Versati wanted to kiss him if the hand caressing the back of his neck was any indication. Nope, not happening. Hell twisted everything, and who knew what else they'd get with that kiss besides more energy.
I've never kissed a demon before. How do we do this so Mr. Gallant here doesn't drop you?
Thaniel clapped a hand on his shoulder and peered at Natalie like they were a problem that needed solving. You're actually thinking of doing it? Arjaniel backed away.
Sure, why not? You'll carry me if I feel faint.
Thaniel batted her eyes at him, then threw her head back and laughed. He probably looked as appalled at the idea of her kissing a demon as he felt. Where was Garen? He should do this since he didn't need all his power to take down the gateway. The ex-war god should have made at least a dozen wisecracks about this by now. Well, maybe not a dozen. That might be giving Garen too much credit. But he should have said something. Wasn't he still with them? Arjaniel hadn't really paid much attention to the ex-war god since they entered the city. But Garen should still be with them, unless he lied about wanting to help take down the gateway. What did he really want to come to the city for? Did it matter? I guess it doesn't because he's not my responsibility.
You can't do it because we're counting on you to take apart this gateway thing. So you need all your power for that. But I can't help with that unless there's something to fight.
Thaniel grinned like this was all part of some grand adventure. Where's Garen? Arjaniel turned and glanced behind them, but there was no one there. Not a soul moved inside the buildings or on the street except them. The spot between his wings itched like a target hung there.
He volunteered to be our rear guard and keep watch in case those creeps we left outside the library decide to follow us.
Daniel waved over her shoulder, but she didn't stop or glance around.
You should go ahead, find that gateway, and get a head start on the reconnoiter part of the plan while I help Natalie get back on their feet.
Daniel shoved her arms under the Versati and scooped them out of his arms before he could protest.
Go on, we'll catch up.
Natalie waved at him, so he left since they didn't need him anymore. Arjaniel ripped the illusion off and dropped the tangled threads of its magic onto the ground. He didn't need it where he was going. The gateway wouldn't care who he was or what he looked like, and there was plenty of debris strewn across the road ahead. If he needed to hide, he could just duck behind the nearest one.
Chapter 29, Lost in the Dark. The staircase ended 6 steps below, or maybe 7. It was hard to tell with her hand cupped around the Lumiere crystal, letting barely enough light shine on the step she set her foot on. But the Lumiere crystal's light carried far in the dark, so she must dim it somehow to keep any light from spilling out of the stairwell into the tunnel beyond, in case a demon prowled through the darkness.
Stay here while I check for lights,
Neril whispered as he descended the last steps. Of course, Rand didn't follow instructions well, so Rosalie thrust her arm out to stop him from following his friend.
Why did you do that?
Rand pushed her arm aside, but he couldn't pass her because the stairs were too narrow to permit that, and he wasn't a small man. Rand was broad-chested and tall, and she easily blocked him by just standing there. Because you're too stubborn to wait. Rosalie shot him a glare over her shoulder, but he ignored it as usual. Rosalie shook her head. She couldn't let anything happen to him, even if he infuriated her sometimes. Ran and Mirren were the only ones untouched by the changes to the timeline, and she needed them to stay that way in case her quest to fix their future consumed her life.
I don't see any lights. Let's go quickly and quietly before that changes. Oh, and keep your lights dimmed as much as possible.
Nerul crept out through the portal into the tunnel beyond. Rosalie believed him. Really, she did. She just didn't know him that well, but she knew Ran very well, and he wasn't a quiet person. Ran was still the chatty child she met years ago who was bursting to talk. So the odds of Ran following any of Nerul's instructions were pretty slim. Rosalie threw an arm out to stop him from passing her after she stepped off the staircase.
Why are you blocking me? He said the coast's clear, but I never understood why anyone uses that phrase since we're nowhere near a coast. And why is the coast being clear a good thing?
Rand pushed her arm aside again, but this time he forgot to whisper, "Shh, you must be quiet. We don't know if demons need light to see." Rosalie hurried to the portal and glanced out. Nerul stood flat against the wall opposite the portal and covered his face face with his hand to muffle laughter. We're so doomed. Or they would be without her. Rosalie touched her pocket where the crystal that might have frozen the demons yesterday rested, but she didn't see any reason to pull it out or play with its powers. Rand peered over her head at the tunnel.
There you see. There's no one around except us. You worry too much.
He patted her shoulder as he squeezed past her. No, I don't. Rosalie suppressed a sigh. This was what having a sibling was like.
Yes, you do, but that's okay. Everyone needs someone to worry about.
Rand studied the rock formations, probably looking for clues to determine the direction they should go. At least she hoped that's what he was doing when he tipped his head back to study the stalactites on the ceiling overhead.
Don't use so much light.
Nuro reached out and tried to cover the Lumer crystal in Rand's hand. But Rand was taller than him, so he just raised his hand until it was out of reach. Don't you know where to go? This was your plan, after all. Rosalie folded her arms. They were so doomed. What if he couldn't find the farm? I can't spend weeks looking for it. But she might have to if Rand didn't pick a direction soon.
I think it's this way.
Rand strode away from the staircase like he knew what he was doing.
You think, but you don't know for sure?
Nuril hurried after him.
Well, no, not exactly. It's been a while, and I'm a lot taller now, so it all looks different.
Rand waved his hand around to indicate the stalagmites they passed.
And I don't have a map inside my head, not like my dad anyway. He knew where everything was.
A note of sadness crept into his voice, but Rand strode on, and his long strides carried him away like he was late for a party. He also forgot to whisper again, so everything he said echoed off the walls. The echoes chased Rosalie as she hurried to catch up. Oh, Rand, you're the worst person for this mission. But it wasn't his fault he wasn't suited to this. Rand liked to be seen and to stand at the center of attention. Supposedly, he knew where the farm was. So she put her head down and ran.
Where are you, Rosalie?
Mom whispered, stopping her in her tracks. Rosalie's heart soared. Mom missed her. I'm right here, Mom. Where are you? Was this real or a trick? Darkness surrounded Rosalie as she clenched her fist around the Lumiere crystal.
Is the Wild Hunt taking care of my baby? Or is it already too late for my precious daughter?
Mom said, but what was she talking about? Why would the Wild Hunt have her daughter? Wait a minute. Mom only has one child, and that's me. The Wild Hunt never kidnapped me. So what was she hearing? An auditory hallucination? What brought that on? Rosalie felt for a wall to put her back against in case this was a prelude to an attack or something. If there were demons with blood armor and magic, then there could be one with mind magic. She shivered at the thought of a demon using that kind of magic on her, but she had no other explanation for this.
Show me my daughter,
Mom begged from somewhere far away, and her voice echoed in the tunnel. But Mom isn't here, and she doesn't beg. She takes what she wants. Rosalie unclenched her fist to let a little light shine into the darkness as she turned and scanned the tunnel before and behind her. A drop of cold water landed on her head. Then a little girl whispered from somewhere close by.
Come with me, Mummy.
I didn't say that, but oh God, was she thinking about it? She hadn't seen her mother since all those memories of a demon invasion slammed into her mind and the forest died around her. Rosalie spun, looking for the child who sounded like her.
Mommy, are you there?
Who are you? Rosalie spun, but there was no one there. Just the darkness and the stalactites above, dripping cold water on her that fell like tears, and they glittered in the light of the Lumer crystal clenched in her fist.
I'm coming, honey. Just hang on a little longer,
Mom said as the world spun around Rosalie.
The real question is, who are you?
Asked the little girl as small hands shoved Rosalie hard enough to knock her to her knees in a puddle of cold water, soaking her skirt and the trousers she layered under them.
Who are you? I'm the monster the world made me, but who are you?
A girl peered over her shoulder, and she wore her face for a moment, then a sneer twisted it. Hands grasped her shoulders and shoved Rosalie into the cold water rising around her. She dropped the Lumiere crystal and thrust her hands out to stop this, but her hands sank into the cold, dark water, pulling her down. Darkness snuffed out the only light in the tunnel. Water plinked as it struck something nearby. Rosalie opened her eyes and stared into the hard brown eyes of her mother, but Mom was 2 decades younger than the woman she argued with a few days before she met Avarian and faced a real demon.
Am I in jail?
Mom asked. Why was she lying on a rough stone floor that looked exactly like the ones in the tunnels under Mount Eredrin?
Mommy,
said the little girl who pushed Rosalie in a sing-song voice that grated on her nerves. But Mom wasn't fooled. She didn't glance away, nor did a flicker of recognition cross her face. Doesn't she see me? I'm lying on the ground less than a foot from her face. Mom had better than perfect vision, so she should see her. Mom was so close. Rosalie could reach out and touch her. Rosalie tried to raise her arm, but it wouldn't respond to her mental commands. Why can't I move?
Mommy, say something, please,
said that girl who wasn't Rosalie. I'll bet she's a demon. Rosalie struggled to move a finger or a toe, anything anything would do, so long as it broke her paralysis. That's not me. Don't listen to her, Mom. Was she a witch then? Rosalie couldn't remember when Mom found out about that. The whole witch thing didn't fit her plans, so her mom had a difficult relationship with it. But Mom was a sharp woman, and not a trusting one either. Her natural distrust should lend her some protection. Rosalie hoped as the darkness lightened a little, revealing they were in a rough stone tunnel just like the one at the bottom of the staircase she'd just left. Why was Mom at Mount Airdren? When did she first meet Rand's father? Rosalie couldn't remember ever hearing that story. Fear clamped cold hands around her heart. Rand never mentioned his mother. What did you do, Mom? Please tell me you didn't break up Rand's parents. But it was possible. Mom was stubborn, and she pursued the things she wanted with a single-minded determination that Rosalie inherited. And Sarn is the complete opposite of my father. Sarn was kind and considerate, and he must have seemed like a prince out of a fairy tale with all that magic at his beck and call. Oh God, Mom, please tell me you didn't pursue him. Rosalie couldn't think of any other reason for her mom to visit Mount Airdren except to see Sarn. There wasn't much else to recommend the place, unless one liked architecture, history, or shopping, and none of that would interest Mom. A small hand appeared, but there was no body accompanying it. That freakish hand combed the chin-length brown locks that escaped from Mom's hood away from her eyes. A pair of little feet appeared at the edge of the puddle Mom lay in, right below the hand, stroking her hair. That's not me! Mom, you need to get up and run! Rosalie flexed her fingers behind her back, but she still couldn't raise her arm. A shadow fell over her.
Rosalie?
Mom said, but she still didn't blink or move a muscle. Was she paralyzed too?
Yes, Mommy, you must get up now.
The little girl who pushed Rosalie into the puddle appeared in between her and her mother. The demonic thing did something to Mom.
The good mage needs you.
The good mage?
Mom said in a dazed voice like she was drugged or something. But Mom never ate or drank anything that could alter her perceptions or dull her sharp wits. She was ridiculously careful about that, even going so far as to refuse food cooked in wine. And I teased her about that too. Rosalie blinked back tears as a sharp stab of guilt struck her heart. If I live through this, I'll pay attention to what I eat and drink too. A green glow appeared between Mom and that girl. Rosalie couldn't see what generated it since it turned the girl into a soft silhouette.
No.
Mom shouted as the light intensified.
I'm okay. I'm waiting for you with the bright boy,
said that girl as she faded.
Come get me, I want to go home.
Bright boy. The nickname struck Rosalie like a physical blow. She knew that girl meant Ran. What's happening? Layla, can you hear me? I need help. Layla didn't reply. Nor had she the dozen times Rosalie had called her since returning to Mount Airdren.
You sound like me,
Mom said in awe as that green light blotted out everything. It reminded Rosalie of Sarn. His magic was that green and that bright. I have to go now, Mommy. Keep the furry ones away from the good mage, okay? They want him bad. Don't let them take him. Rosalie covered her mouth. Those words came out of her mouth. How could I say that when I don't know what that means? But Mom knew, and she sounded sharper now and less dazed as she seized on that warning.
You mean the shapeshifters? What could they possibly want with him?
Not them. The other furry ones. Don't let them take him. The words jumped out of Rosalie's mouth again without her permission. When did Mom have anything to do with shapeshifters? What are you tangled up in, Mom? And why did she have the sinking feeling that Sarn and Rand were caught in it too?
You mean the wild hunt?
Mom said like she understood. There was a hint of the determination and iron will that ruled her.
I don't know who they are, just that they're awfully furry and they have claws,
said the little girl from right next to Rosalie.
Then you don't have to worry because they're not here, and here is where he must stay.
Mom sounded certain of things now.
Wait, will I see you again?
Will she see you again?
The little girl asked Rosalie this time, as that strange paralysis settled on her again, freezing her in place. But Rosalie couldn't answer that question because it hinged on so many things. Faye's warning echoed in her mind about how hard the future was to change. Am I a fool for trying?
Protect the good mage, Mommy. Keep the furry ones away from him. Promise me you will,
said the little girl, like she was reading from a script. But there was only one person the good mage could refer to, and that was Sarn. The nickname fit him like a glove. He was a good mage because he chose to be that way.
I promise,
Mom said, and she sounded like she was smiling, but Rosalie couldn't tell because the green light turned her mom into a silhouette.
Twice more, Mommy, promise me.
The little girl patted Rosalie's shoulder, unfreezing her.
I promise,
Mom said louder now, as if she gained strength from that vow.
Once more, Mommy, promise me.
The little girl bent and caught Rosalie's hand.
I promise.
Mom said like she meant it, and she better because she was bound now.
Now, say this with me, Mommy. So mote it be. be, by the witch's decree.
The little girl pulled Rosalie up to a sitting position.
So mote it be, by the witch's decree.
Mom shouted as the green light obliterated everything. When the light vanished, Mom was gone, but the little girl of 4 or 5 wasn't. She stared back at Rosalie with calm brown eyes. Her little face wore a placid expression like nothing just happened. 3 white glowing threads floated where Mom was, and they braided together until the 3 strands were one. What are they? Rosalie extended her hand and touched a strand. It represented the asker. A baby in a bassinet who watched a green-haired baby push on the branches a fawn girl had driven into the earth to corral his explorations. If that little boy isn't Ran, I'll eat my boots. The little girl said nothing. She just watched Rosalie touch the next strand. This one represented the Promisor, the unconscious woman who lay on a hard stone floor under Mount Eridren. That's Mom. Her identity didn't surprise Rosalie, just her location. Why are you under Mount Eridren? This made no sense. The last strand was Sarn, but not as she ever knew him. He was gangly and had that unfinished look of a teenager, but his magic burned as brightly inside him as ever. So that hadn't changed. Will you tell me what's happening? And who are you? Rosalie pulled her hand away from the little girl.
You know who I am.
The little girl grew up before her eyes, until she was a mirror image of Rosalie, dressed in different clothes. Rosalie drew back in alarm. No, you're not me. You're a demon or something else pretending to be me.
No, I'm not, and I can prove it if you'll let me.
She extended her hand.
But you'll have to trust me. Will you come with me? I promise. I'll explain everything.
Rosalie stared at her, then dropped her gaze because it was unnerving to look into her own eyes. How do I know I can trust you?
Because we're the same woman. If you trust yourself, then you can trust me.
Her double rose and extended her hand again.
Rosalie, are you okay?
Ran asked as large hands grasped her shoulders and shook her. No, Ran, I'm not okay. But Rosalie focused on the warmth of his strong hands. He made a good anchor, and she closed her eyes on this insanity, letting the darkness and the cold take her. When I wake, Ran will make some silly comment about me fainting from the brilliance of his plan, and I'll laugh and find out none of this was real. Rosalie wished for that with all her heart as she squeezed her eyes closed.
Chapter 30, Dreams and Doppelgangers. Avarian rose at the sound of his name and shoved aside the blanket covering him. I'm over here.
There you are. Help me with her. She's not as light as a feather.
Rand rounded another blanket draped over 2 chairs to form someone else's sleeping nook. Avarian froze. Rosalie lay motionless across Rand's extended arms as he hurried toward him. What happened? Avarian rushed forward to help. What should he do?
I don't know. She was fine. And then she dropped to the ground. I can't wake her.
Rand glanced around for somewhere to put her. Lay her down here. Avarian gestured to the chair he just vacated.
Thanks.
Rand bent and Rosalie slid from his arms. By some miracle, she stayed on the chair and didn't slide off.
Will you watch over her?
Rand backed away. Avarian picked up the blanket he discarded and draped it over Rosalie. Of course. What was she doing before she collapsed? Rand's story didn't make sense. How could Rosalie just collapse? She was so strong. What did Rand talk her into doing? Probably something involving magic.
That's the weird thing. She wasn't doing anything except following us.
Rand shrugged as he backed further away.
Rand, where are you?
Moren shouted from somewhere else in the library. How convenient.
I'll be right there. Look after her. I need to see what my uncle needs.
Rand ducked between 2 shelves crammed with books and fled. What was he hiding? Varian tugged first one of Rosalie's hands out from under the blanket and turned it over, then the other. But there were no scratches on her palms or cuts, so perhaps she didn't use any blood magic. It struck him again as he replaced her hands under the blanket that he didn't know her all that well. But Rand knew her. He had plenty of time to get to know her while I searched for my uncle. I should have stayed here. I would have accomplished more than I did in the past. Avarian scrubbed both hands over his face and tried to swallow the bitter regret burning his throat. I should get to know her and leave the past in the past. Who knows how much time we have left anyway? We should look toward the future and build what life we can in this broken world. Avarian sat on the arm of the chair and rested his elbows on his knees and his chin on his fist. He was useless here, but Rand wasn't. No, Rand was a powerful mage, and he'd find some way to keep them all alive, even if that meant spending all the wishes he had on that one task. Rand would do it, and Rosalie would probably help him. She wouldn't sit around and wait for the demons to break through or for the food to run out. I should help too. After all, I'm a demigod. But that status didn't confer any extra strength or skills on him. What could I do to help? I can just travel backward in time, but that wasn't a useful gift. So he sat there and watched over Rosalie instead. After all, Rand asked him to do that. It didn't feel like enough, but what else could he do except wait for her to wake up?
Meanwhile,
"You've got to be better than this if you want to get your daughter back,"
Mom said in that critical tone Rosalie knew so well. I must be dreaming. Rosalie stood in another tunnel under Mount Eredron. The place had way too many of them, in her opinion, and there wasn't much to differentiate this one from the others, but that might be because she wasn't looking for distinguishing features. Instead, her gaze caught on a woman with shoulder-length brown hair half falling out of a braid that valiantly tried to confine it. The woman wore that padded jacket thing called a brigandine that had scales sewn into it. It was blood red, Mom's favorite color. The woman wearing it edged the toe of her boot under a stick, then flung it upward, and Mom caught it. She spun the staff once to let the man wearing Ranger greens know she'd parry whatever he threw at her. Mom never once glanced away from him, and he glared at her like she did something to offend him. Mom probably had. Her adversaries didn't call her a battle axe for no reason. She could be pretty abrasive when she wanted to, and Rosalie wouldn't be surprised if her mom did anger the Ranger. What did you do, Mom? And why was she picking fights with the Rangers? Mom used to be one.
"What happened?"
Mom demanded as two men rounded opposite sides of an open barrel that had spears sticking out of it, bringing the number of combatants to 3.
"My father is a ranger,"
Mom said as she dropped into a guard position. A green glow rose from her wrist, so Mom did know something about those magical strings. This isn't a memory. In my first real memory of my mom, she looked older than this, and I can't time travel on my own. This could be a dream, but that crystal shard she found affected time. Rosalie dug her hand into her pocket, then froze as someone spoke with her voice. But her mouth didn't move.
"Don't hurt my mommy. She's a good person."
I didn't say that. Truthfully, she was more worried Mom would beat the two men to a pulp before they knew what hit them. Rosalie glanced around as Mom, the tunnel, and the two men vanished, leaving the barrel of spears behind.
"Is she, though? Maybe the version of her you knew was, but the one I knew wanted only to make a name for herself. She didn't want to be saddled with a child so young."
A woman who looked like her appeared behind the barrel, and she ran a hand up the wooden shaft of a spear. "Who are you really? You're either a shape-shifting demon or..." Rosalie stared at the woman who wore her face.
"Or what?"
Her doppelganger raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Or you're a version of me from another timeline. You found one of these crystals too." Rosalie pulled out the crystal shard and held it up. It didn't look like any type of Lumir crystal she'd ever seen. It was opaque and grayish, but Sarn was one of the best at identifying stones. If he said it was a Lumir crystal, then it was.
"What is that?"
Her doppelganger walked through the barrel and it vanished, taking the spears with it. Perhaps this was a dream. "Just a weird rock I found. I thought it might have some power, but it doesn't." Rosalie shoved it back into her skirt pocket and hoped the woman bought her lie. If that doppelganger didn't use the crystal to come and bother her, then she must have a time walker with her. "You didn't come alone."
"Nope. I brought a friend."
Her doppelganger snapped her fingers. Evarian appeared, but this version of him had a cruel twist to his lips as he scowled at her. His eyes glowed around the edges and darkness swirled in the center of where his pupils should be, pulling that light inward, forming a tunnel. Rosalie fell as that darkness spun around her. "What are you doing to me?" She touched her forehead as she swayed. "Did they come to replace her and the real Evarian? I can't let them. They might hurt him or Ran or his uncle for fun. Not on my watch. No one hurts my friends and gets away with it." Rosalie clenched her fists and her nails bit into her palms, and the pain made the doppelgangers grow fuzzy around the edges. Perhaps this was a dream after all. If it is a dream, then I can wake up any time I want. Rosalie willed herself to wake up.
"That's not why we came. We're not monsters."
Evarian's double glanced away, but not before she saw the hurt in his eyes.
"He's right,"
said her double, as the woman strode toward her with her hands extended to show they were empty. Rosalie flinched when her double grabbed her forearm and pulled her up.
"Will you stop that? We didn't come to hurt you."
Her doppelganger shook her. "Then why did you come?" Rosalie let her double pull her to her feet.
"To talk to you. We can't go back in time anymore. The reasons aren't important, but I'll tell you anyway, because if you're at all like me, then you won't listen unless I do."
Her doppelganger glowered at her, like that was her fault. "You can't visit the same time period twice if you spent any length of time there," Rosalie guessed. Evarian might have said something about that, or maybe it was his aunt. All this talk of time travel ran together in her mind, but that made sense. Time slowed to a crawl, and the copies of her and Evarian froze like forgotten dolls. Voices spoke just out of earshot. Judging by the timbre and tone, Evarian and Ran were arguing about something. Not the Evarian lurking behind her doppelganger, but the real one. What were they arguing about? I'd better find out. Rosalie sighed and willed herself to wake up and open her damned eyes. When she did, the library's ceiling appeared far overhead, lit by clusters of lumer crystals. "What are you two arguing about?" Rosalie glared at them as she sat up. Hunger throbbed in her belly and an ache stabbed her neck. She rubbed it as she waited for an answer.
"I just stopped by to see how you are. How you feeling?"
Rand folded his arms, but he shifted his weight from foot to foot like a guilty child. He probably wanted to try again to reach the farm. How dire was their food situation? Well, there was one way to find out. "I'm hungry, but otherwise I'm fine." Rosalie recalled their descent, then all that crazy stuff with her doppelganger, but not how she got from deep under the mountain back to the library. Am I losing my mind? Probably not. What happened? One moment I'm following you, then I wake up with a crick in my neck. Hungry enough to eat a horse? Rosalie wouldn't actually eat a horse, but anything else was fair game.
"I don't know what happened. When we realized you weren't behind us, we turned around and found you on the ground. Did you faint? I don't think you could have hit your head on anything since the ceiling and the bottom of the longest stalactites were way above my head, and I'm taller than you, so if I was in no danger of hitting my head, then you were in even less danger of that."
Rand leaned against the end of a shelving unit full of books, and it didn't capsize.
"Where did you go with him? He won't tell me."
Ivarian pointed an accusatory finger at Rand. Rand looked at her and tried to do that thing where he raised one brow, but he couldn't quite get that to work, so he just looked silly. Maybe that was the point, because Ivarian laughed.
"Why won't you tell me?"
Ivarian sat on a crate like his legs couldn't hold him up anymore. Hopefully that was because he was laughing at the funny faces Rand was now making on purpose. "Because there's nothing to tell. We looked around outside the library, and then I woke up here, but we didn't run into any demons." And they could discuss this while she ate something. "Is there anything to eat? Please tell me there's something, or I might have to eat my boots. I'd rather not do that, since shoes will be hard to come by for a while, especially with everyone stuck in the library."
"Yes, there is something to eat. Neryl's mom and some other folks who actually know how to cook things that don't taste terrible are helping Uncle Mirren ration the food and provide enough edible meals for everyone. I'll just go get you some."
Rand made like his nickname and ran deeper into the library to fetch that and escape the conversation.
"Is that really what you were doing?"
Ivarian studied her. Yes, it was. Rosalie smoothed the wrinkles from her skirt. Why was he acting like this? "I don't belong to him, nor do I need his permission to do anything. I'm my own person. Besides, Rand was like a brother to her, and Ivarian ditched her plenty of times to run around the timeline. Did he expect her to sit here and do nothing while he recuperated? Because that wouldn't happen. She was a woman of action, just like her mother. Sitting here and waiting would drive her nuts if she didn't do something, especially if there was something she could do. Thankfully, Rand didn't see her as an ornamental doll he could sit on a shelf, but he had a sister and an outspoken aunt, and they trained him to think of women as independent, powerful people who could make their own decisions. Did Ivarian mention having any siblings? She couldn't remember. Too much happened too quickly. Ivarian sighed and ran a hand through his white hair.
"Why didn't he just tell me that? He was cagey, so I thought something else was going on."
"What did you think was going on?" Rosalie picked at a mark on her skirt.
"You know, Rand is..."
Ivarian trailed off and gestured to where Rand stood a few moments before. "Handsome, fun-loving, upbeat, friendly, and powerful?" Rosalie suggested as she studied Ivarian, and he winced.
"Yeah, he's that all right, and I'm not."
Ivarian shrugged helplessly.
"Oh, you say the nicest things about me."
Rand preened as he stepped around the rucksacks and things strewn about the floor, while holding a large bowl. "You also don't know when to shut up." Rosalie reached for the bowl.
"I've been accused of that on occasion, and Dad would totally agree with you. I have fond memories of him shushing me when I tried to ask questions when we were supposed to be hiding or spying. I hated all that skulking about, but it suited him. Dad needed to know what he was up against before he did anything. I loved him to pieces, but that drove me crazy."
Rand let her take the bowl. "He was a careful man, and you're careful with your magic, too. Don't pretend you aren't." And they'd gotten off track somehow. Rosalie inhaled the scent of something mashed up with spices. "Anyway, Rand is the brother I never had."
"And Rosalie is like the sister I already have, but she's stuck on some other timeline with my dad. At least that's Uncle Mirren's theory. I'm quite jealous of that, truth be told. Why do we have to deal with demons and they don't?"
Rand folded his arms again. "I don't know," but she was growing more certain that the answer was in an event that happened 20 years ago, not 16 like she originally thought. Rosalie rested the bowl on her thigh and lifted a spoonful to her lips. Rand was almost a year older than her. How far back could he remember? "Do you know when my mom and your dad first met? Because they already knew each other when you and I met as kids." Rosalie blew on the spoonful of mashed something. Potatoes, maybe? Looking back at that memory now, she couldn't help but notice how awkward it was for Sarn. He stood behind Rand, keeping his talkative son in between him and Mom like a little human shield, and he'd let Ran ramble on and on, telling his entire life story. Ran was happy to tell it too. In fact, she couldn't remember seeing Sarn without Ran or his daughter, nor did she recall him saying much during that visit. That wasn't unusual. Sarn was quiet and introverted, but Ran was the complete opposite, and he was always willing to speak for his taciturn father.
I don't know, but Uncle Myron will. Do you want me to ask him?
Ran jerked his thumb at the aisle between two bookshelves behind him.
No need, I'm here. My nephew forgot to bring you something to drink. You must be parched after sleeping for so long.
Mirren stepped out of a different aisle holding a cup of water.
Hey, I only have 2 hands, and I needed both to carry the bowl.
Ran pointed at the bowl on her lap. Thank you. Rosalie reached for the cup when Mirren drew near enough to hand it to her. She sipped the cool water. How long did I sleep for?
3 days,
Avarian said, and that explained their concern. When did my mom and your brother first meet? Rosalie spooned some of the mash into her mouth. It wasn't potato, though, since it had a nutty flavor. Was it some kind of ground-up nut? It tasted like cinnamon and nuts, not an unpleasant flavor, just not what she expected. But it was warm, and she was hungry, so she ate as she waited for Mirren to answer her.
They met when you and my nephew were babies.
Mirren stared off like he was reliving that meeting.
I think you told me about this when I was little, but I don't remember the story.
Ran leaned against the end of a bookcase, crossed his ankles, and settled in to listen. How did they meet? Rosalie prompted, since Mirren fell silent. What didn't he want to tell them?
Chapter 31, Slow Collapse. Layla sat cross-legged on the cot in her cell and concentrated on the dark fabric of the hidden world. It wasn't really fabric, but dark magic practitioners used that metaphor for ages to visualize the unseen. It made working with that medium easier and reminded users that every action had a reaction. That wasn't always the case with light magic. Where are you? Time crystals warped space and time, and that affected the unseen. So she should sense where the fabric of the unseen curved around it. The Morning Star wasn't the trusting sort, so he'd keep the time crystal close. He might even wear it. Since no rumor mentioned what a time crystal might look like, he could wear it in public and no one would know. He'd enjoy that. How can I find it when I don't know what a time crystal looks like or how it would affect the unseen? All I have are guesses based on old rumors, and those rumors were older than she was. But she ran her mental hands over every inch of the unseen around her and noted every dip and fold. The door to her cell creaked open, and she let go of the unseen. It fell away like a shroud, releasing her sight. The dim cell filled her sight in place of the darkness of the unseen. A fallen angel strode toward her, arrogance written in her every line as she sneered at Layla. Perhaps I can find the time crystal another way. Layla rose and held her wrists out so the pretentious fallen angel could clap the manacles around her wrists again. Maybe her boss wanted to gloat. The fallen angel spun on her heel, so the chain connected to the manacles rested on her shoulder. Then she strolled out without a backward glance or a word exchanged, as if it were beneath her to speak to Layla. We'll see how you do when I'm not wearing infernal chains. Layla let the fallen angel's impertinence go. It wasn't worth the effort to correct her. Instead, she trudged, head down, behind the wingless fallen angel. The woman wore a backless bronze dress that ended at the tops of her thighs, showing off the scars from where her wings were amputated by divine retribution and a lot of lightning. Layla glanced away, unable to bear looking at those scars. Once she had wings too, but that was long ago.
You can't hide from me forever,
said the angel she once was.
Nor can you suppress me forever. I will escape and take my rightful place again.
Not in your wildest dreams. That won't ever happen. Layla ignored the glares of the angel reflected in every shiny surface she passed. Why did the Morning Star have to decorate his palace with so many mirrors? Couldn't he admire himself in his own quarters? Layla fixed her eyes on the marble floor as they exited a staircase into a hall of goddamned mirrors, stretching from the floor to the ceiling. In every single one, that damned angel stood, her black hair blowing in the wind that billowed her white robes, as she pointed at Layla.
Someone will wake me up. Your days are numbered. You'd better make them count.
Layla ignored the threat and the reflection. I'm a goddess. That angel is a figment of my imagination. Layla squared her shoulders. Ahead, the mirrors ended, and the hallway changed to all marble.
You wish I were a hallucination, but I'm not, and I'm coming for you.
The angel stepped out of the mirrors, and 12 copies of her surrounded Layla.
You can't suppress me forever.
The mirrors changed to show the glowing eye of the gateway as a metal angel strode through a tunnel of light away from it. That's an agent of order? Layla stared. She She never thought she'd ever see one.
Indeed, look what I took from it.
The 12 copies of the sleeping angel held up a crystal as the agent of order fell, and the same angel that surrounded her climbed off its back in the mirrors, leaving a ragged hole behind. Is that a time crystal? Layla reached for it as the copies disappeared, leaving one angel behind.
Reunite with me, and you can have it.
The angel closed her fist around the smoky gem and vanished as she turned her back on Layla.
You know where to find me.
What if I don't? What will you do next? The chain connected to the manacles yanked Layla forward and away from this madness. A laugh answered her question. Why was I talking to her? I shut her away. But Layla shivered, even though it wasn't cold. How could a part of her soul that she sheared off long ago attack someone? She has no matter. She's just a spirit.
So are you. Angels are made of spirit and light.
Taunted the part of her she got rid of.
You can't change your essential nature. Only your creator can.
Was that true? Had nothing she did changed her? Layla pushed that aside as the hallway ended at stairs leading down to a set of doors. The Morningstar held one open. A smile turned up his full lips.
It's a beautiful day to collapse time down to a single point, don't you think?
On his head sat an iron crown with 13 points, with a gray crystal shard inset in each one. He wore a red robe with a long sword belted around his waist. A red, tear-shaped stone winked at her from the hilt, and it matched the red velvet cap the crown sat on. Is that your plan? Layla took the stairs one at a time. If she could delay him even a little, perhaps someone could stop him. He caught her arm as she drew even with him, and she staggered as he siphoned her energy, all while smiling that infernal smile, like this was the greatest day of his life.
Some say revenge is best served cold, but I disagree. I think it's best served hot enough to destroy all creation. With enough pressure, all things collapse and burn.
The Morningstar strolled away from his palace, taking a cobbled pathway that headed for the wrought iron gates surrounding his property. Someone shoved skulls onto the spikes along the top of the 13-foot-tall gates, and they grinned down at her. He really was the adversary of all life.
Wake me up. Let me return. Alone, you're half the angel you once were, and you're no match for him,
whispered the sleeping angel as the chariot waiting beyond the gates neared. No, I gave you up to become a goddess, and I don't want you back. I'm so much more than you now. Layla straightened her spine and held her head high, her nose in the air. She wouldn't give the adversary any hint of how hard it was to walk in a straight line when all hell kept swinging back and forth, making her dizzy. But that was his doing. Hell wasn't actually moving, and neither was the ground. The gates opened, and the giant fiery cats hitched to it glared at them. But the Morningstar just stepped into the chariot and pulled her up beside him. The cats took off, pulling the chariot onto a street. Ahead, the gateway split into 3 copies of itself, then flickered and collapsed into one as they headed right for it. Behind them, fallen angels streamed out of buildings and wherever else they were hiding, and they fell into step, following them.
Layla,
said another female voice, but this time it wasn't her alter ego. It was Rosalie. Where are you? Layla couldn't believe it. She lost touch with that girl a while ago and couldn't reach her again.
Back in my own time, but I think I'm losing my mind.
Rosalie sounded pretty calm for a woman fearing for her sanity.
I keep seeing a copy of myself and now I'm hallucinating about my mom.
Layla knew what that was like, but admitting that wouldn't make Rosalie feel any better. She leaned into the waist-high cab as dizziness assaulted her again. She couldn't get lucky enough to fall out of the chariot, not with the adversary holding tightly to her forearm.
Am I losing my mind? Or am I dealing with a copy of myself from a different timeline that somehow crossed over with mine? God, that sounds so insane.
Rosalie sounded serious and a little lost. No pictures came with her mind voice, and that was probably for the best, since Layla needed to focus. Anything is possible with time crystals in play. They warp space and time in ways I don't understand, so you're probably not losing your mind. Not any more than you were when you talked to a snake. Layla grinned and suppressed a laugh. They were created in the beginning, when time began. That's all anyone is sure of. The rest is speculation. Layla straightened up as Rosalie's tone registered. She wasn't asking an idle question. No, Rosalie had seen one. Layla would bet her existence on it. Where did you see a time crystal? Dare she hope the girl had one?
I took a crystal from a demon, and then time froze for everyone around me. Time moved normally only for my friend and I. We weren't affected.
That sounds like a time crystal to me. Where did you find it? Layla wished time would slow down, but the chariot raced on, leaving her wish unfulfilled.
I'm back in my time. I took it from a demon that exited a portal. Why do you ask? Is this crystal important? question?
Rosalie must already know the answer to that. Now she was fishing for information, and Layla didn't blame her. Why would the jerk holding her captive right now send demons to Rosalie's time? The answer struck her hard as the chariot stopped.
It's a beautiful day to collapse time down to a single point,
her captor said before they left. He couldn't. It wasn't possible. She glanced over her shoulder anyway, already dreading what she would see. But there they were, marching to their doom. All the ex-gods who could create the gravity needed to pull the shards of the time crystals scattered about space and time to one place, and they would drag everything around them along in their wake, collapsing all creation into a molten ball. That can't be his entire plan, but it was terrifying enough. She reached out for Rosalie's mind and hoped the miracle that connected them worked its magic again because she was too drained to find the girl. What could she tell her? The adversary needed to collect the time crystals scattered across all creation for his plan to work. If I'm right about his plan, there was a chance she was wrong. Where could I tell her to take the shards she finds? How could anyone stop him? The adversary gazed down at her with the same glowing violet eyes of the prince of angels he once was, but there was only cruel mockery there. He stepped off the chariot and pulled her down after him.
Come and see what my dark deeds have done.
She wanted to shout at him and tell him he'd never win, but the words stuck in her throat, because the only way he'd lose was if all the shards of the time crystals disappeared from all creation before he could set his plan into motion, but that might destroy everything. He turned and waved to the fallen angels behind them.
Maybe you're okay with giving up and handing him all creation on a flaming platter, but I won't,
said the sleeping angel. It's over. We lost. There's nothing anyone can do to stop this. Layla hunched her shoulders, hating that she lost before she had a chance to fight, but the facts stood against her.
No, it's not over. I have allies, and they will stop this, but you need to stall him,
was the surprising answer from her other half. How do you have anyone? I locked you away. Layla raised her head and regarded the ghost of her former self, standing on the roof of a building overlooking the intersection where the gateway flickered. That ghostly angel pointed at something, but Layla couldn't make it out. Hope burned in her chest that whatever her alter ego pointed at could help. She'd take help from any quarter right now.
Chapter 32, Race Against Time.
Turn your thoughts away from that gateway. Going through that thing is a death sentence,
said the demoness not that long ago, and her warning echoed as Garen turned a bend, then another one, and ran down a street parallel to the one Arginil, Natalie, and Thaniel trod. Was she right? Maybe, but that gateway is my ticket out of hell. I can't pass that up, but he'd have to if he didn't reach it before Arginil laid his glowing eyes on that thing and turned his gift loose on it. I must cross through it before that happens. Garen gritted his teeth and ran as fast as he could, not caring if anyone heard his footfalls. Right now, he needed speed, not stealth. I must reach that gateway first. The rumble of thunder snapped his attention back to the street ahead, but it wasn't thunder because there weren't any clouds in the dusky orange sky. I know that sound. It was the beat of many feet marching in time. Why is there another army between me and the gateway? Garen almost threw his head back and laughed at the irony of his situation, but if he did that, he'd have to slow down. No way would he stop. Not when there was a chance he could still beat that army to the gateway. Who led this army, and how did they assemble it so quickly? Did they round up the demons that were part of the army that ran away from the library? Or did another one march here from somewhere else in hell? Perhaps I should find out. Curiosity nibbled at the back of his mind. I could claim this new army. Garen slapped himself. No. I need to get out of hell first. Then I can find an army to lead. Oh, how he craved that. Where is this army, I hear? So far it wasn't marching down this street, but there were at least 10 blocks between him and the gateway. They could be marching right now down one of them, or any of the blocks behind him. Garen pumped his arms, but that didn't help him run faster. If the army cut him off, he still had options. I could fall in line at the end of the last column and hope nobody notices me while I talk to the recruits and find out who's leading them. They wouldn't think anything of him, since he still wore the illusion of a demon. But what goes on must eventually come off, so the illusion must have a way to remove it. It might expire from the space between him and its maker. Maybe the army will march right into the gateway. That would be ideal, actually. Then he could march through the gateway with all the other demons and claim it on the other side. Will my powers return when I leave hell? That question stopped him in his tracks. What if leaving here doesn't restore me to my former former glory. The gateway glowed in the middle of an intersection many blocks ahead, and it seemed to extend brilliant arms as if it were reaching for him. Millions of voices called for a leader to gather them into an armed resistance, and it was the most glorious sound he'd heard in a very long time. But he probably imagined that too. If going through that thing doesn't undo what this place did to me, I'll still be better off than I am here. An orange glow to his left made him turn his head and stare at a chariot pulled by giant flaming cats, and they growled at him too. Garen pushed himself to run faster. Behind that chariot marched rank upon rank of fallen angels, not demons, making his disguise useless. No way could he blend in with them now. And I left the only one who could pass for a fallen angel many blocks behind. When fate had a laugh at his expense, it did so with gusto. God damn it, couldn't you have waited a few more minutes to show up? Now he was in a race against time to reach the gateway before that chariot. He couldn't see who stood in its cab since the firecats were as large as horses and they obstructed his view, but he could guess at the man's identity. There was only one creature in hell that was ostentatious enough to travel like that, the Prince of Hell himself. The need for revenge burned in his gut like Garen had swallowed a fireball, but now wasn't the time. The gateway was a block away and closing. He'd reach it first if he didn't do anything stupid like turn around and challenge the adversary, the Morning Star, or whatever he was calling himself these days. Don't do it, Garen told himself as his steps slowed. You can't defeat him, not without most of your powers. Even if he had all his powers, he didn't know if he could beat the most powerful angel that ever existed. He tricked me into fighting his war for him, and he must answer for that. Garen stopped in front of the gateway. Before he could turn and face the author of all his miseries, the sleeping angel appeared in front of him. Her glowing violet eyes beseeched him as she extended her hands toward him.
Go now before he reaches you.
I can't. This is a matter of honor. Garen clenched his fists and turned his back on her and the gateway.
If you want revenge, then take it. Hit him where it will hurt the most.
Garen glanced at her over his shoulder. Where's that? He doesn't care about anyone. Not that he'd ever heard, but everyone loved someone.
Stop his plans from succeeding. That's how you hurt him.
The sleeping angel pointed at the gateway, but that was a bold idea, and he liked that. How do I do that when I don't know what his plans are? Garen approached her. She stood just outside the gateway, and it pulled on her long black hair.
With this.
She produced a gray crystal from inside her sleeve, and the army's footsteps ceased. Silence fell. Even the firecats and their chariot froze. What is that, and why aren't we affected by it? Garen reached for the rock. She pulled her hand back, taking it out of his reach.
It's a time crystal. I don't know how much time this buys us, so listen up. He plans to use these to destroy all time and existence too, since they're tied together, and these crystals are part of his plan.
How do I stop him? Do I need to gather all these crystals and take them somewhere? Garen didn't like the sound of that. It would probably require him to sneak around, and he hated that. But if it would hurt his enemy, then maybe he could stand it for a little while.
He plans to pull all the shards of this crystal to him, and they'll pull whatever is within their radius. That's his plan. You'll have to figure out how to stop it on your own.
The sleeping angel grabbed the front of his tunic and flung him into the gateway. Light blinded him as he crossed its threshold. Well, that was one way to enter a gateway. Garen rose and dusted himself off, even though there wasn't anything on his clothes except an illusion.
Go now. You must reach the other side before he does what he's planning.
You should change your name to the bossy angel. Okay. I'm going. I don't want to get stuck in there. That would just be horrifying. So Garen ran through the tunnel of light and didn't stop until the light ahead changed to darkness. Garen stepped out of the gateway into a gray, misty plain that stretched on for what seemed like forever. But he punched the sky because he did it. I finally left hell.
Why are you cheering? People don't normally do that when they arrive here. This isn't a vacation spot.
I know that voice. Garen turned left and glared at the last person he expected to see in the gray between. Oh God, no, not him again. Why did you steal that spell from me? Ithaglir folded his arms over his beaded, old-fashioned robes.
I needed it. Thanks for finding it.
The gall of that man. Garen fought the urge to cuss out his cousin. It wouldn't do any good anyway. The X-Time god never heard anything except what he wanted to hear. What are you doing here?
Do you miss the old days when they revered and feared us?
Ithaglir gazed at the fog bank creeping toward them like it was the most interesting thing he ever saw. Maybe it was. Time gods were weird, and he was the weirdest one of them all. What are you talking about? Those days ended a long time ago. Garen rubbed the bridge of his nose where a headache threatened to split his head open, but his hand didn't encounter the illusion, so it must have disappeared while he ran through the magical tunnel someone built between the gateway in hell and the one here, in this blasted gray place. And truth be told, he wasn't all that sorry those old days ended. He was a man of war, not someone who wanted to be worshipped.
I didn't choose a side in the war against heaven. My sisters pledged their lives to the Creator, and I followed them. I knew Faye would pick the right side since she can see the future.
Ithaglir must be talking to himself, but why did he want to rehash ancient history? So what? Do you want to pick a side now? You're thousands of years too late to make any kind of difference. We lost. Heaven won. Everyone who fought on the wrong side went to hell. Why are you dwelling on this now? Garen studied the ex-god of time. Did his cousin go mad? That happens sometimes. Long life wasn't the blessing people thought it was. Sometimes it was a curse.
What if there was a way to bring those days back? Would you help me do it?
Ithaglir whispered like he feared someone would overhear them, but there was no one here except them and miles of gray nothingness under a gray sky. Hell was more cheerful than this place. I think you've gone crazy. The long years of your life have warped your mind. The old days are gone, but we can make the days stretching out before us better if we choose to. Garen towed the fog, climbing his legs. The ground was dusty underneath, and it shifted about at his lightest touch. He couldn't run on it unless he wanted to fight for every step forward.
So you'll help me?
Ithaglir fixed his silver eyes on him, and they were as clear and as calm as a still pool on a cloudy day. Does helping you involve helping the adversary or the morning star or whatever he's calling himself today? Because if so, that was an instant no. There was no way he'd ever fight on the side of any fallen angels ever again, and that went double for their infernal leader.
No, I'm working with someone else.
Ithaglir stuffed his hands into his pockets like he was searching for something. What does your ally want? Garen closed his eyes as the wind kicked up a plume of gray dust and flung it in his face. Please don't say world domination, or I'll punch you in the face.
No, nothing so grand as that. All they want is chaos.
Ithaglir removed a gray rock from his pocket and examined it. Is that a time crystal? Garen grabbed it and turned his body away to block any reprisals so he could examine the stone.
No, time crystals don't exist. Hey, I need that. Give that back to me.
Ithaglir tried to grab it, but Garen spun, and the blonde ex-god slammed into his back. Yeah, well, apparently they exist. Garen tossed the rock and caught it before his cousin could. I'd better hold on to this for now.
Then you'll help me?
Ithaglir straightened his robes. I never said that, and you still haven't told me what you needed a summoning spell for. Garen pocketed the rock. Maybe it was a time crystal, but maybe it wasn't. He didn't know how to tell one way or the other.
To get me out of here,
said a familiar voice that Garen couldn't place before something hard slammed into his back. Muscular arms, covered in gray fur, wrapped around his belly as the man bore him down into the dust and the fog. Antlers grazed the back of his head. Which ex-god had antlers? It was probably a god of the hunt, but he couldn't recall any of their names as he struggled to throw the furry guy off him.
Get the crystal, it's in his pocket.
Ithaglir said, and he sounded gleeful, that lout. He always preferred to get others to fight for him. Why do you want the crystal back? It doesn't look like anything special. Garen tried to roll over and dump the ex-god of the hunt off his back, but each try caused those antlers to strike the sides of his head. Garen might be tougher and more durable than a human, but a hard enough strike to the head would knock him out, and his attacker knew it. The guy slammed his forehead into the back of Garen's head, and pain wrapped fiery hands around the spot, but Garen stayed conscious as he pushed up to his hands and knees. The fool still had his arms wrapped around him and had hoped his body weight would keep Garen on the ground. No bloody way. I threw down demons who weighed more than this idiot. The fool kept trying to flatten him, but that only worked before because he had surprise and momentum on his side. Was that the only move he knew? The ex-god of the hunt sprang back, and his weight disappeared. Garen rose as the deer man brandished a gray rock, and he remembered the ex-god's name finally. He was called Gennari, and he led a pack of shape-shifting weirdos who went feral and decided their half-human, half-animal form was their true form. They were called the Wild Hunt. Or something like that. Hey, I stole that first. Garen reached for the crystal and missed when Gennari jumped back. Ithaglir teleported so close to Gennari, they could have kissed. The X-Time god grabbed the crystal and teleported away, leaving them glaring at each other. Are you working for him? They both asked at the same time, as they pointed at where the man in question stood before he disappeared. Hell no. He's caused me no end of trouble. Garen stomped on the dust and the bog that now came up to his knees. Are you working for him? Gennari laughed, and his braying laughter grated on Garen's nerves. The question wasn't that funny. Garen folded his arms. There was nowhere to go, since he couldn't teleport anymore. That was stripped from him, along with most of his godhood, and coming here didn't fix that. Anyone who came through the gateway would see him from miles away, so there was no point leaving the gateway. But he couldn't see the ground. What were the chances that some time crystals lay hidden under the fog?
You're right.
Are you working for him? Garen asked again, as someone groaned. He caught Gennari's green eyes, and at the ex-god's nod, they crept around the gateway, giving it a wide berth. On the ground behind it, an insectoid, human-like creature wearing white angel's robes lay, half-conscious on the ground. So this was the person who created the gateway, and the longer it stayed open, the more it drained its creator. Already the fellow turned as gray as this place, and his skin flaked off as if the gateway were devouring him from the inside out.
What the hell is this?
Gennari pushed on the pathetic creature with the edge of his cloven hoof. He's the creator of that gateway, and his essence is maintaining it. Garen backed away, since there wasn't anything he could do for the guy. If you play with dangerous magic, you risk destroying yourself. Too bad you learned that lesson too late to do much good. Garen shook his head. He shouldn't be surprised that there were fools among the angels too, but he was. He thought the Creator endowed them with more intelligence than that. After all, Argeniel and Thaniel weren't fools, but perhaps they weren't representative of their race. You didn't answer my question.
No, I'm not working with him. How can I when I'm stuck here?
Gennari spread his furry arms to make his point, and then a voice shouted his name.
Garen, god of war, I call you. The circle binds you to this time and place. You must come.
A woman said as green light wrapped around him and blotted out the gray between worlds. Perhaps I don't need to teleport. Not when a woman was willing to use the summoning spell Ithaglir stole. I wonder who he gave it to. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Garen thought nothing else for a while as his body broke apart, so it could sail across space and maybe time too on a green beam of light carried by a spell he found in a library in hell. He would have laughed if he could have at the irony of that summoning happening after he left hell, but he was in too many pieces to do anything except black out until the spell reassembled him before whoever had summoned him.
Chapter 33. Who are you? Argeniel stopped at the next intersection. The gateway glowed somewhere ahead, but it was too far away to guess how many intersections stood between him and it. More than likely, Thaniel would be fine. But what if something went wrong? Natalie could have bewitched her. The thought of that made him collapse against the side of a building and laugh until he couldn't breathe. He just couldn't picture that happening. Besides, Natalie might be a demon, but they did everything they could to help him. And truth be told, they were much more helpful than Garen was. I still can't leave them like this. Argeniel shoved his dark hair out of his eyes, but the wind blew it into his face when he turned back. A low rumble signaled something headed this way. Who was coming?
You know who. The adversary, the morning star, or whatever you want to call him,
said the angel who appeared before him. She poked his chest with her pointing finger, and it was as hard and unyielding as steel, just like its owner.
You must shut the gateway before he gets here.
How do you know that? Who are you really? Argeniel heard the rumors about a sleeping angel, but he never paid much attention to them, and he regretted that. Who was the sleeping angel? Was this woman her, or did she just borrow her name so she could pretend to be her? The book of names fluttered its wings. It still stretched across his chest like a tattoo, but it was more than ink. It was a magical gift too large for one young, naive angel to wield. So he shut it away inside a book, along with everything it ever told him. I don't remember why I put my ability to see the truth into a book and locked it away, but maybe it's time I reclaimed that power. If he did, then he'd stop feeling like half the angel he used to be. Argeniel shoved her hand away as the book of names sank into his chest, sending all its power shooting up his neck into his eyes. They burned so brightly they lit the street. She shielded her eyes as she backed away.
What are you doing?
Finding out who you really are. Argeniel looked at her with that gift, and it burned away all the artifice, laying bare her true name.
No, you can't do that.
She held both hands out like they could shield her from his sight. The street darkened until the only light came from her, and that light gathered into sigils that spelled out a name in violet light, confirming one thing at least. She hadn't lied about being an angel. She was an archangel, but not one he ever ran into in heaven. I already did, but he didn't understand what he saw. Your name is? She covered his mouth with both hands.
Don't say it. Don't even think it. Who I am doesn't matter. What I came to tell you matters a great deal to everyone all across time, space, and all of existence,
she said as that rumbling grew louder. Shouldn't your name have a few more vowels? Argeniel stepped back so she didn't cover his mouth anymore. He still couldn't see what made that low, rumbling sound. What did you come to tell me? Maybe she was right. Her identity was a mystery he could solve some other time. So far, she hadn't given him a reason to distrust her. He just didn't like not knowing who she was or what she wanted.
I found out what his plan is. Do you know what a time crystal is?
She folded her arms. I just know what rumors say about it, but they don't exist. Argeniel leaned against a building. Those crystals existed way back at the beginning and supposedly contained bits of the spark that ignited everything. Only legends remained from that time, when light separated from darkness and order formed out of chaos. From those primal forces, all else sprang into being.
Yeah, well, I didn't think they existed either until you know who showed up with one. He plans to gather all the shattered bits of those time crystals in one place and compress everything back down to a singular point in time and space, so he can destroy it.
She pressed the heels of her hands to her forehead like she had a headache. If you're right, how can we stop him? Argeniel stared at his hands. What could he do to stop this? I'm just one angel.
Close the gateway. The only place where his plan could work is the gray between, because it already connects to every realm. I can only imagine that benighted place would magnify the spell or the artifact or whatever he plans to use to pull this off.
What about those crystals? We can't leave them out there for someone to trip over, nor could he search for them. He belonged in the library.
I don't know. You can't gather them all together because they'd be too dangerous. I don't even know if you could move them without harming all creation.
She let her hands drop to her sides. Her violet eyes widened as she stared off like she was looking at something happening elsewhere. Can someone destroy those crystals? Not him, though. Argeniel didn't know if he could leave hell. Did the ban of heaven, which fell on all the other fallen, affect him too? It must. I chose to fall. He gripped his upper arms and wished Thaniel was here for this. She could leave whenever she wanted.
I don't know. They hold part of creation. Could you destroy a piece of that?
She glanced at him. Argeniel reeled at the suggestion. No, I couldn't destroy that. His angelic nature would never allow it. He was created to defend creation, not destroy it.
And there's your answer.
She shrugged.
You should go now before it's too late.
Right. I have to get rid of the gateway. How the hell do you take down a gateway? Argeniel asked the empty street because she'd already vanished. Great, he must figure that out alone. Argeniel hunched his shoulders and glanced around for the gateway. He lost track of it during their chat, and now he was all turned around. It took only a moment to spot the eye-shaped glow to his left, but there were many blocks between him and it still. He wasn't a fool. Even with his gift of true sight restored, there was no way he'd see a way to collapse the gateway just by looking at it, not when he didn't know how such a thing was created. He was too much of a realist to hope for that. And I'm no mage. I can look into the unseen and pull out the truth. Such dark thoughts accompanied him as he climbed climbed up the side of a building until he was high enough that if he let go, he could just glide to his destination. The thought of those crystals scattered all across existence made him shudder. Something must be done about that, but not by me. Argeniel let go and spread his wings. They caught the wind and carried him toward the gateway until lightning arced up from the ground and struck his left wing, knocking him off course. Pain shot through his shoulder as he tried to pull out of a dive before he struck the roof dead ahead, but his left wing no longer reacted to his mental commands. "This will hurt!" Argeniel plowed into the roof and skidded to a halt as darkness claimed him.
Is that it?
Thaniel asked like she expected there to be more to it. Yes. Natalie slipped from her grasp and pulled their veil back in place to hide their face so the angel wouldn't notice their form changed. Usually the Versati had more control than this, but they just didn't know what form to take. What would help in this situation? Argeniel's likeness appeared in their mind's eye and they bit back a sigh of frustration. He was so haunted and the most alluring humanoid Natalie ever met, and their body reshaped itself under their robes as it tried to find a form he'd find pleasing. What's wrong with me? I've seduced handsome humanoids before, and they drained them, but none affected them like he did.
Are you okay?
Daniel rocked back on her heels. Yeah, let's find Argeniel. Just saying his name sent a pleasant thrill through Natalie as they strode away. Daniel grabbed their arm and yanked them to a stop.
Then you'd better look up.
She pointed with her free hand at a winged silhouette against the darkening orange sky. Oh no, he's heading for the roof. He'll crash if he doesn't pull up. Natalie wrenched their arm free and ran toward the falling angel and the building he might crash land on.
You find the building. I'll try to reach him before he crashes and slow him down.
When she didn't fly over Natalie as the Versati glanced back. Is something wrong? Daniel stomped her foot and glared at the ground like it did something to offend her.
I can't summon my wings. What did you do to me?
Nothing. I just took a sip of your energy, that's all. I swear it. Natalie backed away with their hands up as the angel stalked toward her and rolled up her sleeves. Daniel stopped a foot away and cocked her head to one side like she was listening to a distant voice.
Wait, I think Argia said something about the angels who fell, losing their wings in the fall. I wonder if that could be why my wings won't come out of storage.
Daniel tapped her chin. That sounds logical, and it would explain why he freaked out when you suggested he send his wings away, but now really wasn't the time to discuss this. Natalie backed away and jerked their thumb at the spot where they last saw Argeniel before losing him in the crowded skyline. Can we talk about this after we find him? He may be hurt and in need of healing, and that was something Natalie could help with, even though their powers weren't meant for that.
You're right. He's this way.
Danielle strode past Natalie, but their longer strides quickly left the Versati behind. No matter, Natalie felt as light as the cooling night air as they ran to catch up. Just the thought of laying hands on that angsty angel again energized Natalie like nothing else and lengthened their legs, making it easier to keep pace with Thaniel. He's so perfect. The building was further than it looked, but Natalie took the stairs 3 at a time to the roof. If Thaniel noticed their increase in height and musculature, she didn't say anything. I don't need to hide what I am. She already knows I can change shape. I just haven't done so around her before. They had only just met, but Natalie liked the angel a lot already. I hope we can be friends after this. Natalie pushed up the trapdoor to the roof and climbed out. Argeniel lay on his stomach like a broken doll, with one wing twisted under him and the other draped over his back.
Don't worry, angels are hard to damage.
Daniel shoved them gently aside so she could climb up beside them. I'll see what I can do. Natalie hurried to his side and sat cross-legged beside him on the flat roof.
Angels weren't created to be flesh and blood. We're made of spirit and light.
Daniel crouched on his other side, but she didn't touch him. Natalie appreciated that, as they rested a hand on his back and felt his muscles through the thin fabric of his robe. What are you saying? Because Argeniel was flesh and blood here in hell. Everyone who dwelled here was. Daniel shrugged.
I'm just saying these wounds are only temporary. They'll disappear if he leaves here because physical objects can't harm our spirits or our light.
But he doesn't want to leave here, and Natalie didn't want him to go either, but they kept that to themselves as they extended their flesh-shaping magic into him, seeking muscles, bones, and anything else he may have damaged. Don't worry, I'll fix you.
True, but we don't always know what's best for us.
Daniel signaled for silence as she rose.
Shh, I heard something.
She padded over to the low wall enclosing the roof and scanned the streets around them and grinned, like someone just gave her a present. What do you see? Natalie ran their hand gently over his wing and marveled at how soft it was. Under their hand, a hairline fracture glowed to their other sight.
A guy wearing a crown dismounting from a chariot pulled by some kind of beast beast made of fire and a lot of fallen angels.
Daniel hopped up onto the low wall. What are you doing? Natalie sent energy into the fracture and willed it to heal.
Causing trouble. Tell him to join me when he's on his feet again.
Daniel winked, then jumped over the edge. Wait, the illusion is gone. Natalie rushed to the wall, but Daniel had already landed on the street and plucked a flaming sword out of the air. I hope you know what you're doing. Daniel waved. So she heard that. As Daniel jogged toward the fallen angels in between her and the gateway, she shined like a diamond in the sunlight, but the shine diminished after it armored her. Daniel waved again, then put her head down and charged toward the fallen angels, but her boots didn't make a sound. Not a single one of the fallen turned to glance at her until she crashed into two fallen angels and knocked them to the ground, then ran over them. She swung her sword and slashed first to the left, then to the right. She spun with her swords out, cutting down creatures who used to be just like her before they fell. You're such a crazy angel, but I like your spunk. Natalie laughed and shook their head as they hurried back to Argent-Neil. Daniel was tough, but there were more than 100 fallen angels at least. No way could she fight them all, but she'd probably try, and we'll back you up as soon as we can. Leave a few for us.
Chapter 34, Out of Time. This can't be real. Rosalie needed to do something to stop Sarn, but what could she do? He was a powerful mage and she wasn't.
You could use blood magic,
whispered a voice in the back of her mind, but she clenched her fists so she couldn't use it. He doesn't know about that, and I don't want him to know either. Maybe he wouldn't look at her any differently, but she didn't want to risk it. She could try picking up the remnants of his magic and weaving them into something that would help, but that would take too long. Somewhere between leaving for the past and returning, she stopped seeing the threads of magic everywhere. Likely she couldn't see them anymore because she'd given in and tried to use blood magic. And who knew how long it would take her to get that sight back?
Stop, Dad. You've got the wrong man. He's our friend.
Ran pulled on his father's arm to get his attention. Please stop. Rosalie rushed forward. That was all she could think to do. He was a kind man who wouldn't ever hurt anyone, so if she got between Sarn and Avarian, he'd have to stop. But his magic stopped her too. I can't believe this is happening. Avarian looked so dejected, pinned to the wall like that.
That wasn't me. I never meant you or your family any harm.
Don't you think you're overreacting just a bit?
Marin shook his head as he stopped as close to his older brother as the green glow surrounding Sarn would allow.
You were there. How can you say that?
Sarn glanced at his brother, incredulous. Wait, what if it was another version of Avarian from another timeline? That sounded more plausible than the Avarian she knew, doing anything like what Sarn accused him of. Rosalie hoped he'd believe that, even though she had no way to prove it, unless she told them about the hallucinations of that other version of herself and Avarian. Would Sarn believe it?
What are you saying?
Sarn glanced at her, but he lowered Avarian until his boots touched the ground again. Well, there was only one way to find out if he would believe it. Rosalie took a deep breath before plunging into the craziest story yet. I didn't pass out when we went to find the farms. I ran into a copy of myself who claimed she came from another timeline, and I met a copy of Avarian too.
You did?
Sarn asked, and at her emphatic nod he withdrew his magic, releasing Avarian, and he seemed to fold in on himself. The wall reconfigured itself so the hole disappeared. Rosalie rushed over to Avarian, but he stood up straight and trudged through the aisles between bookshelves to what used to be a seating area before Ran and Mirin converted it into temporary sleeping nooks. She caught his hand before they reached Sarn and his family, and she squeezed it for luck.
I'm sorry. I thought you were the same man who threatened my son.
Sarn ran a hand through his dark hair, not because it was tangled. His hair was too short to do that, so it must be a nervous habit.
I forgive you.
Avarian shifted his weight from foot to foot. He didn't offer his hand, and Sarn didn't either.
Now that we're all friends again, when did you hide a spell in our apartment?
Ran gestured to his father, his uncle, and himself, making it clear who owned the place.
Not long after I arrived. I thought it would be safe there.
Avarian shrugged. And it was until I found it. Rosalie cursed herself for a fool.
What are you saying?
Avarian faced her. I found the spell and put it in my pocket, but it's not there anymore. The summoning spell is gone, but she still had the crystal that did strange things to time.
When did you lose it?
Avarian stared at her, and his gray eyes demanded answers. I don't know exactly. I think I had it before we left for the farm, but I don't know for sure because I can't remember if I checked if it was still in my pocket. Rosalie hugged herself.
So you could have lost it when we visited the past?
Avarian backed away from her. His eyes were wide, probably from the same same cold horror gripping her. Yes, I could have. Rosalie glanced at the two spirals that no one else could see, and they faded. In her peripheral vision, Sarn faded too. She saw those same spirals when Faye took them to that place where the future was made of fire. I wish I knew what those spirals were. Layla might know, but Rosalie couldn't concentrate enough to call her. I'll try later, and maybe she can help me make sense of all this.
Dad, no, please don't go. I didn't get to ask you where the farms are.
Rand reached for his father.
I know where they are.
Mirren put an arm around his shoulders.
Where are they?
Rand snaked an arm around his uncle.
When your dad won control of Mount Eredrin, he closed all the mines and turned them into farms. He also abolished the system of indenture that oppressed us both for most of our lives and gave all the former indentured a share of them. So you just need to go down to the lowest level, where we lived when you were little, the one that used to be called the lower quarters. There are caverns full of plants of all kinds, and they should be full of produce, ripe for the picking. We actually grow more than we can eat here, thanks to your dad.
Mirren squeezed his shoulders.
I didn't know that.
Rand shook his head as if he were having trouble absorbing it all.
You had a few scares down there when you were little, and you didn't want to go near that level ever again, so we didn't bring it up.
Mirren let go and patted his arm.
What about that summoning spell?
Rand waved to get her attention.
Don't you need to go look for it?
No, from what your dad said, we know where it ended up, just not how it got there. Rosalie ground the toe of her boot into the stone floor. Though she could guess how it went to the past, the copy of me from that other timeline must have pulled the summoning spell out of my pocket after I blacked out. Hell, she probably knocked me out just so she could take it. Rosalie clenched her fists.
We can't go back in time anymore. Remember what my aunt said.
Ivarian turned away.
We have to leave the spell in the past if that's where it went. I know that's not what you want to hear, but that's what we need to do. Otherwise, we'll wreck the future and make things far worse than they already are right now.
What are you saying? Rosalie reached for him, but her hand fell short of his shoulder when he trudged over to a bookcase and pulled a book off the shelf.
We have to stay here and make the best of things.
Everian flipped the pages of the book too quickly to read any of the text on the page.
Go with Rand to the farm and help him fetch more food. Since we're stuck here, we'll need it.
Rosalie opened her mouth to argue, but Rand caught her arm and towed her away before she could get a word out. Since he had unfairly long legs, she had to run to keep up with him. That was probably his plan all along.
Let him be. He just had quite a shock. He needs time to process things. My dad's pretty scary when you're on the other side of his magic.
She glanced over her shoulder, but Everian still faced away from her. Mirren approached him, hopefully, to talk some sense into the Time Walker. But she couldn't hear if he said anything because Rand yanked her through a narrow aisle and the bookshelves cut off all sight of them.
By the time we return, he'll be in a more reasonable mood. Just you wait and see.
And what are we going to do until then? Rosalie had to run to keep up with him.
We're going to go get some food. Hope is easier to hold on to when your belly's full and you have a warm, safe place to sleep. Trust me on that.
Rand didn't stop until they reached the atrium and the makeshift barricade in front of the library's huge doors. When did you get so wise? Rosalie finally freed her hand, although Rand probably let go when she tugged on her hand.
I had good role models growing up. They weren't perfect, as you just saw, but no one is.
Rand glanced around like he expected Nerul to wait around the atrium in case they tried again. She was about to suggest he go find his friend when Nerul strolled out of an aisle further down from them. It struck her then, and she felt like a fool all over again. Rand wasn't dragging her off on this mission just to give Everian some space and time. That was only half of it. Rand needed to distract himself from thinking about his father, who was stuck on a different timeline that only occasionally crossed over with this one. And what better way to do that than to go look for these farms that supposedly existed on a deeper level of this subterranean city? She hated to ask this, but she needed to know. Did you see two giant spirals when your dad showed up? Rosalie pointed at where those spirals were before they disappeared. Why did I see them here? Is time unraveling? She wished Faye was here. The ex-goddess of fate could check that in an instant, and she might know what to do.
Did I see what?
Rand scratched his head as he studied her. Never mind. I must have imagined it. If we're going, then we should go now before something else happens. Rosalie checked under her sleeves, and the tension drained out of her as she touched the sheaths of her daggers. She was so used to carrying them, she no longer felt their weight. And the rock she took from the demon a few days ago was still in her pocket. That was all she had, and it would have to be enough.
If you can't come, it's okay. We'll manage. On our own.
Rand said as if he were reading her worries from her mind. He wasn't. He was just observant. No, I'm coming with you. You'll need my help if you run into any demons. And doing something might help her figure out what her next step should be, aside from convincing Everian to use his time magic one more time. First, I need to make sure we'll have a future to come back to, and friends we can share a meal with. And that meant helping Rand now. Rosalie squared her shoulders. Let's go.
Before you change your mind?
Rand asked as he tried not to laugh at the scowl she gave him. Just do your thing and get us out of here before I dismantle the barricade. Rosalie folded her arms and hoped he'd wish them to the lower quarters so they could skip the whole sneak down a dark staircase thing. After everything that just happened, she doubted Rand could keep quiet long enough for them to get to the bottom of the stairwell again, without alerting every demon under the mountain to their presence and their plans. Rand swept her a deep bow.
Your wish is my command, literally.
He winked, then tossed the glowing white rock he pulled out of his pocket into the air. Before it fell, the library disappeared into a white flash. The crystal in her pocket pulsed like it had a heartbeat when Rand's magic faded, leaving them in total darkness. Rosalie checked her pockets, but she just had the crystal she took from the demon, and it didn't glow.
How do we tell if we're alone in this tunnel? I can't see anything in the dark. We should risk showing a little light so we can check that.
Rand whispered way too loudly as a white glow lit his face. Shush, you're talking too loudly, they'll hear you. Rosalie jumped even though she knew he was there. Nerl brushed past her as he reached for the rock Rand held.
Put that away. We should listen for footsteps. If we don't hear any for a while, then we risk some light.
Nerul missed, though. Rand held the glowing rock over his head so it illuminated him.
I don't hear anything except us, and I am whispering. This is as quietly as I can talk.
Well, it's not quiet enough. Rosalie covered her mouth to muffle the laughter bubbling up. They were so doomed.
Which way do we go? I assume, since no one attacked us, that there are no demons in this tunnel, but that could change any time, so we should go while we can.
Nerl threw his hands in the air, and he probably threw caution to the wind too when he pulled a Lumer crystal from his pocket. What else could he do? Rand wasn't in the mood to be cautious or quiet. Only Sarn could make Rand do anything because he was the more powerful mage, but Sarn wasn't here.
If what Uncle Marin said is right, and it probably is because he wouldn't send me on a wild goose chase, then all the farms should be that way.
Rand turned right and headed into the darkness as fearlessly as someone who forgot that demons could wait around any corner. He didn't even try to whisper or walk quietly. Neriel shook his head and followed his friend. The crossbow strapped to his back and the daggers up her sleeve were their only weapons, aside from magic. But who knew if Rand would use his wish magic? Rosalie ran to catch up. Do either of you have a spare crystal? I forgot to bring one to light my way.
What happened to the one you had last time we tried this?
Rand asked instead of being a good friend and handing over a crystal. He must have at least one more in his pocket. His father always carried around spares, even though he didn't need them because his eyes glowed. So his son must too. I don't know. I must have dropped it when I passed out because it's not in my pocket. Either that or the copy of her from an alternate timeline stole her Lumer crystal. Rosalie couldn't picture that girl doing that, but she might have stolen the summoning spell, and what did Rosalie really know about her anyway? Maybe Lumer crystals weren't sold all over the country on her timeline. Would they still be ubiquitous here without Sarn? Rosalie tried to push that uncomfortable question away, but it repeated despite that. I must find a way to restore the correct version of the timeline and get Rand's father back and my mother too, so everything can go back to what it was before the demons showed up. The crystal in her pocket pulsed, and Rand and Nerul froze mid-step as if the air solidified around them. Rosalie spun, and there were the two spirals slowly revolving in tandem behind them. The wall disappeared to her left and Mom appeared again, but she lay in the snow. Night had fallen over wherever Mom was, and it must have been cold because Mom shivered as she stared up at the snow-covered branches of an enchanted tree. Mom, is that really you? Rosalie tried to go to her mother, but her feet didn't move and her knees didn't bend. Am I frozen too?
Chapter 35. Summoned and Bound.
Gueran, god of war, I call you. The circle binds you to this time and place. You must come.
You don't have to shout. I can hear you just fine. Garen tried to shout back, but no sound left his lips, since he was a cloud of glowing motes sailing across the star-studded field of blackness between the most boring place in existence, also known as the Gray Between, and the blue-green ball that was Earth. Unfortunately, he was conscious the entire time, probably because he was immortal. But he used to teleport all over when he had all his power, and this was no different. So it was no big deal, and not worth complaining about. It just took forever for his particles to hit the atmosphere, dive through a cloud, and sail toward the ground, like a living lightning bolt. I wonder if I'll strike someone. He would have shouted that if he had a voice right now, but he didn't because he was a bodiless spirit flying alongside the bits that would reassemble into his body when he landed. Every part of Garon tingled while his body reconstituted itself. That would pass as blood flow returned to his limbs. Right now, he just just gripped the sword in his hands. He could wonder where it came from later, but his essence probably created it because that was his default, and it felt good to hold a sword again. Armor appeared on his body too, and it was a comforting weight on his shoulders, legs, and arms. It felt so good he didn't care if his body gave up some of its bits to make it. A deficiency wouldn't harm him in the time it took the squishy bits inside of him to rectify that situation. As the green light faded to a less blinding level, Garen stared down at familiar symbols drawn in the dirt. A flat-topped boulder stood behind him, and it was roughly the length and width of an altar. Well, that was interesting. A circle of glowing green energy encompassed the symbols, and a good portion of the ground behind the altar rock. More symbols probably covered the earth back there, and for some reason, someone left a baby unattended in a carrier on the rock. That's not something you see every day. Where's your mom, little one? Garen glanced to his left and right. To one side, the symbols continued within a shining green circle that enclosed the spell as expected. On the other side, Hithaglir picked himself off the ground and dusted himself off as if he could get dirty that easily. The fool looked like he'd fallen out of a closet in the middle of getting dressed. His clothes were a clash of styles and colors that changed as he glared at the woman standing in front of them. Since she stood outside the spell circle, she wasn't the one powering it, and the glyphs surrounding them would probably bounce anything she threw at them back at her. So he could ignore her for a moment. On the other side of Hithaglir, Gennari crouched there with his antlered head bowed. His silver fur stood on end like he was just struck by lightning or hastily reassembled. On the other side of Gennari, a woman rose. She wore a simple sheath dress that pooled on the ground around her, and shining white hair spilled over her shoulders as she glanced around with glowing yellow eyes that softened when she saw the baby. Unless he was mistaken, she was Istiana, ex-goddess of the past, and Hithaglir's twin sister. The poor dear. She didn't deserve to be caught up in her brother's schemes. Hithaglir backed away from him with his hands up.
I told you I had a way out of there. This was it.
No, he said you had a way to get him out. Garen pointed at Gennari. Hithaglir must be losing his mind if he was claiming things he never said. And who are these people? He waved to the girl with glowing green eyes, and the girls standing behind her, who all wore the same dress. Obviously, the four identically dressed women were part of something, probably a cult, because only cultists would be dumb enough to work with Hithaglir on anything. But one of the four women wasn't what she pretended to be. He felt the presence of another immortal, like an icy hand on his heart, and it sent a warning zinging through him. But her disguise was too good for him to pierce with the green glow of the spell circle, and the gold glow of the shield over what must be a haven. He doubted havens had changed much since he last walked the earth, and that looked exactly like their signature shield. Besides, after spending an eternity in hell, he recognized angel magic anywhere. Who are you? Garen pointed his sword at the woman in front. There were others behind her, but they were half-human, and either shifters or a blended race of animals and humans. Hithaglir, or the four cultists, probably offered to summon Gennari for them. They looked like his people. That explained why the ex-god of the hunt was here, but it didn't explain Istiana's presence. Hithaglir wouldn't want any of his sisters to know he was planning on summoning all the old gods, and no way she would keep something like this from her sisters. So, the instant Istiana could call them, she would. I'd like to see that, actually. Especially Faye's reaction. The fiery ex-goddess of fate would probably fry Hithaglir until he was a crispy ex-god.
You are bound,
the cultist said in a high-pitched voice that shook with the fear he must have inspired. Behind her, her dark ringlets also shook. Garen grinned. He hadn't intimidated a mage in a long time, and it warmed his heart to see the girl quake. Either she was a good actor, or she was what she appeared, a human mage, not an ex-goddess in disguise.
This was a fantastic show, but it's over now, and you need to deliver him to us.
One of the half-human, half-goat people clapped her hands. Unlike some of her people, she wore a sexy attempt at armor and an abbreviated skirt that left a lot of her long legs visible. Short fur covered her, though, so she didn't actually need any clothes, and no one here counted as polite company except Istiana. But that ex-goddess silently watched everything. Hopefully she was also contacting her two sisters, so the trio of time goddesses could appropriately punish their brother for this.
Release him so I can give him back the mantle of power he gave me.
The deer woman pointed at Gennari with her claws, so there was more than just deer in her ancestry.
I can't. Not yet, anyway.
The cultist behind the maid stepped forward and grabbed the arm of her subordinate and pulled the staring girl away from the shield, and the sword pointed at her throat. His sword became an extension of his hand a long time ago, so Garen forgot he still held its point pressed against the green light, curving around them like a shield.
Why not?
The dear woman examined her claws.
Because he's not free yet. The grey between still claims him. That's why I bound him to the circle, so that place can't pull him back.
The lead cultist said that like it should be obvious. The dear woman standing behind her didn't look like she believed it. She waved to Janeri.
I don't see anything binding him to this grey place you mentioned.
Trust me, many chains bind him to that place. If I don't cut them, they'll pull him back before you can give his mantle of power back.
But the lead cultist didn't do anything to sever those chains.
You bound us to this circle too, and we aren't claimed by that benighted place. We were just minding our own business and living our lives on this plane.
Hithaglir waved to himself and Istiana like he was innocent. That was just an act so his sister wouldn't rat him out to their siblings. You weren't minding any business except the kind that brings trouble when I ran into you in the grey between a little while ago. Garen lowered his sword, but his armor didn't come with a sheath. Oh well. He shoved the blade through his belt and made sure the flat side rested against his leg. Since he couldn't go anywhere until the spell circle fell, that would do nicely. Istiana turned when the baby cooed in her carrier on the altar rock behind her, and she reached for the girl.
You won't sacrifice anyone for me. I won't allow it.
Istiana staggered back a step when her hand slammed into a green dome that appeared between her and the baby. Garen glanced at the cultists in time to see their eyes widen before they schooled their faces back into a neutral mask. So there was another mage in play, and he or she wasn't cooperating with the plan. They could be on the other side of the altar rock, since the glow from back there was far brighter than the rest of the spell circle. I'll bet that's where the other mage is, and they could stay there. One didn't survive long if they went around challenging powerful mages. I'll wait and see what this new mage does. Instead, he plastered a smile on his face and turned to Janari. You're stuck in the grey between? So that's why I didn't see you in hell.
It has no fury for me.
Janari rose from his crouch and faced the god of war.
We only hunt those who are fated to die, and we ease their passing if they deserve it.
He glanced at the sexy dear woman warrior, but she didn't flinch, so that still must be so. And that helped Gren place her. She was the current leader of the Wild Hunt.
Why are they here?
The lead huntress for the Wild Hunt waved to the other three gods.
That's none of your business.
The lead cultist turned her back on the huntress. That wasn't a wise decision for a mortal, but there was something familiar about her. But the only ex-goddess he knew had glowing red eyes was Faye Drassen, or Faye as she liked to be called, and she wouldn't pretend to be someone else.
It is my business since you summoned him when you were supposed to just summon our leader.
The huntress flexed her claws, but she didn't rake them down the lead cultist's back, and that was a damned shame, because she probably wouldn't bleed red like a human. The huntress retracted her claws.
How will you free him from the grey between?
Garen laughed because this had to be a joke. She can't. Once that place claims someone, you can't get them back. It's impossible.
What about hell? Once it claims someone, that's permanent too. You're in the same predicament as me.
Janeri poked him in the chest. Garen slapped his hand away, and the angel guarding this place appeared as if summoned. Don't touch me, you cur. He didn't bother correcting him. If Janeri didn't know he walked through a magical tunnel from hell to the grey between, then he wouldn't enlighten him. It proved he wasn't bound to hell, and that was something he would explore after he extricated himself from Hithaglir's plans. The ex-god of history looked like he swallowed a lemon, so this wasn't part of his plan. Which part was off script? Because from where Garen stood, it looked like things were happening according to plan. The cultists summoned 4 ex-gods. Too bad. We're trapped in this spell circle until it fails. It would fall eventually, because all spells expired sometime. No one could power them indefinitely.
This is a haven, and it's a holy place blessed by your creator. We don't allow any violence here.
The angel guarding the haven gripped the hilt of his sword like he wanted to draw it, and purple flames ran down the sheath, but they didn't burn his eye blindingly white robes. I'd like to see you stopped me. Unlike them, I've fought your kind before and lived to talk about it. Garen stepped to the edge of the spell circle, but glowing green glyphs shoved him back when he tried to step over them. I guess it's not failing anytime soon. At least he wouldn't get bored while he waited.
Stop it, all of you. There's not much fire magic here, and I need to use all of it to break the connection between you and the Grey Between where you were, so it doesn't reclaim you.
The lead cultist rubbed her temples like she had a headache, but there was no way she was using any fire magic. Garen would feel its heat, and he didn't. That red dye glow thing was probably an illusion, so everyone else would believe she had that power. Earth magic didn't give off heat, not unless the caster was a magesmith, using a very specific type of earth magic that manipulated metal, and that wasn't the type fueling the spell circle. Immortals didn't live long if they couldn't tell the difference between the different types of earth magic. Unless I'm mistaken, this is stone magic, and that explains why it's cool, not warm. But he'd play along for now. If it's firepower that you need, then take some from me and sever my link to hell while you're at it. Garen held out his gauntleted hand, and a fireball floated above it.
You would give me some of your power.
The lead cultist's eyes changed colors. It was swift, but for a moment, her eyes were the same molten gold as Istiana's before she disguised them again. That didn't mean she was Istiana's sister. Plenty of ex-gods had gold eyes, and plenty more could change their eye color on a whim. But it confirmed his guess that she was an ex-goddess who probably conned Hithaglir into helping her, and now she was turning on him. I would for a price. Garen retracted his hand and crushed the fireball in his fist. Embers dropped onto the glowing lines under his feet, but the earth magic in them snuffed them out before the grass could catch on fire. Earth and fire were natural enemies.
If your price is freedom, I'll gladly give you that, if you'll give me enough power to break hell's hold over you.
The lead cultist reached for his hand, but her hand slammed into a wall of green light that sprang up in front of her, and it shoved her away from the spell circle. She cursed and kicked it, but the shield stayed put. Seriously? Didn't she know better than to challenge a stone mage? They were hard to beat since they could rain down boulders, or split the earth to cut off any avenue of escape. How did you survive this long? Garen stopped himself from shaking his head, because he didn't want to give away that he saw through her disguise. I just need to know which ex-goddess you are. Then he could exit this madness and explore his newfound freedom.
What just happened?
Someone asked, probably another member of the Wild Hunt. They were shadows with horns and antlers, silhouetted against the gold glow of the shield over this haven.
I forgot that fire magic can't cross some types of earth magic. Stone magic snuffs it out, like dirt thrown over a fire.
The lead cultist rubbed her hand.
Quite true. Some types of earth magic do burn, but not this one.
Hithaglir glanced at something behind the altar rock, probably the mage. Garen didn't look. He didn't want to anger a potential ally, and anyone not on Team Cultist was an ally right now.
If you will all shut up, I could finish up here so we can go about our day.
The lead cultist shoved her sleeves up, revealing glyphs cut into her skin. The lines were as thin as the razor that made them.
You won't find me so easy to defeat.
The angel guarding this haven glared at Garen as the flames disappeared from his sword hilt. Then he vanished, since no one else broke the rules or gave him a reason to get involved. And that was fine. I fought enough angels. I can live without ever doing that again. Garen nodded to the angel. He wasn't gone. Angels could become invisible and intangible like ghosts, and that's what this one did. So he could watch everything. A flash of red in his peripheral vision caught Garen's attention, and he turned his head. A woman wearing a red brigandine coat ran into the backside of the spell circle. It flared up when she crashed through it, as if her presence dumped more earth magic into it, but that wasn't possible since she wasn't a mage. The woman collapsed and vanished behind the altar rock with the mage. Well, that was weird, but humans sometimes made strange decisions. That was why they lived such short lives. The lead cultist raised her arms and chanted in the old tongue, and her flunkies repeated it. Garen hadn't heard it since his pantheon fell. The air grew heavy, charged with power.
Vadrassen, god of fate and the future, I call you. The circle binds you to this time and place. You must come.
The cultists shouted in unison as thunder clapped. The cultist earth mage lobbed a glowing ball of green energy into the the circle, and it let them pass because they were made of earth magic. A petite black woman coalesced inside the ball of earth magic on Garen's other side. She wore red, dragon-scale armor, and she glared at the lead cultist as she swept her long red braids away from her molten glowing red eyes. Garen waved to get her attention, and he tried not to tower over the shortest time goddess. Faye also had the shortest temper and the most power among her siblings, so a little politeness could go a long way. Hey Faye, when you're free, we need to talk about my fate. I know you're busy right now, so just pencil me in for afterward. I'll just stand over here, out of your way. Padruson raised an eyebrow at his request.
Long time no see, war god,
was all she said before turning her fury on the lead cultist.
What's this all about? If you want to talk to me, there are easier ways of getting my attention. This just pisses me off, and you wouldn't like me when I'm angry, Priscina.
Faye unsheathed long red claws, and her voice dropped into a low rumble, like a dragon. There were rumors that she merged with a dragon. Perhaps those rumors were true.
Pristina?
Pristina.
Ithaglier and Ishtiana said as both stared at the lead cultist.
Don't look so surprised.
Pristina laughed as her disguise fell away, revealing a goddess who looked like a tanned copy of Isthiana, but she was shorter than the ex-goddess of the past and dressed better. In fact, Faye had the same features as her sisters, just her skin was a lot darker, but fire magic tanned anyone who used it, since it was like channeling the sun.
Why did you summon us?
Faye gestured to her siblings.
Yes, why did you do that? You were supposed to summon the other gods, not our family. I gave you a list.
Ithaglier must have finally realized his plan had failed, because he quit watching everyone with hooded eyes and stepped forward to join the solution. Pristina laughed.
Be glad I summoned the first 2 gods on your list. I didn't have to do that, but I was curious. Why do you want them here?
Why are you doing this?
Isiana set the carrier and the baby in it back on the altar and slid between Ithaglier and Faye. Faye caught her hand and squeezed it, but she didn't let go. Was she planning to teleport away and take her sister with her?
Because the only way to die is for everything to end, even time.
Pristina pulled a gray crystal out of a pocket in her skirt and held it up, unless Garen imagined it. That rock looked just like the one the sleeping angel showed him when she told him about the adversary's plans. He didn't need to see the energies swirling around that crystal. The expressions of horror on the 3 time gods' faces, who weren't insane, were enough to clue him in. That's a time crystal. The Morningstar has one too. He plans to use these to destroy all time and existence, and I'm going to stop him. Garen yanked his sword out from under his belt and charged toward the mad ex-goddess.
Chapter 36. Healed and Harmed.
Don't move yet.
Arginil lay on a hard surface, the roof perhaps? I think I crash-landed. He had a vague memory of slamming into a building. Arginil opened his eyes, but he didn't see Natali. Their hand rested on his back in between his wings while their healing magic flowed into him, knitting torn muscles and easing the pain in his wing. Surprise shot through him. Why was a demon healing him? He needed it, but no demon had ever healed him before. Then again, this was the first time he ran into a demon who could heal anyone. I healed a demon before, but that demon was a friend, and he was being an ungrateful wretch. Thank you for healing me.
You're welcome.
Arginil didn't see Thaniel anywhere on the roof or hear her voice, and she wasn't a quiet angel. She'd have asked a few questions by now if she was here. But if she wasn't here, then where was she? Where's Thaniel? Natali sighed like they were about to deliver some bad news.
She went to fight the army. I couldn't talk her out of it.
Arginil pushed up to his hands and knees, even though that sent a spike of pain through his shoulder. I'd better go after her. She can't take them all on and win.
I know. Give me another moment. I'm almost done. Then we can go together.
Natali ran her hand along his back to the place where pain stabbed him the hardest. Why are you healing me?
Because I like you.
Natali sent more healing energy into his shoulder, and the pain ebbed, becoming shallower by the moment.
I like Thaniel too, and you can't help her if you're hurt.
I have to get to the gateway, but I don't know how I'll manage that with an army in front of me, and they have a damned lightning caller too. That just wasn't fair. Arginil pushed up until he was kneeling.
Come on, I healed you enough. Let's go help her.
Natali caught his arm and hauled him to his feet. Was the Versati taller than usual? Their head used to come up to the top of his shoulder, but now Natali stood even with him.
Come on, the stairs are this way.
Natali pulled his arm over their shoulders, steadying him when the world darkened. Their closeness brought an odd flutter to his core. Shaking it it off, he stepped back and stretched his wings carefully. "Thank you again for healing me," he said awkwardly. This demon had shown him more kindness than his own kind, and that was unexpected and confusing, but there was no time to think about that now.
You're welcome. Just try not to get hurt again for a while, okay? At least not until I've recharged a bit.
Natalie glanced away, even though their face was hidden by the shadows of their hood and mostly covered by a veil. Were they weak from spending so much of their energy to heal him? Arjanil couldn't tell as they trudged toward a doorway on the opposite side of the roof. "I could fly us down."
No, they'll just knock you out of the sky again and undo all my work. We'll take the stairs to the bottom floor, then pick an opportune moment to run into the melee.
Natalie pulled him toward the stairs, and their grip was firm, so if the healing took a toll on them, he couldn't tell. Their steps never faltered, not even once, as they hurried down 6 flights of narrow stairs in front of him. When they reached the bottom floor, they exited the stairwell into a lobby full of broken furniture. Natalie wound around them, and he followed them to a blown-out window. People filled the street, but he only recognized one of them. He could use his gift to find out who the others were, but he didn't have time for that. That's Arbus, former head of a fallen pantheon of ex-gods. I wonder what he's doing here. Likely the people with him were from his pantheon, and they were in his way. Arjanil tried to see past them, but he couldn't see Thaniel anywhere. "I have to go out there and look for her, even if that means taking all those ex-gods on." As he headed for the door, hanging off its hinges, he pulled his gift to the fore.
Where are you going?
Natalie grabbed his arm. "I need to find Thaniel. Don't worry, I'm not planning to fight them all. I've got a plan, if you could call using everyone's true names against them a plan." But that was all he had, and no one he'd ever encountered could counteract that, so it was his best weapon right now. Arjanil pulled open the door and read the name of the first ex-god that stepped in his path.
"I'm coming with you."
Natalie crowded in behind him as he called out the true name of the ex-god, swinging a mace at him. The spiky-haired woman froze mid-swing, like the air solidified around her. Arjanil wouldn't stop, not until he reached the gateway or found Thaniel. He kept pulling the true names of everyone he passed out of them and shouting them until a double column of living statues stretched from the door of the building he crash-landed on to deep within the ranks of the fallen angels crowded around the gateway. Still, there was no sign of Thaniel. He could call her name, but if he did that while holding so tightly to the power of the unseen, he might freeze her, too. "Do you see her?" he asked when the attack stopped coming.
"Make a hole. Let the traitor come forward,"
said the last person in hell he ever wanted to face. The fallen angels stepped aside, creating a narrow aisle through their ranks. At the end of that cleared space stood the Morning Star. He called himself the Adversary now, but he looked more like his other title, the Prince of Darkness, with that garish iron crown sitting on his head. His blood-red robes rustled in the breeze, created by the glowing eye of the gateway standing behind him.
"Are you looking for this?"
The Morning Star yanked Thaniel up by her hair. No blood stained her clothes, but her eyes fluttered like she was trying to wake up. Was she just concussed? Arjanil wanted to run to her and pull her away from the reason hell existed, but he needed to play this cool. Natalie could heal Thaniel. He just had to get her back first. Besides, she couldn't die. She was an angel, and they were quite tough, so he could take a moment to banter with the Father of Lies and bargain for her release. Arjanil stopped a few feet away from the fallen angel who engineered his fall and the fall of all the angels and immortals in hell, yet they still served him. Another woman stood by, chained at her wrists and ankles, and there was something familiar about her, but she refused to meet his gaze and kept her eyes fixed on the ground. "Why are you so familiar?" For a moment he turned his gift on her, then stopped when a woman's voice spoke in his mind.
"Don't. Let me have my secrets. They're all I have left in this world."
The woman clenched her fists around the chains connecting her wrists. "All right, you can keep them for now. I didn't come here for you anyway." But that gave him an idea. He'd never used his gift on the fallen angel standing before him. Why not try it? "I'm here. That's what you wanted, so let my friend go. You won again." Arjanil stared at the ground and hunched his shoulders. He hoped he looked cowed. His plan would work best if the adversary didn't see it coming.
"True. All right, take your friend. friend.
The adversary flung Thaniel on the ground between them. Natalie squeezed his arm, then darted between them and caught Thaniel under her arms. There was no safe place to take the angel, so Natalie dragged her near the gateway, so Thaniel no longer lay between them. The Versati knelt at her side, and hopefully they had enough energy to heal Thaniel. I need to buy Natalie some time. That shouldn't be hard since the Morningstar liked to hear himself talk. His transformation into the adversary couldn't possibly have changed that. He must be even more in love with the sound of his voice now if the vanity on display was any indication. What do you want with me? You've tried many times to capture me, and every time you've failed. Arginil had never known why, but he was about to find out. As he raised his gaze, he stared right into the eyes of an angel twisted by greed and a lust for power who used to stand at the right hand of the Creator. But the angel who was once the morning star no longer had the glowing violet eyes of their race. A swirling darkness replaced them that had no end or beginning.
When you look into the abyss, it looks back at you.
The morning star laughed as that darkness seemed to pull him down into its never-ending depths. The adversary, the prince of darkness, the father of lies, whispered his gift. Then it said so softly he almost didn't hear it. Samiel.
Say my name. I know you read it.
The ex-angel standing before him like a king waiting to conquer the world smiled like this was all going according to his plan. Samiel, Arginil said, and the name was a key that unlocked a door in his mind. Memories tumbled out in a disorderly pile. You delved into the unformed, an abyss under hell.
I did, and do you know what I found there? The spark that set existence ablaze with light and life.
Samiel clapped a hand on his shoulder and pulled him closer so he could whisper in his ear.
And do you know what else I found?
No. Arginil stared at the former angel in shock and tried to keep his mouth from hanging open. No one could go to the abyss and survive, let alone return with some new power. There was no way he was powerful enough to do that.
We're all grains of sand in a cosmic hourglass. But unlike mortals, our grains never fall, but they will now.
Samiel plunged his hand into Arginil's chest and ripped out something. His hand came away covered in lavender blood, but he held up a gray crystal that looked like the one set in the 13 points on his crown. But Arginil must have imagined that, as he collapsed from the waves of pain radiating out from the hole in his chest, an image of sunlight sparkling on the water as the waves rolled ashore overtook his fading sight. Maybe I'll get my wish after all, and I'll become that light, so close to the shores of heaven, but never touching it.
Chapter 37. The past stalks her. Mom turned her head. Her face was unlined, and her skin wasn't weathered or suntanned from years of trekking across Shiari in search of work. This version of her mother was from the past, possibly even from around the time of the kidnapping Mirren talked about. Maybe I can get some answers. What on earth are you doing out here in the snow, Mom? Rosalie relaxed when her mouth moved and words spilled out. It wasn't the question she really wanted an answer to, but seeing her mom dazed like that shoved a nail made of worry through her heart. Mom didn't answer. Did she even hear the question? What happened? Rosalie hoped Mom would hear that question and answer it.
Protect the good mage, Mommy. Promise me you will,
a girl said, sounding exactly like Rosalie. I didn't say that. Rosalie glanced around, but there was no doppelganger hanging about this time. Then why did I hear someone speaking in my voice who wasn't me? What is going on?
Tell her to protect him. She must do that, or we'll never fix the timeline,
said another version of her as her doppelganger appeared next to her. She had such earnest eyes. Rosalie gazed into them, unable to break her fascination with this woman who looked exactly like her. She remembered her original mission, to find a way to save Sarn. He was the key to all this, wasn't he? Her double nodded like she knew exactly what Rosalie was thinking. How could she know that when they didn't possess any mind magic? Maybe there's a version of me on another timeline that has some mind magic? She'd considered so many impossible things in the last 3 months, so that idea wasn't as shocking as it should have been.
Tell her,
urged her double.
She must protect him.
Rosalie opened her mouth, and words she didn't mean to say tumbled out. Mommy, I asked you to promise to protect the good mage. Why didn't you promise that? She asked, but she sounded like she was a little girl again.
Who are you?
Mons struggled like invisible bonds held her immobile. Was she a prisoner too?
I'm your daughter, Rosalie. Are you feeling okay, Mommy? Because you're asking silly questions,
said her double as she tilted her head to one side.
You can't be Rosalie. She's just a baby, and I haven't rescued rescued her yet.
Mom glanced around like she was trying to pinpoint them. At least she wasn't as dazed now, so perhaps she hadn't hit her head and didn't have a concussion. Then why was she lying in the snow? Mom was more practical than that. If Mirren was right, Mom was talking about the wild hunt. I must be connecting to a version of her from after I was kidnapped. Tears pricked her eyes. Mom must be searching for me. Why else would she be out on a snowy night like this?
I am Rosalie. Just trust me, Mommy, and promise this one thing. It's important,
said her doppelganger as she approached Mom, but her boots didn't crunch on the snow. She glared at Rosalie as if this was all her fault somehow.
I'm not promising anything to someone I can't see. Show yourself.
Mom struggled, but something prevented her from rolling over or sitting up. She could just lie there and stare up at the branches above her.
I can't. I had to get help to talk to you, so I'm not actually here, just my voice is,
said the doppelganger, but she still glared at Rosalie.
Then I'm not promising you anything. Release me, and then we'll talk.
Mom tried to feel around for what bound her, but her hands couldn't go far. Rosalie tried to open her mouth to demand her double release their mother, but her mouth wouldn't move, and no words escaped. She was a paralyzed watcher now. The crystal in her pocket pulsed against her thigh like a slow drumbeat. In her peripheral vision, the two spirals still turned. Did this already happen, or was it happening now?
You promised me before. Why won't you trust me now?
Her double didn't stand in the snow near their mother anymore. She perched on the end of a bed, and a copy of Ivarian sat so close beside her that their legs touched. He gripped her hand too, and a flash of irrational jealousy burned through Rosalie, even though he wasn't hers.
Well, why won't you trust me now? You did before.
That other Rosalie clenched the hand Ivarian wasn't holding and banged it on her knee in time with the beating of the crystal. As Rosalie stared at her doppelganger, she stretched and thinned until she was translucent and light enough to float away. But she didn't fly away like so much dandelion fluff. She flew toward that strange copy of her from another timeline until she slammed into her. For a moment, they were two women with the same face who'd lived different lives, and then they merged into one woman. Maybe they were never divided. Faye said the future branched because every decision created a future where the opposite happened.
I will find out what the earth remembers, and the trees forgot.
They whispered, and the line was familiar, but not enough to divide them.
Who are you really?
Mom tried to move her arm, but something restricted its range of motion. I am your daughter, or who she might become in the future if given a chance. But that won't happen if you don't promise to protect him, the two Rosalies said in unison. Then the spirals faded. With them went the snow, her mom, her doppelganger, and Ivarians too, leaving one confused Rosalie falling toward the darkness surrounding her. She was more alone now after that strange incident than ever before.
Hey, are you sure you're okay?
Ran asked, as his strong hands grasped her upper arms and stopped her fall.
When you didn't follow, I got worried since you didn't bring a light, but that's unlike you, hence my question. Are you okay? We could do this another time.
Let's keep going. I'm okay, she lied, because they couldn't do this another time. The food would only last so long. But the last thing her doppelganger said repeated in her mind like a strange litany. I will remember what the earth remembers and the trees forgot. What did that mean? Well, she could ask Ran and see if he knew. Do you know what the earth remembers and the trees forgot? Rosalie tried to square her shoulders and stand on her own, so Ran would stop looking at her like she was a delicate doll he was afraid would break into pieces at any moment.
Is that a riddle?
Ran let her slide her left arm out of his grip so they could walk side by side. It sounds like one. Do you know what the answer is? Rosalie stepped forward and didn't fall. The dizziness faded as she kept putting one foot in front of the other.
Not off the top of my head, but I'll think about it as we walk.
Ran stayed by her side, even though he had to take smaller steps to keep from outpacing her with his longer legs. And he was quiet, too, but that was unlike him. Ran liked to talk, and he never ran out of things to say. But they needed quiet to mask their presence since they didn't know if there were any demons down here, or where the demons were. Did demons eat human food? Fear dumped icy water into her veins. What if the demons raided the farms already and there wasn't any food left? What would Ran and his uncle and all the survivors do then? The enchanted forest was dying because of something the demons did, or out of grief that the people they were created to protect were dying in large numbers from demon attacks. So there wouldn't be many all fruits left if there were any at all. We've got to find food. I can't let whatever just happened stop me. The past will still be there tomorrow. That's when she'd revisit it, and she wouldn't leave this time until she found the event that sent her life and everyone else's so drastically off course and corrected it. But that riddle echoed in her head again, distracting her, and she almost stepped on Ran's big feet. Like his dad, dad, everything about Ran was huge, from his long legs to his personality to his thirst for adventure and conversation. But he stayed glued to her hip like a good friend, and he glanced down at her frequently to make sure she was still okay, even though he didn't need to worry because she wouldn't leave the lower quarters until they accomplished their mission.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I'm fine now. It was just the darkness. It was so total, and that disoriented me until you came to fetch me. Thanks for that. I don't know if I'd ever have found my way back to the library in the dark. Rosalie smiled up at him and hoped her explanation eased some of his worries.
Oh yeah. There are no stars down here or any enchanted trees, so there's no light at all. Dad used to forget that no one else's eyes glowed, and he'd close his eyes and leave me in the dark until I reminded him that I don't have glowing eyes. Did he give me a lumer crystal? Sometimes, but sometimes he'd just tell me it's bedtime, and then I don't need light to sleep. Then he'd hug me until I fell asleep.
As Ran rambled on about his dad, she knew she should stop him because sound carried far down here. But it was comforting, and she needed that slice of normalcy while she calmed down. She was too rattled. There was one other person she could ask about that riddle if she could get through to her. Layla, do you know what the earth remembers and the trees forgot? Layla? She hoped this time she'd get an answer.
Where are you?
Layla asked almost immediately. I'm back in my own time, but I think I'm losing my mind. I keep seeing a copy of myself, and now I'm hallucinating about my mom, but she didn't really want to talk about that, not now. Am I losing my mind? Or am I dealing with a copy of myself from a different timeline that somehow crossed over with mine? God, that sounds so insane. But it was true, too. Rosalie couldn't deny it, nor could she talk about it with Ran, or he'd wish her back to the library while he continued on with Nerul. Maybe they'd be okay, but she just couldn't take the chance. Not if she ever ran into Sarn again.
Anything is possible with time crystals in play. They warp space and time in ways I don't understand, so you're probably not losing your mind. Not any more than you were when you talked to a snake.
Layla just had to bring that up again.
They were created in the beginning when time began. That's all anyone is sure of. The rest is speculation. Where did you see a time crystal?
Layla sounded worried now. Were time crystals dangerous? I took a crystal from a demon, and then time froze for everyone around me. Time moved normally only for my friend and I. We weren't affected. Rosalie thrust her hand into her pocket and touched the strange gray crystal. It contracted, then expanded, and beat against her palm like a heart. Ran fell silent, but he couldn't have run out of things to say already. Ran loved to talk, especially about his family. He could ramble on about them for hours.
That sounds like a time crystal to me. Where did you find it?
Now Layla sounded hopeful. In my time. I took it from a demon that exited a portal. Why do you ask? Is this crystal important? Rosalie had a feeling it was. Ran froze. Nerul also froze where he stood, pressed against the wall so he could glance around the corner. The two spirals returned, but they shattered like glass and rained shards on Rosalie as the tunnel split into multiple copies, where copies of her and Ran and Nerul unfroze and headed onward. Sometimes they met demons, and sometimes they didn't. Then those copies split until a kaleidoscope of possible futures spun around her, each locked in a glowing bubble that shrank until they popped out of existence. The real Ran unfroze, but he stopped when she just stood there staring like a fool.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Rosalie dug out the crystal from her pocket to stop it from pounding on her leg. The area already felt bruised, but the minute she closed her fist around it, she knew what she needed to do. Please take me back to the library. I need to talk to Ivarian. It's important.
Is it more important than your next meal?
Nerul asked as he crept toward them. Yes, I think it is. I'm sorry I can't help you. Rosalie glared at her boot so she couldn't see the disappointment in Ran's eyes. But he put an arm around her shoulders, and the tunnel vanished in a white flash.
It's okay. You should rest since you fell yesterday.
Ran said as the library reformed around them. Nerul scowled from where he stood behind Ran, but he didn't say anything, and Rosalie was grateful. She knew she'd let them down, but this couldn't wait. Thank you for bringing me back to the library. Rosalie squeezed Ran's arm, then fled in search of Ivarian. He was the son of an ex-goddess. If he couldn't help her unravel what was going on with this crystal and her flashes of the past, then no one could. A terrible urgency gripped her as she searched each aisle for him. Time was running out, but she didn't know how much time was left. Chapter 38. Take me back. Ivarian, where are you? I need to talk to you. It's important. Rosalie ran through the library, ignoring everyone and everything in her haste to find him. Her footsteps echoed ominously, but that was because of the naked stone walls rising at least 40 feet above her head and possibly higher.
What's wrong?
Ivarian stepped out of a narrow aisle into the sitting area, divided by blankets into quarters for survivors. It all just spilled out of her as she skidded to a halt in front of him. Rosalie left nothing nothing out, not even what Layla said about the time crystals or the strange flashes of her mother in the past and the other copies of them. When she finished her account, she shut her mouth with a click and waited for him to say something. Anything would do right now. Rosalie twisted a section of her skirt just to do something as he stayed silent. His face was impassive, giving her no hint of what he thought, not even an eye twitch. Did I shock him? Should I shake him? Probably not, since he's my only link to the past, and everything seems to point back to something that happened 20 years ago. But what was that event? The longer he stayed silent and stared off into the middle distance, the more she wanted to shake him, but she interlaced her fingers together over her stomach to keep from doing that. It sounds insane, but it's all true, Rosalie said, just to say something. His quietude grated on her nerves. Worse still, she had no proof of any of it. Rosalie tried not to fidget as that depressing realization sunk in. He must believe me. I wouldn't lie or make up something like this. Nor was it a hallucination. Something was very wrong with the arrow of time. She was as certain of that as she was of her own name. Everine finally looked at her, but he stared at her like she had two heads. The book he was holding fell from his hands and clattered on the floor. Don't you see? We need to go to the arrow of time to make sure it's okay. She didn't think it was all right. Time felt like it was losing cohesion, maybe even breaking apart. If they didn't stop that, then she could never fix the timeline and restore the future that they should be living. Rosalie grabbed his hand, but she couldn't tow him to the arrow of time. Neither could she let go when he was her only way to travel back in time.
No, we can't do that. You heard what my aunt said.
Avarian lowered his voice to a whisper as he yanked his hand away from her.
We could interfere with her efforts to stop that dystopian future she talked about, and I won't do that.
What are you afraid of? Rosalie searched his gray eyes for answers. He feared something, and it couldn't be upsetting his aunt. Faye was a formidable woman, but she was still his aunt, and she would forgive him, eventually. Something bad might be happening right now to the arrow of time. Surely his aunt would be angrier if he didn't do something about that. Panic beat in her chest. Rosalie tried to quell it with cold logic because panicking never solved anything. Besides, she needed to appear rational, not like a hysterical girl. That wouldn't help her case. Avarian turned away while she got her panic under control, but he didn't pick up the book he dropped.
I'm afraid of making things worse, aren't you?
Rosalie bit her lip. I didn't even think about that. But she was smart enough not to say that aloud. The realization took Rosalie aback for a moment. How can I make things worse? I just want to see what's going on. We don't have to touch anything. We don't even have to do anything. I just need to see that the arrow of time is still intact. Rosalie crossed her fingers behind her back because she wanted to do a lot more than look. But he didn't need to know that. If her gut was right, then the arrow of time needed someone to defend it, and that someone should be them.
I can't take you there. I promised my aunt I wouldn't, and I won't break that promise.
Avarian bent to retrieve the book he dropped. Then call her. Ask her to come right now and tell us what's happening. Surely she'll know. Then we don't need to go anywhere. Rosalie folded her arms and tried not to tap her feet. This was taking too long. She felt like sand grains were sliding through her, counting down to something terrible. I just wish I knew what that event was.
I can't call her. I don't know how. I only just met her.
Avarian shoved the book onto the shelf closest to him to get rid of it, just like he was trying to do to her concerns. Well, he couldn't avoid her. Then we need to go back to the arrow of time. Rosalie tried to grab his arm so she could turn him around to face her.
No, I won't do it.
Avarian strode away through one of the narrow aisles in this cavernous library. Could Ran wish me into the past? That sounded like a bad idea even to her, but desperate times called for desperate measures, and Ran was easier to convince. As she turned to go look for him, the gray crystal tried to fly out of her pocket, but crystals couldn't fly on their own. Rosalie slapped her hand over her skirt pocket to keep it closed, but the crystal kept trying to escape. Her pocket bulged. Would the stitches hold? Or would they break and split open her pocket, releasing the stone? I probably shouldn't wait for that to happen. That would cause quite a scene. Rosalie reached in and caught the crystal before it could escape. Can you take me to the arrow of time? She asked, as she turned the stone over on her palm.
I already told you no,
Avarian said, but shelves of books hid him from sight. Unfortunately, the crystal didn't answer her. She didn't think it would, but that was too bad, because that might be the only way she'd ever find out what it could do. Rosalie sighed in frustration, then turned to look for Ran. But there was no need to search. Ran stood in an adjacent aisle and pretended to look at the books on the shelves. How much did you hear? Rosalie strode toward him as she clenched her fist around the stone.
You already know the answer to that.
Ran leaned against the shelves that he just pretended to peruse and winked. You know, eavesdropping is a bad habit. You should try to break it. Rosalie ran her hand down the spines on the nearest shelf.
I know, but you're happy I didn't choose today to break that habit, and you know it.
Rand grinned at her. True. So, will you you help me convince him? Rosalie leaned against the shelves next to him. The time crystal lay in her palm like it didn't just try to escape her. Somehow, Rand's presence calmed it down.
Do I have a choice?
Rand stopped smiling. I don't think any of us do. Something's happening, and I think the answer might be at the arrow of time. Rosalie ran the toe of her boot along a crack in the stone floor, then explained about the arrow of time when Rand didn't say anything. Silence was totally unlike him. So, will you help me? She asked when his confused scowl softened into concern.
Yeah, let's go find him. I can't promise he'll listen to me.
Rand waved for her to precede him. I know, he's jealous of you. Rosalie blew out a breath and tried to release all her frustration into the air at the same time, but it didn't work because she was partly to blame for Avarian feeling like that. Rand was so easy to talk to, and there were no complicated feelings or a mutual attraction to muddle things.
I know, but that's your problem. You're the one who's giving him reasons to be jealous.
Rand gave her a pointed look. Why did he have to be right about that? I should have gone after him. Rosalie stomped her foot on the stone floor and didn't care if she was acting like a petulant child. Rand wouldn't treat her any differently because of that.
Yes, you should have. Since I'm not giving up eavesdropping today, I would have just followed you both and continued eavesdropping.
Rand shrugged when she glanced back at him. Rosalie laughed and almost tripped over her feet. That wasn't what she'd expected him to say, and she had to lean against a bookcase until the urge to laugh faded. But she felt better after that. Laughing at his comment released the last of the panic, and she breathed it out as she resumed her search for Avarian. How do I convince him to take me back in time again? She still needed a plan, and the direct approach had failed already. Repeating it wouldn't yield different results.
You need to speak to his fears and address them.
How do I do that? He fears going against his aunt, and she forbade him to take me back in time again. Rosalie scanned the aisle ahead for Avarian's pale hair, but there were just more books, shelved higher than even Rand was tall. The shelves seemed to go on forever, too. Who wrote all these books? How did they find so much to say?
That's tricky. You have to keep in mind that he's not like us. We're always looking for loopholes and ways around our overbearing parents to do what we want. But he's not like that. So you need to convince him that not going to the past would do more harm than following his aunt's edict.
Rosalie turned and batted her lashes at Rand as she walked backward. Or you could tell him you'll wish me back to the past if he doesn't take me there himself. Rand laughed.
It's a good thing all that lash batting you're doing has no effect on me. A weaker man might give in to you.
But not you. Rosalie turned around and hunched her shoulders while she pummeled her brain for another way to convince Avarian. If only Rand would play along.
No, I can't wish for you to go back to some point in time for a bunch of reasons. I don't know what would happen to you. And I'm not explaining that to your mom. She scares me.
If that's the only reason you're saying no, then let me assure you that you won't need to do any explaining to her because, in this timeline, she's dead. Rosalie glanced at him over her shoulder to gauge his reaction, but just saying that punched her in the gut. I will bring you back, Mom. I just need to figure out how to fix the timeline. Rand shook his head.
The answer's still no. My money's on you to figure out this timeline business and straighten it out, at which point your mom would then be alive again, and I don't want to have anything to explain to her. So I'll continue to be a supportive friend and a perfect angel.
Rand steepled his hands like he was praying. Rosalie turned back around. Do you know where he is? I can't convince him if I can't find him.
I might have an idea about that.
Rand caught her arm and turned her to the right when the aisle ended at a four-way intersection.
Hey, Avarian, your girlfriend needs to talk to you.
Ahead, Avarian sat on the floor with his back to the shelves full of books and his head in his hands.
Go away. I don't want to talk anymore about anything.
Silence never fixed anything. After living for years with my too quiet father, I can confirm that. So let's discuss this like the adults we all are.
Rand let go of Rosalie. She regarded Avarian from a few feet away, and her heart went out to him because his mother would stay dead too if they didn't untangle the timelines. Should I sit next to him? Standing felt wrong since she towered over him, so she slid down the shelving unit, feeling every spine dig into her back and butt until she sat on the cold floor next to him. I know you're afraid of letting your aunt down, but you could tell her the truth. I forced you to take me back in time. Tell her I had help from my good buddy Rand. Rosalie patted Avarian's knee.
Oh, no, you didn't. I'm just here for moral support. I won't wish anyone anywhere unless they're a demon, in which case I'm okay with not knowing what happens to them. After all, they attacked my home. They deserve to suffer after all the suffering they caused.
Rand clenched his fists. This was the angriest she'd ever seen him, and he vibrated with it. Okay, just tell your aunt I forced you. Rosalie patted Avarian's knee again. Then she'll take out her anger on me, not you.
You can't force me.
Avarian finally raised his head from the cage his hands made. Oh, really? Rosalie shot to her feet as if her butt were on fire. It wasn't, but her pride was, and that fire made her face hot as she glared at Avarian. Who did he think she was? Some girl who asked for things on a whim? It was past time she showed him what she was capable of. Rosalie whipped out the dagger sheathed under her sleeve and froze. No, I'm not a blood witch. She sheathed the dagger, then whirled and stared at Rand without blinking long enough for him to shift his weight uneasily from foot to foot.
Why are you glaring at me? I'm not the one who said no. I should leave you two to work out your differences.
Rand backed away as her witch sight finally kicked in and white glowing threads appeared on the stone floor where he just stood a moment before. Unfortunately, the remnants of his power probably couldn't help her, but Advarian's could. Rosalie turned her sight on him, but no glowing threads surrounded Advarian because he wasn't using his magic. Damn it! Frustration stoked the fire inside her until it was a raging inferno of frustration burning her up from the inside. She wanted to scream and punch something, but she forced herself to take deep breaths and count to 10 to calm down. Hysterics wouldn't help her case. An invisible force tugged on her hand, gripping the time crystal. If only it could take her backward in time. Maybe it was a trick of the light or a hallucination, but reality bent around the crystal, warping it. Were there filaments radiating off the time crystal? Rosalie squinted at them. Could I use them to weave a time travel spell? She knew nothing about using that kind of magic. If it was possible, then it was worth a try if nothing else, because it might prod Avarian into helping her. The stone jerked forward, dragging her along the stone floor until she struck a shelving unit and the book squeezed into every available space. Ouch! Pain radiated out from her nose, but it wasn't broken, just mad at her for hitting the spines of 5 books with her face.
What are you doing?
Avarian stared at her as she rubbed her aching face. I'm going to the arrow of time with or without your help. Which will it be? Choose quickly, because this crystal is going and I'm going with it. Rosalie felt the ground drop away as she delivered that ultimatum. Maybe the time crystal had a flair for the dramatic, because it waited until she said her piece before sending her flying through the library above the shelving units. A stone wall loomed ahead of her, and her whole body tingled as she approached it. Then the wall and the library vanished, and she shot so high into the night sky that the stars should have brushed her fist. Why are the stars still so tiny? That was the last thought that crossed her mind as a suffocating darkness wrapped around her.
Chapter 39 Immortality. To the orange sky darkening as night came, the adversary threw back his head and shouted,
Come, Creator, come down here and see what my dark deeds have done. Come and watch as I break your creation into 1 billion tiny pieces. Come, I call you.
His violet eyes darkened, and darkness seemed to spill out of them. Layla backed away as the words of her alter ego rang in her ears.
It's not over. I have allies, and they will stop this. But you need to stall him.
Stall him how? Layla racked her mind for something she could do to give these supposed allies a chance, but nothing sprang to mind. How do you have anyone? I locked you away. The so-called sleeping angel didn't answer. She just stood on the roof and pointed at a disturbance in the ranks of the fallen angels, lined up behind the adversary. Was someone pushing their way through them? I wish I were taller so I could see over the crowd and find out what's happening behind it. Layla craned her neck, but it was no use. She couldn't see what made the fallen angels in the third to last row turn around. A war cry pierced the silence when the adversary stopped calling to heaven. His cries fell on deaf ears anyway. There was no way the Creator would come to hell. The Creator severed all bonds during the fall when all the traitors came here.
What's going on back there?
The adversary headed for the source of the disturbance until the front rank stopped him.
It's nothing, sir. Continue with your plan,
said the fallen angel, standing right in front of the adversary. It was the blonde one from the prison, and his buddy nodded like nothing was wrong. Liars. Something was definitely happening. How can I use this to stall him? Layla craned her neck again, and just caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark-haired woman spinning like a top with her arms out, knocking down the fallen angels who got in her way. Was the woman laughing? Probably. My alter ego couldn't have found anyone sane to take on the adversary. Well, I might as well do something crazy too. Layla crashed into the adversary's back and looped the chain connecting her manacles around his neck. That wouldn't kill him since angels were immortal and they didn't need to breathe since their bodies weren't normally made of flesh and blood. But in hell, they were, because a spirit couldn't suffer without flesh to wound. So she stepped backward and crossed her wrists to tighten the chain around his neck. Now I just need to hold him here until these allies show up. At least that wasn't too hard. Layla could hold it for a while until her arms tired. Would that be long enough? How long did these allies need?
You can't kill me.
You can't kill me either. But she didn't need to destroy him, just stall him. And so far, she was doing that. Hands grabbed her and lifted her and the chain off him, and there went that plan. Maybe he'll waste some time punishing me. Layla struggled more for form's sake than to actually get free from the 4 fallen angels holding onto her limbs. They dropped her on the ground at the adversary's feet, and he glared down at her as another disturbance rippled through the fallen angels lined up behind him like toy soldiers. They looked unnaturally alike, like someone copied the first fallen angel in each row 100 times. That was probably the adversary's doing, because the creator preferred each of his creations to be unique.
I think the guest of honor has arrived.
The adversary turned his back on her and waved to the assembled. A fallen angel broke from the ranks and dropped a woman on the ground near Layla, but the adversary didn't even glance at her.
Make a hole. Let the traitor come forward.
As the fallen angel stepped to either side, a dark-hailed angel with a veiled demon following him marched toward them. He looked kind of familiar. I hope this isn't the ally my other self spoke of. 1 angel and 1 demon are no match for the adversary and his army of goons. Layla picked herself up off the ground in case these were the allies she was waiting for. I hope they have a plan, because I don't.
Are you looking for this?
The adversary grabbed a handful of the unconscious woman's hair and yanked her up. A few feet away, the angel stopped and stared at her. The power of his mind slammed into her and nearly knocked her flat on her back as it peeled back her defenses like they were nothing more than layers of an onion. Layla stared at the ground. Don't let me have my secrets. They're all I have left in this world. She gripped the chain connecting her wrists until her knuckles ached.
All right, you can keep them for now. I didn't come here for you anyway,
said the angel, and his mind voice was so damned familiar. How do I know you? Layla didn't send that question to him. Since his attention shifted to the adversary, the fool stood his ground like he had nothing to fear from this powerful angel. Maybe he didn't. What do I really know about his power? Nothing, and that was a problem she couldn't solve right now. Or could she? Ideas percolated in the back of her mind.
I'm here. That's what you wanted, so let my friend go. You won again.
The angel stared at the ground and hunched his shoulders.
True. All right, take your friend.
The adversary flung the unconscious woman on the ground between them, and her glowing violet eyes opened and then rolled back. The veiled demon passed the angel and dragged the unconscious angel to the edge of the gateway, then knelt at her side. That was strange. Since when did an angel and a demon team up, let alone 2 of them?
What do you want with me? You've tried many times to capture me, and every time you've failed,
asked the angel, and he sounded like he really wanted to know.
When you look into the abyss, it looks back at you.
The adversary laughed, but he stood in front of her, so she couldn't see why he said that to the angel.
Say my name. I know you read it.
Samiel, you delved into the unformed, an abyss under hell,
the angel said, like he was in a trance. His voice was soft and dreamy, despite the terrifying things he just said.
I did. And do you know what I found there? The spark that set existence ablaze with light and life.
The adversary clapped a hand on the angel's shoulder and pulled him closer so he could whisper in his ear.
And do you know what else I found?
No,
said the angel, as if he were caught in a spell.
We're all grains of sand in a cosmic hourglass. But, unlike mortals, our grains never fall, but they will now.
The adversary ripped out something from the angel's chest and held up a crystal covered in lavender blood. It was a time crystal, of course. So that's what makes us immortal. Layla covered her mouth. I know what he's planning and why he needs an army, but it's not to conquer anything. That's a lie, he told them, so they'd march to their doom. If she was right, then behind the fallen angels, the ex-gods and other immortals lined up to sacrifice their immortality to the adversary's plan. Who could she tell? Who could stop him? None of the fallen angels or ex-gods would listen to her, and maybe it was best if they lost the time they had left. Most were angry or bitter about their incarceration in hell. Oblivion might be a welcome change for some. The veiled demon rushed to catch the angel as he collapsed, and they pulled him over to the other angel, who was shaking off her unconsciousness. The glare she cut the adversary would have made a weaker man pee himself in fear of her wrath.
You can save him, said the sleeping angel.
As she she appeared, she held up a gray crystal just like the one the adversary pulled out of the angel.
Save him and take back your power before it's too late.
The adversary, she couldn't call him Samuel. He didn't deserve a name. He spread his hands and gathered the attention of his army of time crystal-carrying immortals.
They sent us to hell to get rid of us, but we'll take back everything we lost. Through there lies our destiny. Who will storm the gates of heaven with me? Who will fight until it becomes the new hell?
Cheers erupted, and they drowned out the sleeping angel's plea. The adversary signaled for silence.
Follow me, and we'll bring such ruin that the Creator will weep.
The adversary turned on his heel and marched through the swirling energies of the entrance to the gateway without a backward glance. The fallen angels and the ex-gods charged through it after him, leaving her with one demon, 2 angels, and 1 ghost in the middle of an abandoned intersection in a city in hell.
You must stop him.
The sleeping angel grasped her upper arms and shook Layla. How can I do that? He won, we lost. Layla didn't try to break free.
No, we didn't,
said another woman. The other angel must have awoken.
By your eyes, I know you're an angel like us, and we don't give up.
By your chains, I know you're not here willingly,
said the male angel. His voice wavered, and it must have taken all his strength to push those words out. Was he right? Layla stared at him over the transparent shoulder of the sleeping angel.
Semeo.
The angel began, then stopped like he just couldn't use that name.
I mean the adversary. He tricked me and made me think I belonged in hell so I'd fall. I think he did the same thing to you. That's why you're in chains.
Give him back the time the adversary stole.
The sleeping angel let go of her arms and instead captured her hand and turned it palm up so she could place the time crystal on it.
This crystal gives us our immortality. It gives us infinite time, and I think we anchor a corner of existence, ensuring that time will go on forever.
The sleeping angel closed her fist around it, then stepped forward and embraced her. Memories boiled out of the depths of her mind as they merged, and once more became one entity. The sleeping angel slept no more when violet light burst from Layla's eyes, and white wings sprouted from her back as she staggered to the angel lying on the ground, bleeding lavender blood from a hole in his chest. Layla dropped to her knees beside him, and the time crystal dropped from her hand into the hole. Her hand landed on top of it, sealing the wound with the power flowing out of her.
What are you doing?
The veiled demon tried to pull her hand away. Layla shoved the demon away. Let me do this. After all, that's my lot in life. I'm always fixing what others broke.
Thank you. I'm Arjanil, that's Thaniel, and this is Natalie,
said the angel she'd just healed. I'm Layla, and I guess I'm also the sleeping angel. Layla bit her lip and hoped that didn't sound as ridiculous aloud as it sounded in her head. Why couldn't her alter ego come up with a better name than that? It sounded like something out of a fairy tale, but thinking about that kept her mind off her past, while she wove his light and spirit around the time crystal, so the adversary couldn't steal it again. When his flesh knitted the wound closed, Layla pulled her hand away and knelt there as memories from a long time ago ripped free from their cages, and words tumbled out. I followed him to the abyss. He offered to make me a goddess, and I thought that would give me more power. She shook her head as a bitter laugh tore out of her, and she tasted ashes.
You're talking about the adversary, right?
Natalie asked from where they knelt on the other side of Arjanil. Their color-shifting eyes tracked everything Layla did until she let go of him. Layla nodded and tossed a handful of rocks away. But I had to give up something, and my angelic nature was the price. Instead of giving me more power, I had less than when I went in. By then, the war in heaven was over, and the gates of hell were closed. He tricked me, then trapped me here.
That's why you stole some of the abyss and gave it to women on Earth, so they could access the unseen that flows from the abyss and weave the remnants of magic to fix things.
Natalie nodded, like that solved a riddle they were working on. How did you know that? Layla stared at the veiled demon in shock. Unlike the ex-god who gave mankind fire, she didn't go around advertising that fact.
Because I have that same power.
Natalie extended their gloved hand, and black threads wove together on their palm as they manipulated the unseen power surrounding them. How do you have that power? Layla still couldn't wrap her mind around that. Witches were human, not demons.
Before the fall, the adversary and some of his soon-to-be fallen friends lay with the daughters of men. Everyone knows about that, but few know he had just as many female angel friends as he had male ones, and they lay with the sons of men. Where do you think the children of those female angels went?
Natalie withdrew their hand and rose to their feet.
They were never supposed to exist. Angels aren't allowed to sleep with mortals. portals.
Thaniel caught Arginil's hand and pulled him up.
You've slacked off enough. Let's get you on your feet before you become a sluggard.
Don't I get a moment to rest? The adversary just ripped my chest open.
Arginil protested as she pulled him to his feet, but he stayed standing when she let go. Natalie drifted closer, and their gloved hands twitched like they wanted to touch him, but they didn't. Interesting. So the demon was sweet on him. He was handsome, but so were all angels. Wait, are you saying the children of that union went to hell during the fall? But they were just children. Layla rose, too, since everyone else was standing. How much of a lead should they give the adversary? Probably not much if they could help it, but they still didn't have a plan to stop him.
Yes, since the mothers were with child, their unborn babies went with them when they fell.
Natalie hugged themselves.
What happened after they gave birth?
Daniel caught Natalie's hand and squeezed it. Layla was glad she asked that, but she had a bad feeling about the answer.
I think you know. What do women do with babies they no longer want?
Natalie glanced away, but not before Thaniel engulfed them in a tight hug. We should go. If the adversary does what I think he'll do, then we might not have much time before we all cease to exist. Layla looked at the gateway. Why did its entrance have to look like a giant glowing white eye? She shuddered when it looked back at her.
Forget that. He might take down the gateway. We'd better get to the other end before that happens.
Daniel tossed a surprised Natalie over her shoulder and ran straight into the gateway as the demon laughed at her antics.
Come on, we'd better follow them. Thaniel has a habit of running headfirst into danger.
Arginil smiled like he was suppressing laughter. When he caught her eye, he waved for her to go ahead. You go first. Layla gestured for him to precede her, but he caught her hand and dragged her along in his wake. Arginil stopped on the threshold as the gateway flickered. Was it collapsing? Did the adversary order one of his sycophants to take it down already? Layla stared at it until her eyes crossed.
What are you the angel of?
The question caught her by surprise. Before she could answer, the gateway flared up so brightly she had to cover her eyes.
We'd better go now.
Arginil yanked her across that blinding threshold into the tunnel that connected the two endpoints of the gateway, and hell disappeared behind her.
Chapter 40, How to Break Time. What are you doing? Ivarian stared at Rosalie. Did she just slide into a bookcase face first? Rosalie rubbed her face, but she didn't step away from the shelves of books.
I'm going to the Arrow of Time with or without your help. Which will it be? Choose quickly because this crystal is going there, and I'm going with it.
Rosalie rose into the air after delivering that ultimatum, then flew toward the stone wall enclosing the library. What are you doing? Ivarian ran after her and almost slammed into Rand, but he veered at the last second and missed him.
I didn't know she could fly.
Rand leaned against a bookcase as he watched her go. Why didn't he stop her? Can't you stop her? Ivarian couldn't understand why he just stood there. Why wasn't he worried about her?
I could try, but I need to know what's causing her to fly. Then I can wish for something to counteract that. But she could get hurt when whatever's making her fly fails, so I don't think I should risk that. It's too bad Dad's not here. He could just trap her in a shield and cushion her fall.
Rand folded his arm. While he speculated, Rosalie shot toward a solid stone wall at an alarming rate. If you don't do something, that wall will hurt her pretty badly at the speed she's traveling. Ivarian glared at Rand. He shouldn't need to point that out.
That's true. I guess I couldn't hurt her any more than that wall would.
Rand removed a glowing rock from his pocket and bounced it on his palm as a thoughtful look crossed his face. As Rosalie became translucent, the floor shook and folded as if the library were made of paper instead of stone.
What's happening?
Mirren asked from another aisle.
I don't know.
Rand stopped bouncing the stone. An invisible force reached into Ivarian's chest and grabbed hold of something. It yanked hard on whatever it grabbed and jerked him toward another section of the wall as it lifted him into the air. Around him, the library warped and twisted as if he dragged it along in his wake somehow, but that was impossible. Behind and below him, Mirren hobbled toward his staring nephew on an island cut out of the center of the library. Mirren's question echoed in his ears. What's happening? Ivarian shouted. Hopefully Rand had a clue, or if he didn't, he could wish for one. Either would do at this point.
If I knew that, I'd know how to stop it.
Rand yelled back, but that wasn't helpful. Was Rosalie right? Did something happen to the Arrow of Time? How could it? Ivarian closed his eyes. If he didn't check, he'd never forgive himself. Before he could call up his time magic, he became transparent, just like Rosalie, and passed through the wall into the night outside Mount Eredrin. An object hurtled toward him, blocking the stars in the sky sky above, and it seemed to bellow out like a skirt. "Rosalie!" Ivarian rose toward her, pulled by that invisible force that still had a firm grip on something inside him. Did Ran wish for Rosalie to come back? She slammed into him, and he wrapped both arms around her, but Rosalie hung limp in his arms. "Rosalie, what happened?"
I couldn't breathe, so I fell.
She whispered as she wrapped an arm around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder.
We have to go back to 20 years ago. Something happened then, and we need to find out what, or we'll never figure out how to stop it.
"Are you sure?" Ivarian held her tightly, wishing he'd put his arms around her when they weren't in danger. Her hair was messy, but it was soft against his chin, and it still smelled faintly of smoke from when they visited that fiery place where all futures sprang from.
Yes, I think that's why I kept seeing flashes from then.
Rosalie glanced at the darkness below them.
Are we flying?
Kind of. Something laid hold of me, and it's pulling us upward. He should do something about that, but how could he break its hold on him? Rosalie felt along his head, shoulders, and chest, and he tried not to squirm.
I don't feel anything. Try using your magic. Let's see if that rids you of whatever is lifting you.
Aunt Faye forbade him to go to the past, but she didn't say anything about going to the Arrow of Time. As Ivarian realized that, the wind blew his hair out of his eyes. He felt for the currents of time, and they chilled him as he wrapped them around them. A white arrow glowed in the distance as a white flash blinded him. When the light faded, Ivarian landed on his backside in the snow, and it crunched under him. Rosalie ended up on his lap.
Did it work?
She climbed off him and rose, then hugged herself when a chill wind blew past. "I think so." Ivarian rubbed his chest. It still felt like something was in his chest, but he was probably imagining that. Rosalie reached for his hand and pulled him up.
Come on, let's go see it.
The wind slammed into him as he stood up and stole his body heat, leaving him shivering in its wake, but a white light shone to his left. "It's over there." Ivarian wrapped an arm around her shaking shoulders as he led her across the icy plain. Why couldn't the past be somewhere warm? Ivarian squinted through the biting wind at that glow, then stopped. The Arrow of Time should sprawl horizontally for as far as he could see, but something interrupted its glow, making the arrow's shaft look like a jagged line instead of a solid one. "What happened here?"
"It's all breaking down,"
Hylar said as he stepped through the 6-foot gap between two sections of the Arrow of Time that towered over him. What could possibly break it? Ivarian trudged close enough to touch an icy chunk of the Arrow of Time.
"They did it."
Hylar grabbed his arm and pulled them aside as a massive metal fist smashed into a nearby section of the Arrow of Time and smashed it into the ice crystals pelting them.
"Control is not chaos,"
said the agents of chaos from where they sat on a severed section of the Arrow of Time. They sounded like a petulant child that didn't get its way.
"Will you stop doing that?"
Hylar pointed at the metal man having a tantrum, and ice blasted from his hand. It struck the super agent of chaos in the chest and knocked him off the broken pieces of the Arrow of Time.
Why did you say control is not chaos? Who wants control, and what do they want to control?
Rosalie shouted as she stumbled toward a gap between the giant ice blocks towering over her.
"He was once the brightest star in the firmament and the most powerful angel, but that wasn't enough for him."
The super agent of chaos stood, and its head brushed the cloudy sky. Next to it, the Arrow of Time looked like a toy beside its metal feet. "Who's he?" Ivarian glanced at his cousin, but Hylar just shrugged.
"This is the most it's said since it went on a rampage."
What does he want?
Rosalie waved for them to stay quiet. Maybe she already knew who the clockwork creature meant. Gears clicked in the quiet that fell as the super agent of chaos considered her question.
"He lied to us. He said there would be chaos, but that's not true."
"Why did you work with my uncle?" Ivarian hoped. It would answer, because this all started because of Uncle Hithagler. Nothing this creature said could convince him otherwise.
"He promised to bring chaos to the world, but the trap caught him too, so the adversary wins again."
The super agent of chaos stomped on a block of time, shattering it. The pieces glittered in the glow of the remaining sections of the Arrow of Time as they rose into the sky, heading possibly to this adversary. Who's the adversary? Ivarian jerked forward as an invisible force pulled on something inside his chest. Pain tore through him as it tried to wrench something out of him. Hylar cried out and gripped his chest as if he were experiencing the same thing. Was some invisible creature attacking them? What's happening? Ivarian felt around for the thing yanking something out of him, but his hands passed through nothing at all except the chilly air.
"It's begun."
The super agent of chaos threw its head back and howled at the sky as it shattered into a billion clockwork insects. Amid the swarm, a gray crystal floated away and vanished into the clouds above.
"Is it dead?"
Hylar bent double as he tried to keep whatever the invisible force was trying to rip out of him inside his chest.
I don't think so. Look there.
Rosalie tapped his shoulder as she pointed with her other hand at the clockwork insects. The swarm flew after the crystal. crystal. What do we do now? Ivarian crossed his arms over his chest to keep all his organs inside, so the hard object pressing against his ribs didn't shoot out of his chest.
Do you know how to fix this?
Rosalie gestured to the broken chunks of the arrow of time. Parts of it might still be intact, since it spanned miles. No, but my mom might. Ivarian shook his head, then blinked as Rosalie doubled. Either he was seeing double or two Rosalies stood there. The duplicate winked at him, then touched the nearest section of the arrow of time. A horizontal shaft of ice 3 feet wide shot out, holding head-size ice crystals that marked key events in that year. Which year was that? Rosalie's double vanished, leaving one Rosalie behind, but the shelf remained extended like an invitation. Rosalie turned as if seeing it for the first time, and she ran along its length, searching for something. When she found it, she skidded to a halt.
We need to go now. Come with me.
She turned and extended her hand.
Come back with me one last time to the past.
That's not a good idea. You could get stuck there and there wouldn't be anything I could do since the arrow is broken. That means time is broken too. This is how you break a timeline.
Hylar waved to the scattered chunks of glowing ice around them, then screamed as something ripped out of his chest. The bloody object rose as he dropped to the ground with a hole in his chest.
We have to go now?
Rosalie ran back, grabbed his hand, and pulled him to the event she wanted to visit. What year is that? Ivarian pressed against the thing, trying to escape his body.
The one we need.
Rosalie touched the largest ice crystal for that year, and of course, Uncle Hithagler's face appeared in it, twisted with anger as he shouted at someone outside the image. Ivarian punched the crystal, hitting the image of his uncle right in the jaw as white light exploded from it. Then he was falling, but Rosalie's hand was warm in his, and he squeezed her hand. They were in this together, come what may, and that was a comforting thought.
Chapter 41. Take it down. The Gurren slammed into a glowing green wall. Damn it. Why wouldn't the summoning spell release him? It did its job already. Why was it still operational? Someone should end the spell. But that someone wouldn't be him, since that wasn't one of his skills.
Are you out of your mind?
Faye pointed at Pristina in case anyone was unclear about just who she was calling insane.
No, for the first time in a long time, I see the truth. It's you who's crazy.
Pristina held the gray crystal out like it was an offering. Garen dropped back to stand even with Janari. Can your people do anything? A whole lot of half-human creatures stood behind Pristina, and they looked like Janari. The females didn't have antlers, but they were just as muscular as their male counterparts. Why were they just standing there? Garen closed his mouth before he could ask that, and look more like a fool than he already did. The answer was obvious when he stopped to think about it. They wanted their god back. So, no, Janari's people wouldn't do anything, as long as he was caught up in this drama.
No, I won't ask them to get involved. This is between the time gods. It's got nothing to do with us, and I'd rather they sort that out without us.
Janari backed away from them. Clearly, he didn't hear the part about one time goddess destroying all of time to off herself. It was an ambitious plan, but it could succeed with help from the adversary. There's got to be something I can do. Garen glanced around. Something must be powering this spell. If he could find it, then he could stop it. That might send me back to hell. He froze at that unwelcome thought, then shook it off. What good was staying on Earth if it ceased to exist? That convinced him. He scanned the ground. Symbols covered it, and of course, they were all lit up with the earth magic flowing through them. He followed the inner ring of symbols to the center, because to read this script, he needed to start there and wind his way outward from row to row. Instead of a symbol in the center of the spell circle, there was a large rock, approximately 6 feet long, 4 feet high, and 3 feet wide. Garen wasn't that tall anymore, so he had to lean over the rock to see what lay on the other side. One glance answered his other question. A young mage powered this spell, and he was probably in his late teens. He lay on the ground at the base of the rock, letting earth magic flow out of him into the spell circle like water ran off a mountain. A baby who looked like a miniature copy of him, from his short, messy dark hair to his bright grass-green eyes, sat on his chest and plucked at his tunic. A puppy sniffed the baby's backside, and that just made the tyke giggle. Meanwhile, a young woman who looked a little older than the mage crouched on his other side, holding a baby to her breast. She covered the baby with a red padded jacket she must have removed so the baby could feed. Well, that wasn't what he thought he'd find. Garen glanced over his shoulder when the trees outside the spell circle leaned hard toward Pristina and her time crystal. Come on, Faye. Keep her busy for a little longer.
We won't let you get away with this.
Faye shouted as if she heard his request. Good. Too bad the spell circle interfered with her powers. Excuse me.
Who are you?
The woman settled her daughter on her lap so she could put her padded jacket back on. That's not important right now. How do we get him to stop whatever he's doing? Garen pointed at the mage, and his son waved and said, "Hi, hello to you too, little one."
I don't know how to stop it,
said the mage, and his large hand gently gripped his son. Damn, that meant he probably wasn't powering it by choice. Do you have any ideas? Garen pointed at the dark-haired woman.
I might have one.
She picked up her daughter, then just sat there. Well, can you hurry up and do it? Time's running out. Garen never was a patient man, but right now, his impatience might save the world, and that put a smile on his face.
Maybe for you it is, but we still need to escape with our kids, and we don't have a plan for that yet.
The woman glared at him like he just told her she was ugly. He didn't, because she wasn't. She was kind of plain until she scowled at him and showed she had some fire in her breast. But I don't chase after women with babies. Garen pushed his mind back on track. He was saving the world, not finding a date. He could do that when there was a later. Look, there's a mad goddess who has a magical crystal, and she struck a deal with a really bad guy to destroy all of time. If she succeeds, none of this will exist, and that includes you and your children. Garen waved to the spell circle, which looked more like a giant semi-transparent glowing green sphere. So, if you want those kiddos to grow up at all, you'd better take this spell circle down, then run like all of hell is chasing you, as far and as fast as you can.
What are you talking about? My daughter isn't a mad goddess.
The woman rose and stepped over the mage, so the rock separated them. Is that your daughter? Garen stepped to the side and gestured to Pristina. Reality warped around the gray crystal in her hands. Faye tried to reach through the summoning spell to remove that crystal from her grasp, but she kept grabbing handfuls of earth magic instead.
Now, who is she?
The woman stepped back and tripped over the mage, but he was quick to move his giggling son out of her way. She landed on her butt beside him, still gripping her baby, but the baby didn't make a fuss. She's the end of everything you hold dear if you don't do something quick. Garen swung his legs over the altar rock and climbed over the mage so he could help them up.
Can't you do something?
The woman accepted his hand, and he pulled her to her feet. No, I'm an ex-war god, not a mage. The name's Garen, by the way.
I'm Robin, and he's called Sarn.
The woman waved to the mage as he sat up and looked a bit more alive than his pallor suggested. I wish I could say it was nice to meet you, but I'd be lying if I said that. Garen helped the mage up next, and the spell circle didn't fight him, probably because the mage was still in contact with the spell circle through his boots. Mages do most of their spell casting from their feet, since that put them in touch with their element, so that made sense. But the mage didn't even glance at what was happening on the other side of the spell circle. Maybe the mage didn't want to know. Sarn clutched his son to his chest and kept his head down and his glowing eyes fixed on the luminous symbols under his boots like they were the most interesting things he'd ever seen in his life. They might be, given how young he was. If you're going to do something, I recommend you do it now before it's too late. Garen grimaced as the wind whipped out of the hole in reality the damned time crystal created. A gray mist seeped out of the hole, and he had a fair idea of where it went. The gray between. An invisible force plunged into his chest and hauled him up as it pulled on something inside him. The force yanked it until the thing ripped free in a burst of pain that turned his sight red for a moment. Then it pulled that thing until it knocked against the cage of his ribs, sending pain rippling along them as they flexed outward. What's happening to me? Garen spun and saw that Faye, Hethaglir, Istiana, Janari, and Pristina all stood on tiptoes with their chests thrust outward.
Isn't it grand? He's stripping us of our immortality so we can die.
Pristina laughed as the gray crystal shot out of her hands. All the green light vanished as if the mage sucked all his power back into himself, and he probably had. That was the smart thing to do, and he didn't look like a fool. Did he break the spell circle? Before he could ask, a white flash blinded Garen as an invisible force flung him away from the haven, and he fell until the ground stopped him. The shock of his landing traveled up his legs, but it didn't hurt nearly as much as the throbbing ache of invisible fingers pushing his ribs aside so so they could push something through the muscles and skin and eject something from his body. Garen blinked to clear his eyes until he realized the light in his eyes now was the entrance to the gateway out of hell. Well, I wanted to enter it. Since no one appeared to stop him, and it was only a foot in front of him, he staggered across the threshold. At least one thing went according to plan. He pushed himself into a run, and that lessened the pain, and the invisible force didn't push as hard on his ribs. Maybe if he ran fast enough, he could outrun whatever that spell was trying to do to him. It was worth a try, so he ran like his immortality depended on it. I hope you stop Pristina Fey, but maybe wait until her plan strips her and your foolish brother of his powers, so we never have to go through this again. As time gods went, Fey and Istiana were the only good ones anyway. They'd all be better off if they were the only ones who had any power over time. He sent that wish out, even though he had no illusions about it reaching Fey, or her actually hearing it. But it was a nice thought, and it lent him speed as he ran through the blindingly white tunnel that burrowed through everything in between hell and the gray between. I hope there's an army at the other end of this thing. I deserve one, after all I've been through.
Chapter 42, Dim Spots. Argeniel rubbed his chest, not because it hurt, but because it should still hurt, since there was a hole in his chest moments before. The hole was gone, but he kept running his hand over the spot to reassure himself. That wasn't something he ever thought he'd experience. He could probably let go of Layla now, since she already stepped over the threshold and entered the gateway. A glowing tunnel stretched for miles before them. Through holes the caster punched through the realms in between hell and wherever this tunnel ended. Fortunately, he couldn't see those holes. Otherwise, the sight might have freaked him out. How will we know if this thing is collapsing? Argeniel didn't want to ask that question, but he needed to know as he strode onward. Would dim spots appear, or would sections of the luminous tunnel just disappear? Argeniel scanned the glowing walls he passed and the shining floor under his feet, searching for dim spots, but he didn't see any. What can I do if they appear? Should I turn back or keep going? Would he see any dim spots before this thing collapsed? How fast would it collapse? Would it break apart into billions of glowing pieces and shatter like a glass struck by a hammer? What will happen to me if that does happen? Fear pushed Argeniel to run faster, but the tunnel just went on, seemingly without end. Why am I worrying about this? Angels are made of spirit and light, for God's sake. I don't need to breathe. But he got used to doing that in hell, where he had the seeming of flesh, but not an actual flesh and blood body.
I don't know. I've never seen a gateway collapse. I suggest we hurry so we don't have to find out.
Layla lengthened her stride until she outpaced him. Argeniel ran faster to catch up to her. Thaniel and Natalie must be somewhere ahead unless they found the exit already, but they made no sound, and neither did he and Layla. Their feet landed on the luminous floor without a thud. The floor was probably made of pure magic, but that magic was solid enough to run on, so their feet should make a sound when they struck it. I need to think about something else because all this supposing is giving me a headache. Argeniel tried to figure out what they could do when they reached the other end of the gateway.
If you're so worried about this thing collapsing, why don't you just turn your gift on it?
Layla glanced at him for a moment, probably to gauge his reaction. I could try that, but I don't think the gateway has a true name for me to read. But it was something to do while he ran in a straight line instead of freaking out, so Argeniel gathered his power and it fell over him like a cloak as he looked straight ahead. Instead of a name, a picture of a gray place covered in fog appeared in his mind. It was obviously the gray between.
What did you see?
The gray between. I think that's where this tunnel ends. But how will we know when we reach the end? Argeniel let go of his gift, but it remained in place.
I don't know. I've never traveled through a gateway. At least, not that I remember.
Does it just end? Do we just pop out of it? Do we have to do anything? Is it like opening a door or something? Argeniel stared straight ahead again, but there was just more white light ahead. There was no indication they were any closer to the exit.
You're asking that like I can actually answer your questions, but I can't. I'll find out when you do.
Layla ran faster, pulling far enough ahead of him to avoid any more questions. That was a chilling thought. Argeniel put his head down and ran even faster to catch up to her. He could have extended his wings and tried flying, but what if this tunnel narrowed? Argeniel couldn't risk losing his wings or harming them, so he kept them folded on his back. And Layla did the same, so the same thoughts must be running through her head. He hoped so, anyway. He didn't want to be the only one freaking out about things.
Will you stop worrying about the gateway, start worrying about what we'll do when we reach the end? I don't know about you, but I still don't have a plan for how we stop the adversary.
Layla glared at him like she was willing him to stop asking questions she couldn't answer. How can we make any plan when we don't know what we'll find at the other end? Arginil wondered aloud. There would be all those fallen angels and ex-gods at the other end, and they'd either have to fight their way through them or fly over them. Both had their disadvantages. If they tried to fight through them, which Thaniel would want to do, it might take too long. If they tried to fly over them, they opened themselves up to attack, and they could be wounded or thrown off track.
Look, it's dimmer ahead. I think we're reaching the end.
Layla patted his shoulder. Shouldn't we slow down? Arginil dropped back to a fast walk.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Layla slowed too. Ahead, Thaniel and Natalie stood by a dim area in the middle of the light that grew as they neared it. Thaniel peered through the darker area like it was a window. What do you see? Arginil stopped just behind her and tried to glance past her. A gray blur appeared outside the dim area, and it clarified as he slipped past Thaniel. They were definitely in the gray between now. Fog covered the ground and the feet of the ex-gods who jerked like they were puppets on strings. They thrust their chests forward like something pulled on them. Arginil covered his chest with both hands as the row of ex-gods closest to the gateway fell backward and lay face up with holes in their chests. Ichor splattered their torn tunics as gray crystals floated above them. The adversary did this, but he couldn't reach into the gateway and pull out the time crystals in their chests. Arginil backed away as the gray crystals shot forward, flying over rows and rows of bodies, all with holes in their chests. He couldn't go out there and face that, not soon after surviving such a wound. From the moment the time crystal flew out of his chest until Layla dropped in another one, he'd hovered between consciousness and a gray fogginess that permeated his mind, making it hard to think. It was so much easier to float in that limbo until Layla clawed him back from it.
What did you see?
Layla pushed past him and peered out of the gateway. Arginil couldn't speak. He felt that grayness reaching for him, and every fiber of his being shouted at him to turn around and run back to hell right now. But he planted his sandal-shod feet instead and forced himself to stay put. I came to stop the adversary, and I can't return until I do. Otherwise, he might not have a library in hell to return to.
Well, now we know why he needed an army of immortals.
Layla didn't sound surprised by what she saw. Thaniel tapped her shoulder.
What do we do now? If we leave the gateway, he could just do the same to us. While that wouldn't destroy us, it would knock us out for a while, and who knows if we could throw off the damage that would cause.
I'm not sure.
Layla leaned against the glowing wall and rubbed her forehead like it hurt. Are you okay? Arginil forced himself to take one tiny step toward her, and that broke the hold of the fear gripping his chest with icy claws.
I don't know. I feel stretched, like someone's tugging on my soul.
Layla collapsed and landed on her knees as she clutched her head. Then she vanished.
Where did she go?
Natalie glanced around, but Layla was gone.
I don't know, that was so weird. It looked like someone called her.
Danielle shrugged, then stiffened like she'd just seen something bad racing toward them.
I hope she's okay, but we have larger problems right now. Look there.
Natalie pointed at the long span of the gateway tunnel, except all its sections weren't glowing white anymore. One area darkened to pink, and it kept darkening. What would happen when it turned red?
Chapter 43, Into the Haven. The light faded, but it took its sweet time doing it, leaving Rosalie disoriented and seeing nothing but afterimages bouncing around in front of her, which wasn't helpful since air rushed past her. As she fell, she bent her knees. I hope the ground isn't far away. I really need to see. All the blinking in the world couldn't banish the afterimages either, but she kept trying anyway. Varian squeezed her hand. Hopefully he could see something. I'm almost afraid to ask what's below us, but she sorta just did. Rosalie bit her lip. Why didn't she hit the ground yet?
I just see a gold glow. I think it's a shield.
Ivarian said, as her feet struck a curved surface and slid out from under her. Rosalie landed on her backside as she slid down the side of the dome, but the afterimages faded, finally, giving her a good view of the ground rising to meet her. She tried not to tense any muscles because that would just make it hurt more. When her feet struck the white ground, her knees buckled from the shockwaves running up her legs, but she leaned back into the shield to arrest her fall. Rosalie was cold enough from the wind cutting through her garment. No need to add snow to that. Are we still in Shayari? Rosalie rubbed her arms through the thin fabric of her sleeves. Snowy trees surrounded them. Ivarian shrugged.
I think so. The trees are tall enough to be enchanted.
They also blotted out the sky.
Hello,
said a fellow, muffled up to his glowing green eyes in furs and woolen garments. He was tall enough to be Sarn, but he didn't sound like Rand's father, and it would be out of character for Sarn to approach someone and say hello. He didn't do that to people he knew well, so there was no chance he'd approach a stranger. And that's what she'd be in this time if they picked the right year, because the version of her in this time period was just a baby. Who are you? Rosalie hugged herself to keep some of her body heat from flying away with every gust of wind buffeting her. He heaved a sigh like he was tired of answering that question, but that wasn't her problem.
do I really need to keep repeating that?
He muttered as he stamped his booted feet on the snow. No, we could just ignore you and get on with our business. Rosalie turned her back on him. He probably meant that question to be rhetorical, but he shouldn't have asked if he didn't want an answer.
So you're not working with the warrior woman, the two wolf shifters, or that shifty person wearing grey robes?
No, I don't know what you're talking about, but the warrior woman could be her mother. Robin definitely looked the part. Rosalie pushed down the temptation to ask because this guy probably couldn't answer her questions, and she didn't want to sound crazy. The gold dome looked like one of Sarn's shields, except it glowed gold, like the sun, instead of green. Its top wasn't permeable, but what about its sides? Rosalie pressed her hand into that glow, and it sank into the light. So it wasn't a barrier.
You're like my mom,
Ivarian said. He must be talking to that guy, because Rosalie wasn't anything like his mom.
In what way?
You're an ex-god,
Ivarian said. Since that was the last thing Rosalie thought she'd hear after they left the Arrow of Time, she turned her head. The guy widened his eyes.
How did you know that?
Someone caught her hand and yanked Rosalie face first into the shield. Gold light blotted out everything as something scanned her. Before she could worry about what it would find, she staggered forward, blinking away the afterimages again. But this time the shield stood behind her.
Who are you?
Another man asked, but his eyes glowed violet like Thaniel's did in the gray between, and a halo floated above his head, marking him as an angel. But something must be wrong with him because he grimaced and pressed both hands to his chest like he was trying to keep something inside. That was weird, but she'd only met 2 angels, and her first run-in was even stranger. I'm no one important, but that green glow behind the bushes and trees in front of her could come from Sarn, since his magic and his eyes glowed that color. Rosalie rounded the angel and peered through a gap in the leafy branches at herself.
Mom, no, don't do it.
A woman shouted, but she sounded exactly like her. Rosalie backed away, heart pounding in her chest, even though she'd already run into versions of herself from other timelines. I just didn't expect to run into one here, but this must mean I'm finally on the right track. Rosalie breathed in and out for a moment to settle herself and slow her racing heart.
Mother, what did you do to yourself?
That other, Rosalie said, and the word mother spurred Rosalie into action. Where's Mom? Her double's voice sounded like it came from her left, so Rosalie headed for it until the angel caught her arm and dragged her back to face him.
Who are you and why are you here?
He glared at her with glowing violet eyes. I'm the woman who will save the future and set it back on the right course. As Rosalie tried to pry his hand off her arm, she hoped that sounded as impressive aloud as it did in her mind. The angel raked her with a glare as he clung to her arm.
Oh, really? Since when did the future need saving by a mere human girl?
Since toga-wearing angels like you just stood around interrogating the mere human girl who came to save all of time while someone else messed with the timeline, Rosalie glared at his hand on her arm.
What proof do you have of your claims?
The angel let go of her arm, but he might have weapons hidden in his white robes, though probably not in his sandals. They were too strappy to hide anything. Rosalie glanced behind him at the golden shield, but Ivarian must still be outside talking to that ex-god because she didn't see him anywhere inside this place. The proof is outside, talking to an ex-god.
Another one?
The angel covered his face and groaned, like this news genuinely pained him.
Why do they keep showing up here?
Rosalie spun back to face him. She should have marched away and gone in search of the other Rosalie from a different timeline to compare notes, but a bad feeling twisted her stomach into knots. And Mom always said to trust her gut. Well, her gut was screaming at her to find out what this angel knew. What do you mean? How many other ex-gods are here? And which ones? Please don't say any time gods. She willed him to name anyone else. For a fallen pantheon, these gods got around entirely too much. The angel let his hand drop away from his face, and he stared at her like he was trying to crawl into her mind.
Aren't you with them?
No, I just arrived. Rosalie backed away in case he could read minds, even though she couldn't put enough distance between them to stop him. When this is over, I need to ask Mom if there's any counter counter for mind magic. There must be, because everything must balance. So that meant every power had an opposite of equal strength that could cancel it out. But all she could think of were the well-known examples like how water magic could undermine earth magic and earth magic could snuff out fire magic. Whatever he saw in her must have convinced him that she was telling the truth because his shoulders fell and he sighed.
I believe you.
Then, tell me which gods are here, where they are, and what they're doing. Although she could guess some answers from the voices she heard, but she'd rather hear it from an angel since they didn't lie. He ticked them off on his fingers.
I saw the ex-god of war, history, the past, and the wild hunt in the spell circle over there.
He waved to the green glow she saw, and she clamped down on the question that raced.
I saw the ex-god of memory outside the haven. No idea why he's here. And there's one more ex-god over there, but she's outside the spell circle. I don't know who she is other than that.
Why are there 4 gods in a spell circle? Rosalie dreaded the answer. At least now she knew where that summoning spell went, but not who used it or how it got here.
Because 3 human women and their goddess summoned them at the request of the wild hunt. I don't know why, and I don't care. I just want them all to go away.
The angel folded his arms and glowered at the green glow illuminating the trees and bushes between them and this spell circle. Rosalie crossed her fingers behind her back. Let me go and I'll get them all to leave. She didn't know if she could actually pull that off, nor did she care. She came for one reason only, to find out what broke the timeline and stop it. If doing that chased everyone away from here, then so be it. If not, well, she wouldn't worry too much about that, since she'd return to her time once she completed her mission. Green light flared so brightly that it would have blinded her if she wasn't facing away from that intense light. What's happening? Rosalie shielded her eyes as some women chanted.
I don't know, I was talking to you, not watching what's going on at the spell circle.
The angel sounded as frustrated as she felt, but she couldn't see him to check that because the after images were back and just as bouncy as earlier. Great. Just what she needed.
Phaedrusson, god of fate and the future, I call you. The circle binds you to this time and place. You must come.
Women shouted in unison as thunder clapped, shaking the ground. Oh no! Rosalie blinked furiously. She couldn't have heard that right. They didn't just summon Evarian's fiery ant. Before she could ask the angel if that's what just happened, Faye growled like an angry dragon.
What's this all about? If you want to talk to me, there are easier ways of getting my attention. It just pisses me off, and you won't like me when I'm angry, Pristina.
Who's Pristina? Rosalie asked as the after images faded.
She's the ex-god of the present. There are 4 time gods.
The angel ticked them off on his fingers.
Hithaglair, the ex-god of history. His twin sister Estiana, the ex-god of the past. Their younger sister Pristina, the ex-goddess of the present. And their youngest sister Phaedrusson, the ex-god of the future.
Well, I guess I know how time broke. 4 time gods could definitely do it. Rosalie clenched her fists. Why did they break it? Was it some kind of sibling rivalry that went too far? And how could she stop them from breaking the timeline? Thankfully, a woman who wasn't Faye asked one of her questions for her.
Why are you doing this?
Because the only way to die is for everything to end, even time.
Another woman said as Rosalie crept toward the voices. She pulled back a branch as a woman in red pulled a gray crystal out of her skirt pocket and held it up. She was too tall and too light-skinned to be Faye, so that woman must be Pristina, since the angel listed Evarian's mom as one of the captured. The silver-haired goddess inside a circular wall of green light, standing with Faye, must be Istiana. She looked like she was as tall as Evarian.
That's a time crystal. The Morning Star has one too. He plans to use these to destroy all time and existence, and I'm going to stop him.
A dark-haired tanned ex-god said as he yanked his sword out from under his belt and charged toward the smug ex-goddess holding the gray crystal. But he slammed into the spell circle and it pushed him back. He must be the war god.
Are you out of your mind?
Faye stabbed the air with her index finger since she couldn't reach Pristina.
No, for the first time in a long time, I see the truth. It's you who's crazy.
Pristina held the gray crystal out like it was an offering.
Can your people do anything?
Asked the war god as he dropped back to stand, even with the furry ex-god who had antlers like a stag. He was probably the ex-god of the wild hunt.
No, I won't ask them to get involved. This is between the time gods. It's got nothing to do with us, and I'd rather they sort that out without us.
The god of the hunt backed away from them toward a giant rock. From her vantage point, Rosalie couldn't see what was behind it, but some part of her knew already what she'd find if she rounded the spell circle to view it from its backside. After all, she read the spell after she found it tucked into the wall in Ran and Myron's apartment. I hope they didn't kill the children. She squeezed her eyes closed for a moment. She didn't want to look because then she'd know for sure, and that knowledge might prevent her from doing what she came here to do. Don't look. You can save them by saving the future so more children won't die or grow up orphaned.
They're not dead.
The angel patted the air above her shoulder awkwardly, like he feared he'd catch something if his hand touched her. The children are alive? Rosalie tried to remember if the spell called for their deaths, but she couldn't recall the end of the spell. Mirren's story about the Wild Hunt kidnapping her, and Ran repeated in her mind. Damn it. We never got the full story from Sarn. He disappeared before he could tell them why the Wild Hunt kidnapped them or how he and her mother saved them. Damn it. How can I stay out of their way so they can save us while I rescue the future?
Yes, don't worry about them. They're with people who will care for them.
The angel removed his hand and slapped it over his heart as if he were trying to keep something from shooting out of his chest. I know. Mom saved me and Sarn saved Rand. Are you all right? Rosalie backed away in case whatever was wrong with him was catching.
No, she's trying to take my immortality away from me.
His eyes widened as he staggered away. How can she do that? Rosalie turned, knowing exactly who he meant. Pristina. A strange gray halo formed around the gray crystal she held aloft, and a familiar gray fog spilled out of it and rolled across the ground, revealing white trails of energy that crisscrossed the haven. What are these? Rosalie crouched down to examine the one near her foot.
It's over. I'm calling this whole thing off.
Another version of her said, startling Rosalie so badly she almost fell over.
Who the hell are you? Where do I know you from?
A woman asked, but Rosalie couldn't see who because leaves blocked her sight.
You told me where to find the oracle.
Yes, I did, but I won't need to live with that for much longer.
Her doppelganger said as Rosalie rose and stared at herself. The Rosalie from another timeline even wore the same homespun dress as her, and for some reason, that really pissed her off.
On the contrary, things haven't gone nearly far enough.
Pristina opened her hand and the crystal floated upward.
Yes, they have.
The other, Rosalie, held up her hand as it disintegrated into ash and blew away. Why did she fade away? Was her timeline destroyed? How long do I have before I disappear like that? Rosalie covered her mouth with her hand to keep from screaming.
You used me. Why did you do that?
A woman with short fur, wearing a creative attempt at sexy chainmail and a short leather shirt, pointed at her doppelganger.
Yes, I did. I wanted to see what my mother would do. All my life, I felt like a burden to her. But I'm not. I misunderstood her and her situation. Now this needs to stop. It all started because of me, and it'll end because of me too.
The other Rosalie lunged for Pristina, but the ex-goddess sidestepped her, and she hit the ground and shattered into a million pieces that flew away in the wind, whipping them. Well, that explained who took the spell and how the Wild Hunt ended up with it. But that other version of her was far bolder than she was right now. Rosalie clenched her fists and glanced around for a weapon. She had her daggers up her sleeves. Could she get close enough to use them on a mad goddess?
That's one timeline gone. Now for the others. I know you're here, Rosalie. In some timelines, you're my patsy, and in others, you're just ordinary. Which one are you? Show yourself, so I can destroy your future, too.
Pristina shouted into the wind.
Who's Rosalie?
Asked the woman from the Wild Hunt.
She's no one important. Just a girl who got caught in something she doesn't understand. Isn't that right?
Pristina glared at the tree opposite Rosalie like she knew her quarry stood behind it.
Come out and meet your end, so I can meet mine.
Never mind that girl. You still owe us. Finish this, free our leader so we can be on our way. We don't care what you do with the others.
Another woman shouted, answering another question. So that's why the Wild Hunt kidnapped us. They needed kids to power the spell to get their leader back. So why did they need Pristina? Rosalie didn't recall anything in the spell requiring a goddess, but she only read it once before pocketing it. I need a plan, but she didn't have one. I need to buy some time to come up with something. Rosalie backed away from the spell circle and put more trees and bushes in between her and it, but that wouldn't throw off the ex-goddess for long. Layla, can you hear me? I could really use some help right now. Please, come back. As Rosalie sent that plea out, she reached up her sleeve and gripped the hilt of her dagger. She'd go down fighting.
Chapter 44. Lost. You're an ex-god, Ivarian said as he realized why this guy felt familiar. I wish I figured that out because I can see his aura, but I can't. And he shouldn't feel bad about that because he only saw the aura of Rand's father because the mage made it visible to all. This ex-god didn't do that. Was he hiding something that had any bearing on their mission? Though truth be told, he didn't know what he was doing here other than making Rosalie happy. She was convinced this was where it all went wrong, but was she right? The snowy forest surrounding them was silent except for the creaking of branches in the wind. Snow covered the ground in a white blanket, disturbed by many footprints, too many to count. But that made sense, since the glowing gold dome behind him covered a haven. The guy widened his eyes.
How did you know that?
Evrian shrugged because he'd already answered that. I wish I'd borrowed a coat before we left Mount Eredrin.
Who's your mother?
The guy squinted at him as if he could read his lineage if he looked hard enough at him. Maybe he could. Evrian had only ever met one other ex-god before the demons showed up, and he looked just like his mom. If you tell me who you are, I'll tell you who she is.
I suppose I could do that. I've already told more people than I should who I am. What's one more?
The guy rolled his head around until his neck cracked.
I'm Jannar, the ex-god of memory and some other things that aren't important anymore. Who's your mother?
Istiana, ex-goddess of the past. Evrian didn't recall ever hearing anything about him, so the name Jannar rang no bells.
I see the resemblance.
Jannar nodded, like that answered a question he had. Why are you here? Evrian stamped his feet to warm them. Where's my uncle? I saw him on the ice before I sent us to this time and place, but there was no sign of him. He could ask Gunnar, and maybe he would, when he found out why this ex-god hung around the haven.
Apparently I'm here to freeze while I answer the same question over and over again.
Jannar shook his head. If it's such an inconvenience, you can keep your secrets. Honestly, I don't care why you're here. Evrian turned. Where was Rosalie? She must have entered the haven because she wasn't out here in the cold. I hope she's just looking like she said, but in his heart he knew she wouldn't just look and leave like she promised. What if she broke the timeline? His aunt's warning echoed in his mind. Evrian could see it as if it had already happened. Rosalie was so focused on fixing things that she was blind to everything else. I must stop her. He headed for the gold shield and hoped it would let him pass through in time to keep her from doing the things she came to prevent.
I don't think you should go in there.
Jannar grabbed his shoulder and spun him to face him. Why not? Evrian glanced at the hand on his shoulder, but Jannar didn't release him.
Because you're not from this place in time, and Istiana doesn't have a son yet, that means you aren't born yet.
Jannar regarded him like that should mean something. If Evrian wasn't shivering from the cold and desperate to stop Rosalie from doing more harm than good, he might have realized what Jannar was saying. But he needed to get into that haven and find Rosalie right now, so he pulled the cold air into his hand and blasted Jannar with it, hitting him squarely in the chest. Jannar flew backward and slammed into a tree. I'm sorry, but I need to find my friend. Evrian spun on his heel and charged into the gold wall of light around the haven. Voices hit his ears when he stumbled out of the shield, blinking away the after images.
It's over. I'm calling this whole thing off,
Rosalie said as he tried to clear his sight of the images bouncing around. Who was she talking to?
Who the hell are you? Where do I know you from?
A woman asked as Evrian slammed into a hard object. He felt bark and guessed he walked into a tree.
You told me where to find the oracle.
Yes, I did, but I won't need to live with that for much longer.
His mouth dropped open and shock pinned Evrian in place. Did she lie to me?
On the contrary, things haven't gone nearly far enough.
Another woman said, but her voice had that resonance his mother's, his uncle's, and his aunt's voices had when they were in that do what I say ex-god command mode. But he didn't recognize her voice. Evrian rubbed his eyes until his sight returned and the after images faded until they just appeared at the edges of his sight. He pushed aside the branches in front of him.
Yes, they have.
Rosalie held up her hand and it disintegrated into ash and blew away. Oh no, oh God, no. Where's Ran and his wishes when I need one? Ran was back in the future where he couldn't help them. I have to do something. But all he did was stare, unable to move, as the woman he had a crush on disappeared bit by bit while shock froze him in place.
You used me. Why did you do that?
A woman asked, but Evrian couldn't look away from Rosalie. She was so strong. How could she fade away? Even now, she held her head high.
Yes, I did. I wanted to see what my mother would do. All my life I felt like a burden to her, but I'm not. I misunderstood her and her situation. Now this needs to stop. It all started because of me, and it'll end because of me too.
Rosalie lunged for the ex-goddess, but she sidestepped her. Rosalie hit the ground and shattered into a million pieces that flew away in the wind, whipping them. No! Evrian screamed in his mind, but only a whisper passed his frozen lips as he staggered toward the spot where she vanished, until the unfamiliar ex-goddess words sank in. There's more than one Rosalie here? Did that mean the one he watched die might not be his strong and beautiful Rosalie? Evrian froze as he tried to figure out the implications of that. His gaze bounced around the haven, skipping past a glowing green wall of power and strange symbols, and rested on the three ex-gods standing inside, until he recognized Uncle Hithagler. You did this, Evrian charged through the line of bushes, not caring if the branches caught his clothes. He pointed an accusatory finger at his uncle. The coward hid behind his two sisters, Aunt Faye, and the air thickened, stopping Evrian in his tracks as he met the the shocked gray eyes of his mother. Mom stared at him, and one hand moved to cover her belly. She wore a loose-fitting gown, and she was very tall, but so was he. Oh, God, what did I do? White glowing lines appeared as the ground shook and cracked open. In his mind's eye, the arrow of time appeared, and it cracked in half. His mother was the goddess of the past, and as such, she could never know what the future held. But now she did, thanks to him blundering into a situation he didn't understand. Rosalie was right. Time did break here because I broke it.
You fool. I told you not to do any more time traveling.
Faye closed her glowing red eyes.
Why couldn't you listen to me?
Evarian opened his mouth to say something as the glowing green walls surrounding his aunt, his mother, and his uncle dropped, sending glowing symbols flying.
Evarian, what's happening?
Rosalie shouted as she rushed toward him. The ground split in front of her, and she skidded to a stop and glanced about for another way to reach him until a glowing symbol struck her. She vanished in a burst of light. No! Evarian ran toward where she vanished until Rosalie shouted his name again. He skidded to a halt and spun, searching for her until pain slammed into his chest and something punched out of him. Another Rosalie appeared on the other side of the clearing, then vanished. I must have imagined her. Evarian sank to the ground and stared at his aunt, his uncle, and his mother, who all lay on the ground too, with holes punched in their chests like him. But he had no final words for them, not while Aunt Faye glared at him like she held him personally responsible for this. As the world grayed out, 3 giant arrows made of ice flickered into view and shattered into pieces. We failed. We didn't save the future. He couldn't accept defeat. His soul cried out for vengeance as darkness fell over him.
Free me, and you shall have vengeance,
a woman said as he blacked out, but he clung to that promise of help. He would find her, and he would find out what just happened and make someone pay for it if it was the last thing he did.
Chapter 45. The way is blocked. When the light faded and he could see again, Guren stood in the middle of an intersection where 2 cobbled streets crossed. I guess I'm back in hell. Since the buildings bore some cracks and were missing chunks of mortar, that was the only conclusion that made sense. Only one question beat in his brain. What should I do now? I know what her plan is, and I don't think it'll end well for me. But how could he get back to Earth? Was that gateway still standing? I should find out. It shouldn't even be all that hard. I just need to follow the destruction. Since there was less on the cross street and more debris piled ahead, he stayed on this street and jogged toward where he hoped the gateway still stood. No one moved in any of the buildings he passed, and no one walked the streets either beside him. Did the adversary take everyone with him? Did he empty the entire city? What would he need that many demons for? Probably not anything good, so he'd better find that gateway now. Garen pushed himself to run faster when a glow appeared ahead. That must be the gateway. What do I do when I reach the other side? He didn't have a plan, but did he really need one? The adversary must be working with Priscina, since they're both interested in time crystals. That was the only conclusion that fit the facts. The gateway seemed to flicker like a giant eye-shaped candle. Was it collapsing? It better not do that before I get through it. He closed in on it, hopefully fast enough to run through it before it fell apart if that's what it was doing. It might just be a trick of the light since he stared directly into it, but the closer he got, the less he could see of anything outside of it because the thing was as tall and as wide as a house. Garen veered around a pile of bricks and a corner of a collapsed balcony, but he didn't break stride when he crossed the threshold and light blinded him for a moment. He ran in as straight a line as he could until his eyes adjusted to the light shining from every surface of the magical tunnel. No dim spots appeared ahead as he ran like all of hell chased him. More light appeared ahead without end, but the tunnel must end eventually. His breath sawed in and out of him as gravity lessened, then strengthened, then lessened again, so he bounded forward. What's on the other side? Will I end up back in that haven? If you're listening, Creator, could you hijack this gateway and send me to Pristina? My fist needs to meet with her face. The resulting crunch would be satisfying, and he imagined his fist colliding with her face as he ran and ran toward a dimmer spot in the center of the light ahead. Either that was the exit, or a section of the gateway collapsed ahead. There was only one way to find out. Garen put his head down and ran like his backside was on fire, and only speed could put the flames out. An invisible force grabbed hold of his chest and slammed him to a halt as something tried to tear out of his chest again. Garen placed both hands over the spot and pushed down on the hard thing, trying to push between his ribs. How can Pristina and her time crystal affect me here? Garen backed up, and the hold on his chest lessened. So did the internal pressure of the thing that was trying to exit his body a moment ago. Garen stepped forward again. Perhaps that was a fluke. The invisible hand reached into his chest again and pulled until he backed past the point where he stopped before, and the tugging sensation faded. What is she trying to take away from me? Whatever it was, he couldn't let her have it. If I can't go forward, then backward it is. Garen spun and ran back to hell. One question plagued him as he ran. How can I stop Pristina and the adversary from hell? They left it to carry out their plans, and the adversary took a lot of demons and ex-gods with him. But did he take everyone? Might he have forgotten some ex-gods? If he did, then they must be locked up in his palace, which was conveniently located in the nicer parts of the city he was running back to. Maybe I should spring them from prison and see how far pooling our power gets us. After all, someone like the adversary only locked up those he couldn't control. Garen couldn't help laughing at his new plan. It was bold, and the adversary would hate it. All the more reason to do it now. He shot out of the gateway and dodged the pile of debris as he hooked a right onto the street that crossed the one where the gateway stood. The palace wasn't too far away, but all the running was taking a toll. His legs ached, and his chest burned. Garen finally gave into exhaustion and dropped back to a walk. That should give him time to think. Who might the adversary have locked up under the seat of his power? Garen couldn't think of any names. Then again, he was busy dealing with his own problems after the fall, so he didn't have the time or energy to find out what happened to anyone else from his pantheon. Who could rein in the time gods? There must have been someone. The creator built a magic system that must always balance out, so someone must have the power to negate a rogue time god that lost her mind. All that thinking distracted him as the streets grew wider and the buildings alongside them grander. Ahead, a palatial marble building with columns and decorative touches stood behind a tall wrought iron gate that was closed, of course. Why would the adversary leave his gate open? That might invite the kind of trouble Garen had in mind. Hopefully he didn't lock the gate, or I might have to climb over it. Garen stopped in front of the lacy metal gates and tugged on the door. It opened without a sound. Did the adversary leave it unlocked because he wasn't coming back, or because he left the place well guarded? Garen shrugged as he slipped through the gap. If the place was guarded, then he'd deal with the guards. He closed the gate, then crept down the long cobbled road to the ornate doors. They opened easily and soundlessly too, revealing a marble hallway but no guards. I don't think he plans to return. Garen pushed that thought out of mind as he searched for a staircase. The prison level must be underground. Given that the adversary's taste ran to the finer things, the stairwell probably hid behind a secret door. So he ran his hands over the wall on both sides until a panel sunk into the wall and slid back, revealing a stone stairwell twisting down into the bowels of the palace. That must lead to the prison level. Garen crept down the stairs until he reached its bottom, one level below the one he entered. No voices echoed, but water dripped somewhere. He listened for another moment, then exited the stairwell through the portal, since there was no door to open. A long hallway stretched before him, lit by the same crystals that lit the stairwell and the palace's foyer. In the first cell, a ragged man sat cross-legged on a thin mattress with his eyes closed. He looked kind of familiar, but so did every ex-god. Since they were all related to some degree, and they all had some features in common, they experimented with clothing, hairstyles, and colors, skin tones, and eye colors to differentiate themselves. "Hey, are you alive in there?" Garen rattled the cell door, both to make some noise so he could see if anyone came running and to wake the cell's occupant.
Define alive.
That'll do. Who are you? And what was your domain before you ended up here? The answers to both questions should tell him who this man was. Garen frowned when he didn't hear anyone call out or any footsteps running this way. Was this prison unguarded?
I'm Uriah, and the underworld is my domain.
The man waved to the cell, but he didn't open his eyes. Garen didn't know if that helped his nebulous plan or put a kink in it. Do you know how to stop a mad goddess with a time crystal?
What?
The man flew off his cot and gripped the bars.
Tell me everything.
Sure. First, can you tell me who else is locked up here? And can any of them help us stop a time goddess and the adversary? Garen didn't see any keys to unlock the cell, but maybe he could find something to pick the lock.
That depends depends on who and what they're planning, but I think so. Tell me everything and I'll help you free the others. We can plan as we work.
Uriah became transparent and walked through the bars on his cell door, then became opaque again. That's a neat trick.
It's not a trick.
Uriah brushed past him in the narrow hallway. Of course it isn't. This wasn't the time to argue about quirks. Garin put his sarcasm aside and dived into his story, but he left out a few things, like that time he broke into the Library of Forbidden Knowledge, the Book of Names. Arjaniel and Theniel, they weren't germane at the moment, and the last two probably weren't even in hell anymore. He just hoped Uriah could help him flesh out his plan to stop the adversary and Pristina from destroying all of time.
Chapter 46. No Plans. Arjaniel couldn't look away from the sections of the gateway, darkening from pink to red, even though just looking at them sent dread coiling into his gut. We can't stay inside the gateway and we can't leave, or the adversary will steal our time crystals from us, and he already has too many of those. Arjaniel clenched his fists.
Where do you think she went?
Natali stuffed their gloved hands into their sleeves. The Versati didn't look like they wanted to go out there any more than he did.
If we knew who summoned her, we could figure that out. But we should find out later since we came here to stop that guy.
Daniel waved to the adversary outside the gateway.
Is there a way to summon more angels to help us? Because we are seriously outmatched.
Natali glanced at the exit, but they made no move toward the exit.
I don't know. I guess I could fly to heaven and ask for help, but then I might miss something interesting.
Thaniel cocked her head to one side and her violet eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh no, if he didn't come up with a plan soon, she might just run out there and take her chances with the adversary and his crystal-stealing spell. What were the odds that he would turn his back long enough for them to rush him? Probably not great, since the ex-gods and fallen angels thrashed about like landed fish where they lay on the ground between the gateway and the enemy. Did they know what the adversary took from them? The gray clouds that covered the sky and the gray between rolled back, revealing a starry black expanse that rolled up like a blanket and pulled a blue-green sphere toward them. But that sphere bulged on one side. Arjaniel couldn't remember what the mortal world, also known as Earth, was supposed to look like, but he didn't think part of it should bulge out like that. Gray lines shot through the blue-green sphere in one spot, and ghostly images appeared as if some invisible hands shoved a bunch of timelines into that bulge, forcing them to cross when they were never meant to do that. Why were they crossing at that spot? Arjaniel pulled on his gift and hoped his ability to read the truth of things could still work here.
Time's breaking,
said the Book of Names. He waited for it to elaborate on that, but it remained silent. How do I stop it from breaking? Arjaniel waited in vain because his gift didn't have an answer for that question any more than he did. I guess I'm on my own then.
That can't be good.
Natali pointed at the wavy gray lines full of images that crisscrossed the spangled blackness between the gray between and the mortal world, as one line shattered like glass, sending its ghostly images flying.
No, it's not. What do we do now?
Natali looked at him for an answer, but he still didn't have one. How could they stop the adversary?
We'll think of something. We wouldn't have chosen to be here if there was nothing we could do. That's not how fate works.
Daniel clasped both their shoulders and squeezed. I think you're confusing free will with fate. They aren't the same thing. Arjaniel willed the adversary to turn his back on them, so they had a prayer of reaching him before he yanked out their time crystals and left them flopping about on the gray dusty ground. But he didn't turn.
No, I'm not. Most people don't understand fate. We make our fate with every choice we make, and we chose to be here because there was something we could do. So we need to find that something and do it.
Daniel squeezed their shoulders again, then let go and looked at him, like she expected a plan to drop in his mind when it hadn't. That doesn't make sense. Arjaniel shook his head, but he wanted it to be true. The more he thought about what she said, the more he wondered if she might be right. I chose to be here. Arjaniel could list the decisions that led him step by step to this spot, starting with his voluntary fall from grace. But I wasn't damned when I fell. Maybe that counts for something. Arjaniel steeled himself, then stepped forward to cross the shining threshold and leave the dubious safety of the gateway.
What are you doing?
Natali caught his arm and pulled him back. I've been thinking about what she said. Arjaniel waved to Thaniel.
And? happened? What did you figure out?
Thaniel rubbed her hands together and shifted her weight from foot to foot, like she was excited about getting out there and taking on the adversary. She probably was. I never figured out why I fell. Did the adversary engineer it, or did I end up in hell so I could do something now? There must be a reason why, and I need to find out what it is. Arginil didn't expect Nantali to follow him or to understand, but the Versati nodded and let their hands slide down to clasp his.
Then we go together as friends. We either win or we all lose together.
Natali squeezed his hand. Arginil squeezed back. Together, he echoed. He just hoped he wasn't leading his new friend to their doom.
Well, let's get out there before there isn't a world left to save.
Daniel stepped past Arginil and cupped her hands around her mouth.
Hey, ugly, I want a rematch.
Was that wise?
Natali asked when Thaniel reached behind her and pushed them back. Probably not, but we need a distraction and Thaniel volunteered for that. At least that's what Arginil hoped her plan was. With Thaniel, one never knew. She liked to charge into danger.
Then come and get that rematch, if you can.
The adversary extended a hand toward her as Thaniel jumped over the first body in the way. Her wings snapped out, and she flew like a giant feathered dagger at a man who was once the most powerful angel in all heaven. But now, he was something else, thanks to the power he stole from the abyss.
Get down. I have an idea. I wish I thought of it sooner.
Natali pulled him down to a crouch, and a warm, itchy sensation crawling up his legs told him she was casting another illusion. What are you doing? Arginil tried not to scratch the intensifying itch spreading across his skin.
I don't think she intends to fight him, not yet anyway. Thaniel isn't as brash as you think she is.
Natali patted and prodded as they shaped their magic into something. If she's not fighting him, then what's she doing? Arginil glanced out the gateway entrance as Thaniel shot upward, right before she would have collided with the adversary. Instead, her new flight path slingshot her toward the west shore of the Gray Between, on a direct route to heaven. She's going to get help, he said, hardly daring to believe it. Thaniel poured on the speed, turning her into a white speck racing for the tangled forest in the distance, and beyond it, the ridge where the mortal veil stood, like a permanent portal leading back to Earth, and beyond that, a white sandy shore stretched out to the hammered metal of the shining sea. Heaven's gates rose on an island across from it, and a world away from here. If she could reach it, she could rally her fellow archangels.
There, that should do it.
Natali turned his face to check the illusion. What did you do? Arginil glanced down and almost jumped out of his skin when he saw the hole in his chest.
Relax. It's just an illusion, so we'll blend in with them. Look over there. Some of the fallen angels are getting up and shambling about like drunken soldiers after too many victory celebrations.
Natali let go of his chin and pointed. The Versati was right, and their plan was brilliant. This could work. Arginil rose and tried to imitate the loose-limbed walk the groggy fallen angels had, but it was harder than it looked to stagger about like he was about to fall on his face.
No, like this.
Natali demonstrated, but they were better at mimicking them than he was.
That's better, but I still think you should stay behind me. Just do your best to look drunk.
That's easy for you to say. I've never gotten drunk before. I don't even know if angels can get drunk. Arginil shook his head and hoped his acting didn't have to fool anyone for long, because it wouldn't.
Let's get this over with before too many of them are up and about. Right now they look really out of it, so they might not know what's happening until it's too late. We don't want to fight them too, because they have a numerical advantage over us.
Natali staggered out of the gateway. Arginil followed them and kept his gaze on the adversary. There must be something he could do, and he had until they got close enough to do it. For now, he just needed to keep pretending to be one of the fallen as he tried not to trip over the ex-gods and demons still thrashing about. None of them recovered enough to get up yet.
Do you think she'll make it?
Natali whispered. They meant Thaniel. Arginil glanced automatically toward heaven. He felt its pull for the first time in centuries, maybe longer, but he couldn't see Thaniel anymore. I hope she does, because he still didn't have a plan, and his last run-in with the adversary kept playing in his mind, making his lavender blood run cold in his veins. There must be some way to use the adversary's alliance with the powers of the abyss against him, and by God, he needed to find it, preferably in the next 100 paces, because then they'd be close enough that their disguise might not work anymore. Creator, it's been a long time since I prayed to you, but I'm praying now. Help me stop Samuel. Arginil felt the ground drop out from under his feet. As he opened his eyes, he knew he'd just made a fatal mistake.
How dare you pray to my enemy in my presence?
The adversary pointed an accusatory finger at him. time. Then he did something Arginil didn't expect. He charged.
Chapter 47. Loop It. As Layla materialized, her feet sank into the snow and she shivered. Rosalie? Where are you? She turned and scanned the snowy forest for the girl. There was no sign of her, but there were an awful lot of footprints in the snow, leading to the glowing yellow dome that just randomly stood in the middle of a clearing. Where am I? This didn't look like anywhere she'd ever seen.
Are you heading into the haven?
Asked a man, so muffled in furs and woolen garments that only his glowing eyes peered through the gap between his hat and scarf. If he was trying to hide his identity, he should have done something about the impression his aura left on the unseen world. Are you in there, Rosalie? She probably was. What's a haven, and why aren't you in hell with all your Pantheon mates? Layla rubbed her arms. Was that haven thing any warmer than out here? Layla squinted at it, but she couldn't tell from out here. The unseen warped and twisted as the active spells inside the haven pressed on it. What the hell was going on in there? Are you in there, Rosalie? She probably was.
A haven is a magical refuge created a long time ago to give life somewhere to shelter while the magic raged. But now they're nice places to camp in the winter.
He squinted at it too, but he probably saw something different than she did, since he couldn't see into the unseen world. Why aren't you in hell with your brethren? Someone must have spared him, but Layla couldn't see a reason for it.
I didn't fight on the wrong side, so why would I go to hell? But you didn't come here to talk about the past.
He stamped his feet on the snow, probably to warm them. His furry boot coverings looked pretty damned warm, and she considered knocking him out to take them instead of freezing her toes off in her sandals. And you aren't standing around outside a haven for no reason. Something tells me this haven isn't a refuge. Not if what she saw in the unseen was any indication. Powerful magic was flying around inside that innocuous-looking dome. Layla sighed. She needed to get back to Arginil, Natalie, and Thaniel, not chit-chat with an ex-god. I just wish I knew for sure that Rosalie was inside that dome.
No, not in this weather anyway. But neither are you. I saw you materialize like you were summoned. Who summoned you?
He studied her with his intense green eyes, but his stare just rolled off her. If the adversary couldn't intimidate her, then this guy had no chance. Well, you obviously didn't, so I guess that person is inside the haven, where I should be. Do you know what's going on in there? Layla didn't think he did because the shield was opaque, so how could he see anything? She looked, not at the glow, but beneath it into the unseen again, but there were too many impressions. How many spells were active inside the haven? She stopped counting at a dozen because their impressions blended together like spells layered upon each other. Every spell had a unique footprint in the unseen, but she'd never seen some of these spells before, so their prints were unfamiliar. Layla blinked to clear her sight of them, since they couldn't tell her anything else right now.
I could tell you there's 6 ex-gods in there by my count. Oh, wait, make that 4. 2 just left.
He shook his head and his lips moved as if he were casting a spell, but when she looked at the unseen world, he made no new impression there. Why are you here? Are you crashing a party they forgot to invite you to? That was probably the case. All the ex-gods she'd ever met were touchy about that kind of thing.
No, I came because so many time gods in one place is never a good thing, don't you agree?
He winked at her. No, it's not. Thanks for the info. Layla stumbled through the snow until her sandal slipped on a patch of ice. She crashed face first into the shield and the angel standing on the other side. He was probably eavesdropping, so she didn't feel too bad about knocking him flat on his back. Layla rolled off him and then rose and dusted off her gown, even though there wasn't a speck of dirt on it. But the hem was damp and caked in snow, and she grimaced at it, then put it out of her mind, since there was nothing she could do about that now. Meanwhile, the angel popped to his feet and glared at her.
Hey, you can't be here. I'm the angel of this haven.
Tell that to the girl who summoned me. Layla rounded him and stared for a moment at the trees in front of her. They were leafy and green instead of leafless and covered in snow like their friends outside the haven, and there was grass under her feet. At least I won't slip in here. One undignified fall was her limit.
Hey, wait, you're not from heaven.
The angel, name unknown, stepped into her personal space and sniffed her before backing away as disgust twisted his handsome face. But he was way too young to know her.
You smell like fire and brimstone. You're from hell. How did you escape?
They let me out for good behavior. Layla cupped her hand around one ear when shouts reached her, but she didn't recognize the language they spoke. It was like the language Rosalie spoke, but she was in the girl's mind then, where she could read her thoughts, so language wasn't an issue. But it was now. Damn it, what are they saying? She snapped her fingers when the angel shut his mouth and didn't answer her. Pain stabbed her chest as something knocked against her ribs from the inside. Oh no, not now. Her eyes widened when the angel doubled over and pressed both hands to his chest. The adversary adversary can't reach me here, not if she was in the mortal world like she suspected. Layla spun until the invisible force pulling on the time crystal in her chest lined up with the impression that magic left on the fabric of the unseen. I'm sorry, Rosalie, there's something I need to do that's more pressing than helping you. She strode toward that pull, and the pain increased until she doubled over and her vision turned red. But she didn't stop, not even when she felt the tip of the time crystal pushing against the skin under her hand. She couldn't stop, or there wouldn't be a world left for Rosalie to live in when she found and helped that girl. I've made mistakes in the past, but I learned from them, and she wouldn't let a world full of people who would never know her down. Layla dropped to her knees and crawled, dimly aware of the green glow ahead. Who cared if grass and dirt stained her skirt? She could get a new one if she survived this. That green light increased with the pain, and that was a good enough sign that she headed in the right direction when the imprints in the unseen became too muddled to follow. She switched off her mage sight for now, so she could concentrate on crawling.
We have to stop her.
A familiar voice said in a language she could speak, unless she was mistaken. The woman said that in the native language of the X-gods. Who do you need to stop? Layla squinted, but her sight dimmed as her flesh parted, making it impossible to see who spoke. But her mind was still sharp enough to grab hold of what that woman said and make the correct connection. This woman they needed to stop must be working with the adversary.
Our sister, Pristina, the ex-goddess of the present. Who are you?
Asked another woman in the same language. Well, she'd found the X-gods that man mentioned. Of course, he'd need someone here for his plan to work. Layla crawled onward, and a plan formed in her mind as she went. It was audacious, but fortune supposedly favored the bold. Well, she'd better favor me.
Who are you?
Asked the same ex-goddess again, but there was more growl in her question this time. I'm the angel with a plan. Layla paused when the time crystal thrust forward, cracking her ribs.
What's your plan?
Can you loop time? Layla lay on the ground as the time crystal twisted, like an invisible hand turned it. Was it that simple? She turned on her mage sight and looked into the dark fabric of the unseen that underpinned the world of the seen, and her jaw dropped open in shock. Then she clamped her hand around the time crystal. In the unseen, it was a bump on the fabric of time and space that formed her, and she shoved it back into place. The pain receded, and she pushed herself up to her hands and knees. Layla glared through the wall of green light that curved around a circular area covered in glowing symbols at the molten red eyes of the ex-goddess of fate.
We could, but what would that accomplish? We'd just relive the same thing over and over, not stop it.
Faye wasn't pressing on her chest or acting like something was trying to bore a hole through her muscles, bones, and skin to escape her body. Layla looked at her with her mage sight active and nodded when what she saw confirmed her guess. Faye was hopping from timeline to timeline and managing to stay one step ahead of the spell trying to steal her time crystal. Can you do that for everyone?
Do what?
Faye stared at her like she didn't understand. Beside her, her two siblings, doubled over. The tall one must be Estiana, but Layla forgot the other one's name. But he wasn't as powerful as his two sisters, so she could ignore him. Can you cycle through all the possibilities?
Are you asking me to loop our fates?
Faye looked aghast at the suggestion, but that's what she was doing to herself to keep her time crystal and her immortality. Yes, do it now, but leave me and the angels outside it. Layla rose and rolled her shoulders. It was time to find this Pristina and find out what the adversary gave her. If I can get that object away from her, then Arginil, Natalie, and Thaniel have a shot at stopping him. But I need to delay Pristina and her plans for that. Layla waited. The future of the world now rested in Faye's hands. Will you do it?
Will you shut up? I'm trying to figure out if I can do it.
Smoke curled out of Faye's mouth, and she growled like a dragon lived inside her. Maybe it did. The ex-gods made some truly bizarre decisions. Well, hurry up. Time is running out for your sibs, and I just need you to stall things long enough for me to find a solution. Layla clenched her fists. What did Pristina's imprint look like? Istiana rested a hand on her shorter sister's shoulder.
We'll do it. We'll both help you, won't we?
Istiana glared at her twin, and he nodded like a good brother should.
Go. Do what you can. We'll get you that distraction.
Thank you. Layla turned, but Faye shouted one last question as she strode away.
Who are you?
I'm the angel who will make sure we all have time to do whatever we want, not what the adversary or this Pristina wants. That's all you need to know about me. Layla reached into the unseen, dug her fingers into its fabric, and wrapped it around herself. To their eyes, she vanished, but she was still there, stalking her enemy. I'm coming, Rosalie. I got sidetracked for a moment, but I'm back on track now. Hang on for a few minutes longer.
Chapter 48, Heroes on Repeat. Layla? Rosalie glanced about for somewhere to go or something to do. There was a stone house beyond the trees. That was weird, but now wasn't the time to inquire about it. Why would someone build a house in a haven? Actually, now that she considered it, that was a smart idea. The haven was temperature controlled, but its policies about guests and magic use could use some serious adjustments. I'd complain to its manager, but I'm pretty sure that impatient angel is the one running this haven.
No!
Varian screamed. When did he enter the haven? Avarian? Rosalie turned her back on the slice of the house visible between the branches in front of her since his voice came from behind her.
You did this.
Avarian said in the coldest, angriest tone she'd ever heard from him, as footsteps, possibly his, pounded away from her. Where are you going? Rosalie checked behind her, but Pristina wasn't there. Where was that crazy ex-goddess she was bent on destroying me a few minutes ago? Did something change her mind? The air thickened until it formed an invisible wall. Rosalie crashed into it and then rubbed her nose. Ouch! That hurt! Under her feet, glowing white lines shot through the earth, and the ground shook as it cracked open. Ugh.
You fool. I told you not to do any more time traveling.
They growled.
Why couldn't you listen to me?
She must be talking to Avarian. Rosalie pushed against the invisible barrier in front of her until it disappeared. Green light blinded her, then vanished, as if something yanked it away. Maybe Sarn did that. He was certainly powerful enough to do it. I hope he did it. At least he's mostly harmless. If someone else grabbed all that power, then I'm in serious trouble. That was a chilling thought, and she shivered as she shoved a branch aside, revealing the spell circle finally falling to pieces. Oh, thank God. Mom should be free now. Will she recognize me? Glowing symbols flew away from where the spell circle stood before, but Rosalie ignored them as she hurried toward it. They were likely just detritus from the dissolution of the spell. Avarian! What's happening? Rosalie skidded to a stop as the ground split open in front of her, and the crack widened as it ran away from her into a crevasse of unknown depth. How can I reach him? Rosalie glanced around for a log or something to bridge the widening gap. It was already too wide for her to jump over. Something struck her in the chest, and the world started to white out until a woman, covered in fur, struck her from behind and knocked her to the ground.
No!
Avarian shouted.
Faye, did you do it?
Layla shouted from somewhere to her left. So she did come.
Yes, but I still don't see how this will help anything.
Faye said as time rewound. Rosalie skidded to a stop in front of the crevasse again. But this time she glared at a glowing green sigil spinning end over end toward her. So what if it had 6 sharp points like a throwing star? It can't hurt me. Sarn's a sweetheart. His magic doesn't harm people. Rosalie couldn't move anyway. Her feet were stuck to the ground. It won't hurt me. There can't be any timeline where his magic harms anyone.
What are you doing?
Layla yanked her aside, and the sigil spun through the spot she had just occupied. I couldn't move. Rosalie tugged her arm free, since she could do something other than stare now.
So you just stood there and stared at your death speeding toward you?
Layla stared at her, and Rosalie stared back. That thing wouldn't have harmed me. I know whose magic infuses it. That wasn't important right now. But Layla's altered appearance was. Rosalie stared at her glowing violet eyes and reached out to touch her feathered wings. Why didn't you tell me you're an angel? I wouldn't have doubted your intentions.
Because I wasn't myself for a long while. But I'm back. At least I think I am.
Layla ran her hands through her long black hair.
Can we discuss this later? We have an ex-goddess to stop.
How do we do that? In case you haven't noticed, she's on a whole other power level than I am. Rosalie scanned the area in case speaking about her summoned the ex-goddess, but Pristina didn't pop out and try to kill her.
Look, we don't have long to talk, and I need you to know a few things.
Layla glanced over her shoulder at the other ex-gods, but they stood stock still, hand in hand as if in a trance. What are they doing? Rosalie waved to them.
They're looping time, but I asked them to pause the loop so I could talk to you.
Layla wrung her hands. What do you need me to do? Rosalie squared her shoulders. I came back here to stop the timeline from breaking, and I won't back down now just because there's a mad goddess mixed up in things.
I need you to distract Pristina. For some reason, she's obsessed with destroying you. I need you to use that. Keep her looking only at you. Can you do that for me?
Layla reached across the space between them and clasped both her hands in hers.
I know it's dangerous, but I need time, and I think you can buy it for me.
That's ironic considering there are 4 time gods here. Rosalie laughed and almost choked on that laughter when a man spoke from behind her. He wasn't Ivarian.
Actually, there are 5 time gods.
Rosalie turned and her hand slipped out of Layla's warm, firm grip. Who are you? It was the rude guy she ran into outside the haven. Since when was he an ex-god?
I'm Jennar, ex-god of memory.
He removed his scarf, revealing a face that was paler than Faye's but still quite similar similar to hers, so that's why he covered his face.
You might not have noticed, but when you remember past events, you're interacting with your own personal timeline. So that makes me a kind of time god in the ways that matter.
I'll take your word for that. How can you help? Because nothing he just said sounded like something they could use. Then it hit her, and Rosalie's mouth dropped open as she searched for words. What had that alternate version of her said when she went down to look for the subterranean farms with Ran and Nerul? I will find out what the earth remembers and the trees forgot, Rosalie said as she remembered. Jannar bowed his head to her.
Do you know the rest of that old poem?
No, how does it go? Rosalie felt her feet sliding as the time loop pulled her back to the crevasse and the spinning glyph. I still won't dodge it. Sarn would never hurt me. The minute he realizes his magic's scattered about doing things he doesn't want, he'll stop it. And she wouldn't bend on that.
The earth remembers what the trees forgot, that time moves on but memory does not. In the mind, today and yesterday meet, and we live 100 tomorrows in every heartbeat.
Jannar said as Rosalie slid back to the crevasse where the glyph spun toward her chest again. A woman struck her from behind and knocked her down. Then time rewound again, but her mind retained the memories of all 3 times she relived this one event. How can I buy Layla time when I can't even see Pristina? A bolt of power sailed over her head, answering that question. Pristina ran toward her, but her savior grabbed hold of her ankles and dragged her behind a tree. Who are you? Rosalie tried to stare at the woman who looked like a perfect blend of wolf and woman. Fur covered her instead of clothes, but somehow it kept her modesty intact, assuming this shapeshifter had such a thing.
I'm trying to save my baby. Who are you? And why do we keep reliving the last few minutes?
Asked her lupine savior. She also had glowing green eyes, but of course she would, since shapeshifting was a form of earth magic. I'm Rosalie, and I'm here to save the timeline. At least that was my mission. Now it's shifted to distracting that woman so another woman can stop her from destroying all of time. Rosalie pointed at Pristina as the ex-goddess appeared between the thick boles of the trees hiding them.
I don't understand. What does that have to do with the wild hunt and their plan to summon their leader?
The shapeshifter crouched beside her, arms hanging loosely at her sides, so her claws just brushed the ground. Behind the shapeshifter woman, a wolf poked his muzzle through the leaves of a bush until he could rest his head on her shoulder. He also had glowing green eyes that narrowed as they took her measure. Rosalie sat up and glanced around for some way to do what Layla asked. How can I distract Pristina? And why does she want to destroy me? What did I ever do to her? I just met her. Maybe the ex-goddess was crazy. Living for thousands of years may have eroded what sanity she had left. After all, it must be hard to watch everyone she knew die or end up in hell because they backed the wrong side of a war. But Faye lived through the same thing, and she was quite sane. Rosalie gave up trying to figure out what sent Pristina on this destructive path because there was no way to know.
Why are we able to talk this time when, before this, time kept looping back on itself?
Asked the shapeshifter woman, but the wolf glared at her too, waiting for her reply. Rosalie glanced down at her tingling hands and remembered Layla gripping them both. Did she alter something about me or the time loop? I think that's my friend's doing. Rosalie stood because she was supposed to be keeping Pristina busy, not stopping to chat with some friendly shapeshifters. I hope you find your baby. When you do, get her as far away from here as you can. Before they could stop her, Rosalie stepped out from behind the trees and waved. Hey, are you looking for me? In answer, Pristina pointed at her and power leapt off her finger, hurling a lightning bolt at her. Rosalie ducked as her feet slid on the ground, dragging her back to the crevasse, but she glanced over her shoulder and grinned when Pristina also slid.
No, this can't be happening. I'm a time goddess.
She screamed as the time loop yanked her back to where she was when Faye and Istiana looped time. Maybe their brother helped too. For Ivarian's sake, she hoped so. Where's Ivarian? Rosalie scanned the haven for him as she returned to her place. This time, she didn't look at the sigil speeding toward her. Another woman appeared in front of her, wearing the exact same dress, and her hair was the same cut, color, and length. The woman shuddered and fell backward, knocking Rosalie free of whatever held her there. She threw out her arm and caught that other version of herself as the girl shook and glowed. That girl exploded into a shower of sparks as Ivarian shouted. Rosalie stared in horror as Ivarian ran toward her until something made him stop and spin to face away from her. He jerked forward as if struck from behind by an invisible weapon, but she would have seen if someone hit him since she stared at his back and there was no one behind him. Except me, but I'm too far away and I wouldn't hit him. Ivarian folded like nothing held him up anymore. As he landed on the ground, something flew away from him toward the grinning goddess on the other side of the sigils and circles drawn in the dirt where the spell circles stood before it fell.
Don't let her take it,
said her double, as pain flashed across her palm. The Rosalie from another timeline grasped her hand, palm to palm, bleeding cut to bleeding cut.
The circle binds us, witches to magic users, for we're both bled through life until we're dead. With my blood, I bind us until we're nothing more than magic threads. Take what power I have left, save all the futures for all of us.
The other, Rosalie, relaxed her hold as her power poured into Rosalie, and she knew just what to do with it. When her doppelganger shattered into gleaming shards, she wiped her bloody hand across her bosom and commanded that blood to form armor like the demon she fought under Mount Eredrin. Then she charged. Let's see her dodge this. Chapter 49, The Trouble with Time. As Rosalie ran toward Pristina, the time loop pulled her backward, and she waved her arms to keep her balance. Can't you do something? She asked Gunnar as she slid past him.
I am doing something. I'm trying to trap her in a memory loop.
He rested a hand on his heart and lurched forward as if struck from behind.
What's happening?
It's the adversary. He's trying to take your time, Crystal. I mean, your immortality.
Layla said from somewhere behind the trees Rosalie passed.
Who is that?
Sorry, you probably know him as the Morning Star.
Layla groaned as if the adversary was hurting her too. How can he do that? Rosalie stopped, but she wasn't back where the time loop began. A woman stood 3 feet away with a baby swaddled in something with straps that held her against the woman's chest. She also held a black puppy. Mom? Rosalie approached her. The woman didn't move or even blink. She just stared. Was she under a spell? Rosalie glanced around for what could have caused her mom to freeze like that. The corner of a familiar green cloak appeared and disappeared behind a tree as it billowed in the breeze. Rosalie headed for it and stopped when she saw Sarn, standing stock still too. He held a toddler who waved at her and said hi. He had the same green eyes as his father, but they didn't glow. Oh my god, is that Ran? He must be, since Sarn wouldn't be holding anyone else, and the boy looked just like him. Rosalie glanced back and forth. What caused them to freeze? A person wearing gray robes, a cloak, and a veil tugged on Sarn's arm like they were trying to drag him away. Who are you? Rosalie pointed at the gray-clad enigma.
I'm no one. Come on, Sarn. You got your son back. Now let's get out of here.
The gray-garbed person spoke in a soft rasp, but Sarn didn't react. He was as frozen as her mother. I don't understand. Why aren't they caught in the time loop?
Because it's breaking down,
Faye said from behind her. Then why can't they move? Rosalie spun and looked for the ex-goddess, then covered her mouth in shock. Faye sat on top of the strange marks drawn on the ground, cradling her sister Istiana, but the ex-goddess of the past looked awful. She lay limply across Faye's lap as her skin grayed and flaked off.
Because I changed the immediate future for everyone except you, Layla and Jannar, to keep them out of our way.
What's happening to her? Rosalie ran to them.
She's trying to hold the past together, but she's fading fast. You have to do something to save her.
Faye glared up at her, and that was a command, not a request. The ex-goddess was serious. Why me? Rosalie backed away.
Because you killed her when you brought her son here, and I can't go backward in time. It's forbidden.
I don't understand. How could that kill her? Rosalie glanced around for Avarian. Where did he go? Did he poof back to their present? He was the son of a goddess, so maybe he could do that? He sounded pretty distraught before he vanished, but if he went back to their time period, then Ran would sort him out. Ran was good at that, and he liked to pry.
She didn't know that she would have a son, but now she does.
That doesn't make sense, but it stirred something in her memory, something Faye said. Rosalie tried to remember.
She's the goddess of the past, for God's sake. She can't know the future. That knowledge is forbidden to her. You understand now?
Yes, but what can I do? And where was Avarian's uncle? Rosalie opened her mouth to ask that when a white glow sprang up, and Hithaglair appeared beside Faye.
How bad is it?
Faye snapped as soon as he was corporeal again. Hithaglair shook his head.
It's all breaking apart.
Can't you stop it? Rosalie stared at him. Wasn't he a time god like his siblings? Hithaglair shook his head.
No, I can't.
Why not? Aren't you the god of history or something? Rosalie stamped her feet just to do something.
Behind you.
Mom yelled. Rosalie dropped into a crouch, and a white glow passed over her head. Hithaglair sidestepped it and then jerked forward as if something struck him from behind. Faye leaned forward as if hit by the same invisible force, and her sister writhed on her lap. A green glow fell over Rosalie as she awkwardly pivoted while crouched, even though she knew who was behind her. Pristina. Pristina, but she rose when she saw one of Sarn's shields in between her and the scowling ex-goddess. Pristina slammed a fist into the shield, but it didn't waver. Of course it wouldn't. Sarn was a defensive mage, and shielding was second nature for him. Sarn didn't step out from behind the tree where he stood with his friend in gray, but he didn't need to. His magic told him everything he needed to know, and he wasn't the kind of guy who needed credit for his good deeds. Plus, he had Rand to consider, and keeping that tyke safe was a full-time job. Rosalie glanced at the ex-gods. They gripped their chests and gasped for breath. The last thing Layla said ran through her head, and an idea sprang to mind. Sarn, can you generate another shield around them, but it needs to be right against their skin? She prayed he would do it. When a second shield didn't appear, she scowled at the trees, hiding him from sight. Maybe he needed an explanation. She's trying to steal a crystal from inside them. If she succeeds, then we're all dead. But you can stop that. I know you can. Rosalie gestured to Pristina, then to Faye and her siblings. That should work. Sarn was a stone mage. He could do amazing things with lumer crystals. Since Sarn already confirmed the time crystal was a lumer crystal, then he must have some power over it.
How did you know that would work?
Faye slumped and rubbed the heel of her hand on her chest, but she didn't look like she was trying to stop something from tearing out of her chest, so that was a win.
You may have stopped me, but you can't stop the end from coming. Time ends for you right here and now. Say goodbye.
Pristina laughed as she turned. What did she mean? Rosalie couldn't work it out until she saw who stood watching all this so quietly she forgot her mother was there. Oh God, I forgot Mom's about as talkative as Sarn is. Mom, run! Rosalie chased her, but the ex-goddess reached her mother in 5 steps.
So you're the one responsible for everything,
Mom said darkly as she swung something at the last second. A branch struck Pristina hard enough to send her flying backward. Mom followed her, still holding that branch like it was a deadly weapon, because it was in her hands. Mom had muscular arms from archery. Mom, what are you doing? Rosalie grabbed for her arm, but Mom sidestepped her easily. Mom didn't answer. Unlike Rand, she didn't feel the need to speak her mind. She stalked toward Pristina like a woman spoiling for a fight, but she had a baby strapped to her chest. Did she forget about that? Mom, she's an ex-goddess. You need to get me out of here. Rosalie followed her mother, but Mom wasn't listening to her. Well, I had to inherit my stubbornness from someone. I wish it wasn't from her right now, because I need her to listen to reason, but that wouldn't happen anytime soon. Robin of Larkspur was angry, and she found a target to take that anger out on. Pristina rose and backed away from her too, so she had some common sense after all. Hell, I wouldn't want to deal with Mom in this mood, but I don't have a choice. I want to survive to adulthood, and that means getting her out of here, preferably with my baby self intact. Rosalie tried to think of some way to dissuade her from fighting with an ex-goddess.
Robin.
Sarn finally stepped out from behind the trees. He held Ran in one arm, and the toddler waved to her as he mouthed the word, hi. The little boy was wrapped in Sarn's cloak, and he blinked sleepily as he snuggled into that embrace. Sarn extended his other hand to Robin.
Come with us.
His friend in gray didn't show themselves, though. Mom stopped. But Pristina stopped too, and she raised her glowing hands.
Chapter 50, Wish You Were Here. I didn't know she could fly. Rand leaned against a bookcase as he watched Rosalie fly toward the tall stone wall at the back of the library. Papa would know which wall, because his magic would tell him, but Rand didn't have a detailed map in his head of every part of the city under Mount Eredrin.
Can't you stop her?
Varian asked. He sounded worried, but he shouldn't be. Rosalie was tough. She wouldn't let anything as mundane as a stone wall get in the way of whatever she was doing. I could try, but I need to know what's causing her to fly. Then I can wish for something to counter it, but she could get hurt when whatever's making her fly fails, so I don't think I should risk that. It's too bad Dad's not here. He could just trap her in a shield and cushion her fall. Rand folded his arms. Besides, she didn't look or sound like she wanted help, so she must be using some kind of magic to fly toward the wall.
If you don't do something, that wall will hurt her pretty badly at the speed she's traveling.
Varian glared at Rand like he was trying to burn holes in him. The guy really needed to relax sometimes. But maybe he was right about her speed. Rosalie was moving rather fast toward a solid object. That's true. I guess I couldn't hurt her any more than that wall would. Rand removed a glowing rock from his pocket and bounced it on his palm as he thought about what to do. Could I wish for one of Dad's shields? Rand examined that idea for flaws and couldn't find any. After all, he spent a lot of time inside those shields, so he knew them well. It can't hurt, so I might as well try. But for a wish like that, where he needed to make something out of nothing, he'd have to tie it to himself so that his own reserves powered it. The floor shook as Rosalie became translucent, and the back half of the library folded itself in half, as if it were a drawing of a stone floor rather than an actual one. Darkness filled in the spaces where the floor used to be, and that couldn't be good for the mountain.
What's happening?
Myran asked from another aisle. I don't know. Rand stopped, bouncing the stone on his palm. Now might not be a good time to wish for anything, at least not until he knew what to wish for.
What's happening?
Avarian shouted. If I knew that, I'd know how to stop it, Rand yelled back, but that should be obvious by now. He shouldn't have to keep telling people that. Avarian rose off the floor like an invisible force, lifted him and flung him at the wall, but he disappeared before he hit it. Maybe he used the same magic that Rosalie used, Rand shrugged. Good luck, my friends. With that well-wish sent, Rand put them both out of mind. He had larger problems than two of his friends disappearing. Around him, the library warped and twisted as if a giant crushed it between its hands. But there was no giant, so it must be some kind of magic. I wish you were here, Dad, because that looks like earth magic, and that's kind of your thing. But wishes were his thing, so Rand bounced the white rock on his palm again as the library collapsed around him, leaving an island in the middle of a chasm.
Me too. He would know what was going on.
Uncle Mirren hobbled to his side and hugged him.
I'm so glad you're okay. I was so afraid I'd lose you.
Nah, you can't get rid of me. You're stuck with me for life. Rand returned the hug, then tossed the rock into the air since he'd charged it enough already. It didn't need any more of his magic to anchor his next wish. I wish you were here right now with us, Dad. We could really use your help. Rand didn't even need to close his eyes and imagine what he wished for. He could see his father clearly enough with his eyes wide open. More of Mount Eredren collapsed, but it didn't make a sound. And that was weird because falling rocks always made a sound when they struck something. So the lack of sound meant that they weren't hitting anything. How far down did the chasm go? How did it get so deep so fast? Did somebody just teleport it into place and replace the usual stuff that was under Mount Eredren?
Are you wishing for him to come?
I think we've gone beyond anything you and I can handle. We need his help badly, but they couldn't get that help if he didn't concentrate on his wish. So Rand focused all his will on summoning his father from that other timeline.
What's happening?
Papa asked, is he really here? As Rand opened his eyes to check, hope blossomed inside him. And that hope wasn't in vain. Papa leaped across a 6-foot gap to their island, propelled by a familiar green glow. He landed with a thud that echoed strangely in the fading light and clasped Uncle Mirren's extended hand. We were hoping you could tell us that. When we saw you last, you were about to tell us what happened when the Wild Hunt kidnapped me. Rand couldn't believe it, but here was Papa, but he looked a lot younger than he should look. He wore different clothes and a different hairstyle. In fact, he looked younger than Rand was, and that was weird. I didn't go to this timeline thing or do any time travel so I could avoid any weirdness. I didn't want to meet a younger version of Papa, but all that time magic and time weirdness came to him instead. This is all Rosalie's fault. She did something to cause the wrong version of Papa to show up. That was the only explanation that made sense.
I don't know what happened. I got you back and took down the spell circle, trapping us, and then something else trapped me because I couldn't move. When it released me, I grabbed Robin and we left.
Papa stared at him too. Was he expecting me to be younger? Are you sure nothing else happened? Rand didn't know what to make of this version of Papa. Could he have come directly from the incident with the Wild Hunt in the summoning? Papa looked about the right age for that, late teens, but wouldn't he wear his cloak since that happened in winter? I hope he didn't come from there because that would be weird.
Just two women fighting. Then the ground broke apart.
Papa faded and Rand cursed himself for letting his attention wander. The wish lost power and he lost Papa again, but they still needed his help. I wish you were here, Papa, but I wish the right version of you came this time. The one that knows you have a son that's 21 years old. I want that Papa to come here, please. Rand caught the white rock falling toward him and bounced it on his palm to charge it as he repeated his compound wish 3 times.
What are you doing?
Uncle Mirren tapped his arm.
Are you wishing for him to come back?
Yes. Aren't you wishing for the same thing? Rand bounced the rock and repeated his wish 3 extra times just in case.
Yes. Can you manifest 2 wishes so close together without harming yourself? Because I'm not explaining that to your dad if you pass out right after we summon him. You know what your father's like.
Uncle Mirren glanced around like he thought someone might be listening to their conversation. But darkness surrounded this section of the stone floor. A few bookshelves stood at the other end of the island, and the ceiling was still there because light shone down on them from the cluster of lumer crystals directly above, spotlighting them. Did anyone else survive when the library collapsed into darkness? If Rosalie was right, then this wasn't the correct timeline. What did that mean for the people who fell when the floor dropped away? Were they really dead? Or just on another timeline, living a life free of demons? Could we cross over to that timeline and get away from them too? Rand considered this. On the face of it, it seemed like a simple wish. wish, but it was probably complicated.
Ren, are you sure you should make another wish now? Maybe you should wait a bit.
Uncle Mirren regarded him with worried eyes. Doesn't matter. If I don't do something soon, we'll fall into the deep chasm that surrounds us when whatever's holding us up falls. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to fall into a deep hole that doesn't seem to have a bottom. Rand bounced the stone on his palm as he thought about the nature of time. Were timelines straight, like a good trail, or winding? Did they intersect each other or bend away?
How do you know it's bottomless?
Uncle Mirren walked to the edge and glanced down. Rand caught the rock and dragged his uncle back to the middle of what remained of the library. He may have lost everyone he knew on this timeline, but he couldn't lose his uncle too. Rand wrapped an arm around his uncle. Did you hear a crash or a thud when the rest of the library collapsed? Well, I didn't. They could have fallen into a magical portal and gone to another place for all I know, because I heard nothing at all. And we should have heard something. That silence worried him more than anything. I need to get us out of here.
That's true. Then do it. Just be careful, so I don't have any explaining to do.
Uncle Marin stared into the darkness like he could read its secrets. You'll have some explaining to do, even if I don't pass out. Rand grinned when his uncle laughed at that too true statement.
Just do it already.
Uncle Marin wrapped both arms around his waist and squeezed. I am doing it. I just needed to figure out how to word my wish so we get the right outcome. At least he hoped he got the wording right. I hope we all end up on the right timeline. Rand pictured the library intact and people bustling through the many hallways and tunnels under Mount Eredrin instead of demons. I wish everyone went to their proper places in time and space. There was no more time to dawdle because the floor tilted. Rand squeezed the rock in his hand as he wished with all his might that they were on a different timeline with the rest of his family. The world went white as he released the rock charged with his magic and threw the rock and his wish into the air. Before the light consumed him, he hugged his uncle. If he somehow messed up the wish and went somewhere weird, then Uncle Mirren would go with him. At least he'd have company while he tried to figure out what the heck happened, but Rand hoped it wouldn't come to that because he'd have a lot of explaining to do. He didn't have to ask if it was okay to pull his uncle with him because Uncle Mirren wouldn't want it any other way, and that's why he was the best uncle in the whole world.
Chapter 51, Stairway to Darkness. I thought we were releasing the others. Garen waved to the stairs behind them as he followed Uriah down. The former god of the underworld didn't stop or turn around.
We will, but I need to check something first. It might tell us how much time we've got to stop her.
That didn't sound good, but time was running out, so checking how long they had to stop it was a wise decision. Garen couldn't really argue with it. I hope we have tons of time because we still don't have a solution. And that was a problem, because he wasn't ready to shuffle off his immortal coil. The staircase plunged deep underground, and the masochist who created it carved it in a steep, narrow, straight line with open risers, so if one tripped over the uneven steps, one could tumble all the way to the bottom. Where are we going? Garen put all thoughts of falling to his doom out of his mind, and fixed his gaze on the steps in front of him.
Down to the abyss, hurry!
Uriah hustled, taking the steps two at a time like a maniac, nor did his answer make any sense. Garen kept one hand on the wall as he descended, since there wasn't a handrail on this devil-made staircase. How can the abyss tell us how much time is left? Garen cursed when the fireball went out, leaving just smoke curling up from his fingers. Damn it! He concentrated on igniting another one. His brief visit to the mortal world returned a trickle of his old power, and he channeled it into a fireball to light his way. This used to be so easy before I fell.
If the power to break time exists, then that's where it is. Anyone who claims to have power could only get it from the abyss, so we should see some indication of its use.
Uriah said over his shoulder without pausing. Garen couldn't see what Uriah used for light, if he used anything at all. The ex-god of the underworld pounded down those stairs like they did something to offend him, leaving Garen far behind until flames sparked from his fingers. Thank God that worked. An orange glow illuminated the steps again, and he stomped down them too. Where the hell is the bottom of this damned staircase? When Garen finally reached the bottom, he stood on a rocky island surrounded by a black goo that washed ashore as waves disturbed its surface. The goo didn't shine or reflect light or give off any. It was a matte, black substance that seemed to drink in the light from the flames bobbing on his fist, and Garen held that fire close to his chest to protect it from the goo. Oh great, now this stuff is putting weird ideas in my head. If the fire goes out because of the goo, I'll just summon another one. Even as he thought that, the fear of the fire going out and never rekindling nibbled at the back of his mind. Garen tried again to banish it, but he couldn't, not while staring at that black substance. It couldn't snuff out all fires everywhere. Logically, he knew that, but the thought that it might just do that if it ever got out of this place kept grabbing hold of his imagination and populating it with visions of eternal darkness. Hurry up and do whatever you need to do to find out how much time we have left. This place is unnerving. Garen backed away from the goo.
You don't have to stay down here.
Uriah crouched at the edge of the rocky island and extended his hand. I still don't understand how the adversary and his flunky, Pristina, the ex-goddess of the present, intend to break time. They didn't create it, so how can they break something they didn't create? Garen sat on the third step from the bottom and ran his other hand over the flame, floating above his fist.
You can still break a vase even if you didn't create it, so why would time be any different?
Uriah lowered his hand until it hovered over the black goo. That's true, but wouldn't the creator make time harder to break than a vase? Why am I debating the nature of time with him? Garen shifted his weight on the step. What's your plan? Please tell me you have one, because I'm fresh out of plans right now that don't involve commandeering the nearest army. But I don't think that would help right now.
But the abyss gives away it can take back.
Uriah shrugged, but he didn't touch the goo, and the goo didn't rise and pull him in either, although images of that happening kept flitting through Gurn's mind. You think it will? Because that just sounded like crazy talk to Gurn. The abyss wasn't sentient, and it would have to be for it to take back what it gave.
Yes, the same force that created everything also created the abyss, and the same entity created both. Do you honestly think that entity would create it and give it the power to destroy its own creation?
Uriah glanced at him over his shoulder, and his eyes were dark ovals with no whites at all, just the same matte black darkness as the goo. Garen shuddered at the sight. His magic was fire-based, and like all the elemental magics, light-based. But the abyss was the opposite of both and utterly alien and incomprehensible to him. Is the abyss the opposite of everything? It certainly looks like it.
No, it's the unformed and unused parts of the original creation from which we and all we interact with sprang from. It's a place of pure imagination where all ideas are born. From here, all our hopes and dreams take shape and come to us, for nothing is created nor destroyed. Everything has to go somewhere, and all the things that have no other place go to the abyss. That is their place. And sometimes we pluck out those hopes, dreams, and wishes and make them come true.
Uriah reached into the roiling surface of the abyss and plucked out a glowing white rock. What's that? Garen shot to his feet, and only sheer force of will kept him from bolting up the stairs. I need to see this through because I need time to find an army to lead, and they'll need training. That will take time, too. He clenched his other fist and tensed so he was ready to run up those stairs and get the hell out of here the instant Uriah found what he needed.
The wish someone made, but his wish was so powerful it attracted all the wishes of all the people who want similar things. The abyss wants to manifest that collective wish, but it needs help.
Uriah bounced a white rock on his palm, and it glowed brighter as the ex-god of the underworld headed for the stairs. How will that help things? That rock is here, but the adversary's on the moon, and Pristina's on Earth, and we can't go to either place because we're subject to the ban of heaven. Did Uriah forget about that? Garen ran up the steps behind him, and despite being in hell, his breath sawed in and out of him. I need to get back into training before I claim an army, or I'll embarrass myself. Years of running and hiding from the fallen and surviving on scraps after he escaped the spire the first time eroded his fitness level until he was little better than a mortal, and he must rectify that immediately after he stopped time from ending.
You're banned, but I'm not.
Uriah took the stairs at a dead run, leaving Garen behind. What are you saying? How could the ban not apply to you? You're from the same pantheon as me. Garen pushed himself to take the stairs 2 at a time, even though his thighs burned from the effort.
You were sent to hell for punishment, so you're subject to the ban, but I'm a god of the underworld.
Uriah stopped midway and spread his arms to encompass his fallen kingdom as he pontificated.
This was my kingdom before the adversary took it over and turned it into his private hell. So I wasn't sent here, I came here, and I can leave it whenever I want.
So that's why the adversary imprisoned you. He couldn't let you leave and tell anyone his plans. Garen slowed to catch his breath since Uriah stood on the stairs, his head tilted as he considered something. Hopefully, there was a plan rolling around inside his head.
Yes, but I think it's time that we did exactly that.
Uriah held the glowing white rock up. "Take me with you." Garen gasped for breath as he stopped on the step below Uriah, and his heart pounded away in his chest. Sweat poured down his back, under his arms, down his chest, confirming he just got a good workout in. What about the ban? Although it didn't stop Pristina and her sycophants from summoning him, so maybe the ban wasn't as powerful as Garen had assumed.
To hell with the ban. I think even the creator would understand that I'm breaking it for the greater good. After all, the afterlife isn't so fun without the friends you've made along the way.
Uriah extended his other hand. Gwen clasped it. "All right, I suppose we can't throw things any more off balance than they already are."
No, but we might just throw it back into alignment again if we're lucky,
Uriah said as white light blotted out everything.
Chapter 52. Wishing for a plan. The fog shredded as the adversary charged toward him. His training probably should have kicked in because he was trained to fight and react to a myriad of situations, including this one, but those lessons happened a long time ago, and he wasn't that angel anymore. Besides, Arginil couldn't remember a single counter move, so he stood there and stared as the last words of his hasty prayer repeated in his head. A bright beam slammed into the ground a few feet away and kicked up dust. What caused the light beam? Not the gateways collapsing quietly behind him as their magical fields failed. The beam came from somewhere outside the gray between.
Why are you just standing there?
Natalie shoved him aside and he staggered, but that knocked him out of his stupor. Arginil stumbled a few steps more before he regained his balance and spun. The adversary crashed into a taller, broader, and more muscular Natalie. Their gray robes strained to cover their body as Natalie planted their larger feet in the gray dust and the mist swirling around them. The adversary slammed into their chest and bounced off the Versati. The Prince of Darkness actually stumbled until he caught his balance.
"You can't beat me. You're just a useless cur with one trick. Well, I've got tricks too."
The adversary extended his hand. Natalie shrank and became leaner as they doubled over, both hands pressed to their chest to keep the time crystal inside them. "No!" Arginil ran toward his friend as another bright light blinded him. He dodged just in time, and the beam struck the ground where he stood a moment before and exploded his footprints in the dust. Where the hell were these beams coming from? This one was even wider than the last one. Pain hammered on his chest as the time crystal banged against his ribs, but Arginil put one foot in front of the other because his friend needed him.
"No!"
The adversary cried out as a light beam struck his back and lit him up. As that jerk staggered, the time crystal settled back into its accustomed place. Arginil crashed into the adversary before the king of the fallen angels recovered and knocked him down into the fog. The gray dust covering the ground pelted him as he landed on the author of all his misery. But that was where his plan fell apart, because his hands banged into the gold collar around the adversary's throat as that jerk laughed at him. He still wore his crown, too. It must be welded to his head to have stayed on during the fall. Damn it, I can't choke him. Arginil scratched at the gold collar, but it covered the adversary's neck from his chin to his shoulders. But that jerk could choke him, and his hands closed around his unprotected throat and squeezed before Arginil could throw himself to the side. Arginil grabbed his wrists and tried to pry the adversary's hands off him, but that laughing jerk had a grip like an iron vice. The edges of his vision darkened as Natalie appeared in his peripheral vision and kicked the adversary, but that devil just kept laughing like he felt no pain at all from that blow.
"You can't beat me. I'm older and more powerful than you both combined, and I'm winning."
Indeed he was. The light beams stabbed the ground around them, and they struck more often with shorter delays between them. Giant gray ribbons twisted in the cloudy sky, and images flickered along every surface. Arginil glanced away before they could mesmerize him.
What are those?
Someone asked. Maybe she was a demon who followed the adversary here, or maybe she was a fallen angel. It didn't matter because other voices echoed her question.
"Take a good look. This is how time ends."
The adversary smiled as he faded into a dark mist, leaving Arginil kneeling on the ground. The jerk reformed in the center of his army. His crown was tilted at a rakish angle, but his smile was radiant as Arginil doubled over from the pain slamming into his chest. I won't let him win. Arginil pushed himself up and rose unsteadily to his feet. Thousands of time crystals bumped each other as they flew toward the Prince of Lies and crashed together in a deafening din that sent shockwaves through the ground. Gray dust pelted Arginil, forcing him to squint as he staggered forward, holding his chest. I must stop him, but he must also keep his time crystal inside him to have any hope of defeating the biggest devil of them all. A light beam hit the ground in front of him, and Arginil veered to miss it and bumped into Natalie.
I could try draining him if I can get close enough to touch him, but I'm not sure I can gain enough mass to become that dense again. I'm running low on energy.
The Versati shielded their eyes with their gloved hands as they stumbled onward beside him like a true friend. They really were in it to the bitter end, and that made Arginil feel strangely warm inside despite the pain. We could try that. If nothing else, it'll fix your low energy problem.
That's true.
Natalie studied their situation as they advanced, but Arginil couldn't think of a way to get close enough to the adversary to try that as 3 demons stepped in front of him. They were still woozy from the violent ejection of their time crystals, but more demons and even some fallen moved to intercept them.
We can't fight them all.
Natalie reminded him when he walked into the first row of demons, but they didn't part or get out of his way. Damn. They shoved him back, but he couldn't stop pressing on his chest to push them out of the way. Their true names hovered on the tip of his tongue. Why not use his gift to immobilize them? That will exhaust me. But does that really matter now? I don't think I'm leaving this place in any state to continue existing. Arginil said their true names and ordered them to freeze, and then did the same to the demons behind them. He shouldered past them and did the same for the 2 fallen angels behind them. It might not have worked if they weren't still recuperating from the shock of losing their time crystals and becoming mortal. None of the fallen were in any state to fight, but neither was he right now while he was fighting to keep his immortality intact, and 1 less time crystal from joining the thousands the adversaries slammed together. In his peripheral vision, the 2 gateways shook as sections darkened and split apart, releasing the magical energy that created them in brilliant fountains of glowing particles. And that question rattled around inside his head again. What would happen to someone in the gateway when it collapsed? Perhaps the adversary should find out.
What's the plan?
Natalie asked as they staggered along beside him with one hand pushing against their time crystal and one hand raised to fend off the demons and fallen angels that converged on them. We send him back to hell somehow. Arginil glanced meaningfully at the collapsing gateway as he spoke the names of the next group of demons and fallen angels in their way.
That's a good plan, but we need a distraction or we'll never catch him off guard. Can you use your gift on them?
Natalie pointed at the giant cluster of time crystals floating in front of the adversary. An invisible force crushed them together, and the grinding sound of crystals on crystals grated on his nerves. Was the jerk trying to compact them into one massive crystal? That's what it looked like. How do I stop that? There were still too many bodies in the way. Arginil shook his head. I can't see anything more than you do when you look at them.
Can you freeze him? Because he's the one we need to stop.
Natalie pointed at the adversary's crown of winking red gems, since that was all they could see of him over the demons and fallen angels standing between them and him. That was a great question, could I? A name hovered on the tip of his tongue, and he had nothing to lose, so he shouted it. Samuel, stop! Release those crystals! A light beam shot past them and struck the crystals, but it didn't break the invisible net around them. They slammed into each other in a deafening clap that shook the ground and nearly knocked them over. In the silence that followed, his eyes were still too dazzled to see anything other than afterimages bouncing around from that damned light beam. It was twice as wide as the last 3 that landed. The adversary laughed again, and his mocking laugh cut through the quiet. Samuel, stop! Arginil shouted again, and this time he threw the full force of his gift behind those 2 words. His head throbbed and his violet eyes blazed, but not as bright as those damned light beams, slicing through the clouds and the giant gray ribbons of images above.
Never. You think you can control me? I'll destroy you, and then I'll finish building a new world in peace.
The adversary charged again, knocking his people aside with his dark aura as it expanded. Arginil motioned for Natalie to stay back. Maybe they could get close enough to siphon some of the adversary's aura. If not, then he'd just have to hope he could get the right angle to throw the adversary into the gateway. But first, he needed to get the jerk close to the gateway. This time he didn't stand his ground since the gateways were some distance behind him. Instead, Arginil turned and ran toward the mouth of the gateway that brought him here, and the devil gave chase, just as he hoped. One of his lieutenants followed the blonde demon with the lion's armor. Natalie also followed, but the Versati disappeared behind the adversary's dark aura.
Lynistra?
Said his gift, but he didn't say her name because he was too busy trying to freeze the adversary. Morningstar stopped. Arginil veered around a white glow that sprang in front of him. He must reach the gateway, but the glow expanded until it blocked his path again. What the hell was happening? The light faded, leaving two men standing there looking a bit shaken. One had weird, inverted eyes that were all black and swirly, and he held a glowing white crystal in his hand. But he didn't have horns or a halo or a collar, so he wasn't a demon or a fallen angel, and that made him irrelevant right now. That was all Arginil noticed as he pushed past him. Garen grabbed his arm and tried to stop him.
What did I miss?
Where did you come from? Arginil put that question aside when the ex-god just grinned like he knew a secret. He could ask again later, if there was a later. You'll ruin everything if you don't let go of me. Arginil shook the ex-god of war off him and glanced behind him. The adversary pushed past the last line of demons. Good. He was still following. Was Natalie close enough to absorb some of his power? Arginil couldn't see the Versati, but he trusted them to do their part as soon as they could.
Would you excuse me? I see someone I need to punch in the face. We can catch up later.
Garen patted his arm. Before the ex-god of war could mess up his plans, Arginil grabbed his arm and towed the ex-god toward the gateways.
What are you doing?
Garen tried to break his grip, but he couldn't, so he stumbled after him. I have a plan, and you're interfering with it. Arginil hoped he said that low enough that only Garen heard. The ex-god nodded, so maybe he caught on.
Uriah, you know what to do.
Garen shouted to the guy with swirly black eyes. Who's Uriah? Arginil had to ask, in case that guy could help with his plan.
He's an ex-god of the underworld, and he's got something that might help.
But you're not sure. Arginil skidded to a stop as they reached the gateways.
Well, nothing's ever certain. Surely you knew that. But right now, even a slim chance is better than nothing, right?
Garen kicked the dust, sending it flying into the mouth of the gateway. I guess. Arginil spun to face the adversary, but that jerk stopped. Damn it. He wasn't close enough.
What are you doing here?
The adversary pointed a shaking finger at Uriah. Since the adversary faced away from him, Arginil waved for Uriah to come to them. The ex-god scowled, but he sauntered toward the adversary as requested, still holding that glowing rock out like it might explode if he got too near it. That ex-god made the perfect distraction. Could he just throw it at the adversary and poof, problem solved? Probably not, since nothing was ever that easy. But Arginil wished just once that it was that easy, as Natalie appeared and crept quietly toward the adversary from behind, with their ungloved hands extended. The Versati glared at Arginil until he nodded. He was as ready as he'd ever be. He still wasn't sure he was strong enough to throw the adversary into the gateway, but he would damn well try. Natalie stopped at the edge of the adversary's shadowy aura. It extended about 6 feet out from his body until the Versati rested her hands on it. His aura shrank inward, and Natalie advanced until their hands landed on the adversary's back. He swung around and shoved the Versati hard enough to send them sprawling in the dust. Arginil rushed forward, but an armored demon plowed into the adversary's side, knocking him off balance. Garen darted past and punched the adversary in the face, staggering him further. Arginil grabbed his arm and flung him toward the disappearing mouth of the gateway, but the jerk skidded to a stop somehow and teetered on the edge until Natalie slammed into him. No! Arginil grabbed their ankle and yanked the Versati out of the gateway.
I think we'd better run away now.
Geraint grabbed his arm and hauled him and Natalie away from the gateway as a transparent shadow replaced its once luminous glow.
You can't escape me.
The adversary glared at them, and his violet eyes darkened until they were black pits, and that darkness leaped out of him and slammed into them.
Chapter 53, Time to Fall. Rosalie gauged the distance. She stood by the X-gods just outside the ring of symbols drawn on the earth to create the summoning spell. Mom stood at the edge of the clearing near the trees growing under the haven's glowing dome. Could I reach Mom in time if Pristina releases the magic bolt charging between her hands? I have to try. If she didn't, then she might cease to exist. Life was complicated lately, but she still hoped to survive long enough for things to go back to being boring again.
You're leaving now?
Robin stared at Sarn and the hand he extended to her. Come on, Mom. Take his hand and take my baby self out of here. Rosalie hoped her mother would go as an angel appeared behind her mom. He rested a hand on her arm and pulled her away. Would he protect her from Pristina? I can't take that chance. Rosalie darted across the grassy clearing through a gap between two trees. If I circle around, I can come at Pristina from behind. Rosalie ran as fast as she could dodge bushes and other trees toward where Pristina stood a moment ago. Hopefully, she didn't move.
You must leave now. You broke the cardinal rule, and I can't allow you to stay here any longer,
said the angel of the haven as he hopefully dragged Mom away.
What about her? She flung lightning bolts at her.
Robin shouted, and she was right.
Yes, she did, but she missed. You didn't. And the rules are clear on this. There's no fighting allowed, and no harm can befall any guest while they are inside the haven.
Let her stay. It's all ending anyway. Let her watch the end of everything,
Pristina said as Rosalie spotted the back of her red dress through the leaves. Gotcha, you won't bother my mom ever again. Rosalie crept as quietly as she could and pushed the branches out of her way. Pristina raised her glowing hands and a lightning bolt formed between them. But a glowing green dome dropped over Mom and the angel, pulling her toward the edge of the haven, forcing them to stop. Could Sarn's shield stand against one of Pristina's lightning bolts? I can't risk it, not while he's holding the best friend I've ever had. Ran would never forgive me if I didn't save him. Rosalie rose from her crouch and charged. I've had enough of you. Rosalie slammed into Pristina's back and knocked the ex-goddess down.
You think you can beat me, mortal? Well, think again.
Pristina seized her ankle, twisted, and pulled Rosalie down too. She landed in a heap next to the angry ex-goddess, and Pristina grabbed for her throat. Rosalie threw an arm up in time to block her, then rolled aside to put space between them. Pristina sat up straight and thrust her chest out again.
It's happening. The end is coming. Not even you can stop it now.
She meant the time crystal, of course. Rosalie scrambled to her side and then put both her hands against the ex-goddess's chest and pushed on the crystal. How do I keep that damned thing inside her? Because it was pushing back as hard as she pushed on it. I might not like her, but she's still the ex-goddess of the present, and we need a present or there's no past or future. Rosalie had nothing to restrain her. I don't have that kind of magic. And Sarn already shielded Mom. She could ask him to use his magic to restrain Pristina, but would he do it? Sarn strode away like he just wanted to get the hell out of there, and Rosalie didn't blame him. She wanted nothing more than to return to the library under Mount Eredrin and talk this all over with Ran, and Marin, and Ivarian too, if that's where he went when he vanished earlier.
You can't stop me, but I can stop you.
Pristina wrapped both hands around her throat and choked Rosalie. So this is the thanks I get for trying to save your life? Rosalie struggled to stay conscious as she spent her remaining breath on that snarky comment. She must stop that crystal from shooting out of Pristina's chest, even if she died in the process. As the edges of her vision darkened, one of that damned crystal's vertices pierced the ex-time goddess's skin and cut into her palm. Blood welled from the cut and the expanding hole in the ex-goddess's chest as the crystal tried to force its way between Pristina's ribs. The ground shook, and from somewhere behind them, Gunnar shouted,
Stop! Don't kill her!
I'm trying to save her, you fool! Rosalie couldn't look for him because the crystal exploded out of Pristina. It bored through her hands, still pressed against the ex-goddess's chest. Blood flowed freely from the fist-sized hole, and there was a ton of power in that blood. I could use it. I could save us all with it, if she just reached for it. Rosalie commanded that blood to form a shield between her hands and the time crystal. Layer by layer, she built that bloody shield until it was a wedge, shoving that goddamned crystal back into the bitch ex-goddess's shuddering body. Sorry, Mom, but I choose blood magic. You can have all the magical strings. You don't get to die today. Rosalie forced the edges of the wound to knit back together and then hardened the scar over it so the crystal couldn't escape again. Because I'm not doing this all over again. This is a one-time deal. But Pristina collapsed on the ground and lay as still as a corpse. No breath made her chest rise. Her eyes were glazed and fixed in death. No, I saved her. Rosalie dropped to her knees and poked the ex-goddess, but she didn't lash out or complain. What do I do now? I must save her. You don't get to die today. Do you hear me, Pristina? Rosalie called to the blood inside the ex-goddess and forced it to circulate as her own blood did and make the ex-goddess's heart beat. But she wasn't God. She was just a mortal woman who walked a dangerous path between two magics. She couldn't give life back to the lifeless. No! You can't die! Rosalie pounded on the scar over the spot where the time crystal exited the ex-goddess.
You killed her.
Dinar grabbed her upper arms and pulled her away from Pristina. Now she killed herself. I tried to save her, even though she didn't want me to. Rosalie broke his grip and staggered away, her hands covered in the cooling blood of the former goddess. What would happen now? The present had no goddess, and the goddess of the past was dying. I must do something, but what can I do? The ground shook under her and split open, sending cracks running all over the place. Oh no! Did Mom and Sarn get out? Where's that angel? What made the light blinding her? She didn't pay attention when she worked her blood magic on Pristina, but now she couldn't ignore the strobing lights alternatingly blinding her. What is making all that light? Bright beams shot out of Pristina's body, and one slammed into Rosalie, throwing her against the shield over the haven. She slid down it and groaned as pain shot through her body. What have I done? I can't worry about that now. I must find Mom and Sarn and make sure they got out of the haven. Rosalie pushed through the gold shield as running footsteps sounded behind her. Since she didn't want to talk to anyone, she ran towards the green glow ahead of her. Thankfully, the snow reflected it, making Sarn easy to spot from a distance. Cold air buffeted her, and the ground shook as she ran, but Rosalie couldn't stop, not even to shiver from the wind cutting through her thin dress. She still wasn't dressed for this type of weather, but that wasn't important right now. Time was dead, and they'd all die if she couldn't figure out something to do. A person in gray robes stayed close to Sarn, and he carried Ran wrapped in his green cloak. It was weird seeing Sarn without a hood. Like his son, his hair was dark and slightly wavy, especially in the back. Sarn didn't turn or even check who followed them, but he probably knew already, since his magic kept track of everyone around him, so he didn't need to look. He could keep his glowing eyes fixed on the trees towering over the snowy clearing around the haven, and he headed for them like his life depended on it. Mom followed him, but she didn't have magical help, just two half-human wolf shifters running along at her side. But Mom still didn't run all that fast. She probably doesn't want to jostle me too much. That thought made Rosalie smile. Mom could be hard and unyielding sometimes, but she loved just as fiercely as she fought. I need to remember that next time we butt heads over something. Mom, I screwed up! Rosalie dropped to her knees in the snow when she caught up to them finally. Pristina's blood covered her shaking hands, and probably some of her own blood did too. The cuts on her hands from the time crystal healed since she stared at them.
What are you talking about?
Mom rested her hand on her dozing daughter's head. Her baby rested snugly in a fabric pouch with straps that held the baby close to her chest, and the red brigandine coat Mom wore all the time.
What did you do?
Mom scowled at her bloody hands. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to stop her. Now all of time is doomed. I destroyed what I came to save. A tear ran down Rosalie's cheek and landed in the snow as the haven's glow intensified behind her. Mom backed away as someone called her name.
Robin?
Strella?
Mom, are you listening to me? Rosalie stood up with her bloody hands extended. She didn't know what she wanted from her mother. Maybe forgiveness because she tried her best to stop Pristina, but in the end, nothing she did was enough. Because I'm not an ex-god. I'm just a mortal woman, so I never really had a chance. And that was the hardest part to accept.
Yes, but you're not making sense. How could you destroy time? It's always existed. Only its creator could destroy it, and you aren't him.
Mom wrapped her arms around her napping baby as lights strobed on and off rapidly behind them. Was Mom right? What she said sounded far more logical than anything Rosalie heard in a month or more. What if Mom's right? Rosalie turned toward the haven, and her mind whirled with questions. If you're right then, maybe I just dinted it a bit. Maybe the world won't end in the next hour. Rosalie ran back to the haven as a beam shot out of the haven's glowing dome into the sky, and the clouds swirled around it. Oh my god, maybe time was safe, but she wasn't. I'd better run faster. She pushed her tired body until she slammed face first into the shield and bounced off it. Rosalie landed on her back in the snow and stared dizzily at the gold shield in her way. Why won't you let me pass? I'm trying to save time, and I can't do that while the remaining time gods are inside the haven. She sat up and rubbed her throbbing nose. Hopefully it wasn't broken. If it was, then she'd deal with it afterward. Rosalie crawled back to the shield and pounded on it. Let me in! I need to fix things, but I can't do that from out here.
I can't let you in because you broke the rules,
said the haven's guardian angel, but he didn't sound at all apologetic. You must let me in. I must fix things. Rosalie knocked harder until until her knuckles throbbed. Maybe one of the remaining time gods would hear her if she made a loud enough ruckus.
You aren't listening to me. I physically cannot let you in. The shield won't allow it, and I can't do anything about that. I didn't create the shield, and I don't maintain it. So I would like to help you, but I can't.
Now he did sound apologetic, but he didn't appear. The angel remained a disembodied voice. Then I'll have to find another way inside. Rosalie cursed as she shoved herself up. Sitting in the snow wouldn't get her anything except a wet dress, so she'd better search for a weak spot or some way to get Faye or Layla's attention. The shield shattered the moment she was vertical, and a wall of pure force slammed into Rosalie and knocked her down again. This time she landed face-birth in the snow, and she groaned as she pushed up to her hands and knees. Why is it so difficult to save the world? Slowly, she gained her feet, and every part of her throbbed, but she staggered toward the spot where the shield stood before it exploded, and then past it. This time, nothing barred her from entering the haven.
I've got an idea.
Layla crouched by Pristina, shoved her arms under the dead ex-goddess, and picked her up.
Follow me.
Can't you just carry me? I'm feeling a bit beat up here, and the world was a bit wobbly. Rosalie grabbed a branch to steady her when she leaned too far to the right.
No, you can walk just fine. Come along, we don't have much time.
Layla didn't even glance behind her to make sure she followed. We don't have any time at all. Pristina saw to that. Since she had no choice and a lot of curiosity about just what Layla thought she could do, Rosalie staggered after her. Layla stopped by the remaining time gods. Hithaglir leaned against the massive altar rock, and what a surprise that was given his capricious nature. Rosalie expected him to bolt at any moment.
Hey, Faye, the present just needs an anchor point, right?
Layla laid the dead ex-goddess beside her two sisters.
What are you suggesting?
Faye crossed her arms over her chest. Hopefully she wasn't trying to stop her time crystal from exiting her body. Pristina's death should have ended that nonsense, unless she was working with someone. Oh God, what if she was working with someone? Now that Rosalie considered that, it made sense. Pristina must have worked with someone other than the Wild Hunt, who had all left the haven for God knew where. And her 3 acolytes also fled the scene. Who did that leave? Who would a mad goddess team up with? Rosalie sank to the ground as a feeling of doom washed over her. How do I find out who Pristina teamed up with so I can stop them?
We give the present a new anchor. If I'm right, that should stop time from collapsing and buy us some breathing space to save your sister.
Layla punched through the hardened blood sealing the wound in Pristina's chest and ripped out the time crystal. Why did you do that? Rosalie snapped out of her funk as a cold dread wrapped icy arms around her and squeezed.
I'm giving the present a new anchor point, and you're it.
Layla turned and slammed the hand holding Pristina's time crystal into Rosalie. The world turned white, then black, as Rosalie slumped to the ground. Shouts followed her down into unconsciousness.
Chapter 54, Hanging by a Claw. Arginil staggered as pain tore through his chest muscles as a hand grasped the shadowy threshold of the gateway. Darkness edged his vision again as he, Gurin, and Nantali went down in a groaning pile as they tried to keep their time crystals from ripping out of them. A light beam struck the ground next to them as Lionestra staggered past them and slammed her plate metal boot down on the adversary's clawed hand. He roared, enraged by her flipping sides at the end.
I never did like your stupid crown.
Lionestra crouched and pried his hand off the edge and flung the adversary backward.
No, I will win in the end. It's inevitable,
he shouted as he tumbled into the dark void growing in the center of the gateway, disappearing from sight.
And good riddance.
Lionestra rose, and as she turned, the bulge in her breastplate shined as another light beam streaked past her. It looked like a time crystal made that dent when it tried to rip out of her chest and fly to the adversary, but the metal stopped it. That explained why she wasn't stumbling around. Do we thank her? Arginil wondered. The pain faded, and relief made him lightheaded as he struggled to push Guren off his chest. Without a word or a backward glance, Lionestra headed for the demons and fallen angels surrounding the captured time crystals. Perhaps silence was best in this scenario, since she was a demon after all, and she led an army to attack the library. The gateway winked out of existence a moment later, but the time crystals the adversary ripped out of his milling army remained in a tight cluster, and above, those gray ribbons of flickering images multiplied as they tore apart.
Did we win?
Natalie asked, as they rose and patted down their gray robes to remove the lighter gray dust from this place. I don't think so. Look there. Arginil pointed at the sky ribbons and the shattered pieces tumbling down like flickering snow.
Well, then it's a good thing I brought someone who can fix that.
Grin wrapped an arm around each of their shoulders and turned them to face Uriah. Uriah. As if cued, that ex-god raised the glowing white rock above his head, and the air seemed to hum with barely restrained power.
Time is unraveling.
Can you fix it? He said you can, but he's made a lot of claims since I met him, and none were true.
Natalie folded their arms and glared at the ex-war god, but he either didn't hear her or he didn't care what she thought of him.
I can send the time crystals back to where they belong, so that way many immortals anchor the timeline again like the creator intended, and that should stabilize it. But he said something about a mad time goddess? This won't stop what she's doing, but it could buy someone time to stop her.
Uriah shrugged, though. Maybe he doubted Garen told him everything, too.
Do it, and if that doesn't stop her, then we take the fight to her. The adversary was kind enough to leave us an army.
Garen hummed a rousing tune that sounded suspiciously like a battle anthem, and he swayed to the music while still clinging to them.
I am doing it. This rock didn't come with instructions.
Uriah shook his head and held the rock higher over his head. The fog surged toward them, and it shimmered and warped as it flowed through the ranks of demons and fallen angels ringed around the floating pile of time crystals that towered over them. From the roiling mists emerged shadowy, spectral beings, caught between worlds. They faded in and out of existence as they darted about.
What are those things?
Garen pointed at them as he squeezed their shoulders. They're probably ghosts, since this is the gray between and the place where the dead go. Arjanil suppressed a shudder. This place was so creepy, but he couldn't leave it yet. Something was still undone. Maybe it was the mad goddess Uriah mentioned. Maybe it was the thousands of demons and fallen angels in a place where they didn't belong. But it was probably both.
Can you hurry up with those crystals? Time is literally tearing itself apart while we stand here gawking.
Natalie tried to pull away, but Garen pulled them back. Was he determined to meet his end with the three of them? Uriah nodded.
I know, but I'm making this up as I go along, so give me a little time to figure it out. The wish stone can't tell me what to do. It's just a rock with a lot of magic packed into it.
The wish stone pulsed with potential as Uriah stepped forward, holding the rock aloft, his face set with determination.
I wish everyone went to their proper places in time and space,
a man said, but not anyone Arjanil recognized. This newcomer's voice was a resonant baritone, and Uriah repeated his wish.
I wish everyone went to their proper places in time and space.
I wish everyone went to their proper places in time and space.
Natalie elbowed him in the side as they said it too. Garen caught on a moment later and shouted the same wish.
I wish everyone went to their proper places in time and space.
Arjanil didn't understand why they all must say it, but he wouldn't be the reason this failed. I wish everyone went to their proper places in time and space, he said in unison with his friends and Uriah. On the third repetition, other voices joined in, as the demons and fallen angels repeated it too. White light erupted from the wish stone, blinding Arjanil, but he repeated that wish like his existence depended on it, until the light faded, leaving Uriah swaying in the breeze as he held the crystal in his shaking hands. The invisible net snapped, freeing the time crystals, and they zoomed away from it and shot back into the chests of their former owners. Wounds closed as their owners staggered away, crying out in shock and pain. Soon they'd recover, and then what? Would they return to hell? How would they get there?
Our time crystals are restored. Our power is back.
A fallen angel shouted with delight. Leonestra jumped onto a demon's back and pointed toward a distant gleam between two shadowy hills on the horizon. That was where Thaniel went.
Heaven lies beyond that line of hills, and they won't expect us. Let's take it over.
A cheer went up as the demons and fallen angels rallied around her. She vaulted off the demon's back and led the charge. With renewed purpose, the demonic army surged forward, weapons raised like they weren't just lying gasping on the ground, like landed fish with holes in their chests. Arjanil recalled how quickly he mended when Layla shoved that time crystal back into his chest. But he still stared at their retreating backs as his mouth dropped open. How could they think of conquering heaven right now? What about that mad goddess? Did she even exist? Or was she another of Garen's fancies? Natalie broke free from Garen and stalked over to where Uriah slumped to the ground and sat there, dazed. The wish stone still rested on his palm, but it lost its glow as he stared at it.
Well, it's been fun, but you have a mad goddess to deal with and I have an army to catch, so I'll see you around.
Garen clapped him on the back, then skipped after the army as he whistled a jaunty tune. It was probably the same march he hummed earlier.
What do you want to do now? Do we go after him or do we go after this rogue goddess? I don't think he ever said where she she was.
Natalie studied him, but Arginil just stood there. What should he do now? He was an angel, so there was only one answer he could give without betraying all he was. Every fiber of his being cried out for one thing. Was he ready to go back there? He'd find out soon enough. I might have spent a really long time in hell convinced I fell from grace, but I didn't, and I can't let that army attack heaven. Arginil kicked the ground, sending a plume of dust into the air to mix with the dust the army already dislodged.
Good, because I didn't want to let Thaniel have all the fun repelling their attack, and I still haven't seen Garen commandeer an army. So far, he's just made a lot of claims about that, but he hasn't convinced anyone to follow him except us.
Natalie shook her head and offered Uriah a hand up. And we've already proved we're the biggest fools in hell. Arginil glanced skyward when no more light beams struck the ground. The giant gray ribbons of images faded as he stared at them. Did that mean they saved time or destroyed it?
Come on, he already got a head start, but who said he could keep it?
Natalie's pink glowing eyes brimmed with amusement above their veil as wings extruded from their shoulders through slits in the back of their gray robe. Very true. Are you coming with us? Arginil glanced at Uriah. The ex-god's dark eyes no longer swirled, nor were they filled with darkness. In fact, he looked rather ordinary now and not like a former pagan god.
I'm not much of a fighter, and I'm pretty spent, but I don't think hell's a great place to go right now given what just happened, so why not? Maybe you could set me down somewhere that I'll have a good view of things until I get my second wind.
Uriah straightened, so he stood tall instead of slouched from exhaustion.
Which one of you will fly me?
I'll take you. I could give you some of the power I siphoned from the adversary, if that's okay with you.
Natalie extended a hand to the ex-god. Uriah clasped their forearm and shook it.
That sounds good to me, but I didn't get your name, and we should be properly introduced before you carry me. I'm Uriah, formerly a god of the underworld and a prisoner of the adversary. I'll go back and free the others when he cools off a bit.
I'm Natalie, and maybe I can help you with that. I've already helped one ex-god escape from a cell twice now. Perhaps I should expand my horizons and help other ex-gods do the same, but we can talk about that later. Let's go. I want to see if Garen actually fights this army off or if he fights to claim it.
Natalie pulled Uriah close and wrapped an arm around his waist before flapping their wings and lifting off. Arginil followed, but he didn't offer to help because this battle might decide his future. As the wind ruffled his hair, all he could think about now was heaven. Trepidation squeezed his chest, but his mind filled with images of angels fighting against angels, and lavender blood splashed over the ruins of the war-torn city of purple crystal spires. Surely that was all gone now, since the war ended thousands of years ago. What was heaven like now? Would its guardians let him enter? Soon enough he would know, and may the Creator have mercy on anyone who got in his way, because he wouldn't. To be continued in Book 3 of the Rogue Gods Trilogy, Storm the Gates.
Note from the author Melinda Kucsera about Arginil. His revelation goes back to a conversation with my sister Carolyn from before she died. Carolyn had this theory that Lucifer wasn't really evil. She wondered what if he was framed. I don't remember all the particulars anymore since she died 10 years ago this February, but that was the heart of her theory, as I remember it. I just couldn't wrap my mind around that. Maybe it was my Catholic upbringing. What if another angel was framed or tricked into falling because the devil wanted them to do something? Now that was an idea I could explore. I wanted to explore that in a different book, but then I needed somewhere for Garen to steal the spell from. A summoning spell could go unnoticed in a library for centuries, so that was the logical place for him to steal it from. Then, I needed someone to run the library, so Arginil volunteered. I didn't plan on doing his grand reveal in this book, but he kind of left me no choice when he switched sides in Gateway to Hell. He laid the groundwork for a dramatic revelation, and his conflicted nature made him the right candidate for this kind of backstory. So I let him have it. Now we'll see what an angel will do when he finds out he wasn't damned and didn't fall from grace, and what happens when his fellow angels find out.
You've been listening to Summon the Gods, Book 2 of the Rogue Gods Trilogy by Melinda Kucsera. Subscribe to the channel so you'll be notified when the next part publishes. The Rogue Gods Trilogy is available as an ebook and paperback, and now a full full-cast audiobook. Click the link in the description to order your copy. If you love the Rogue Gods Trilogy, then you'll love Melinda's other epic fantasy adventure books too. They're just as full of magic and mayhem and characters who will do anything to achieve their goals. Check them out at the link in the description, and while you're there, sign up for her newsletter so her characters can talk directly to you. Thank you for listening.